Chapter 1: The World of Madness. At 3 in the morning, the corridor of the Hunters' mental hospital was so quiet that only the buzzing of the fan echoed. The cold light of the incandescent bulbs spilled onto the walls, magnifying the slightly yellowed cracks into strange shadows. Everything here exuded an indescribable sense of oppression, warning every intruder that they did not belong. Lin Xingheng's eyelids twitched, slowly opening his eyes. He found himself lying on a cold iron bed, his limbs bound, his head heavy, as if filled with noise by some immense force. He wanted to move, but found himself completely powerless, only able to roll his eyes to survey his surroundings. The walls were snow white, the ceiling low, and on the right side, a small glass window was embedded in an iron door, through which a hazy light flickered. The air was filled with a pungent smell of disinfectant, making him want to gag. "Where am I?" Lin Xingheng croaked, his voice like sandpaper scraping his throat. He tried hard to remember, but his mind was blank, as if his memories were shrouded in a thick fog. He only recalled the last scene. On a street in the dead of night, he was blinded by the taillights of a car, and then he lost consciousness. "You're awake." A cold voice came. Lin Xingheng jerked his head up to see a figure standing outside the iron door, backlit, making it impossible to see her face. The voice sounded like a woman's, laced with a hint of indifferent coldness. "Who are you? Where is this?" Lin Xingheng struggled to ask. "Welcome to Hunter's mental hospital." Her voice remained calm, as if she had repeated this welcome countless times before. "Lin Xingheng, you have been diagnosed with severe delusions and a high tendency for violence. You are officially admitted today." "Mental hospital?" Lin Xingheng was taken aback, instinctively rebutting. "You're mistaken. I'm not a patient. You've got the wrong person. Every patient says this when they first arrive." The woman's voice showed no fluctuations, "But soon you will understand. You belong here." As her words fell, there was a loud clang as the iron door was pulled open. The woman stepped inside, and Lin Xingheng finally got a clear look at her. She wore a crisp white coat, black short boots, her long black hair casually tied up, her face stern, and her eyes carried an air of detachment. "Shen Yinlan, resident physician." She introduced herself, slamming the folder in her hand onto the nearby table, then leaned closer to Lin Xingheng. "Let's start with your self-introduction. Your name, age, symptoms." "I'm not a patient," Lin Xingheng shouted, trying to break free from the straps binding his wrists. Anger made his already chaotic mind even hotter. "Let me go. You have no right." "Show." Shen Yinlan suddenly interrupted him. She raised her hand, her fingertip resting on her lips, her gaze as if examining a specimen. "Do you hear that?" she asked softly. Lin Xingheng froze for a moment. Instinctively holding his breath, he heard a rustling sound coming from deep within the room, as if something was slowly crawling, making an almost imperceptible rustling noise against the floor. "What is that?" Lin Xingheng's pupils contracted suddenly. Shen Yinlan did not answer, but straightened up, her cold gaze sweeping toward the corner of the room. After a few seconds, the sound abruptly stopped, as if it had never existed. "There are many patients here," she said quietly, her tone indifferent, "but not all of them are human." Lin Xingheng's breath caught, and he opened his mouth, but no words came out. Shen Yinlan picked up the folder and flipped through a few pages, speaking Dindan Keiko. "Lin Xingheng, male, 24 years old, 3 days ago violently injured someone in a public place due to delusions confirmed as a high-risk infected person. According to hospital records, you have even more severe symptoms." "Wait," Lin Xingheng interrupted her. "Infected? What are you talking about?" "I haven't. Do you remember that car?" Shen Yinlan's voice suddenly grew cold. Lin Xingheng shuddered. The image of that car flooded his mind. He saw the driver covered in blood, eyes wide open staring at him, and something in the back seat thrashing wildly, emitting a piercing shriek. Then, that thing lunged at him. That was not an illusion. Shen Yinlan slowly walked to the side of the bed, looking down at him. "You were brought in after coming into contact with rift contamination hunters. Mental hospital is the only place that can control this situation." "Rift contamination? What are you talking about?" Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth and growled. Shen Yinlan said nothing more, but began to undo the straps binding his limbs. Lin Xingheng attempted to stand up, but found his body weak as if it were an empty shell. "Come with me," Shen Yinlan ordered, her tone commanding, "to see the world of you patients." The moment they stepped out of the iron door, Lin Xingheng was stunned by the scene before him. This was a hospital he had never seen before. The dim corridor stretched into the distance, the walls covered in twisted graffiti, the handwriting resembling some language or the frenzied scribbles of patients. A few people in patient attire stood at the end of the corridor, their expressions vacant, their eyes hollow, mumbling incomprehensible phrases. Further away, someone was screaming madly, banging against the iron door, their voice mingled with indescribable laughter and weeping, as if the whole building was twisting. Shen Yinlan stopped and coldly looked at him. "Welcome to your new home. Everyone here has their own monster. Some monsters reside within them, while some are nearby." "Monsters?" Lin Xingheng repeated softly, involuntarily shivering. "Soon you'll meet yours." Shen Yinlan glanced back at him, then turned to continue walking. Lin Xingheng did not understand what this meant, but a wave of inexplicable fear rose in his heart. He quickened his pace to catch up, filled with questions but afraid to ask. They arrived in a spacious room, the walls covered in neurotic graffiti, with a chair in the center. A man sat there, his body wrapped in iron chains. His eyes were dead and lifeless, his face smeared with blood, yet the corners of his mouth twisted into a bizarre smile. "Who is he?" Lin Xingheng asked in a low voice. "A failed hunter," Shen Yinlan replied coldly. Lin Xingheng's gaze was firmly drawn to the man in the chair. That IT was a sight unlike anything he had ever seen, like a madman or some dying beast. His skin was pale, muscles tense, as if struggling against some immense pain, and that smile curved like a gaping wound. "What does a failed hunter mean?" Lin Xingheng asked cautiously, though he didn't even understand why he was asking. "Every patient here," Shen Yinlan's voice was as cold as ice, "is destined to walk this path. Hunters are your fate." "Hunters?" Lin Xingheng felt as if his head had been struck by a heavy blow. Shen Yinlan did not answer, but walked toward the man bound in chains. She coldly scanned him for a few seconds, reaching out to grip his chin, forcing him to look up and meet her gaze. The man mumbled incoherently, as if struggling with the last of his strength. "He is patient number 19, named Zhou Chuan." Shen Yinlan spoke calmly, her tone devoid of emotion. 3 months ago, he was an ordinary maintenance worker, infected during an outbreak of the Abyss.Accompanying first. Like you, refused to believe he was ill, even tried to escape from here. And then? Lin Xingheng couldn't help but ask. "And then?" Shen Yinlan sneered, raising her finger towards the man's head. "You see, he is now a half-out-of-control hunter. He once hunted a fallen god, obtaining divine marks, but the cost was the total erosion of his sanity." Lin Xingheng's gaze followed her finger, and he finally noticed the strange mark on a man's forehead, resembling an eye embedded in his skin, faintly glowing. "What is this?" He stepped back in shock, feeling his throat dry. "Divine mark," Shen Yinlan said slowly. "After the god hunters kill a fallen god, they acquire this mark from its corpse. It is the source of the god hunter's power, but at the same time, it is also the root of corruption." "Corruption," Lin Xingheng repeated softly, looking at the strange mark with a sense of understanding and confusion. Zhou Chuan suddenly looked up and spoke in an unusually deep and hollow voice. "It is watching you. It is watching everyone. You can't escape." Lin Xingheng trembled all over, almost instinctively taking a step back. "He is talking nonsense," Shen Yinlan interrupted coldly. "His sanity has been completely destroyed. He has almost forgotten human language." She stood up and walked in front of Lin Xingheng, her tone cold, yet carrying an undeniable power. "Remember, being a god hunter is not a choice, but a fate. You either become a god hunter, or you become a living madman like him, or a dead monster." "I'm not crazy," Lin Xingheng shouted through gritted teeth. Shen Yinlan raised an eyebrow, a cold smile appearing on her lips. "I've heard that countless times, but you will soon understand that there is no difference between being crazy and not being crazy here." Having said that, she turned and walked towards the door. "Follow me. I will take you to meet the true fallen god." "Fallen god?" Lin Xingheng hesitated for a moment, but still quickened his pace to follow. He did not believe every word this woman said, but something within him was urging him on. He had to uncover the truth. He had to find out why he was here. The two traversed a long corridor, occasionally hearing strange sounds coming from the wards. Someone was crying softly, someone was screaming madly, and others were roaring like wild beasts. Lin Xingheng could not imagine whether this place was a mental hospital or some kind of hell. Are these people really patients? Lin Xingheng couldn't help but ask. They used to be, but they're not anymore, Shen Yinlan answered without looking back. Were they now? Lin Xingheng pressed on. Failures of the God Hunters, Shen Yinlan said flatly. They all try to fight against the Abyss, but failed or are about to fail. Abyss? Lin Xingheng felt a chill run down his spine. What exactly is the Abyss? Shen Yinlan stopped and turned to look directly at him. The Abyss is a world, a realm we cannot comprehend. The rift is the bridge from the Abyss to reality. And the fallen gods are beings that escaped from the Abyss. They were once deities, but now they are monsters. Deities? Lin Xingheng's eyes widened. What you are saying cannot be true. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. Shen Yinlan replied calmly. But you will soon see for yourself. She pushed open a heavy iron door, leading Lin Xingheng into a huge room. In the center of the room was a gigantic glass chamber, housing a bizarre creature. Lin Xingheng gasped. The creature's body seemed to be made of countless twisted tentacles, with a blurred face at its center, hollow eyes staring directly at him. Despite the glass barrier, he still felt an indescribable sense of oppression, as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart tightly. What is this? His voice trembled. Fallen God. Shen Yinlan stood before the glass chamber, her tone icy, codename Lord of Despair. It was once a deity of human faith, but was corrupted by the Abyss, falling to its current state that it is your prey, and also your nightmare. Lin Xingheng felt his legs weaken, his hands trembling involuntarily. He had never seen such a creature, nor felt such fear. Welcome to the real world, Lin Xingheng. Shen Yinlan turned her head. Looking at him coldly, you will soon understand that everything here is far crazier than you can imagine. Chapter 2. First Hunt. Lin Xingheng stared fixedly at the monster in the glass chamber, his back already drenched in cold sweat. His mind was a chaos of confusion. Countless questions pressed against his throat, but he couldn't utter a single word. That creature, is it really a deity? It had no form of an ordinary creature. Its entire body seemed to be composed of twisted black mist and tentacles, with a vague and pale face at the center. Although the features of its face were vaguely visible, those hollow eyes were unfathomable, as if staring into the depths of every person who gazed at it. It is looking at me. Lin Xingheng's throat felt dry, his voice barely above a whispered, "Don't be too nervous." Shen Yinlan stood in front of the glass chamber, her gaze indifferent. It is sealed here and cannot move. However, without that layer of glass, you would already be dead. Dead? Lin Xingheng instinctively took a step back. The very existence of a fallen god will corrupt the surrounding reality and human spirit. Shen Yinlan turned around, leaning against the glass chamber, her gaze fixed on him. Ordinary people who come near will be corrupted by its power, losing their sanity, and ultimately self-destructing. The reason you can still stand here is that you are not an ordinary person. I am not an ordinary person. Lin Xingheng was taken aback. Shen Yinlan sighed lightly. You have already been corrupted by the Abyss. Lin Xingheng, do you remember that car? That was your first encounter with the source of the Abyss Rift's corruption. Although you do not understand yet, you are no longer a complete human. Your body is gradually adapting to the rules of the Abyss. Lin Xingheng's lips trembled, unsure how to respond. Don't rush to deny it. Shen Yinlan continued. If you are not an infected one, why would I go to such lengths to explain this to you? Every person admitted to the God Hunter Psychiatric Hospital is an infected one like you. Most of them eventually become madmen or die in the pursuit of hunting fallen gods, and you are no exception. So, you brought me here to hunt this thing? Lin Xingheng pointed at the monster in the glass chamber, his voice filled with anger and disbelief. Exactly. Shen Yinlan's answer was calm and direct. You either become a god hunter, or you die from the corruption of the Abyss. This is your choice, but in reality, you have no choice. You are insane. Lin Xingheng recoiled sharply. This is impossible. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't do this. Shen Yinlan stared at him, her eyes showing no sympathy. Ordinary person? Haven't you realized that ordinary people who come into contact with Abyss corruption have long since died, while you have survived? Do you think this is luck? No, this is the price. She paused, her tone grave. You are not an ordinary person, Lin Xingheng. You are chosen by the Abyss. Lin Xingheng's mind exploded with a buzzing sound. He could not accept these absurd claims, but Shen Yinlan's gaze made him feel an undeniable reality. His chest rose and fell violently, his fists clenched tightly, yet he found no outlet for his emotions. You have time to digest these things slowly. Shen Yinlan broke the silence, but now, I need to take you to the true hunting ground. Hunting ground? Xingheng frowned. Shen Yinlan did not elaborate, only coldly tossed out, "Follow me." They left the laboratory and traversed an even narrower passage. The lights on the walls flickered, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, and the oppressive atmosphere grew more intense. Xingheng's steps became heavy, as if with each step he was advancing toward some unknown abyss. At the end of the corridor stood an iron gate, covered in strange symbols. Shen Yinlan walked up to the gate and pressed her hand on a device resembling a fingerprint scanner. With a low mechanical sound, the iron gate slowly opened. "Welcome to the hunting ground," Shen Yinlan said, her voice cold. The sight behind the door made Xingheng's breath catch in an instant. It was a vast, enclosed space, resembling some sort of abandoned factory. The ground was riddled with cracks. Thick black mist floated in the air. The lighting was dim, and strange black runes flowed slowly on the walls. Even more terrifying was the strong smell of blood and decay that permeated the air. "This is part of the hospital, but also part of the abyss," Shen Yinlan explained. "We call it the hunting ground, a place for you newcomers to undergo your first test." "Test?" Xingheng stepped back anxiously. "What kind of test?" "Survive," Shen Yinlan said, her tone calm to the point of suffocation. At that moment, a faint tremor suddenly shook the ground, as if something was approaching. Xingheng turned sharply, seeing several vague shadows swaying in the distance within the black mist. "What is that?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Your target for today," Shen Yinlan said indifferently. "Low-level abyssal creatures, rift hounds. They were fragments that leaked from the abyss, highly aggressive. Dealing with them should be your best introductory lesson." "Are you joking?" Xingheng nearly shouted. "I don't even have a weapon. How am I supposed to deal with these monsters?" Shen Yinlan did not reply, but raised her hand and tossed him a dagger. The blade of the dagger glimmered with an eerie silver light, clearly not an ordinary weapon. "This dagger is made from the bones of fallen gods, capable of weakening the defenses of abyssal creatures," she said, "but it's just a dagger whether you survive or not depends. Entirely on you that you're just letting me go alone?" Xingheng held the dagger, his voice filled with anger and fear. "I will watch from the side, but will not help you," Shen Yinlan said calmly. "Hunters can only rely on themselves." Xingheng wanted to say something more, but the black mist ahead suddenly parted, and three monsters lunged out. They resembled canine creatures, but their bodies were enveloped in a viscous black mist, their eyes devoid of pupils, only a bloody glow. They moved with incredible speed, their limbs like blades, sharp fangs emitting a chilling hiss. "Make your move, Xingheng." Shen Yinlan's cold voice came through. "This is your first hunt, and your chance to prove whether you can survive." The three rift hounds charged at him, their speed almost blurring their movements. The dagger in Xingheng's hand emitted a faint cold light. His breath had already become erratic, sweat trickling down his forehead, and the hand gripping the hilt trembled. "Slightly run." Voices in his mind screamed incessantly, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead and could not move. The first rift hound lunged at him, its fangs aimed at Xingheng's throat. Instinctively, he swung the dagger forward, completely uncoordinated, barely even aiming. However, unexpectedly, the moment the creature made contact with the dagger, it let out a piercing scream, as if sensing some innate threat, abruptly halting its movement. "Take the chance, attack." Shen Yinlan's cold voice came from behind, carrying an irresistible command. Xingheng gritted his teeth, forcing himself to take a step forward. He raised the dagger and thrust it with all his might toward the rift hound's head. The blade pierced through its misty skin, producing a strange sound, like a sharp instrument cutting through some sticky fabric. The rift hound howled, its body recoiling as if it were a punctured balloon, rapidly deflating and beginning to disintegrate. It collapsed to the ground, transforming into a puddle of thick black liquid, emitting a strong stench of decay. I killed it?" Xingheng stared at the puddle of black liquid, his eyes wide open, his arms still trembling violently. "Not too bad," Shen Yinlan commented coldly, but before she could finish, the other two rift hounds had silently flanked him from the sides. "Dodge!" Her voice suddenly rose a few pitches, carrying a warning tone. Lin Xingheng had no time to think and could only instinctively roll to the side. The next second, the spot where he had just stood was violently clawed by one of the rift hounds, the ground screeching as concrete was torn apart, leaving long claw marks. They hunt in packs. If you move any slower, you'll be shredded to pieces. Shen Yinlan's voice came again, still lacking much emotion, but her words were noticeably faster than before. Keep your eyes on them. Don't give them a chance to surround you. Lin Xingheng was nearly crawling on the ground, gasping for breath. He looked up at the two rift hounds. They approached like hunters, their movements methodical, their limbs moving in eerie coordination, as if executing some kind of hunting protocol. Damn it, this is not something I can handle. Lin Xingheng muttered quietly, his heart racing. Behind him was Shen Yinlan's indifferent gaze, and in front were two monsters that could tear him apart at any moment. This time, the rift hounds did not give him a chance to breathe. One suddenly leaped, its sharp fangs almost instantaneously closing in on Lin Xingheng's face. In a split second of life and death, Lin Xingheng felt a strong surge of adrenaline rush to his brain. His eyes narrowed, and his body instinctively retreated, barely avoiding the attack as he brushed past the rift hound's sharp teeth. Seize the opportunity, counterattack. Shen Yinlan's voice came from afar once more. Lin Xingheng gripped the dagger tightly, his body almost moving instinctively forward. He exerted all his strength, thrusting the knife deep into the rift hound's side. The blade pierced through the creature's body, the black mist-like material gushing out from the wound like a tide. The monster let out a piercing scream, thrashing violently, trying to throw Lin Xingheng off, but he held onto the hilt tightly, pushing the dagger inward with all his might. Ah! He screamed as if he had gone mad, and only when the rift hound's body completely disintegrated into a puddle of black liquid did he let go, collapsing to the ground. The last remaining rift hound, seeing its companion killed, seemed to become even more ferocious. It did not attack immediately, but circled around Lin Xingheng, as if searching for a flaw. One last one, Shen Yinlan said coldly. Use your brain to think about the hunt. It's not just a contest of strength, it requires wisdom. Wisdom? Lin Xingheng panted, his eyes fixed on the rift hound. His mind raced, trying to recall the battle just fought. Though this monster was fast, it was not without weaknesses. Every time it made contact with the dagger, it appeared exceptionally fearful, as if the dagger had some restraining effect on it. Then, Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth, picked up the dagger from the ground, and slowly stood up, focusing on the rift hound's movements. He deliberately raised the dagger high, feigning an attack. Indeed, the rift hound recoiled slightly, letting out a low growl. Afraid of this? Huh. Lin Xingheng's lips curled into a slight smile as a thought flashed through his mind. He made a feint to the left, pretending to attack from that side, and the rift hound was indeed lured by the feint, turning towards his left. In that instant, Lin Xingheng suddenly hurled the dagger, the blade glinting like a cold light, accurately piercing the rift hound's eye socket. The fisher hound let out a tragic screech, struggling for a few seconds before its body gradually transformed into a puddle of black liquid, disappearing into the ground. Lin Xingheng stood in place, staring blankly at the puddle of black liquid, feeling as if all the strength in his body had been completely drained at that moment. He gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his forehead, but his heart continued to beat as if it would explode. Not bad. Shen Yinlan's voice came from behind, her tone still indifferent. Although your movements were clumsy, at least you survived. Lin Xingheng turned around and said in a voice that was almost trembling, Is this your test? The first lesson for a hunter. Shen Yinlan stepped forward, picked up the dagger from the black liquid, wiped it clean, and handed it back to him. You killed 3 fisher hounds. This proves you at least have the qualification to survive. But the next part will be even more difficult. More difficult? Lin Xingheng's body stiffened slightly to in the hunter's asylum. No patient is innocent. Shen Yinlan's voice was low and cold. If you want to know why you are here and to uncover the truth of the abyss, you must continue to survive, continue to hunt, until... She paused, her gaze becoming even colder. You personally kill your own fallen own fallen god? Lin Xingheng repeated in a low voice, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. Yes, Shen Yinlan said coldly. Every hunter has their own fallen god, which represents your greatest fear, sin, or desire. Only by killing it can you break free from the control of the abyss. Lin Xingheng remained silent. His heart was filled with questions, but more so with a deep sense of powerlessness. Go back. Shen Yinlan turned and walked toward the door. Today is just the beginning. Next, you will know what a true hunter is. Lin Xingheng watched her retreating figure, tightening his grip on the dagger and taking a deep breath. He knew that his life had changed completely, and this was just the beginning of a nightmare. Chapter 3: The Whisper of the Fallen God. Returning to his room from the hunting ground, he leaned against the corner of the wall, tightly gripping the dagger. His knuckles were white from the force, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The entire room was as cold as an ice cellar, and the surrounding white walls were so bright that they made him want to scream. A vague heaviness hung in the air, not like ordinary silence, but with a suffocating feeling pressing on his chest, as if something invisible was watching him. Belonging to you, the fallen god. Shen Yinlan's words echoed in his mind like a haunting specter. He couldn't understand the true meaning of this sentence, but a vague intuition told him that that thing would never be simple. He looked down at the dagger. The blade gleamed with a cold light, as if it had a life of its own. This thing was his tool for survival, but it also made him feel a sense of unease. He tried to close his eyes, but as soon as he did, he saw the crimson eyes of the Rift Hound, its sharp fangs, and the scene of it dissolving into black liquid. What on earth is this place? He murmured softly. At 3 a.m. The lights in the room suddenly flickered. Lin Xingheng abruptly opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. He thought it was an illusion, but a few seconds later, the lights flickered again. A soft click, and the room's lights went completely out. In the darkness, Lin Xingheng's nerves instantly tightened. He gripped the dagger, held his breath, and a faint whispering sound reached his ears. Lin Xingheng. The voice seemed to come from a very distant place, yet it felt like it was whispering right next to his ear. It was intermittent, hoarse and raspy, filled with a strange allure. Who? Lin Xingheng suddenly stood up, looking around, but he could see nothing in the darkness. Lin, can you hear me? The voice sounded again, this time clearer, as if it was coming directly from his mind. He took a step back, crashing against the wall, and shouted in terror. Who's speaking? Come out. No one responded, but the whispers began to grow denser, like countless voices overlapping, repeating his name over and over. Lin Xingheng. The fallen god belonging to you is watching you. Fallen god? Lin Xingheng's eyes widened in horror, his palms slick with cold sweat. He tried to cover his ears, but the voice didn't need to be transmitted through his ears. It drilled directly into his mind. Can you hear it? The whisper became clearer, carrying an irresistible power. We have been waiting for you. Go away. Lin Xingheng shouted with all his might, raising the dagger and swinging it around. But the voice still coiled around him, showing no signs of stopping. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his head. He clutched his head and fell to the ground, groaning in agony. Stop. Quit it. In his mind, blurred images began to surface. Black mist swirled, the world twisted, and beneath a shattered sky, a gigantic figure stood. Its face obscured, but its eyes burned with ghostly green flames, coldly staring at him. Lin Xingheng. The voice came from that figure, deep and cold. You've already touched the abyss. Lin Xingheng suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself lying on the floor, the dagger fallen beside him. The room's lights returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. But he knew it was definitely not an illusion. His palms were slick with cold sweat, and his body trembled slightly from intense fear. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Get up. Shen Yinlan's voice came from outside the door. Lin Xingheng paused for a moment and hesitated to ask. Now? Nonsense. Shen Yinlan's voice was impatient. If you still want to live, come out quickly. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand up, grab the dagger, and walk to the door. The corridor was still shrouded in oppressive silence. The cold light of the fluorescent lamp bathed the entire space, and the cracks on the walls spread like spiderwebs. Lin Xingheng followed Shen Yinlan, unsure of where she was taking him. Just now, someone was speaking in the room. Lin Xingheng couldn't help but say. Shen Yinlan stopped, turned back, and looked at him coldly. What voice? There. Something was calling my name, saying something about the fallen god belonging to me. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to relay his earlier experience. Shen Yinlan's brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of imperceptible seriousness appeared on her indifferent face. When did it start? About 3 o'clock. Lin Xingheng said softly. She did not ask further. only looked up at the ceiling, her tone grave. It seems it has already noticed you. It? Lin Xingheng's eyes widened. Are you talking about the fallen god? Yes. Shen Yinlan continued walking, her voice cold. There exists a certain connection between hunters and fallen gods, especially the one that belongs to you. It will try to make you submit through dreams, whispers, or even directly invade your thoughts. In other words, it has started hunting you. Hunting? Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth. I haven't even gone looking for it, and it's already coming to kill me? Shen Yinlan sneered. The rules of the Abyss dictate that the weak are always the prey. If you don't want to be killed by it, you must kill it before it finds you. Her words hit Lin Xingheng's heart like a heavy hammer. He clenched his fists and asked in a low voice, Where exactly are you taking me? Another place. Shen Yinlan did not stop her footsteps. The training of hunters is not just about hunting rift hounds. You need to understand the rules of the Abyss. And also realize that the horror of fallen gods far exceeds your imagination. Horror? Lin Xingheng's heart sank sharply, pressing on. What exactly is a fallen god? Shen Yinlan did not answer directly, but stopped in front of an iron door. She raised her hand and inserted a yellowed card into the machine beside the door. You will know soon. Her voice was low, sounding like a warning, but also like an announcement of certain fate. The iron door slowly opened, and Lin Xingheng held his breath as he stepped over the threshold. In the next second, his eyes widened in shock. Before him was a vast underground space, the walls crawling with eerie runes that flowed like living creatures. In the center of the space floated a mass of writhing black mist. This is... Lin Xingheng's voice trembled. The fallen god belonging to another hunter. Shen Yinlan's voice was exceptionally cold. This is what you will face, the true form of the fallen god. The black mist twisted in the air, suddenly splitting open to reveal a gigantic eye, with no pupil, only a chaotic abyss. Its gaze instantly locked onto Lin Xingheng, filled with endless malice. His heart contracted sharply at that moment, and the whispering voice echoed in his ears once more. Lin Xingheng, I am waiting for you. Chapter 4: The Awakening of the Fallen God. The moment the eye in the black mist locked onto Lin Xingheng, his body froze in place as if it were ice, and even breathing became difficult. The eye was enormous, seemingly containing an endless abyss, and anyone who looked directly at it would feel a terror surging from the depths of their soul. I can't move. Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth, trembling all over. What on earth is this? This is just a projection of the fallen god. Shen Yinlan's voice sounded behind him, still as indifferent as ever. Its true form is still deep in the abyss. What you see now is a portion of its power released through a rift. Just a projection, and it's enough to completely break an ordinary person. This is just a projection? Lin Xingheng whispered in disbelief. Yes, Shen Yinlan walked to his side, her gaze coldly fixed on the black mist. You will soon find that the existence of the fallen god itself is a curse. They have no specific form. They are the embodiment of the abyss's consciousness, the condensation of humanity's deepest fears, desires, and madness. Lin Xingheng's mind buzzed. He struggled to calm himself, but that overwhelming sense of oppression nearly suffocated him. Then why is it looking at me? He asked in a low voice, his tone revealing unease. Because it has already noticed you. Shen Yinlan's tone was exceptionally cold. Every hunter has a fallen god that belongs to them, and this projection may be related to you. Related to me? Lin Xingheng turned around abruptly, his face filled with astonishment. You mean, it is my fallen god? Shen Yinlan did not answer directly, but pointed at the black mist. Ask it yourself. Ask it. Lin Xingheng felt his scalp tingle. Are you joking? That thing could never. If you want answers, you must face it. Shen Yinlan coldly interrupted. Otherwise, you will never know why you came here, why you were chosen by the Abyss. Hunters do not have the right to escape. Lin Xingheng fell silent. His palms were slick with cold sweat, and the black mist before him resembled a monster that devours those it chooses. Yet he had to approach it. Lin Xingheng. That whisper sounded again, directly penetrating his mind. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. But just as he took his first step, the black mist suddenly twisted violently, as if sensing his approach. It reacted. Lin Xingheng stepped back, looking at Shen Yinlan in terror. It's looking at me. Good. Shen Yinlan's tone was calm. It carried a strange meaning. Continue to approach and see what it has to say to you. Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth, suppressing the fear within, and stepped forward, walking toward the black mist one step at a time. He could feel that eye's gaze firmly fixed on him, as if some invisible force was tearing at his soul. When he stood before the black mist, the whisper became incredibly clear. The voice was no longer a vague overlap, but clearly resonated in his mind. Lin Xingheng, you have finally arrived. You, who are you? Lin Xingheng forced himself to endure the fear and asked, I'm a part of you. The voice in the black mist was deep and eerie, carrying an irresistible allure. From the moment you stepped into the rift, we have been connected. You belong to the Abyss, and I belong to you. Impossible. Lin Xingheng shook his head vigorously. I have nothing to do with the Abyss. I am just an ordinary person. Ordinary person? The eye in the black mist narrowed slightly, emitting a low laugh. How can an ordinary person survive coming out of the rift? Do you think you survived without a price? Do you know why you came here? Lin Xingheng, you have been avoiding the truth, but you cannot deceive yourself. Lin Xingheng's breathing became rapid. He clenched his fists, trying to remain calm. What do you want to say? Accept me. The voice of the black mist was deep and alluring. Accept your fate. Accept the gifts of the Abyss. As long as you accept me, we can become stronger, transcending all limitations. Hunter? Fallen God? Those so-called rules are nothing but jokes to you. No, Lin Xingheng shouted, his voice trembling. I will not accept you. You are a fallen god. You are a monster. The eye in the black mist slightly contracted, then let out a low, deep laugh. A monster? Perhaps. But you will soon understand that by rejecting me, you can do nothing. Your enemies will tear you apart. The Abyss will swallow you. And I am your only way out. Shut up. Lin Xingheng shouted angrily, but deep inside, he felt a strong sense of unease. Enough. Shen Yinlan's voice suddenly came, and she walked to Lin Xingheng's side, her gaze coldly fixed on the black mist. It is trying to erode your will. Do not be influenced by its words. But said, Lin Xingheng turned back to her, confusion on his face. It sounds like it's true. It will say everything that can make you submit. Shen Yinlan said coldly, the fallen gods are a part of the Abyss. Their purpose is to destroy the sanity of the hunters. You must learn to resist it, or you will eventually become its puppet. Then what should I do? Lin Xingheng asked in a low voice, his tone filled with deep helplessness. The first time you encounter a projection of a fallen god, you cannot fully resist its influence. Shen Yinlan said calmly. But remember one thing, no matter what it tells you, do not believe it. The language of the Abyss is full of lies. Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth and nodded. He turned to look at the black mist again, only to find that the enormous eye was slowly closing. Don't forget me. The voice of the black mist gradually became lower. Sooner or later, we will meet again. The black mist began to dissipate, and the entire space returned to silence. Lin Xingheng let out a long breath, collapsing to the ground, his forehead drenched in sweat. He looked at his trembling hands and murmured, This is a fallen god? Just the beginning. Shen Yinlan turned and walked toward the exit. You will have a deeper connection with it, but for now, you still have time to learn how to resist it. Go back and rest. There will be more training tomorrow. Lin Xingheng sat on the ground, unmoving. The whispers still echoed in his mind. We will meet again. Chapter 5 The Secret of the Hunter God. After returning to the room, he curled up in the corner of the bed. The whispers of that black mist and the gaze of that enormous eye constantly resurfacing in his mind. Although the black mist had dissipated, the eerie sense of oppression lingered, as if an invisible thorn had deeply pierced his soul. He looked up at the ceiling, trying to find a way out of his chaotic thoughts. But the voice echoed in his mind. Lin Xingheng, the fallen god that belongs to you, is waiting for you. The fallen god that belongs to me. He repeated this phrase softly, murmuring to himself, Why me? Why has the Abyss chosen me? He recalled Shen Yinlan's words that the fallen god is the fate of the hunter, and there exists an unavoidable connection between the hunter and the fallen god. But why him? He was just an ordinary person, an utterly ordinary person. At least, he had always thought so before coming here. Bang bang. The sudden knocking on the door interrupted his thoughts. Lin Xingheng snapped back to reality, gripping his dagger tightly, staring at the door. His breath quickened slightly, his voice trembling. Who? Get up. Shen Yinlan's indifferent voice came from outside. Lin Xingheng breathed a sigh of relief. He tucked the dagger into his clothing and opened the door. Shen Yinlan still wore a cold expression, dressed in a white lab coat, holding a thick folder. Change your clothes. She handed him a set of black tight-fitting combat attire and said, "Meet me in 5 minutes." "Where to?" Lin Xingheng asked, frowning. "To meet the director." Shen Yinlan replied without looking back, turning to leave. The director? Lin Xingheng's heart skipped a beat. Since arriving here, he had heard many rumors about the director, but had never seen the person. He vaguely felt that the director might be the closest to the truth in this psychiatric hospital. 5 minutes later, he changed his clothes and followed Shen Yinlan down the hospital corridor. "Why does the director want to see me?" Lin Xingheng asked tentatively. "You'll find out soon enough." Shen Yinlan's tone remained indifferent. "However, don't expect to hear too much truth from him. No one here will tell you everything, including me." Lin Xingheng didn't ask further. His attention was drawn to the surroundings. He had thought the Hunter God Psychiatric Hospital was just an ordinary building, but as Shen Yinlan led him deeper, the sights around became increasingly strange. The cracks in the walls grew denser, spreading like spiderwebs. The lights flickered, and an indescribable stench filled the air. The patterns on the floor twisted, resembling some strange symbols, while faint moans and deranged laughter could be heard from the surrounding wards. What kind of people are locked up in those wards? Lin Xingheng couldn't help but ask. "Not people," Shen Yinlan replied coldly. "What do you mean?" Lin Xingheng was taken aback. "You've seen the Rift Hound, right?" She glanced at him. "The Rift Hound is just the lowest existence among abyssal creatures. What is locked up in these wards are far more dangerous things. They were once human, but under the corrosion of the abyss, they completely lost their sanity and turned into monsters." Lin Xingheng swallowed hard, deciding not to press further. They finally arrived in front of a massive metal door. The door was engraved with strange symbols, which seemed to flow like living things, emitting a faint red glow. Shen Yinlan placed her palm on the identification device next to the door, and the metal door let out a deep rumble as it slowly opened. "Go in." She stood at the door, signaling Lin Xingheng to enter. Lin Xingheng hesitated for a moment, but gritted his teeth and stepped through the doorway. Behind the door was a vast room, with smooth metal walls all around and several glaring incandescent lights hanging from the ceiling, making the entire room feel cold. In the center of the room was a massive metal table, behind which sat a man. He appeared to be in his 50s, with graying hair. Yet his expression was exceptionally stern. He wore a black uniform, his hands crossed on the table, his gaze sharp as an eagle, exuding a chilling authority. "You are Lin Xingheng." The man spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "It's me." Lin Xingheng nodded, trying to keep his voice calm. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing him for a few seconds before pulling out a photograph from the folder on the table and handing it to him. "This is the accident scene from 3 days ago," he said. Lin Xingheng took the photo and was instantly stunned. The picture showed a severely wrecked car. Its body twisted beyond recognition, and the ground beside it was covered with strange black marks. Those marks resembled some kind of liquid, but emitted an eerie sheen, with the surrounding vegetation wilted beyond repair. "This is where my accident happened?" he asked, looking up. The man nodded. "Yes. The location where you came into contact with the abyssal rift. But that's impossible." Lin Xingheng shook his head. "I was just passing by. How could it be related to the abyss? Do you think the abyss chooses its targets?" The man scoffed. "The rift's contamination is random. It can choose anyone. And you just happened to survive." "Why did I survive?" Lin Xingheng asked quietly, a hint of unease in his gaze. The man stared at him, silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, "Because you're different from others." "Different?" Lin Xingheng frowned. "How am I different?" The man did not answer but took back the photo and pulled out a report instead, placing it on the table. Lin Xingheng, 24 years old, occupation unknown. No family records. "Do you really think your identity is as simple as you believe?" Lin Xingheng was taken aback. "What do you mean?" he asked softly. "Who are you? Where did you come from? Why were you chosen by the abyss? Don't you have any doubts about these questions in your heart?" The man stood up, his tone low and cold. "You may think you're just an ordinary person, but from the moment you stepped into this place, you are no longer ordinary." "What are you trying to tell me?" Lin Xingheng felt a heaviness in his chest, his fists clenching unconsciously. The man walked in front of him, looking down into his eyes, and said slowly, "You are an individual actively chosen by the abyss. You are not just passing through, you were drawn to it." "Drawn?" Lin Xingheng's mind was in turmoil. There is something about you, something connected to the abyss. That is why the power of the rift did not kill you, but allowed you to survive. The man's voice carried a chill. In other words, your existence is itself a part of the abyss. Lin Xingheng stood there in a daze, feeling as if his world had completely collapsed at that moment. Chapter 6. The Trial of Fate. Lin Xingheng stood there in a daze. The dean's last words struck his heart like a heavy hammer. Your existence is, in itself, a part of the abyss. Impossible, he whispered, his voice barely audible. He forced himself to calm down, clenched his fists, and stared intently at the man before him. What exactly are you talking about? What do you mean I am a part of the abyss? The dean did not answer immediately, but slowly walked to the center of the room, turning his back to Lin Xingheng as he spoke. The existence of the Hunters' mental hospital is to combat the spread of the abyssal rifts, and fallen gods are the source of the abyss eroding the real world. But in this hunt, we are not always the victors. He paused, looking back at Lin Xingheng with eyes sharp as knives. To combat the abyss, we need hunters. But hunters are not born. Every hunter must undergo the baptism of the abyss. The rifts will select targets, and only those who can adapt to the abyss are qualified to survive. So, you mean, I'm a target chosen by the abyss? Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth and asked, his expression complex, filled with both anger and confusion. That's right, the dean nodded, his tone eerily calm. But compared to other infected individuals, you are more special. Because ordinary people facing the rifts either die or go insane, yet you're still standing here intact. What does that mean? Lin Xingheng shouted, his emotions nearly out of control. It means the abyss recognizes you, the dean said, his tone devoid of emotion. It not only did not kill you, but actively established a connection with you. The whispers of fallen gods you feel are the abyss calling to you. Enough. Lin Xingheng slammed his hand on the table, his gaze intense. I don't believe this nonsense. I am not what you call a hunter, nor am I a choice of the abyss. I am just an ordinary person. I just want to return to a normal life. The dean did not get angry. He merely revealed a meaningful smile. Ordinary person? Do you really think an ordinary person can survive here? This statement was like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into Lin Xingheng's chest. He wanted to refute it, but found he could not deny it at all. Every day he spent here, he experienced fears and despair unimaginable to ordinary people. Yet he was indeed still alive, and that in itself was the greatest anomaly. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his chest, and coldly asked, "Then what do you want me to do? Since you say I am a hunter, what comes next? Do you want me to die, or to become a fallen god?" The dean smiled slightly. "You will not die, nor will you become a fallen god, provided you can pass the trial." Trial? Lin Xingheng frowned. The dean turned and walked toward the nearby screen, pressing a few buttons. Instantly, a vast training ground appeared on the screen. It was a gigantic training field. The ground covered with strange runes, countless chains hanging around, and a faint black mist floating in the air. The growth of a hunter does not rely on talent, but on practical combat, the dean said, pointing at the screen. Your body has already been transformed by the abyss, but your will is not strong enough. The trial ground is the first step for hunters. There, you will face your own fears. Fears? Lin Xingheng's throat tightened. That's right, the dean said coldly. The greatest weapon of the abyss is fear. Everyone has a fallen god in their heart, and the trial ground will force you to confront it. If you can survive, you will qualify to continue. If you fail, what happens if I fail? Lin Xingheng asked softly, his voice trembling slightly. If you fail, you will become a part of it. The dean's gaze became even colder. The fallen god will devour your soul, and your body will become a puppet of the abyss, like those monsters locked in the wards. Lin Xingheng's hands instinctively tightened. Images of the patients locked in the wards, those who had lost their human sanity, flashed through his mind, sending a chill through his bones. You have no choice, the dean continued, his tone as cold as iron. The path of a hunter has only one way. If you do not want to die, you must pass the trial. Lin Xingheng fell silent. His heart was filled with contradictions and anger, but he knew that from the moment he entered the hunter's mental hospital, he had been drawn into an inescapable abyss. I understand. He raised his head, gritting his teeth. Take me to the trial ground. Half an hour later, Lin Xingheng stood at the entrance of the trial ground. The massive iron doors slowly opened, and a cold breath rushed towards him. A faint black mist filled the air, the surrounding lights dim. An entire field looked like an abandoned hell. Shen Yinlan stood beside him, looking at him coldly. Let me remind you one last time. The trial ground simulates the rules of the Abyss. There, your consciousness will be magnified, and you will see your greatest fears, and these fears will take on real forms. Real forms? Lin Xingheng frowned. Are you saying those things will kill me? That's right. Shen Yinlan nodded. The purpose of the trial ground is to make you confront your fears, not to escape from them. If you fail, no one will save you. Sounds really motivating. Lin Xingheng scoffed, tightening his grip on the dagger. Shen Yinlan said nothing more, just patted his shoulder and stepped back a few paces, her gaze indifferent. Go in. I hope you can come out alive. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath and stepped into the trial ground. The iron door closed behind him, making a heavy rumbling sound. The trial ground immediately fell into a dead silence, with only the sound of his own footsteps echoing. The black mist around him grew denser, and Lin Xingheng gripped his dagger, cautiously moving forward. Strange sounds began to fill his ears, like whispers and the sound of wind. Lin Xingheng. He stopped, glancing around warily. Who? No one answered. Only the whisper grew clearer. Did you think you could really escape me? The voice was hoarse and raspy, as if it came from the depths of hell. Lin Xingheng's heart suddenly contracted, and images of the black mist and that enormous eye flashed through his mind. Is it you? He whispered, a tremor in his voice. The black mist began to condense, slowly taking the shape of a figure. The figure was tall and blurry, its eyes burning with a ghostly green light, like a will-o'-the-wisp in the darkness. Lin Xingheng. Its voice was deep and seductive. You're a part of me, and I am a part of you. Did you think you could escape the abyss? No, you already belong here. Shut up, Lin Xingheng roared, swinging his dagger violently, but the blade sliced through the black mist with no effect. The trial has begun, the figure in the black mist said softly. Gulme, let me see what your fears truly are. In the next moment, the surrounding black mist surged violently, completely engulfing Lin Xingheng. Chapter 7, The Shadow of Fear. The black mist surged, and the surrounding space became distorted. He couldn't discern direction or find any real objects. The ground seemed to vanish, and his feet felt as if they were stepping on some soft and unstable surface. Even the weight of his body became vague. Where is this place? He whispered, gripping the dagger tightly in his hand. Though his palm was drenched in cold sweat, the dagger remained his only reliance. Welcome to your trial ground, Lin Xingheng. The whisper echoed again, this time clearer and more straightforward than before. The voice seemed to come from all directions at once, cold, seductive, mocking, as if enjoying his struggle. Come out. What are you hiding in the darkness? Lin Xingheng shouted through gritted teeth, his eyes fixed ahead, even though he could see nothing. You can't see me, but I am everywhere. The voice was deep and cold, carrying an irresistible power because I am you. Nonsense, Lin Xingheng roared, raising the dagger and thrusting it into the darkness. But his arm felt as if it had pierced through air. The blade did not touch any entity. Struggle, resist. The more you do, the more delicious your fear becomes. The voice deepened, hinting at a trace of excitement. Let me see. What exactly are you afraid of? Lin Xingheng wanted to retort, but just as the words were on his lips, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. The thumping of his heart roared in his ears, and blurred images began flashing before his eyes. He stood on a pitch-black street. The surroundings were deathly silent, without lights or shadows, just him standing alone. In the distance, the faint sound of wheels grinding accompanied by a piercing horn grew closer. This was that night. Lin Xingheng's eyes widened, his breath quickened, and his fingertips trembled involuntarily. He saw a car, the sedan he remembered clearly. The vehicle was battered, its headlights flickering like a dying beast. Inside sat a man covered in blood, his hollow eyes staring at him. In the back seat, a blurred shadow was twisting frantically, emitting an indescribable scream. Lin Xingheng. The bloody man's mouth suddenly opened and closed, the sound tearing through the air. Why are you still alive? No, this isn't real. Lin Xingheng covered his head, stepping back a few paces, his face pale. But the shadow in the car suddenly lunged out. It had no distinct form, like a mass of constantly writhing black mist. yet carried a suffocating malice. The shadow opened a huge mouth and lunged at him. Lin Xingheng instinctively raised the dagger, swinging it at the shadow. At the moment the blade passed through, the shadow let out a piercing scream, bursting apart like a balloon, dissolving into countless tiny black dots that vanished into the air. You cannot escape the past. The whisper rose again, as if mocking his struggle. Your fear will return to you time and again until you acknowledge it, accept it, become it. The black mist surged again, and the scene changed in an instant. This time, Lin Xingheng stood in a small hospital room. The walls around him were snowy white, the floor cold, and the air was filled with the sharp scent of disinfectant. In front of him was a hospital bed, upon which lay a blurred figure. The figure curled up, emitting faint whimpering sounds. Who? Lin Xingheng furrowed his brow, cautiously approaching. He walked to the side of the bed and finally saw the person's face. It was his own. This. Lin Xingheng gasped, his body involuntarily taking a step back. The Lin Xingheng on the bed slowly raised his head, his eyes hollow, his face pale. That face was like a shattered mirror, constantly peeling away to reveal dark cracks beneath. Do you think you can change anything? The Lin Xingheng on the bed spoke, his voice deep and despairing. You are just a failure. Do you think you can fight against the Abyss? Do you think you can survive? No, you will eventually become me. Become part of them. Shut up, Lin Xingheng shouted, raising the dagger to stab at the shadow on the bed. The sound of the blade, piercing flesh, echoed. But the figure on the bed vanished, turning into a thick black liquid that flowed onto the ground. The black liquid writhed on the floor, gradually coalescing into a pitch-black humanoid shape, which raised its head to reveal a face identical to his. No matter where you go, you cannot escape your own shadow. The shadow slowly stood up, staring directly at him. You cannot kill me, because I am you. Get away, Lin Xingheng yelled, swinging the knife at the shadow. But this time, the shadow did not retreat. Instead, it opened its arms and firmly embraced him. The black mist surged again, and the surroundings collapsed in an instant, dragging Lin Xingheng's consciousness into an even deeper darkness. He suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself lying on the cold ground. The black mist around him had dissipated, and the trial ground returned to its initial silence. His chest heaved violently, his palms soaked in cold sweat. The dagger still tightly gripped in his hand. Is it over? He gasped, asking softly. Not yet. Shen Yinlan's voice came from nearby. Lin Xingheng looked up to see Shen Yinlan standing at the exit of the trial ground, coldly watching him. You have only survived, but you have not defeated it. You have merely temporarily escaped your fear, and it is still behind you, ready to return at any time. Then what should I do? Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth and asked, his voice filled with unwillingness. Shen Yinlan walked in front of him, looking down at him. Face it, acknowledge it, and surpass it. If you cannot do that, you will never become a true hunter of gods. Lin Xingheng did not respond. The whisper still echoed in his mind. You cannot get rid of me. He tightened his grip on the dagger, gritting his teeth as he stood up, a hint of determination in his gaze. Let's continue, he said, his voice low but firm. If this is my only path, then I will walk it to the end. Shen Yinlan raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing a cold smile. Good. Welcome to the world of the hunters of gods. Chapter 8. The cost of the abyss. The door of the trial ground slowly opened, cold light spilling in from outside, like a faint beam from hell shining into the human world. Lin Xingheng dragged his weary body, stepping out one step at a time, the dagger in his hand still dripping with the liquid seeping from the cold sweat. His chest heaved violently, his forehead was drenched in sweat, yet there was not a trace of relaxation in his eyes. Shen Yinlan stood at the doorway, watching him, still appearing indifferent, but her gaze held a subtle scrutiny. He came out alive, not too bad. Her voice was calm, devoid of praise or criticism. Lin Xingheng did not respond, only glanced at her before lowering his head to wipe the stains off the dagger. His hand was still trembling slightly, the impact of the previous trial not yet fully dissipated. Those things from before. His voice was hoarse as he struggled to speak. Were they hallucinations? Or were they real? Shen Yinlan did not answer immediately, but remained silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, in the trial ground, there is no difference between hallucinations and reality. They stem from your inner self, but when you are afraid, they become real and try to kill you. So, those things are my inner fears? Lin Xingheng muttered to himself. Shen Yinlan nodded. Everyone has fears. But a hunter's fears are more terrifying than those of ordinary people, because the abyss magnifies them, uses them, until it completely devours you. Is this what you call a trial? Lin Xingheng raised his head, a flash of anger in his eyes. To torment us this way? Just to turn us into the so-called hunters? Shen Yinlan's expression remained indifferent, her tone calm. Hunters are not an ordinary profession. It comes at a cost. If you feel you are not suited for it, you can choose to withdraw. Withdraw? Lin Xingheng let out a cold laugh. What is the cost of withdrawing? To die at the hands of the fallen god, or to become one of those monsters in the wards? Shen Yinlan did not refute him, only coldly said, since you know the answer, do not ask such foolish questions again. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew he had no way out now. What should I do now? He asked in a low voice. Follow me. Shen Yinlan turned and walked forward. The trial was just the beginning. Next, you need to understand more about the rules of the hunters and the abyss. They left the trial ground, crossed the main building of the hospital, and entered a closed underground area. The atmosphere here was vastly different from that of the hospital. Strange runes covered the surrounding walls, flowing like living things and emitting a faint red light. Dark red liquid flowed through the cracks in the floor, and a pungent smell of blood filled the air. Lin Xingheng frowned. What is this place? The core area of the hunters, and also the center of Fallen God research, Shen Yinlan replied. Fallen God research? Lin Xingheng was taken aback. You are still researching those things? Of course. Shen Yinlan stopped and turned to look at him. The existence of hunters is to hunt fallen gods, but if you do not know what fallen gods are, how can you fight against them? Lin Xingheng did not answer, only silently followed her forward. Soon, they arrived at a large laboratory. In the center of the laboratory was a massive, transparent chamber, inside which floated a ball of black mist. The black mist occasionally coalesced into a humanoid shape, then spread out like tentacles, as if it had a life of its own. What is this? Lin Xingheng's eyes widened. This is a captured low-tier fallen god. Shen Yinlan walked to the chamber and said coldly, it has been sealed, but its power can still affect the surrounding environment. You actually managed to capture a fallen god? Lin Xingheng found it hard to believe. Not all fallen gods are too powerful to fight against, Shen Yinlan explained. Low-tier fallen gods are relatively easier to control, but they're still very dangerous. Researching them is to find more ways to combat the abyss. Lin Xingheng looked at the black mist in the chamber, feeling a chill rising from his bones. Despite the thick glass, he could still sense the malice emanating from that thing. So, what exactly are fallen gods? He asked softly. Fallen gods are the will of the abyss. A deep voice came from behind. Lin Xingheng turned abruptly to see the director walking over from the other side of the laboratory. His gaze was stern, carrying an undeniable authority. Fallen gods were once deities. The director stood next to the chamber, hands clasped behind his back, and slowly said, their birth stems from human belief. Whether it is fear, hope, or despair, all can give rise to deities. But when these beliefs are twisted or abandoned, the deities fall, becoming monsters in the abyss. So, they were once worshipped by humans? Lin Xingheng frowned. Yes, the director nodded, but now, they only wish to destroy humanity. Why? Lin Xingheng pressed. Because humanity created them, and then abandoned them. The director's tone was calm, yet it carried a hint of coldness. The essence of the abyss is the shadow of humanity itself. You must remember this. Hunters are not fighting against some external force, but against humanity's own madness and fear. Lin Xingheng fell silent, his gaze resting on the black mist in the chamber, memories of the scenes in the trial ground flashing in his mind. That fallen god that belongs to me. He whispered, was it born in the same way? The director nodded. Exactly. Your fallen god is the shadow of your inner self, the embodiment of your fears and desires. Only by killing it can you truly become a hunter. Kill it, Lin Xingheng murmured. But if it is a part of me, if I kill it, can I still be considered whole? The director's gaze became even more severe. If you do not kill it, it will devour you. This sentence made Lin Xingheng's heart sink sharply. His fists involuntarily clenched, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Your trial is just the beginning. The director turned to walk toward the exit. Next, you will enter the deep area of the Hunters Psychiatric Hospital, where the abyss and reality intersect, and it is also the true battlefield of the Hunters. Deep area? Lin Xingheng raised his head, his eyes filled with confusion. Yes, the director's voice was low and cold. There, you'll face true fallen gods. The projections in the trial ground are nothing more than child's play compared to them. 2 hours later, Lin Xingheng stood before the door leading to the deep area. This door was larger than any he had seen, covered in densely packed runes, seemingly sealing some immense power. 2 fully armed hunters stood at the entrance, their masks obscuring their faces, revealing only a pair of indifferent eyes. This is the last chance. Shen Yinlan stood beside him, coldly saying, if you hesitate now, you can still save your life. But once you step into the deep area, your fate will no longer belong to you. Lin Xingheng did not answer. His gaze was fixed on the door, his heart filled with complex emotions. He knew what awaited him behind the door: fear, death, or something even more terrifying than death. But there was no way back. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the dagger, and took the first step. Lin Xingheng stood before the heavy metal door, a mix of emotions swirling inside him. He had experienced enough. The whispers of the abyss, the projections of the fallen gods, the fear of the trial ground. Yet each time he felt that the real nightmare had not yet begun. And behind this door seemed to lie the entrance to hell. The large door slowly opened, and a strong smell of decay rushed towards them, accompanied by a nauseating dampness, as if countless dead things were rotting inside. The world behind the door was dim and dark, with swirling black mist faintly visible on the walls and a red liquid flowing on the ground like blood. In the deep area, the core of the Hunters' God Psychiatric Hospital, Shen Yinlan stood beside him and calmly said, "This connects to the rift of the abyss. The power of the fallen god is most active here. Anyone entering the deep area must be prepared to face death at any moment." "Including you?" Lin Xingheng couldn't help but ask. Shen Yinlan turned her head and gave him a cold glance. "Including me." She said no more and took the lead into the deep area. Lin Xingheng hesitated for a moment, but eventually gritted his teeth and followed. He gripped his dagger tightly, his heartbeat pounding like a drum, each step feeling exceptionally heavy. As soon as he entered the deep area, Lin Xingheng felt a strong sense of oppression. The air seemed to thicken, and each breath felt like inhaling boiling liquid. His body grew heavy, and his steps slowed, as if some invisible force was suppressing him. "This is the power of the rift eroding you." Shen Yinlan's voice came from ahead. "The deep area is close to the rift. An ordinary person cannot withstand the environment here. Even hunters must remain vigilant at all times, or they will be eroded to the point of losing their sanity." "Erosion?" Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth and asked, "How do I resist it?" "With your will." Shen Yinlan's reply was simple and cold. "The abyss will amplify your fears. But as long as you can control your emotions, it cannot devour you." It sounded as simple as a joke. Lin Xingheng gave a bitter smile, but he knew he had no other choice. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his mood. However, the surrounding environment made it hard for him to stay calm. The walls around them were constantly swirling with black mist, and distorted faces occasionally emerged from the fog, their mouths wide open, emitting silent screams that were chilling to behold. "Don't stare at them," Shen Yinlan coldly reminded him. "Those faces are the abyss tempting you. The longer you look, the weaker you will become." Lin Xingheng quickly shifted his gaze, but in his peripheral vision, those twisted faces still swirled, as if they could crawl out of the walls at any moment. "Are these things the power of the fallen god?" he asked. "They're the remnants of the fallen god," Shen Yinlan explained. "The rift is the connection point between the fallen god and reality. Its power leaks into the surrounding environment, changing the rules of reality. That's why the deep area has become like this." Lin Xingheng said nothing more, forcing himself to focus on the path ahead, tried to ignore those distorted faces and the oppressive atmosphere. However, he soon realized that it was not that easy. After walking for a while, the red liquid on the ground suddenly began to surge, as if stirred by something. "Stop!" Shen Yinlan suddenly reached out and stopped Lin Xingheng. Her gaze was fixed on the ground, her voice low and alert. "Something is coming." "What is it?" Lin Xingheng tightened his grip on the dagger, his eyes filled with tension. "Rift parasites," Shen Yinlan whispered. They are creatures born from the leakage of the fallen god's power. Although not very strong, they are deadly enough. Just as her words fell, the red liquid on the ground suddenly exploded, and a pitch-black figure leaped out violently. It was a distorted humanoid creature, its body seemingly made of black sludge, with exceptionally long limbs, glowing red eyes, and emitting sharp hissing sound from its mouth. It has locked onto you. Shen Yinlan coldly warned, "Be careful." Lin Xingheng's breath instantly quickened. He instinctively took a step back, but the creature was faster than he had imagined. It lunged at him like an arrow released from a bow. He raised his dagger and swung hard. The blade sliced through the air, striking the creature in the chest. The rift parasite let out a shriek, its body bouncing back but quickly stabilizing again. A deep crack appeared on its chest, black liquid oozing out, but this seemed to have no effect on its movement. "Attack its head." Shen Yinlan's voice came from nearby. "Its weakness is in its head." Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the dagger. He waited for the right moment, and, as the rift parasite lunged at him again, he surged forward and drove the dagger forcefully into its head. Black liquid splattered everywhere. The rift parasite's body stiffened for a moment, then rapidly collapsed, turning into a puddle of black sludge that emitted a strong stench of decay. Lin Xingheng gasped for breath, looking down at the puddle of sludge, his heart still racing. His hands trembled slightly from nerves, and the palm gripping the dagger had turned pale from the effort. "Well done." Shen Yinlan approached and said coldly. "Although the movements were a bit clumsy, at least you weren't killed. This thing is strong." Lin Xingheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone laced with fear. "The rift parasite is just a low-level creature," Shen Yinlan said indifferently. "Their danger level is even less than those manifestations of fear you encountered in the trial arena. But don't let your guard down. There are even more terrifying things here." "More terrifying things?" Lin Xingheng frowned. "You mean the fallen god?" Shen Yinlan nodded. "The power of the fallen god is most active here. If you don't want to die, you must remain vigilant at all times." The two continued forward, the red liquid on the ground gradually thinning, while the surrounding black mist grew denser. Lin Xingheng felt a chill rising from his marrow, as if with each step, he was being dragged deeper into the abyss. "Shen Yinlan," he suddenly spoke up, "I have one more question." "What question?" Shen Yinlan did not turn back. "You said the fallen gods are twisted from human beliefs. Then what about these rift parasites? Where do they come from?" Lin Xingheng asked. "Rift parasites are fragments of the fallen god's power," Shen Yinlan answered. "When the power of the fallen god leaks into the real world, it affects the surrounding environment, giving birth to some low-level abyss creatures. They lack a complete consciousness, but are dangerous enough." "And the fallen gods?" Lin Xingheng pressed on. "Do they really have consciousness? Or are they just tools of the abyss?" Shen Yinlan was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "The consciousness of the fallen gods is vague, but they share a common goal, the destruction of humanity. You must understand that the fallen gods are not simply enemies. They are part of the abyss, and the existence of the abyss is to devour everything." "Devour everything?" Lin Xingheng murmured, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. The two continued forward, and a huge stone door faintly emerged from the black mist. The stone door was engraved with a huge symbol, resembling an open eye, watching everyone who approached. "We're here." Shen Yinlan stood before the stone door, her gaze turning stern. "What is this?" Lin Xingheng asked. "The true entrance to the deep area," Shen Yinlan said in a low voice. "Open it, and you will meet the true fallen god." Lin Xingheng opened his mouth, but found he didn't know what to say. His palms were cold with sweat, and his heart raced uncontrollably. The unknown world behind the stone door felt like a giant beast waiting to devour him. Shen Yinlan glanced at him, her tone low and cold. "Are you ready? Once you go in, there is no turning back." Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, and nodded. "Open the door," he said. Shen Yinlan didn't say anything more, just placed her hand on the center of the stone door. The stone door slowly opened, and a stronger, denser black mist rushed towards them, accompanied by the whispers of the abyss and an ominous aura. "Welcome to the true abyss," Shen Yinlan said softly, then stepped inside. Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth and followed. Chapter 9: The Eye of the Abyss. After entering the deep area, Lin Xingheng's first feeling was cold. The air here was bone-chilling. as if it could seep into the marrow and freeze one's soul. The black mist became thicker, almost obscuring his line of sight. The whispering sounds in his ears were clearer than before. The voice is a mixture of many different tones, sometimes deep, sometimes sharp, as if narrating something or mocking his existence. Stay alert, Shen Yinlan whispered ahead. The black mist here will try to erode your will. It will make you see things that do not belong to reality. Like hallucinations? Lin Xingheng asked, gripping his dagger tightly. More dangerous than hallucinations, Shen Yinlan replied coldly. If you believe those things are real, they will become real and can kill you. Lin Xingheng said nothing more. His footsteps echoed sharply in the silence, each step feeling like it was on the edge of an abyss. He scanned his surroundings, but could see nothing clearly, only the swirling black mist. They walked for a long time, and Lin Xingheng could no longer tell the direction. The deep area felt like an endless maze, with every step making him feel further from reality, just as he began to doubt whether he was walking in circles. Shen Yinlan suddenly stopped. Their SA rift ahead, she pointed in the distance. Lin Xingheng followed her finger and saw a faint red light emerging from the black mist ahead. The glow flickered like a heart beating slowly. What is that? He whispered. The Abyss Rift, Shen Yinlan answered. The power of the fallen gods leaks into the real world through the rift. It is the bridge between the abyss and reality, and also the battlefield for us hunters. Lin Xingheng looked at the red light, his heart involuntarily racing. He could feel a certain attraction emanating from the rift, as if an invisible hand was beckoning him. Why do I feel this way? He frowned and asked softly. The rift affects everyone differently, Shen Yinlan explained, but for you, this attraction may be stronger, because your fallen god is on the other side of the rift, calling for you. It's waiting for me? Lin Xingheng's heart sank. What does it want? To devour you, or to be devoured by you? Shen Yinlan said indifferently. It depends on you. Lin Xingheng opened his mouth, but didn't he know what to say? He tightened his grip on the dagger, filled with contradictions and unease. Shen Yinlan did not explain further, but continued walking. Lin Xingheng clenched his teeth and followed. As they approached the rift, the sense of oppression in the air became more pronounced. Lin Xingheng felt a suffocating sensation in his chest, and the whispering sounds in his ears grew sharper, as if countless hands were tearing at his consciousness. Here we are. Shen Yinlan stopped in front of a patch of black ground. Lin Xingheng looked up and saw the full view of the rift. It was a massive crack, like the sky being torn apart by a blade. Black liquid flowed from the rift, churning and occasionally spouting wisps of black mist. In the center of the rift, there was a giant eye devoid of a pupil, only a chaotic red glow. What is that? Lin Xingheng's voice trembled slightly. The eye of the abyss, Shen Yinlan said softly, is the core of the rift and the source of the fallen god's power. Every fallen god leaves part of its power in the rift, and this eye is its manifestation. What are we going to do? Lin Xingheng asked. The hunter's task is simple, Shen Yinlan replied coldly. Enter the rift. Hunt down the fallen god and close it. Enter the rift? Lin Xingheng's eyes widened. You mean, I have to go in? Of course, Shen Yinlan nodded. The rift is the fallen god's domain. Only inside the rift can we find its true form. If you want to complete your trial, you must face your fallen god in its territory. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the giant eye. Memories of the trial ground and the whispering voices in the black mist flooded back to him. It's still waiting for me, he said, his voice low. That's right. Shen Yinlan turned to look at him. But you must remember one thing. The fallen god's territory follows its own rules. If you cannot defeat it within those rules, you will be devoured and become part of it. How do I defeat it? Lin Xingheng asked softly. Your willpower and your actions, Shen Yinlan replied. The rules of the abyss are built on fear, but if you can break through that fear, its rules will no longer apply to you. It sounds just like the trial ground. Lin Xingheng forced a smile, but felt no relief in his heart. This time is different, Shen Yinlan said coldly. This time, the fallen god is real. If you fail, there will be no second chance. Lin Xingheng did not ask further. His hand tightened around the dagger, his gaze filled with determination. I understand, he said. As Lin Xingheng stepped into the rift, his world changed completely. He felt a strong sensation of weightlessness, as if his body was being pulled by some invisible force and thrown into a completely unfamiliar space. His vision blurred, and the whispering sounds in his ears suddenly became sharp, as if they would pierce his eardrums. This is... Lin Xingheng opened his eyes and found himself standing on a pitch-black ground. There was no sky, no horizon, only endless darkness. The surface of the ground was covered with cracks, from which flowed hot red liquid, emitting a pungent sulfur smell. The air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression, as if every inch of space was squeezing his body. "Welcome to my world, Lin Xingheng." A deep, hoarse voice came from afar. Lin Xingheng looked up and saw a massive cloud of black mist. The mist slowly coalesced into a tall figure. Its face was indistinct, but its burning red eyes were clearly visible. Its body seemed to be composed of countless tentacles, each writhing and radiating suffocating malice. "You finally come." Its voice was deep and seductive, carrying an irresistible power. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Xingheng tightened his grip on the dagger and gritted his teeth, asking, "Who are you?" "I am you." The figure in the black mist slightly lowered its head, a hint of mockery in its tone. "I am your fear, your anger, your desire. I am the embodiment of the Abyss, also your fallen god." "Shut up," Lin Xingheng shouted, raising the dagger at it. "You're just a monster. You're nothing." The figure in the black mist let out a low laugh. "Is that so? But I know all your secrets. I know what you fear, what you hate, what you desire. Do you think you can kill me? You are merely killing yourself." Lin Xingheng's breath quickened. He knew this thing was not just threatening him. Its words were true. "Come on, let me see your power." The figure in the black mist extended a tentacle, stabbing straight at Lin Xingheng. His pupils dilated, and he instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack of the tentacle. He looked up to find the ground had been pierced by the tentacle, creating a massive pit, with red liquid spilling out like blood. "You can't escape," Lin Xingheng, the figure in the black mist, said coldly. "Here, I am the rule, and you are just an intruder." Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth, his hand holding the dagger, trembling slightly. Chapter 10: The Battle of the Abyss. Lin Xingheng gripped the dagger tightly, cold sweat dripping from his body. His gaze was fixed on a massive black mist in front of him. This was his fallen god, an embodiment of the Abyss, and a manifestation of his fears and sins. The tentacles within the black mist twisted and writhed, seemingly mocking his insignificance. With each swing of the tentacles, a piercing sound sliced through the air, as if to tear the very fabric of space apart. "Here, I am the rule." The voice was deep, seductive, and cold, drilling directly into Lin Xingheng's mind, sending chills down his spine. "Rules? No matter who you are, I will end you today." Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth and shouted, trying to rally himself. "And me?" The fallen god scoffed coldly, its red eyes narrowing slightly, as if sizing him up. "You can't even face your own fears. What gives you the right to challenge the rules of the Abyss? You are nothing but a mortal. Mortal can kill gods." Lin Xingheng roared, charging at the fallen god. He swung the dagger, aiming directly at the fallen god's chest, but the writhing tentacles were as hard as steel, easily blocking his attack. Bang! The tentacle collided with the dagger, erupting in a deafening roar that numbed Lin Xingheng's arm and sent him staggering back a few steps, nearly losing his footing. The fallen god let out a low laugh. "Do you really think such powerless attacks can kill me?" Lin Xingheng panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot. He knew that the fallen god's words were not entirely empty threats. Its power far exceeded his imagination. But he had no way out. "Focus. Don't let its words affect you." A warning from Shen Yinlan flashed through his mind. He clenched his jaw, forcing himself to calm down. He could not be defeated by the fallen god's words. He could not let fear take the upper hand. The fallen god seemed to sense his resolve. Its figure in the black mist grew even larger, and the tentacles flailed wildly, the black mist roiling like a storm. "Since you wish to die, I will grant you that." The fallen god's tentacles suddenly shot out, moving as fast as lightning, directly piercing toward Lin Xingheng. He rolled backward quickly, but one tentacle still grazed his arm, causing a sharp pain. He looked down and saw the flesh where the tentacle had passed was torn open, oozing crimson blood. "Damn it!" Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth, covering the wound. But the fallen god's mocking laughter echoed in his mind. "You cannot escape, Lin Xingheng. Every wound you receive only makes me stronger." Lin Xingheng ignored its words, instead focusing intently on the fallen god's movements. He noticed that although the fallen god's attacks were swift, they were not without flaws. Each time a tentacle swung out, the core of the black mist would momentarily pause, as if it needed time to gather strength again. An opportunity. Lin Xingheng silently calculated in his mind. The fallen god's tentacle struck again, but this time, he did not retreat in a panic. Instead, he seized the moment and charged forward just as the tentacle swung by. His dagger flashed with cold light, aimed straight at the fallen god's core. Thud! The dagger pierced the center of the black mist, and the tentacles trembled violently. The fallen god let out a low roar, and a jet-black liquid splattered out from a mist. Did I succeed? Lin Xingheng panted, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. However, before he could rejoice, the fallen god's laughter rang out again. Do you think this little damage means anything to me? The black mist quickly coalesced, the wound healed in an instant, and the scattered liquid returned to the fallen god's body. The tentacle attacks became even more ferocious. Your attacks will only make me stronger, the fallen god said coldly. You cannot kill me, for I am your shadow, unless you kill yourself. Shut up. Lin Xingheng roared, but his heart began to waver. This battle seemed endless, and every effort he made felt like punching the abyss, unable to shake it at all. Just as Lin Xingheng was about to fall into despair, the fallen god's assault suddenly stopped. The figure in the black mist became somewhat blurry, and those red, glowing eyes stared at him, as if waiting for something. Do you know? The fallen god's voice grew low and seductive. You don't need to fight at all. As long as you accept me, accept the abyss, we can become one. At that time, you will possess infinite power, surpassing any god hunter. Accept you? Lin Xingheng was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head with a cold laugh. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? You have no choice. A hint of mockery crept into the fallen god's voice. Do you really think you can win? You are already exhausted, while I have yet to unleash my true power. Continuing to fight will only make your death come faster. Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth and said nothing. Think about it, the fallen god continued, its voice slithering into his mind like a venomous snake. As long as you accept me, we can free ourselves from this pointless battle. You won't need to fear anymore. You won't need to suffer anymore. You will become the master of the abyss, not its prey. Shut up, Lin Xingheng shouted, trying to dispel the distracting thoughts in his mind. But the fallen god's words were like sharp thorns, constantly piercing into his consciousness, making him feel dizzy. His steps faltered, and a sharp pain shot through his chest, as if a boulder was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Lin Xingheng, just as he was about to be overwhelmed by the fallen god's voice, a cool voice came from deep within his mind. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. It was Shen Yinlan's voice, even though she was not here. The abyss will use your fears to crush you, but true fear does not come from the fallen god. It comes from within yourself. Her voice echoed in his consciousness, calm and firm. It cannot defeat you unless you first defeat yourself. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He closed his eyes, trying to block out the fallen god's whispers, focusing on his inner self. Fear, he murmured, is just a part of me, but it does not define me. When he opened his eyes again, his bloodshot pupils held a newfound determination. He tightened his grip on the dagger and walked toward the fallen god. Do you finally understand? The fallen god sneered, but it's too late. The fallen god's tentacles struck again, but this time, Lin Xingheng did not retreat. Instead, he charged straight ahead. He used all his strength to drive the dagger forcefully into the fallen god's core, then released the hilt and leaped aside. Boom! The moment the dagger pierced the fallen god, a dazzling white light erupted. The fallen god let out a piercing scream, the tentacles flailing wildly as the black mist began to collapse, shattering into countless fragments. This is impossible. The fallen god's voice was filled with rage and unwillingness. I cannot be defeated by you. Lin Xingheng panted heavily, standing not far away, coldly gazing at the collapsing fallen god. You are right. You are my fear, but I will no longer be controlled by you. The fallen god's figure gradually faded. The black mist dispersed, and the world around the rift returned to calm. Lin Xingheng fell to his knees, his body trembling slightly from extreme exhaustion. His chest heaved violently, as if he had been hollowed out. Did I win? He whispered to himself, his voice hoarse. The red light in the rift gradually disappeared, replaced by an empty darkness. The oppressive feeling in the air diminished, and he could finally breathe normally. Just when he thought everything was over, a low voice echoed in his mind. This time you won. But the abyss will not stop. Chapter 11. The Cost. Beyond the Abyss.Lin, Xingheng knelt on the ground, his hands propping up the rough surface. Sweat sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground. The oppressive feeling in the air gradually dissipated, and he could finally breathe normally. But his body was already exhausted, the dagger slipping from his hand and producing a crisp clink. The world around him remained pitch black, the fissures no longer flickering with red light. And the whispers of the fallen god had completely vanished. It became unusually quiet, as if the entire space had been emptied. Is it over? Lin Xingheng silently asked himself. But he did not dare to relax. His eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for any remaining threats. However, the black mist had disappeared, the tentacles no longer flailed, and even the massive figure of the fallen god had completely collapsed. He was finally certain that this battle, at least this one, was over. He closed his eyes, feeling an indescribable fatigue and pain. The fallen god's words still echoed in his mind. The abyss will not stop. What a terrifying enemy. Lin Xingheng murmured to himself, trying to stand up, but found his legs had already gone limp. He had to lean against the ground, gasping as he waited for his body to recover. Suddenly, a low rumbling sound echoed in the darkness, like some massive mechanical device being activated. Lin Xingheng abruptly raised his head and discovered a light emerging from the darkness ahead. It was a door, an ordinary-looking metal door, its frame covered with the runes he had seen in the hospital. These runes emitted a faint blue light, enveloping the door in a mysterious and cold aura. Lin Xingheng squinted, feeling a blinding brightness leaking from the gap of the door. This is the exit of the fissure. He had passed the fallen god's trial and finally had a chance to return to reality. Still alive, he murmured, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to stand. His body was still heavy, but he knew he had to walk over. 1 step, 2 steps. Each step felt like walking on the edge of a knife, pain shooting from his soles to his heart. He dragged his exhausted body and finally stood before the door. The metal door slowly opened, light pouring out and enveloping his body. Lin Xingheng's consciousness was pulled, as if pushed by a massive force, instantly losing all sensation. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a cold floor. Above him was a glaring, incandescent light, and he could hear faint footsteps and whispers nearby. "You're awake." A familiar voice came. Lin Xingheng turned his head and saw Shen Yinlan's indifferent face. She was still wearing a white coat, arms crossed, looking down at him. "You made it out alive, not too bad." Her tone was as cold as ever, but Lin Xingheng vaguely saw a hint of relief in her eyes. Lin Xingheng tried to speak, but his throat felt as dry as fire. He coughed a few times and hoarsely asked, "Did I pass?" Shen Yinlan nodded. "You passed. At least, you're still alive." The fallen god. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath. "I killed it." "Killed it?" Shen Yinlan scoffed. "You merely defeated it." The fallen god won't disappear so easily. What you defeated was just a part of its power. The true fallen god's body is still waiting for you deeper in the abyss. "So, this isn't over?" Lin Xingheng's face grew even paler. "The hunt for the gods will never end." Shen Yinlan said flatly, "The fallen god is a product of the abyss, and the abyss is eternal. Every hunter must continuously fight against the abyss until their will is devoured, or death." Lin Xingheng fell silent. His hands clenched lightly, complex emotions surfacing in his eyes. Shen Yinlan took out a syringe from her pocket, filled with deep blue liquid. "Take this," she said, handing the syringe to Lin Xingheng. "What is this?" Lin Xingheng frowned. "The fissure's erosion has already begun to affect your body," she explained. "This suppressant can temporarily suppress the abyss's influence, allowing you to stay conscious." Lin Xingheng took the syringe, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately injected it into his arm. He felt a cold liquid flowing through his veins, and the whispers in his mind became faint until they completely disappeared. "Do I have to use this all the time?" he asked. "As long as you're alive, you need to." Shen Yinlan's tone remained indifferent. "Hunters are not ordinary humans. Our bodies and minds have already been tainted by the abyss, and the suppressant is the only thing that can keep us sane. What if there's no suppressant? Lin Xingheng did not continue. You will lose your sanity and become a puppet of the abyss. Shen Yinlan answered bluntly, just like those patients in the ward. Lin Xingheng thought of those twisted beings locked in the ward, and a chill ran through him. He lowered his head, took a deep breath, trying to suppress the fear within. What's next? Lin Xingheng raised his head and looked at Shen Yinlan. I have passed the trial. What should I do now? Training. Shen Yinlan's response was still succinct. You have passed the trial, only proving that you have the potential to become a hunter. But you are far from being a true hunter. The fallen god will not give you time to breathe. You must always be prepared to face stronger enemies. Stronger enemies. Lin Xingheng let out a bitter laugh. The fallen god in the trial ground almost killed me, let alone stronger ones. No one is forcing you to continue. Shen Yinlan said coldly, if you feel you cannot bear it, you can choose to withdraw. What is the cost of withdrawing? Lin Xingheng retorted. Shen Yinlan did not answer, but her silence spoke volumes. Lin Xingheng did not press further. He lowered his head, looking at his hands. These hands were stained with his own blood, and the black liquid left by the fallen god's collapse. He remained silent for a long time, eventually raising his head, a hint of determination in his gaze. I don't want to die. He said, if this is my only choice, then I will see it through to the end. Shen Yinlan showed no emotion. She turned and walked toward the exit of the laboratory, her voice drifting back. I hope your determination can last a little longer. When Lin Xingheng sat alone in the corner of the room, he finally had time to sort out his thoughts. From the moment he was brought into the hunters' psychiatric hospital, his life had completely changed. His fears, anger, and guilt were all magnified by the abyss, turning into unavoidable enemies. And he himself was gradually being eroded by the abyss, becoming part of it. Is this path really the only choice? He murmured. His gaze fell on the syringe on the table, the deep blue liquid reflecting his face. His eyes were filled with complex emotions, unease, pain, and a hint of unwillingness. Since the abyss chose me, then I must find the answer. His voice was low yet filled with determination, no matter the cost. Chapter 12. The eye of awakening. Lin Xingheng leaned against the cold wall of the room, the deep blue liquid in the syringe gradually taking effect, alleviating the fatigue in his body and the headache caused by the erosion. However, his thoughts did not calm down. The piercing whispers of the fallen god seemed to still echo in his ears, reminding him of the price he had just paid to escape from the rift. The abyss would not stop. His hands clenched into fists. He had personally pierced the core of the fallen god, but still felt that the shadow of this battle had not dissipated. Soon after, the door to the room was pushed open, and Shen Yinlan's figure appeared at the entrance. As indifferent as ever, she held a thick folder in her arms, walked up to him, and coldly spoke. What are you daydreaming about? Your recovery time is over. Lin Xingheng looked up wearily and glanced at her. Recovery? I just came back from the rift, almost lost my life, and you tell me my recovery time is over? Do you think a hunter's battle gives you a chance to catch your breath? Shen Yinlan heavily placed the folder on the table, staring directly at him. The rift is just the beginning. Your next task is to control the changes within yourself. Otherwise, next time, you won't even make it out of the rift. Lin Xingheng did not respond. He remained silent for a moment and finally stood up slowly. He knew she was right. He was no longer an ordinary person. The changes happening to him forced him to face an unpredictable future. What comes next? He asked, his tone carrying a hint of impatience, but also an unwilling persistence. Sequence training. Shen Yinlan opened the folder, her tone calm and cold. The abilities of a hunter are not innate, but can only be mastered through development and training. The hunter sequence is the core of our system. Every hunter must start from the first stage of the sequence and gradually stimulate the hidden power within their body. How many levels does the sequence have? He asked. A total of 9 levels, Shen Yinlan replied, flipping to the first page of the folder and pointing at the information on it. Each level corresponds to a stage of ability development. The first stage is Observer, which is the most basic stage for hunters. You must complete this stage before you can continue to advance to higher sequences. What does Observer mean? Lin Xingheng asked, scanning the text on the document. Perception, Shen Yinlan answered succinctly. The abyss does not follow the rules of reality. It is a chaotic and unpredictable existence. To survive in the abyss, hunters must learn to perceive the fluctuations of the rift and identify the operating rules of the fallen goddess power. The core of the observer stage is training this ability, perceiving the rules of the abyss. Lin Xingheng murmured, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Sounds simple, right? Shen Yinlan scoffed, but perceiving the rules is not about intuition. It's about resisting the erosion of the abyss, capturing the truth of the rules in a state of extreme tension. If you fail, she paused and coldly said, you will be completely consumed by the abyss. Lin Xingheng did not ask further. He took a deep breath, knowing he had no way out. Not long after, Lin Xingheng was taken to a special training room. The room was surrounded by heavy metal walls, inscribed with strange runes. These runes emitted a faint blue light, adding an eerie atmosphere to the room. In the center of the room was a transparent crystal device, inside which floated a mass of pitch-black mist, sometimes swirling, sometimes still, as if containing some indescribable power. What is this? Lin Xingheng stood in front of the device and asked. Abyss Simulator, Shen Yinlan replied, standing beside him. It can simulate the rule fluctuations of the Abyss Rift, used to train the perception abilities of hunters. Although its intensity is far lower than that of a real rift, it is already dangerous enough for you. Lin Xingheng frowned. What is my task? Find the core of the rules. Shen Yinlan's tone remained as cold as ever. This mass of black mist hides a rule fluctuation that will constantly change and interfere with your consciousness. You must perceive the pattern of the fluctuations and find its core. And if I can't find it, Lin Xingheng asked, you will collapse, Shen Yinlan said coldly. The rule fluctuations of the abyss will directly affect your consciousness, amplifying your fears and pain. If you cannot control your emotions, you will soon become lost in illusions and completely lose yourself. Lin Xingheng fell silent for a moment, his gaze becoming resolute. Then let us begin. Shen Yinlan said no more. She pressed the switch on the device. The black mist in the crystal device surged violently, emanating a strange aura. Lin Xingheng immediately felt a sharp pain, as if countless needles were piercing his mind. His vision began to blur, and a low humming sound filled his ears, intermittent as if someone were whispering in his ear. Focus, Shen Yinlan reminded from his side. Block out those noises. Concentrate on the changes in the rules. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. But the fluctuations of the black mist seemed alive, continuously assaulting his consciousness. Strange images gradually emerged in his mind, chaotic and resembling an out-of-control nightmare. Lin Xingheng, a deep voice echoed in his ear. He suddenly opened his eyes, realizing that the black mist before him was beginning to condense into blurry faces, those faces wearing eerie smiles, opening their mouths wide, silently mocking him. Illusions. He gritted his teeth and whispered, forcing himself to look away. Don't get distracted. Shen Yinlan's voice came again. They are just distractions. Do not let them control your consciousness. Lin Xingheng shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to concentrate. He stared at the black mist, trying to capture the rules within it. Gradually, he realized that the fluctuations were not entirely chaotic, but hidden in a subtle rhythm. Grab it, he continually chanted in his mind, striving to block out the whispering voices around him. As time passed, Lin Xingheng's vision began to clear. A strange sensation arose in his mind, as if the chaotic fluctuations were forming some secret trajectory. I found it, he murmured, his gaze fixed on the center of the black mist. He extended his hand and slowly touched the core of the black mist. In an instant, a blinding blue light erupted from the black mist, enveloping the entire training room, and the whispering voices vanished along with it. As the light gradually faded, Lin Xingheng found himself still standing in place. The black mist in the crystal device had disappeared. His chest heaved violently, cold sweat covering his forehead, but his eyes were clearer than before. You did well. Shen Yinlan walked up to him and nodded. Although it took some time, you completed the first step. Is this the ability of the observer? Lin Xingheng asked, his voice tinged with fatigue. Far from enough, Shen Yinlan said coldly. This is just the foundation. Perceiving the rules of the abyss is the most basic ability for hunters, but it is not enough for you to survive in a real rift. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. I will continue. Shen Yinlan said nothing more. She turned and walked towards the exit, leaving a cold warning. Don't be too confident. The true abyss won't be as merciful as it was today. Chapter 13: The Crisis of the Sequence. After the training ended, Lin Xingheng dragged his exhausted body back to his room. He collapsed onto the bed, closed his eyes, but found it impossible to fall asleep. Having returned alive from the rift and completed the preliminary training of the observer stage, only a few days had passed. Yet the impact of these days made him feel as if a year had gone by. His body was still here, but his soul and consciousness might have been altered by something. The abyss will not stop. The words left by the fallen god before its death echoed in his mind once again. This phrase was like an invisible spell, making it hard for him to break free. Despite having completed the preliminary training, he had no reason to relax. The morning bell rang, waking Lin Xingheng from a light sleep. His body felt sore, but there was no time for him to rest. According to Shen Yinlan's requirements, every novice hunter must strictly adhere to the schedule. Basic physical training starts at 6 in the morning, followed by 2 hours of Abyss rules courses, and finally, practical simulations. When Lin Xingheng stepped out of his room, more than a dozen hunters had already gathered in the training area. Their equipment varied. Some were fully armed, covered in heavy armor, while others wore lightweight combat suits, appearing agile. Each person wore a stern and focused expression, like a group of warriors accustomed to death. "Newbie, look over here." A tall man waved at him. Lin Xingheng turned to see Liang Tao, the hunter instructor he had briefly met after the trial ground. He was burly, with scars all over his face, exuding a calm aura. "You're the newbie who came back alive from the rift, right?" Liang Tao assessed him from head to toe, revealing a meaningful smile. "Not bad. You didn't piss your pants from fear. It sounds like you weren't scared the first time either," Lin Xingheng retorted, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. Liang Tao was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Good. You have some spirit. But in the world of hunters, spirit won't save your life." As he spoke, he turned a point towards one side of the training ground. "Let's go. Your formal course starts here. Don't think that just because you completed the preliminary training of the observer you can take it easy. The real training is just beginning." On the other side of the training ground was a closed simulation area. The walls and floors were etched with runes, and devices emitting faint glimmers hung at intervals. As Lin Xingheng followed Liang Tao inside, he noticed a faint smell of blood in the air, making him shiver. Today's training is about rule manipulation. Liang Tao pointed to a device not far away, saying, "You have already sensed the rules of the abyss. Now you need to learn to confront and even utilize those rules." "Utilize the rules?" Lin Xingheng frowned. "How is that possible?" "Of course it's possible," Liang Tao sneered. "The rules of the abyss are essentially chaotic, but they are also traceable. A true hunter must not only learn to identify the rules, but also master them, turning them into weapons. Do you think we hunters fight the fallen gods without this?" His words brought back memories of the battle in the rift. At that time, every attack from the fallen god carried the power of the abyss's rules, and he could only passively evade. If he could have turned the rules against the enemy back then, perhaps the outcome would have been much easier. "How we train?" Lin Xingheng asked. "Very simple." Liang Tao tossed him a dagger, signaling him to take it. "The device ahead will release simulated abyss rules, and you need to find a way to break them based on their fluctuations. If you fail, be prepared to be torn apart by the rules." "Torn apart?" The corner of Lin Xingheng's mouth twitched. It sounded less like training and more like a death sentence. "If you die here, it means you never should have become a hunter." Liang Tao shrugged. "Don't waste time. Start." Lin Xingheng took a deep breath and walked up to the device. As he pressed the start button, the entire space changed instantly. The runes began to flicker, the air became thick, and an invisible force hit him, making it hard to breathe. "Focus," Liang Tao reminded from behind. "The power of the rules is eroding you. Find the center of its fluctuations and concentrate to break it." Lin Xingheng forced himself to calm down, gripping the dagger tightly. He felt that invisible force trying to pull at his consciousness, dragging him into some chaotic abyss. Familiar whispers filled his ears, like the fallen gods whispering secrets. "You can't escape." He shook his head, trying to rid himself of those distracting thoughts. He focused on the frequency of the flickering runes and gradually realized that the lights were not entirely random, but changed in a fixed rhythm. "Did you find the pattern?" Liang Tao urged from the side, The fluctuations of the rules only last for 10 seconds. Hurry. Lin Xingheng did not respond. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but his gaze became increasingly focused. He raised the dagger, aimed at the most concentrated spot of light, and thrust it down hard. Buzz, accompanied by a piercing buzzing sound. The light suddenly extinguished, and the oppressive feeling in the air disappeared. Did I succeed? Lin Xingheng gasped for breath and turned to look at Liang Tao. It's barely passable. Liang Tao nodded, but his tone did not allow for relaxation. However, the fluctuations of the rules just now were only the most basic simulation. The real rules of the Abyss are far more complex. Do you think the fallen gods will give you 10 seconds to break their attacks? You're thinking too simply. Lin Xingheng did not refute. His hands were still trembling slightly. Although the training lasted only a few seconds, it left him feeling more exhausted than ever. Let us continue. He took a deep breath and said. Liang Tao showed a satisfied smile. Good. At least you're not planning to run away. The training lasted an entire day. Lin Xingheng underwent dozens of simulations of rule manipulation, each one more complex and dangerous than the last. His consciousness neared collapse multiple times, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. When the last round of training ended, he nearly collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He never imagined that mere training could make him feel close to death. He did well. Liang Tao stood beside him, a rare hint of approval in his tone. Although the process was a bit messy, at least you didn't give up. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Xingheng forced a smile, but I have a question. If we keep relying on the rules of the Abyss to fight, will there come a day when we completely become a part of the Abyss? Liang Tao's smile gradually faded, and his gaze became profound. This is a question every hunter must face. The more we control the rules of the Abyss, the closer we get to it. But if we don't do this, humanity won't even have a chance to resist. Lin Xingheng fell silent. He lowered his head, feeling the changes deep within his body. He sensed that he was no longer the person he once was. Remember this. Liang Tao patted his shoulder. The power of a hunter comes from the Abyss, but a true hunter is one who can use this power to uphold their own bottom line, not be consumed by the Abyss. Lin Xingheng raised his head and looked into Liang Tao's eyes. This statement was a warning to him and to every hunter. Chapter 14, the prototype of the fallen god. After the training ended, Lin Xingheng dragged his exhausted body back to his room. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, each step heavy and laborious. He was too lazy to turn on the light, collapsing directly onto the bed, allowing the sweat to soak through his clothes and cling coldly to his skin. He closed his eyes, yet the runes from the training ground and the suffocating abyssal fluctuations continued to linger in his mind. The power of the hunter god comes from the Abyss. Liang Tao's warning echoed in his ears. Lin Xingheng opened his eyes, staring at the shadows on the ceiling. He knew that today's training was merely the first step in sequence development, and what he had to face was just beginning. The rules of the Abyss had already begun to erode his body and consciousness, and with each use of this power, he would draw closer to the Abyss. Is it worth it? He murmured, his voice barely audible. The next morning, Lin Xingheng was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. He struggled to get out of bed, opened the door, and saw Shen Yinlan standing at the entrance, her expression stern, seemingly with a hint of anxiety. Come with me. She said no more and turned to leave. Lin Xingheng reflexively followed her, without having the chance to ask. They walked all the way to the main control room of the Hunter God Hospital, where several senior hunters had already gathered, including Liang Tao. What happened? Lin Xingheng asked. The fluctuations from the abyssal rift have intensified abnormally, Shen Yinlan said coldly. All monitored rifts in the Hunter God Hospital have shown varying degrees of expansion, and one of the rifts has even exceeded normal fluctuation levels. She walked to the console, pointing at a fluctuation graph on the screen. The graph displayed a steep rise in fluctuations, far beyond the red warning line. What does this represent? Lin Xingheng frowned. It means a new fallen god is forming, Liang Tao said in a deep voice. Lin Xingheng's breath hitched. He had just survived the trial of the fallen gods and knew all too well the danger of such an existence. If a new fallen god truly emerged from the rift, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Which rift? Lin Xingheng asked. Rift number 47, Shen Yinlan replied. It is located on the edge of our jurisdiction and has been relatively stable in the past, but now the fluctuation intensity has reached a dangerous level. She turned to Lin Xingheng, her gaze probing. You have passed the trial and are now officially a hunter. You must participate in this mission. Me? Lin Xingheng was taken aback. You want me to face a forming fallen god? Are you serious? This is not just a task. Shen Yinlan's tone remained cold. It is also your next step in training. Hunters cannot remain in simulated training forever. True growth can only be achieved in battle. But what if I fail? Lin Xingheng retorted. Failure means death. Liang Tao interjected. That is the fate of a hunter. If you're afraid, you can withdraw. We won't force you. Withdraw? Lin Xingheng fell silent. His hands instinctively clenched. Memories of the whispers of the fallen god in the rift and those burning red eyes flashing in his mind. No, I won't withdraw, he said quietly, his tone firm. Good, Shen Yinlan nodded. Then prepare to depart. The hunter team quickly assembled. Besides Lin Xingheng, Shen Yinlan, and Liang Tao, there were 3 other senior hunters. They boarded an armored vehicle and sped through the rugged wasteland towards Rift number 47. Along the way, Lin Xingheng gazed out the window at the desolate scenery. This land had long been polluted by the power of the abyss, the soil exhibiting a strange grayish-white hue, and the air filled with a decaying stench. Occasionally, he spotted twisted plants, their branches resembling struggling tentacles, as if they would lunge at anyone passing by. We're here, the driver said quietly, his voice tinged with suppressed tension. Lin Xingheng looked up to see the sky ahead, shrouded in a thick, black mist. And in the center of that mist, he could faintly see a rift flickering with red light. The ground surrounding the rift was covered in cracks, resembling a net being torn apart. The fluctuations of the abyss are growing stronger, Liang Tao said as he got out of the vehicle, frowning. We need to act quickly and resolve this before the fallen god fully takes shape. The operation was divided into 2 parts. Shen Yinlan quickly issued orders. Liang Tao will lead the main team to suppress the abyssal creatures around the rift. I will enter the rift with Lin Xingheng to locate the forming core of the fallen god and destroy it directly. Me? Lin Xingheng was slightly taken aback. Are you sure you want me to go in with you? You are already a hunter. Stop asking such foolish questions, Shen Yinlan said coldly. If you can't handle this task, then the previous trial was a waste of time. Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. I understand. The moment Lin Xingheng followed Shen Yinlan into the rift, he immediately felt a strong sense of oppression from the abyss. This feeling was more real and dangerous than during the previous trials. The air was thick with a putrid odor, and a low humming sound filled his ears, as if countless invisible hands were trying to tear apart his consciousness. Focus on your perception, Shen Yinlan reminded him from ahead. Don't let the illusions of the rift distract you. Find the core fluctuations of the rules. Lin Xingheng nodded, trying to calm himself. He closed his eyes, attempting to sense the changes around him. Gradually, he felt a weak fluctuation, a rhythm that was slow and chaotic yet filled with threat. What is that? He whispered. The prototype of the fallen god, Shen Yinlan replied, her voice deep and cold. It is absorbing the power of the rift and gradually taking shape. If we don't stop it soon, it will break through the limits of the rift and enter the real world. Lin Xingheng opened his eyes and found a massive shadow faintly emerging from the black mist not far away. The shadow seemed not yet fully formed, but already exuded a suffocating pressure. What do we do? He asked. Directly destroy its core, Shen Yinlan replied, drawing a black dagger from her waist. The fallen god is very vulnerable in the forming stage. As long as we attack the core, it will collapse. But you must be quick because its power will rapidly grow with time. Lin Xingheng nodded, gripping his weapon tightly. His palms were sweaty, but he knew there was no turning back. The prototype of the fallen god sensed their approach and let out a low, menacing roar. The surrounding black mist surged violently, and countless tentacle-like shadows reached out from the fog, aiming straight for them. Dodge! Shen Yinlan shouted, nimbly sidestepping while her dagger sliced through the air, severing several tentacles. Lin Xingheng followed closely, swinging his short blade in an attempt to fend off the incoming tentacles. However, his movements were clearly not as skilled as Shen Yinlan's. A tentacle grazed his arm, leaving a bloody gash that made him gasp in pain. Concentrate, Shen Yinlan said coldly. It hasn't fully formed yet. Don't let it see your weakness. Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he pressed on. His gaze was fixed on the core of the fallen god, a mass glowing with red light, resembling a beating heart. That's it, Shen Yinlan shouted. Attack the core with all your strength. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the short blade, and charged towards the core of the fallen god. Though his movements were clumsy, they were filled with a desperate determination. As the dagger pierced the core, the entire rift trembled violently. A dazzling light erupted from the core, blinding Lin Xingheng. Quick retreat. Shen Yinlan pulled him and swiftly moved back. As the light gradually dissipated, the embryonic form of the fallen god had collapsed, and the fissures slowly returned to calm. Lin Xingheng slumped to the ground, his chest heaving violently, cold sweat soaking his entire body. He looked up at Shen Yinlan and asked in a low voice, "Is this the power of the fallen god?" Shen Yinlan looked at him coldly and said, "This is just an embryonic form. If it fully takes shape, just this fissure alone would be enough to destroy the entire hospital." Chapter 15. Whispers of the Abyss after the mission. Lin Xingheng lay in the medical pod of the hospital. His wounds on the arm and shoulder had been bandaged, but the places where the abyssal tentacles had brushed against him still throbbed faintly. The prototype was already so troublesome, he murmured softly, recalling the battle in the rift. The moment his dagger pierced the core of the fallen god, the power of the abyss nearly tore him apart completely. If it hadn't been for Shen Yinlan's timely rescue, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Xingheng closed his eyes, trying to let himself rest for a moment. But just as consciousness was about to sink into sleep, a deep, indistinct voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Lin Xingheng. He opened his eyes abruptly, finding the quiet medical pod around him unchanged. Yet those voices still echoed in his mind. They were low and hoarse, as if coming from the depths of the rift. It was like the whispers of the fallen god, or something indescribable calling out to him. "Do you remember? The abyss chose you. You cannot escape." Lin Xingheng's hands clenched into fists, cold sweat running down his forehead. He struggled to concentrate, trying to block out those voices, but they slithered into his mind like venomous snakes, impossible to shake off. "Lin Xingheng." A cold voice pulled him back to reality. He turned sharply to see Shen Yinlan standing at the door, arms crossed, looking at him coldly. "Are you all right?" Shen Yinlan's gaze fell on the cold sweat on his forehead. "Your condition doesn't seem good." Lin Xingheng did not answer immediately. He wiped the sweat from his face and said softly, "I heard whispers." It was like the fallen god was speaking to me. Shen Yinlan's expression shifted slightly. Then she moved closer to him, leaning in to stare into his eyes. "Whispers? What did they say?" It said, "The abyss chose me, said I cannot escape." Lin Xingheng recalled that indistinct voice, a hint of unease in his tone. "Is this normal?" "The whispers of the abyss are not uncommon," Shen Yinlan replied coldly. "Every god hunter hears whispers after awakening, but they're usually just distractions meant to weaken your willpower." "So I'm fine?" Lin Xingheng frowned and asked. "Not necessarily." Shen Yinlan straightened up, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. "The intensity of the whispers varies from person to person, but if they can manifest without the rift, it means you're more seriously corrupted than we imagined." "Corrupted?" Lin Xingheng repeated softly, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. "The power of the abyss gradually corrupts the bodies and consciousness of god hunters over time," Shen Yinlan explained. "Although inhibitors can slow this process, they cannot completely stop it. If you cannot control the speed of the corruption, you will eventually lose yourself completely, just like those patients." "Those patients?" Lin Xingheng recalled the twisted beings imprisoned in the special wards of the hospital. His breathing quickened. "Are you saying I could become one of those monsters? If you allow the corruption to develop unchecked, that will be inevitable," Shen Yinlan stated bluntly. "However, you still have a chance to control it. Completing higher sequence training and enhancing your mastery over the rules of the abyss is the only way." Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within. "What should I do?" He raised his head and asked, determination in his tone. "Follow me." Shen Yinlan turned and walked towards the door. "The next stage of training is more dangerous than you think, but if you don't start, you will soon die from the corruption." Lin Xingheng followed Shen Yinlan to the training ground, where a complex set of simulation devices had already been arranged. The central floor was covered by a transparent barrier. beneath which swirling black mist could be vaguely seen, as if projecting a rift. The core of the Rule Weaver stage is to control the rules, not just perceive them. Shen Yinlan stood beside the barrier and said coldly, "You need to learn to establish your own order within the rules of the Abyss, using your will to reshape the operation of the rules." Establishing order? Lin Xingheng frowned. This sounded like challenging the Abyss. Indeed, Shen Yinlan nodded. The rules of the Abyss are chaotic, but they also follow a certain logic. The duty of a god hunter is to replace the rules of the Abyss with their own, thereby suppressing the power of the fallen gods. Otherwise, in real battles, you will always be passively beaten. Lin Xingheng did not speak further. The battle in the rift still lingered in his mind. The fallen god had nearly suppressed him to the point of being unable to fight back using the power of the rules. If he could master the rules, perhaps the outcome would have been completely different. Let us begin. Shen Yinlan pressed the activation button of the device. The black mist beneath the barrier surged violently, transforming into countless twisted lines. These lines intertwined, split, and reformed, creating a massive web. Each node of the web flickered with a faint red light, as if it were a trap woven from rules. These lines represent the operational trajectory of the abyssal rules. Shen Yinlan explained, "Your task is to find the key nodes of the rules, cut them off, and then reweave a new set of rules." Reweaving the rules? Lin Xingheng's brow furrowed deeper. "How do I do that?" "With your will," Shen Yinlan said coldly. "The essence of rules is a projection of consciousness. God hunters can influence the operation of the rules through their mental power. Remember, the stronger your will, the more evident the effect of reshaping the rules." Lin Xingheng nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly walked above the barrier. He stared at the intertwining lines, trying to capture their patterns. At first, Lin Xingheng felt a dazzling dizziness. The motion trajectories of those rule lines were too complex, making it nearly impossible for him to discern which one was the key node. His consciousness was constantly disturbed, and the whispers echoed in his ears again. "You don't belong here. Give up. Shut up," Lin Xingheng shouted, forcing himself to concentrate. Gradually, he realized that while those lines were chaotic, they were not entirely devoid of patterns. They seemed to operate with a certain fixed rhythm, and the positions where the red light flickered were their cores. "Find the nodes," Shen Yinlan reminded him from the side. "Then use your mental power to control them, making them operate according to your rules." Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth, focusing all his attention. He tried to project his will onto the positions where the red light flickered, forcing those lines to stop operating. However, the resistance of the abyssal rules was more intense than he had imagined. It felt as if his mind had been ripped open, and the intense pain nearly made him unsteady. "Don't let it defeat you," Shen Yinlan shouted sternly. "The abyssal rules exist to devour your consciousness. If you yield, you will be completely consumed." Lin Xingheng shook his head vigorously, gritting his teeth and continuing to concentrate. His consciousness became entangled with the rule lines. Each attempt felt like wrestling with some massive entity. Finally, through his persistence, the first rule line's red light gradually extinguished. At the same time, the black mist beneath the barrier changed, with some of the mist beginning to rotate around him, forming a relatively stable area. "Did I succeed?" Lin Xingheng gasped for breath and looked up to ask. "Just the beginning," Shen Yinlan said coldly. "There are more rules waiting for you to master. If you can complete this stage, you will truly step into the world of god hunters." Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, his gaze filled with determination. Chapter 16. The abyssal trial. Lin Xingheng had been immersed in the practice of controlling the rules these past few days. He tried to master how to interfere with the operation of the abyssal rules through his will. But each attempt was accompanied by intense headaches and a feeling of consciousness tearing apart. The abyss seemed to have its own will, not allowing external forces to tamper with its rules. This resistance left him utterly exhausted, but he knew that only by breaking through this stage could he continue to survive. One morning, as he walked into the training ground to start his day of practice, he found Shen Yinlan and Liang Tao standing nearby, their expressions unusually serious. "What is wrong?" Lin Xingheng asked. "We have a mission," Shen Yinlan replied, her tone colder than usual. "The monitoring system at the Hunters Hospital has detected a new rift. Its fluctuation characteristics are quite unusual and may be related to the fallen god prototype we encountered previously." "A new rift?" Lin Xingheng frowned. Is it more dangerous than the last one? It might not be just simple danger, Liang Tao interjected, his expression grave. According to the monitoring data, this rift's fluctuations exhibit a high degree of instability. Moreover, these fluctuations don't seem random. They resemble a test. A test? Lin Xingheng's heart sank. Who is testing? The Abyss, Shen Yinlan said coldly. The Abyss is observing our actions. It's trying to understand the abilities and reaction speeds of us hunters. This indicates that it has begun to take the initiative. Scenes from within the rift flashed through Lin Xingheng's mind. Those twisted tentacles, the burning red light, and the malice emanating from the whispers of the fallen god. This time, the Abyss was evidently more proactive. So, I have to participate again? He asked. That's right. Shen Yinlan nodded. You are one of the few newcomers who have master rule perception. And this mission requires someone to find the source of the fluctuations within the rift and determine the Abyss's intentions. What is the main objective of the mission? Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm. Confirm the core of the rift and destroy it, Shen Yinlan replied. But this rift may be more complex than before, so you need to be prepared to face abnormal rules. Lin Xingheng was silent for a moment before finally nodding. I understand. The hunter squad quickly assembled, consisting of 6 members for this operation. Besides Lin Xingheng, Shen Yinlan, and Liang Tao, there were 3 experienced hunters. They traveled by armored vehicle through the desolate wasteland to the area where the rift was located. This rift was even more bizarre than the last one. It hovered above a barren valley, emitting a strong red light, while the periphery of the red light was surrounded by thick black mist. The mist churned continuously, and vague figures could be seen hidden within. What are those things? Lin Xingheng pointed at the silhouettes in the black mist and asked in a low voice. Abyssal creatures. Liang Tao replied, his face heavy. They are life forms formed after the leakage of abyssal rules. Although they are not as powerful as the fallen gods, they are numerous and very difficult to completely eliminate. Our mission is to enter the rift. Don't waste time on the creatures outside. Shen Yinlan said, Liang Tao, you are responsible for leading the others to clear the perimeter and cover me and Lin Xingheng as we enter the core of the rift. Understood. Liang Tao nodded and drew his weapon, a heavy battle axe. Stay close to me. Shen Yinlan looked at Lin Xingheng, her tone carrying a hint of warning. The rules of this rift are exceptionally chaotic. If we lose our way, we might never come out. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath and gripped the short blade in his hand. As the two stepped into the rift, Lin Xingheng immediately felt a familiar sense of oppression. The surrounding space seemed distorted. The ground beneath them was cracked, and dark red liquid flowed through the fissures, emitting a strong sulfur smell. Focus your mind and sense the fluctuations of the rules, Shen Yinlan reminded from the front. This rift is unstable and could collapse at any moment. Lin Xingheng nodded, closed his eyes, and tried to capture the trajectory of the rules with his consciousness. However, a sudden and intense pain surged in his mind. The fluctuations of the rules were more chaotic than in his previous training, making it hard for him to discern anything. Don't try to use the methods from the training ground. This is a real rift. Shen Yinlan's voice rang out again. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He worked to block out the buzzing noise in his ears and concentrated on sensing the operation of the rules. Gradually, he felt a strange rhythm. Those seemingly chaotic fluctuations began to form a cycle. There, Lin Xingheng suddenly opened his eyes, pointing to a floating rock deep within a rift. The core of the rules is over there. Shen Yinlan followed his pointing and nodded. Good, let's go. The two quickly approached the core of the rules. But as they drew closer, the surrounding environment became even more bizarre. The terrain within the rift began to change. The ground seemed to come alive, churning and twisting, even extending tentacle-like objects to attack them. Don't stop, Shen Yinlan said coldly, her dagger flashing as she severed several tentacles. Lin Xingheng followed closely behind, blocking a few attacks with his short blade. Although his movements were not yet skilled, at least he wasn't holding them back. Finally, they reached the location of the core of the rules. It was a floating rock in midair, and at the center of the rock was a mass emitting black-red light, resembling a heart that throbbed continuously, exuding an unsettling aura. This is the core of the rules? Lin Xingheng asked, a hint of tension in his eyes. That's right. Shen Yinlan nodded. Destroy it, and the rift will collapse. Then why aren't you making a move? Lin Xingheng couldn't help but ask. Because this is your task. Shen Yinlan said coldly. You need to prove yourself through this action or die here. Lin Xingheng was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the short blade. As Lin Xingheng approached the core, the fluctuations of the rules suddenly became more violent. The heart seemed to sense his intentions, emitting a piercing shriek as countless tentacles surged from the rock, rushing toward him. Quickly, Shen Yinlan's voice came from behind. Lin Xingheng rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding several tentacle attacks. He focused on the core, took a deep breath, and concentrated all his attention on the trajectory of the rules. Control the rules with your will. He urged himself in his mind. The tentacles attacked again, but this time, he did not panic. He closed his eyes, trying to use his will to interfere with the operation of the rules. Gradually, the movements of the tentacles began to slow down, and the fluctuations of the core became less violent. I did it, Lin Xingheng shouted, leaping up and driving the short blade toward the core. Boom! With the shattering of the core, chaos instantly erupted within the rift. The surrounding black mist began to collapse, and the ground trembled violently, as if the entire space was collapsing. Run! Shen Yinlan grabbed Lin Xingheng's hand and quickly dashed toward the exit. As the two burst out of the rift, the space behind them completely collapsed into nothingness. Lin Xingheng collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving violently, cold sweat streaming down his face. His body felt utterly drained, yet a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. I succeeded, he murmured, his voice tinged with fatigue and satisfaction. Don't get too complacent, Shen Yinlan said coldly. This was just a small rift. Stronger challenges lie ahead. Lin Xingheng looked up at her back, filled with complex emotions. Chapter 17 Abyssal Echoes. In the days following his return from the rift, Lin Xingheng's body remained weak. But he did not truly relax. The threat of the abyss hung over him like a blade poised to strike, and the image of destroying the core of the rules during the mission lingered in his mind. In that moment, he felt as if his will had genuinely touched the core of the abyssal rules, a power of control. But he also sensed the terror of the abyss. The abyss would not cease. Whispers echoed in his mind. He suddenly bolted upright in bed, gasping and clutching his head, even though the mission was over. The whispers of the rift still lingered deep within his consciousness, corroding his mind like venom. As the morning bells rang, Lin Xingheng was intercepted by Shen Yinlan on his way to the training ground. Her expression remained indifferent, but there seemed to be a hint of concern between her brows. Follow me, she said quietly, offering no explanation. Lin Xingheng asked no further questions and silently followed her. They made their way to the control room, where they found Liang Tao and several other senior hunters already gathered. The air was thick with tension, and everyone wore a grave expression. What happened? Lin Xingheng asked. Liang Tao turned around and said in a deep voice, It's the expansion of the rifts. This time, it's not just one area. We have detected abnormal fluctuations in multiple rifts simultaneously. The intensity and range of these fluctuations far exceed previous instances. He pointed to a map on the screen, which was dotted with numerous red points indicating the locations of the rifts. Some of the red points stood out particularly brightly, clearly marking the areas of strongest fluctuation. Why are so many rifts exhibiting abnormalities at the same time? Lin Xingheng frowned. This is what we need to clarify, Shen Yinlan replied. The abnormal fluctuations of these rifts are not random. They seem to be responding to some kind of force's call. Call? Lin Xingheng's pupils constricted. Are you saying the abyss is planning something? It's still unclear, but it is likely related to the fallen gods, Shen Yinlan said, her gaze sharp. The power of the fallen gods has exceeded our current expectations, and their goal is certainly not just to erode the rift areas. What should we do? Lin Xingheng asked. We need to investigate one of the rifts to confirm the abyss's intentions, Liang Tao answered. This mission is not just about destroying the core of the rift. We also need to uncover the specific plans of the fallen gods. If we cannot stop them, the abyss may cause irreversible damage to the real world. Which rift? Lin Xingheng glanced at the map. Here, Shen Yinlan pointed to a marked location. Rift number 49. The fluctuations here are unusually active and seem to be the epicenter of the abnormalities in other rifts. If there are clues about the fallen gods' plans, they are likely hidden there. Lin Xingheng nodded and took a deep breath. All right, I'll go. Shen Yinlan shot him a cold glance. You'll go with me. But this mission is more dangerous than the previous ones. If you don't want to go, you can withdraw now. I'm used to danger. Lin Xingheng clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. The hunter team set out once again, led by Shen Yinlan and Liang Tao. Lin Xingheng formed part of the core team, along with 2 senior hunters. All the way, the armored vehicle sped across the desolate wasteland. Lin Xingheng looked out the window at the gloomy sky. We have reached the target area. The driver's voice came from the front. Upon disembarking, they could see the location of Rift number 49 from a distance. It hovered above a desolate valley, different from the rifts Lin Xingheng had seen before. This rift emitted a strange silver light, and the surrounding air was filled with a peculiar sense of vibration. This light, Lin Xingheng frowned. It's different from the previous rifts. This is not an ordinary rift, Shen Yinlan explained. The silver light indicates that the rules are being restructured. The Abyss may be attempting to redefine the rift's rules. Redefine the rules? Lin Xingheng repeated quietly, feeling a chill run down his spine. Don't be careless, Liang Tao warned. The biological activity around the rift is also more active than before. Prepare for battle. They cautiously approached the area around the rift and soon discovered some abyssal creatures wandering nearby. These creatures had bizarre forms, resembling some kind of deformed humanoids, each exuding a strong malevolence. Clear the perimeter, Shen Yinlan ordered. The abyssal creatures sensed their approach and let out shrill screams, surging toward them like a tide. Liang Tao swung his battle axe, charging forward first, cleaving the nearest few creatures in half. The other senior hunters quickly joined the fray. Lin Xingheng tightened his grip on his short blade and took a deep breath. His gaze locked onto a nearby creature, and he rushed forward. A red flash cut through the air as his short blade accurately pierced the creature's head, black liquid gushing from the wound. However, the number of these creatures was far greater than they had anticipated. Even though the hunter team's combat ability far surpassed that of ordinary people, they still found it somewhat challenging in the face of an endless tide of enemies. These creatures are just a distraction. Shen Yinlan's voice came from the other side. The rift is generating more rules. Hurry, we must reach the core of the rift. Lin Xingheng nodded and quickly followed Shen Yinlan toward the rift. The other hunters continued to fend off the surrounding creatures to buy them time. As they stepped into the rift, Lin Xingheng immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The space inside the rift was completely different from that of previous missions. It resembled a twisted maze, with walls and floors constantly changing shape, and a deep humming sound permeated the air. The rules are more complex than last time, Shen Yinlan said, her expression particularly grave. The Abyss is trying to delay us. Where's the core of the rules? Lin Xingheng asked. Perceive it, Shen Yinlan said coldly. This mission is more challenging than before. You need to find the core location yourself. Lin Xingheng closed his eyes, striving to concentrate. His consciousness seemed to touch an invisible wave. Those waves were chaotic, yet there was a faint sense of rhythm. There, he suddenly opened his eyes, pointing to a flickering silver area deep within the rift. The two rushed toward their target. But as they drew closer, the fluctuations of the rules within the rift became increasingly violent. Lin Xingheng felt the whispers in his ears growing clearer, filled with malevolence, attempting to erode his consciousness. Hurry, Shen Yinlan reminded him from ahead. Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth, using all his strength to resist the pressure of the rules, and finally reached the core position alongside Shen Yinlan. The form of the core of the rules resembled a crystal burning with silver light, surrounded by countless twisted lines. Those lines waved like tentacles, exuding a strong, oppressive force. Is this the core of the Abyss? Lin Xingheng asked quietly. Exactly, Shen Yinlan replied, drawing out her dagger. Destroy it, but be careful. It may have self-defense mechanisms. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, gripping his short blade as he slowly approached the core. However, just as he raised his weapon, the core of the rules suddenly released a blinding light, and countless tentacles surged toward him. Use your will to control the rules, Shen Yinlan shouted. Lin Xingheng closed his eyes, focusing his mind to merge with the rules. The trajectories of the tentacles appeared in his mind, and gradually, he found a way to counterattack. He yelled, leaping up and stabbing the short blade into the core. The core let out a piercing shriek before collapsing. The space within the rift began to violently shake, with walls and floors rapidly disintegrating. Quick retreat. Shen Yinlan grabbed Lin Xingheng's hand and pulled him toward the exit of the rift. The moment they burst out of the rift, the space behind them completely collapsed, turning into a void. Lin Xingheng collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His body was already exhausted, but there was a glimmer of victory in his eyes. "We made it," he murmured. Shen Yinlan glanced at him and said coldly, "Don't celebrate too soon. This is just a test from the abyss. The real war has not yet begun." Chapter 18. Traces of erosion. After returning from the fissure, Lin Xingheng thought he could finally catch his breath. But the situation did not allow him even a moment of relaxation. Although his body had not suffered more serious injuries, the feeling of being torn apart in his consciousness lingered. With the core destroyed, he felt as if the abyss had left a faint, aching mark in his mind. Like an inescapable curse, the abyss is testing us. Shen Yinlan's warning echoed in his ears. He knew that the abyss would not stop, and every confrontation with the abyss hunter would come at a price. Dragging his weary body back to his room, Lin Xingheng locked the door and stood in front of the mirror, quietly staring at his face. It was a face full of exhaustion, bloodshot eyes. But he saw something unusual in the mirror. Deep within his pupils, a faint dark red light flickered. He suddenly took a step back, his chest heaving, hardly believing his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and leaned closer to the mirror. The dark red glow had vanished, but he knew he was not hallucinating. "What is going on?" he whispered to himself, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just then, there was a knock on the door, interrupting his thoughts. "Lin Xingheng, are you in there?" It was Liang Tao's voice. Lin Xingheng paused for a moment, then quickly went to open the door. Liang Tao stood at the entrance, holding a document bag, his expression more serious than usual. "The hospital notified me to check the erosion situation on you." Liang Tao glanced at him. "It seems you ran into quite a bit of trouble in the fissure." Lin Xingheng's face changed slightly, but he quickly masked it and said in a low voice, "I'm fine, just a bit tired." "Tired?" Liang Tao raised an eyebrow. "The rules of the abyss are not so easy to shake off. I've seen too many people think they're okay, only to have their consciousness taken by erosion in the end." Lin Xingheng did not respond, silently stepping aside to let Liang Tao in. Liang Tao placed the document bag on the table and took out a small detection device. It was an oval-shaped metal device, with a scanner-like lens on top that flickered with a pale blue light. "Put your hand on it." Liang Tao pointed to the top of the device. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath and placed his hand on it. The device emitted a soft humming sound, and the blue light swept across his palm before starting to display some data. Liang Tao looked down at the device screen, his brow furrowing deeper. "Your erosion index is much higher than I expected," he said, his tone revealing a hint of unease. "The impact of the fissure's rules on you is deeper than that of an ordinary person. Are you sure you weren't directly impacted by the core's fluctuations?" Lin Xingheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "I did feel a sharp pain when I got close to the core, as if something had pierced directly into my consciousness." Liang Tao looked up, his expression even more serious. "That's not just a feeling. The fluctuations of the rules core directly affected your consciousness, and this erosion may have already left traces deep in your mind." "Traces?" Lin Xingheng frowned. "What consequences will this bring?" "The traces themselves won't immediately affect your body, but they will become an anchor point for the abyss," Liang Tao explained. "In simple terms, the abyss will use this trace to find you, erode your consciousness, and ultimately turn you into its puppet." "How can we solve this?" Lin Xingheng instinctively clenched his fists. "There is currently no way to completely resolve it." Liang Tao shook his head. "The inhibitors can only slow the rate of erosion, and the only way out is for you to quickly enhance your sequence and strengthen your control over the rules. Only when your will is strong enough to suppress the abyss can this erosion be reversed." Lin Xingheng fell silent. His gaze landed on his palm, and scenes from the fissure surfaced in his mind. The sense of oppression, the feeling of being stripped of self, still haunted him. "I understand," he said softly, his tone carrying a hint of determination. "I will continue training and will not let the erosion consume me. I hope you can hold on." Liang Tao packed away the device, his tone somewhat emotional. "Becoming an abyss hunter is an endless torment, but at least you still have a choice. A choice? Lin Xingheng raised his head, forcing a bitter smile. My choice has been gone from the very beginning, hasn't it? Liang Tao glanced at him, but did not refute. He patted Lin Xingheng's shoulder and turned to leave the room. Late at night, Lin Xingheng lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep for a long time. The traces of erosion felt like a thorn, deeply embedded in his consciousness, making it impossible to ignore. He closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. However, as his consciousness began to blur, that familiar whisper returned. Lin Xingheng, give up, the abyss is your home. The whisper seemed to come from all directions, echoing directly in his mind. He suddenly sat up, cold sweat sliding down his cheeks. Enough, he shouted, slamming his fist down on the bedside. The whispers gradually faded, but the feeling of being watched still lingered. Just then, he suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps outside the door. He stood up cautiously, quietly walked to the door, and peered through the crack. The corridor was dimly lit, and he vaguely saw a figure slowly moving forward. It was a hunched figure, dressed in a patient gown, wearing a strangely twisted smile on its face. Are those patients? Lin Xingheng's heart sank. He opened the door and quietly followed. The figure walked slowly, seemingly completely unaware of his presence. Where are you going? Lin Xingheng asked softly, but received no response. He followed the figure all the way to the hospital's underground passage. At the end of the passage, there was a tightly closed iron door. The figure stopped in front of the door, reaching out to gently press its hand against it. Don't move, Lin Xingheng shouted loudly, drawing his short blade. However, the figure showed no reaction. In the next second, the iron door suddenly opened, and a thick black mist surged out from behind the door, instantly engulfing the figure. Lin Xingheng was knocked back a few steps by the force of the black mist, watching helplessly as the figure disappeared into it. In the depths of the black mist, he vaguely saw a pair of crimson eyes coldly staring at him. Chapter 19: The Truth of the Black Mist. The black mist behind the iron door seemed to be a living entity, swirling, struggling, spreading. And an intense sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire underground passage. Lin Xingheng involuntarily took a few steps back, the short blade in his hand trembling slightly. He could feel that a pair of crimson eyes hidden within the black mist was watching him, filled with an indescribable malice. What is this thing? Lin Xingheng murmured to himself, trying to calm down. But just as he was about to turn and retreat, the dense black mist suddenly surged towards him like a tide. Lin Xingheng's pupils dilated sharply, instinctively rolling to evade, but the speed of the black mist was faster than he had imagined, instantly wrapping him within it. Lin Xingheng's world plunged into complete darkness. He tried to struggle, but found his body bound by invisible chains, completely unable to move. A familiar whisper echoed in his ears once again, this time clearer and more penetrating, directly striking at his consciousness. Lin Xingheng, welcome to the abyss. The whispers were interspersed with piercing laughter, as if countless shadows were murmuring in his ears. Shut up, Lin Xingheng shouted in anger, trying to dispel the voices with his will, but what answered him was an even more brazen laughter. Gradually, the darkness began to change. Some blurry images appeared in his vision. Those images twisted and shattered, like a mirror that was fracturing. He saw some familiar scenes, the hospital corridor, battles in the cracks, whispers of fallen gods, and himself standing in a pool of blood. In the image, he hung his head, gripping a short blade stained with blood, surrounded by countless fallen corpses, all bearing expressions of pain and despair. Is this the future? Lin Xingheng murmured, his eyes filled with shock. No, this is your destined fate. The whisper echoed again, this time, its voice exploded in his mind. You are the chosen one of the abyss, you cannot escape. Nor can you change it. No, you are wrong. Lin Xingheng shouted, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. I will not yield, nor will I become part of you. The whisper fell silent for a moment, then let out a deep laughter. Then we shall see. The images in the black mist gradually shattered. Light surged from afar, pulling Lin Xingheng back from the illusion. When Lin Xingheng opened his eyes again, he found himself still standing in the underground passage. The iron door had closed again, and the dense black mist had vanished. He gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He raised his hand and found his palm covered in tiny cracks, from which a faint black aura seeped out. This is the corrosion of the abyss? Lin Xingheng murmured, clenching his fist. He had no time to ponder further. He had to report the anomalies here to Shen Yinlan and Liang Tao as soon as possible. He turned and ran back to the entrance of the passage, but suddenly heard a faint moan. He stopped, looking in the direction of the sound, and found a hunched patient lying on the ground. His body was eroded by the black mist to the point of being unrecognizable, his skin covered in twisted patterns, his eyes hollow and lifeless, but his lips were trembling slightly, as if trying to say something. Lin Xingheng crouched down and tentatively asked, "Are you all right? What did you see just now?" The patient's lips parted slightly, emitting a weak voice. "The door. Don't open it. That is the Abyss's trap." Before he finished speaking, his body suddenly stiffened, his eyes glazed over, completely devoid of life. Lin Xingheng's heart sank. He knew that this person had been completely consumed by the Abyss. The door, the Abyss's trap. Lin Xingheng murmured those keywords, frowning deeply. He felt that this matter was not simple. The appearance of this door was no coincidence, and the Abyss seemed to be transmitting some dangerous signal to the Hunter-God Hospital through this door. When Lin Xingheng returned to the hospital's main control room, Shen Yinlan and Liang Tao were standing in front of the monitor, studying the dynamic changes of the cracks. Seeing him walk in, Liang Tao looked up and asked, "What's wrong? You look unwell." Lin Xingheng took a deep breath and recounted everything that had just happened. When he mentioned the iron door and the black mist, Shen Yinlan's brow furrowed slightly, as if she had thought of something. "Are you sure that door extends from the Abyss?" Shen Yinlan asked, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. "Yes." Lin Xingheng nodded. There were also a pair of crimson eyes in the black mist. It seemed to be watching me. Shen Yinlan did not answer immediately, but turned to Liang Tao and said, "This door may be one of the channels to the Abyss. Its existence means that the Abyss's power is further infiltrating our world." "A channel?" Liang Tao frowned. "You mean the Abyss is trying to open a larger crack?" "Very likely." Shen Yinlan nodded. "The black mist and whispers are characteristic manifestations of the Abyss, and that door is very likely an entry point for the Abyss's attempt to invade reality. If we cannot seal it in time, the consequences will be unimaginable." "So what should we do now?" Lin Xingheng asked, his tone tense. "First, we must seal that door," Shen Yinlan said coldly. "But merely sealing it is not enough. We need to find the source of this door and the abyssal power behind it. And this will likely require an in-depth investigation," Liang Tao said solemnly. "The question is, who will carry out this task?" Both of their gazes turned to Lin Xingheng simultaneously. "Me again?" Lin Xingheng smiled wryly. "Don't you really plan to give me any time to rest? You have already come into contact with that door, and the Abyss's corrosion makes you more sensitive than ordinary people," Shen Yinlan said, her tone unrelenting. "This is your advantage and also the responsibility you must bear." Lin Xingheng did not refute. He had no choice. "All right, I accept the mission," he said quietly, "but this time I need more information. We will provide you with support." Shen Yinlan nodded. "Be ready, we set off tomorrow." Late at night, Lin Xingheng sat alone in his room, staring blankly at the suppressants on the table. His body had recovered somewhat, but the fatigue deep in his consciousness could not be erased. That pair of crimson eyes still lingered in his mind, like a deep crack that was gradually widening. The Abyss's trap, the door to the unknown. He softly repeated the last words left by the patient, a wave of unease rising within him. He had a vague feeling that this task was more dangerous than the previous cracks, and the Abyss seemed to be gradually leading him into deeper darkness. "What is waiting for me?" he murmured, clenching his fists. Chapter 20. The Abyss Gate. The next morning, the air in the hospital was filled with a stifling atmosphere. Lin Xingheng stood in the equipment room, organizing his gear. His short blade hung at his waist. Suppressants were neatly arranged in the pockets on his chest. And behind him was a specially designed rift sensing device, an instrument capable of detecting fluctuations in the rules of the Abyss. Before the mission began, he meticulously checked each piece of equipment. After so many dangerous experiences, he had come to understand deeply that every mission for a hunter was a matter of life and death. Even a small oversight could cost him his life. Footsteps sounded outside the door. Lin Xingheng looked up to see Liang Tao entering. Two fully armed hunters followed him, seemingly support members for this mission. "Are you ready?" Liang Tao asked. "Almost," Lin Xingheng nodded. I heard this mission is to explore the source of that door. Is there more intel? Liang Tao sighed and took out a map, placing on the table. We still know nothing about the specific source of that door. But judging by the range of the rift energy fluctuations, it seems that the door did not appear without reason. It appears to connect to a deeper rift, possibly even an important node of the Abyss. Node? Lin Xingheng frowned. Are you saying the Abyss is trying to open a larger rift through this door? Very likely. Liang Tao nodded. Moreover, the power behind the door is very active. It has not only corrupted the patients around the door, but is also attempting to alter the rules of reality. If we do not act quickly, the entire hospital, even this area, will fall under the control of the Abyss. Lin Xingheng remained silent for a moment. The danger level of this mission was far beyond previous ones. But he had no choice. The task force consisted of Lin Xingheng, Liang Tao, and 2 other hunters. They descended through the underground passage, each person's expression unusually serious. The air thick with tension and oppression. As they approached the location of the iron door, the temperature began to drop, and the darkness became denser. The indicator lights on the rift sensing device began to flicker rapidly, emitting urgent, buzzing sounds. The rule fluctuations are getting stronger. Liang Tao whispered, "Everyone stay alert." Lin Xingheng tightened his grip on the short blade, the whispers in his ears becoming clearer. This sound always appeared when approaching the Abyss. But this time it felt especially piercing, as if it were directly stabbing into the depths of his consciousness. Finally, they arrived at the iron door. The appearance of the iron door had not changed since yesterday, but the surrounding black mist was noticeably thicker. The black mist moved through the air like a living creature, hissing softly as it touched the walls like acid corroding metal. What was behind that door? One hunter whispered, a hint of unease in his tone. "That's what we need to find out," Liang Tao replied, signaling the team members to enter combat mode. Lin Xingheng, Liang Tao looked at him. "You go in front this time. Your perception ability is stronger than ours, and you can detect rule fluctuations in advance. If anything abnormal happens, stop immediately." Lin Xingheng nodded, took a deep breath, and slowly pushed open the iron door, which creaked heavily as it opened. A strong, nauseating stench immediately assaulted him, so intense it was almost suffocating. Behind the door was a long tunnel, the walls covered in thick black slime, and the air filled with a faint red mist. The buzzing of the rift sensing device became more urgent, the data on the display fluctuating continuously, indicating that the rule fluctuations here had reached a dangerous level. "This is nothing like the real world," Lin Xingheng murmured, his eyes filled with vigilance. "This could be a projection of the Abyss," Liang Tao said. When the power of the Abyss manifests in reality, it often distorts the surrounding spatial structure. This tunnel may have been completely eroded by the rules of the Abyss. "Let's move forward." Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth and led the way into the tunnel. As they delved deeper, the black mist in the tunnel thickened, and the surrounding scenes grew increasingly unstable. Occasionally, Lin Xingheng would catch glimpses of bizarre illusions, such as twisted shadows, blurred faces, and even indescribable strange creatures. Are these things real or just hallucinations? One hunter couldn't help but ask. "The rules of the Abyss can affect your consciousness," Liang Tao explained. "Everything here could be real, or it could be your hallucination. In any case, do not trust your eyes." Lin Xingheng said nothing, but his palms had started to sweat. He could feel the rules in the air slowly corroding his consciousness, making his thoughts chaotic. "Steady your mind," he silently reminded himself, trying to focus. Just then, his footsteps suddenly halted. "There's something ahead," he whispered, raising his hand to signal everyone to stop. The others followed his gaze and saw a massive figure faintly standing at the end of the tunnel. It was a monster entirely made of black mist, enormous in size. With exceptionally long limbs, its body surface flickering with red runes. "What is that thing?" one hunter asked, his voice trembling. "That's an Abyss Guardian," Liang Tao said quietly. "The rules of the Abyss generate these creatures around the rift. They're the guardians of the rift and our greatest threat. How do we deal with it?" Lin Xingheng asked. "There are no clear weaknesses," Liang Tao shook his head. "But they usually move slowly. We must destroy it quickly before it can act." As soon as he finished speaking, the massive creature suddenly moved. The monster's actions were much faster than they had anticipated, charging toward the team with incredible speed. its sharp claws swinging and creating a sharp wind. "Scatter!" Liang Tao shouted. Lin Xingheng quickly rolled to the side, dodging one of the monster's attacks. His gaze swept over the monster's body, trying to find its weakness, but its enormous form was entirely covered in black mist, making it impossible to find an opening. The monster let out a low roar, its massive claws striking down again, sending one hunter flying. The man crashed against the wall, instantly spitting out blood, and fell to the ground, motionless. "Damn it, we're no match for it," another hunter cried out, filled with fear. Lin Xingheng did not answer. He tightened his grip on the short blade, aimed for the monster's back, leaped up, and plunged the short blade into its body. Boom! The monster's body jolted violently, letting out a piercing scream. A small crack appeared on its body surface, but the crack was quickly repaired by the black mist. Its self-repair speed is too fast. Liang Tao gritted his teeth. "We must find its core." "Where's the core?" Lin Xingheng shouted. "Get close to the rift." Liang Tao pointed toward the end of the tunnel. "The core must be near the area it guards." Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth, jumped off the monster's back, and quickly dashed deeper into the tunnel. Chapter 21 The Core of the Rift. Lin Xingheng tightened his grip on the short blade, moving through the dense black mist. He could feel the oppressive force of the abyss growing stronger, as if invisible hands were tugging at his consciousness, making it difficult for him to breathe. The monster behind him let out a deafening roar, its limbs pounding heavily on the ground, the sound of pursuit growing ever closer. Liang Tao and the other two hunters were desperately holding the monster back, trying to buy him some time. "Find the core quickly." Liang Tao's voice came through. "We can't hold on for long." Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Only by destroying the core of the abyss rift could this crisis come to an end. At the end of the tunnel was an open space, the ground covered with twisted runes that emitted a faint red light, like projections of the abyssal rules in reality. In the center of the space floated a massive rift, thick black mist continuously pouring out from within, accompanied by a low, humming sound, as if some kind of summoning was taking place. Below the rift stood a strange device. The device was made of an unknown material, shaped like a complex geometric figure, its surface covered with countless flowing black runes. Lin Xingheng instantly understood that this was the core of the abyss rift. "Found it," he murmured, raising his short blade and cautiously approaching the core. However, just as his foot stepped into the rune-covered area, the rift suddenly shook violently. A tremendous force surged from the rift, knocking him back several steps. Lin Xingheng staggered back against the wall, barely stabilizing himself. He looked up at the rift and saw the black mist beginning to coalesce into a blurry figure. It was a face that could not be clearly seen, but the crimson eyes were particularly striking, exuding a suffocating pressure. "Intruder!" The voice exploded directly in Lin Xingheng's mind, filled with mockery and anger, as if the abyss itself were speaking to him. "Damn it!" Lin Xingheng tightened his grip on the short blade, trying to resist the invisible pressure. The blurry figure was not a true fallen god, but a self-defense mechanism of the rift. Lin Xingheng's body felt heavier and heavier, each step feeling like he was carrying a 1,000-pound burden. The abyssal rules were suppressing his consciousness, making it difficult for him to approach the core. "Steady your mind. Focus on the rules," he silently chanted in his heart, striving to calm himself. He closed his eyes, attempting to block out external disturbances, concentrating on the fluctuations of the abyssal rules. Gradually, images began to emerge in his mind, depicting the flow trajectories of the rift's rules. The rules. "The power of the rift comes from the operation of the rules," he murmured, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Lin Xingheng opened his eyes, his gaze becoming more resolute. He carefully adjusted his steps, inching closer to the core along the flow trajectory of the runes. With each step, he could feel the oppressive force diminishing, as if the abyssal rules were resisting him less. Finally, he stood before the core device. "This is it," he said softly, raising the short blade and aiming at the flickering red runes on the surface of the device, thrusting down hard. The moment the short blade pierced the device, a violent shockwave erupted. The rift let out a piercing roar, and the entire space began to shake violently. The black mist surged wildly, as if it wanted to devour everything. Lin Xingheng was thrown back by the shockwave, crashing into the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Gritting his teeth, he got back up and charged toward the core again. You will not destroy the power of the abyss. The blurry figure reappeared, its voice filled with anger and mockery. Your struggle is meaningless. Is that so? Lin Xingheng said coldly. Then let's see. He raised a short blade and stabbed at the core once more. This time, he struck directly at the center point of the device. Cracks appeared on the surface of the core device, and the black runes began to collapse. The light of the rift gradually dimming. Lin Xingheng felt the power of the abyss rapidly weakening. The monster behind him let out a piercing howl, seemingly sensing the collapse of the core. Liang Tao and the other hunters seized the opportunity to launch their final attack, finally driving the monster back. Did we succeed? Liang Tao panted, looking toward the rift. Lin Xingheng stood beside the ruins of the core device, slowly turning around. His face was covered in sweat and blood, but his eyes sparkled with the light of victory. The rift is closed, he said, his tone carrying a hint of fatigue. Well done. Liang Tao nodded, a rare smile appearing on his face. Although the rift was closed, Lin Xingheng felt no sense of relief. This victory was only temporary. The power of the abyss was far stronger than they had imagined, and this mission was merely a test. The abyss will not stop. It will try to erode our world again and again, Liang Tao said quietly, as if seeing through Lin Xingheng's thoughts. Yes, Lin Xingheng sighed, a trace of complexity in his gaze. But as long as we are alive, we will never let it succeed. The team began to withdraw from the tunnel, each person's steps feeling particularly heavy. Although this mission had been successful, the threat of the abyss had not truly been eliminated. When they returned to the surface, the sky was already tinged with dawn. The light of the dawn illuminated the ruins of the hospital, dispelling the shadows of the night. But Lin Xingheng knew in his heart that this light was only temporary. Abyss, we will meet again. Chapter 22. Cost and Determination. After the mission was completed, Lin Xingheng sat alone on the rooftop of the hospital, silently watching the sun rise in the distance. His body had reached its limit, and the black mist lingering on the short blade had long dissipated, but the heavy sense of oppression still enveloped his heart. The rift had closed, but at what cost? He murmured softly, his gaze filled with complex emotions. This was not the first time he faced the abyss, but each time he felt himself getting closer to it. The traces of erosion seemed to penetrate his very bones, making it impossible for him to ignore. Footsteps approached from behind, and Liang Tao's figure appeared at the entrance of the rooftop. He held 2 cans of cold drinks, tossing one toward Lin Xingheng casually. Good job. Liang Tao sat down beside him, opened his drink, and took a sip. But you don't look like a victor. Because we didn't truly win. Lin Xingheng sighed, twisting open his drink and taking a sip. The power of the abyss was still there. It had merely retreated temporarily. This is the fate of a god hunter. Liang Tao shrugged. The abyss never truly disappears, and we can only push it back time and again. You have to get used to it. Lin Xingheng did not respond, merely looking down at the drink in his hand, lost in thought for a moment. That guy, is he dead? He asked softly, a hint of hesitation in his tone. Which one? Liang Tao asked. The patient consumed by the black mist, Lin Xingheng replied slowly. I tried to save him, but I was too late. He told me the door was a trap of the abyss, and then he was completely consumed. Liang Tao fell silent for a moment and sighed. He had already been eroded too deeply. Even if you had found him sooner, you couldn't have saved him. His consciousness had long been destroyed. What remained in reality was just his shell. The abyss takes not just lives, Lin Xingheng said quietly. It also destroys people's will, turning them into puppets, even erasing all traces of their existence. That's why we need to keep fighting, Liang Tao said, his tone carrying a hint of determination. As long as the rift exists, the abyss will continuously try to erode us. If we give up, humanity will only become its slaves. Lin Xingheng nodded, but his gaze still held unease. A few days after returning to the hospital, Lin Xingheng was scheduled for an erosion assessment. This was a routine procedure after every mission, aimed at confirming whether the god hunters were affected by the rules of the abyss. Shen Yinlan stood at the door of the assessment room, arms crossed, coldly staring at him. Sit down, she commanded, her tone devoid of any emotion. Lin Xingheng sat in the chair, placing his hand on the scanning plate of the assessment device. A blue light swept across his palm, and a series of complex symbols and data began to appear on the screen. Shen Yinlan stared at the screen, her brows slightly furrowed. "How is it?" Lin Xingheng asked. "Your erosion index has risen again since the last time," Shen Yinlan said, her tone chilling. "The impact from the core of the rift has severely affected your consciousness. If this continues, you will likely be completely consumed by the abyss." "How long can I hold on?" Lin Xingheng asked calmly. "A month, maybe shorter," Shen Yinlan replied, her gaze cold. "If you don't find a way to address the issue of erosion, you will become part of the fallen god." Lin Xingheng was silent for a moment, then asked, "Is there a way to suppress it?" "There is currently only one way," Shen Yinlan said. "Increase your sequence level, making your will strong enough to suppress the erosion of the abyss." "Sequence," Lin Xingheng repeated softly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The God Hunter's sequence system was a special power hierarchy. Each level up would strengthen the God Hunter's abilities, but would also increase the risk of being eroded by the abyss. It was a path of no return. Failure would result in death or corruption. "What should I do next?" Lin Xingheng asked. "The next phase is Toucher," Shen Yinlan said. "The core of this phase is learning to directly interact with the rules of the abyss and using those rules for your advantage. This is an extremely dangerous process, but if you succeed, you can further resist the erosion." "Directly interacting with the rules of the abyss?" Lin Xingheng frowned. "Isn't that easier to be eroded?" "Yes," Shen Yinlan nodded, "but you have no choice. If you stagnate, the erosion will completely consume you." Lin Xingheng pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. "All right, tell me what I need to do." The training for the Toucher phase took place in a special training room. The walls of this room were covered with complex runes, and in the center of the floor was a rule projection device capable of simulating the fluctuations of the abyss rules. Lin Xingheng stood at the center of the room, feeling that familiar sense of oppression in the air. "From now on, your task is to directly interact with the rule fluctuations, find its core, and try to master it," Shen Yinlan said coldly from aside. "Remember, this is not just a simple training. It is a life and death gamble. If you fail, your consciousness will be consumed by the rules, and you will never return to reality." "Understood." Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute. After the rule projection device was activated, the entire room was instantly covered in black fluctuations. Those fluctuations surged toward Lin Xingheng like a tide, and his consciousness immediately felt a strong, tearing sensation. "Focus," Shen Yinlan reminded from aside. "Don't try to resist the rules. Instead, try to coexist with them." Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth, striving to stabilize his consciousness. He closed his eyes, attempting to perceive the trajectory of the rules. Gradually, vague images began to emerge in his mind, fragments of the abyss rules continuously piecing together in his consciousness. "Find its core," he muttered to himself. When he opened his eyes again, the fluctuations of the rules had become clearer. He saw the center point of the fluctuations, a small light spot flickering with a faint glow. Lin Xingheng reached out, trying to touch that light spot. However, just as his finger was about to make contact, a strong backlash force suddenly erupted, directly sending him flying. Lin Xingheng crashed heavily to the ground, a sweet taste in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Don't rush to break through," Shen Yinlan said coldly as she walked to his side. "The core of the rules is not so easily accessed. You must fully merge your consciousness with the rules to truly master it." Lin Xingheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth as he stood up. One more time. A trace of imperceptible approval flashed in Shen Yinlan's eyes, but she said nothing more, simply restarting the rule projection. In the second attempt, Lin Xingheng's consciousness became more focused. His thoughts gradually merged with the fluctuations of the rules, feeling a strange sense of resonance. That feeling made him feel as if he was in the abyss. But his will became clearer than ever. He reached out again, and this time, his finger finally touched the core of the rules. Buzz! A strong vibration erupted from the core of the rules, flooding into Lin Xingheng's consciousness. His mind was instantly filled with countless complex runes and fragments, which quickly pieced together into a complete image. "I succeeded," Lin Xingheng murmured, a hint of fatigue glimmering in his eyes. "Not bad," Shen Yinlan nodded, her tone carrying rare affirmation. You have taken the first step, but the road ahead will be even more difficult. Lin Xingheng slowly nodded, clenching his fists. Chapter 23, The Echo of the Abyss. After stepping out from the core of the rules, Lin Xingheng felt as if his consciousness had been torn apart and then reassembled. His body was already exhausted, but a strange sense of calm surged within him. He knew that this breakthrough meant he had successfully entered the toucher stage, and also meant he was one step closer to the abyss. The next morning, Lin Xingheng woke up in the training room. His body was still sore, but his mind was incredibly clear. The touch of the rules made him feel a new power, a keen perception he had never experienced before. He could clearly sense the subtle fluctuations in the surrounding space and even felt some abnormal rules permeating the hospital. He sat up, stretched his stiff arms, and was about to leave the training room when Shen Yinlan appeared at the door. "Awake?" she asked coldly, her gaze sweeping over his slightly fatigued face. "How do you feel?" "Better than I imagined," Lin Xingheng replied, reaching up to touch his forehead, but the feeling of erosion seemed stronger. Shen Yinlan nodded, seemingly not surprised. The breakthrough to the toucher stage can enhance your abilities, but it will also intensify the abyss's erosion of you. This is a price every god hunter must pay. Are you saying my time is even shorter? Lin Xingheng frowned. Not entirely, Shen Yinlan replied. Your consciousness intensity has increased, which will slow the erosion to some extent. But you must remain vigilant at all times. The abyss will not easily let go of someone who has touched the rules. She paused, then coldly said, "You have some time left, but you need to prepare yourself for facing more severe erosion." Lin Xingheng was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I understand." Just as the two were talking, Liang Tao hurried into the training room, holding an urgent report. "Sorry to interrupt your chat," he said, walking over to Shen Yinlan and handing her the report, "but we have trouble." Shen Yinlan took the report and quickly skimmed through it, her brow furrowing tighter. "What is going on?" Lin Xingheng asked. "An anomaly has occurred at a rift point in the southeast district," Liang Tao said. "According to the sensor data, the rift rules there have suddenly become extremely unstable. Our reconnaissance team lost all contact when they approached." "Another rift?" Lin Xingheng took a deep breath. "Didn't we just solve a rift issue? How could a new disturbance occur so soon?" "This situation may be different from before." Shen Yinlan lifted her head, her tone serious. "The report indicates that the fluctuations of this rift are more complex than any previous ones. Moreover, analysis shows that the rule fluctuations of this rift have a strange repetitiveness, as if conveying some kind of signal." "Signal?" Lin Xingheng frowned. "What signal?" "Still unclear," Shen Yinlan said. "But we suspect this may be related to higher-tier fallen gods. Ordinary rifts do not exhibit such rule resonance, which means there is a greater threat hidden behind this rift." Higher-tier fallen gods. Lin Xingheng's heart sank. He had already witnessed the power of fallen gods, and the existence of higher tiers might far exceed his current capabilities. "We need to act immediately." Shen Yinlan closed the report and looked at Liang Tao. "Organize a team to head to the southeast district rift point and ascertain the situation as soon as possible." "Understood." Liang Tao nodded, then turned to Lin Xingheng. "You will also join the team. This mission is very dangerous, but your perception ability will be crucial." Lin Xingheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll participate." The task force quickly assembled, consisting of 5 members, with Liang Tao as the team leader. Lin Xingheng responsible for rule perception, and the other 3 god hunters responsible for combat support and technical analysis. They boarded an armored vehicle and headed towards the rift point in the southeast district. "When did the fluctuations at the rift start?" Lin Xingheng asked Liang Tao. "About 2 hours ago," Liang Tao replied. "At first, it was just a slight energy fluctuation, but it quickly became extremely unstable. Our reconnaissance team lost contact upon nearing the rift, indicating that the range of the rule's influence is larger than we anticipated." "How bad is the situation there?" Another god hunter asked. "We don't know," Liang Tao shook his head. "But we can be sure that the rift rules this time far exceed ordinary levels. You must remain vigilant at all times." The armored vehicle entered the southeast district, gradually approaching the target area. The distant sky was shrouded in a faint red glow, a sign of the rift's fluctuations. "We're here," Liang Tao said quietly, picking up the intercom. "Everyone prepare to disembark. Enter alert status." As the team approached the rift, Lin Xingheng immediately felt a strange aura permeating the air. It felt different from previous rifts, a heavier sense of oppression, as if something was watching them from the shadows. The sensors have malfunctioned, the technician said quietly. The interference from the rules is too strong. All equipment cannot operate normally. Lin Xingheng Liang Tao looked at him. How's your perception ability? Lin Xingheng closed his eyes and concentrated. He could feel the fluctuations of the rules in the air. Those fluctuations were like an invisible force flowing and twisting around, forming a peculiar rhythm. These fluctuations, he said softly, they don't seem like pure rift rules. They resemble some kind of summoning. Summoning? Liang Tao frowned. Summoning what? Lin Xingheng shook his head. Not sure, but these rule fluctuations are clearly man-made. They are not naturally occurring. Man-made? Liang Tao's expression grew more serious. Are you saying someone is trying to manipulate the Abyss rules? Very likely, Lin Xingheng nodded. There is a clear trace of interference in these fluctuations, as if some powerful existence is trying to convey information through the rules. No sooner had he spoken than a deep roar suddenly echoed from the distance, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Something's coming, Lin Xingheng said quietly, gripping his short blade tightly. Just as the team prepared to engage, a mass of black mist suddenly surged from the rift, rapidly spreading and completely enveloping the surrounding space. Attention! The rule influence is intensifying, the technician shouted. Within the black mist, a massive figure slowly emerged. It was a monster entirely composed of black mist, its body twisted, and its eyes flashing with piercing red light. The Abyss Guardian, Liang Tao said quietly. This rift is indeed not simple. The monster let out a roar, its limbs suddenly stretching out, lunging towards the team. Battle formation, Liang Tao shouted, drawing his weapon first and positioning himself at the front. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, focusing on sensing the monster's rule fluctuations. A diagram of the rules quickly formed in his mind, with the trajectories clearly pointing to the core of the monster. Its core is slightly to the left of its chest. He shouted, then drew his short blade and charged towards the monster. Chapter 24. The Traitor of the Abyss. The monster in the black mist roared, its limbs lunging towards the team with unimaginable speed. Its massive frame tore through the air with sharp sounds as it swung its claws. Liang Tao followed closely behind, wielding a huge blade to strike at the monster's side. The creature let out a piercing roar, swaying slightly as it turned to pounce on Liang Tao. Lin Xingheng took the opportunity to circle to its side, stabbing his dagger into its leg in an attempt to limit its movement. Quick! It's slowing down, a hunter shouted, thrusting a spear towards the monster's chest. The monster struggled back, and the black mist around its chest began to thin, faintly revealing a distorted glow, its core of rules. Lin Xingheng's heart tightened as he gripped his dagger and shouted, "The opportunity is here. Attack its core with all your might." All members of the team charged towards the monster, launching a fierce assault around its core. However, just as the dagger was about to pierce the core, the fluctuations in the fissure suddenly intensified. Thick black mist surged in from all sides, instantly enveloping the monster and everyone else. Lin Xingheng's vision turned pitch black. He could sense the chaotic and powerful fluctuations of rules within the mist, a force directly impacting his consciousness, causing a sharp pain in his mind. Stay calm. Liang Tao's voice came from within the mist, but before he could finish, he was drowned out by a low, humming sound. Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth, focusing his mind to sense the trajectories of rules around him. He closed his eyes, trying to block out external disturbances, attempting to find the source of the black mist. At that moment, a vague voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Lin Xingheng, give up. You cannot contend with the power of the Abyss. The voice was deep and cold, as if carrying an irresistible allure. Lin Xingheng's breath hitched. He could feel that voice directly affecting the depths of his consciousness, trying to destroy his will. Shut up, he shouted in anger, swinging his dagger forcefully to disperse the surrounding black mist. As the mist receded slightly, a blurry figure appeared in his vision. It was the silhouette of a human, standing deep in the black mist, quietly watching him. Who are you? Lin Xingheng asked in a low voice, his eyes filled with vigilance. The figure slowly approached, revealing a pale face. Its eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit. emanating a faint black aura. You? Lin Xingheng's pupils contracted. He recognized this person. He was a hunter. No, he should say he was once a hunter. But now, his aura had been completely eroded by the abyss. There was no trace of human emotion in his gaze, only a pure indifference and fanaticism. Lin Xingheng. The figure spoke slowly, its voice hoarse and deep. Welcome to the edge of the abyss. Who are you? Lin Xingheng tightened his grip on the dagger, coldly asking. Why are you here? Me? The figure's lips curled into a strange smile. I was once one of you, a hunter who fought against the abyss. But now I understand. The abyss is not our enemy, but our home. Home? Lin Xingheng's gaze turned cold. You've been eroded. Eroded? The figure gently shook its head. No, I have awakened. The abyss has granted me greater power, while you all continue to struggle in vain. You have betrayed the hunters. Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with anger. Betrayed? The figure smiled slightly. No, I have merely seen the truth. The existence of hunters is absurd. Our so-called resistance is merely delaying the abyss's advance. And the abyss will ultimately devour everything. No one can escape. Shut up. Lin Xingheng shouted angrily, raising his dagger and charging forward. However, the figure vanished instantly into the black mist. Its voice echoed from all directions, laden with endless mockery. You will understand, Lin Xingheng. No matter how you struggle, the abyss will ultimately be your home. You cannot escape. The whispers in the black mist gradually faded, but the fluctuations in the fissure became more intense. Lin Xingheng felt the ground begin to shake, the air filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. Lin Xingheng. Liang Tao's voice came from afar. Retreat. The fissure is about to erupt. Lin Xingheng snapped back to reality and quickly rushed toward the source of the voice. He navigated through layers of black mist and finally saw Liang Tao and the other team members. They were trying to suppress the power of the fissure, but the fluctuations of rules had already gone out of control, threatening to trigger a massive collapse. We must close the fissure, Liang Tao shouted, sweat dripping from his forehead. Otherwise, the entire area will be swallowed. Where's the core of rules? Lin Xingheng asked. In the center of the fissure, Liang Tao replied. But the fluctuations are too strong. We can't get close. Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth, recalling the traitor hunter's words. Suddenly, a diagram of rule trajectories appeared in his mind. Those trajectories pointing directly to the center of the fissure. I can try, he said, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Are you crazy? Liang Tao's eyes widened. The rule fluctuations there will directly destroy your consciousness. If we don't try, we will all die, Lin Xingheng said coldly, without waiting for Liang Tao's response. He turned and charged toward the fissure. As he approached the center of the fissure, Lin Xingheng's consciousness began to blur. He could feel the power of rules tearing at his mind, but he forced himself to concentrate, searching for the core of rules. Focus, he whispered to himself. Find the center of rules. In his perception, the trajectories of rules gradually became clearer. He saw a dim light point, hidden in the deepest part of the fissure. That was the core of rules. Right there, he gritted his teeth, raising his dagger and stabbing with all his might at the core. In an instant, a violent light erupted. The entire fissure began to collapse, the black mist rapidly being consumed, and the fluctuations of rules gradually calmed down. When everything returned to peace, Lin Xingheng knelt on the ground, his body trembling violently. His consciousness was on the brink of collapse, but he knew he had succeeded. After the fissure closed, the team quickly evacuated the scene. However, the whispers of the traitor hunter still echoed in Lin Xingheng's mind. The abyss is our home. He repeated the words softly, filled with questions. Are you okay? Liang Tao walked beside him, patting his shoulder. I'm fine. Lin Xingheng shook his head, looking up at the distant sky. Though the fissure had closed, he knew the threat of the abyss was far from over. If the abyss is truly irresistible, how can we protect humanity? This question surfaced in his heart for the first time. Chapter 25: The Crack of Belief. After returning to the hospital, Lin Xingheng was taken to the medical room. His body had nearly exhausted all its strength, and his consciousness was on the verge of collapse multiple times. The direct contact with the core of the crack had severely eroded his spirit under the rules of the abyss. Shen Yinlan stood at the doorway of the medical room. coldly observing Lin Xingheng on the hospital bed. Her expression remained indifferent, but her brows were slightly furrowed, as if deep in thought. His erosion index had already broken through the safety line. The head of the medical team whispered, if not handled quickly, his consciousness could be completely overtaken. Inject him with the strongest suppressor, Shen Yinlan said coldly. Stabilize his condition. I will not allow him to fall at this moment. The medical team immediately took action, pulling out a deep blue serum and injecting it into Lin Xingheng's arm. His breathing gradually stabilized, but his brows remained tightly knitted, as if he were fighting against something in a dream. In his unconscious state, Lin Xingheng's consciousness was pulled into an endless darkness. Low whispers echoed in his ears, the voice familiar and piercing, as if it belonged to the traitorous god hunters from the crack. Lin Xingheng, why do you struggle? The abyss will eventually consume everything about you. Countless distorted images emerged in the darkness. In those images, he saw himself standing in a sea of blood, holding a dagger, surrounded by countless fallen god hunters. His gaze was hollow, his body enveloped in black mist, as if he had already become a part of the abyss. This isn't real. Lin Xingheng murmured softly, trying to dispel those images. This is your future, the voice coldly replied. You have touched the rules. The deeper you go, the harder it is to turn back. In the end, you will succumb to the abyss and become its servant. No, Lin Xingheng roared, suddenly opening his eyes. He sat up in a hospital bed, his chest heaving violently, cold sweat covering his forehead. The medical team around him was startled by his movement and rushed forward to try to calm him. Let go of me. Lin Xingheng shook off their hands, looking around with eyes full of vigilance. You're awake. Shen Yinlan's voice came from the doorway. Lin Xingheng looked up at her and asked in a deep voice, how long was I unconscious? A day. Shen Yinlan walked into the room, her gaze fixed on him. Your condition is very unstable, but you are alive. That is enough. What about the crack? Has that mission ended? Lin Xingheng continued to ask. The crack has been closed. Shen Yinlan replied, but we lost 2 god hunters, and you nearly died there. Lin Xingheng fell silent for a moment, and then said softly, we closed the crack. But the power of the abyss has not truly been eradicated. It remains around us, ready to resurface at any time. Shen Yinlan nodded. You are right. The power of the abyss is everywhere. We can only continue to resist and delay its erosion speed. Can we really win? Lin Xingheng looked at her, his eyes filled with struggle. If the abyss is an irresistible force, what is the meaning of all we do? Shen Yinlan's gaze became even colder. Meaning? The meaning of the god hunters has never been victory, but protection. We do not need to completely eradicate the abyss. We only need to ensure it cannot completely consume our world. Lin Xingheng lowered his head and did not speak further. His heart was filled with contradictions and questions. The whispers of the abyss echoed in his mind like a curse, making it hard for him to escape. Just as Lin Xingheng was recovering in the medical room, Liang Tao entered with a new report. We have new findings, Liang Tao said, handing the report to Shen Yinlan regarding the source of the rule fluctuations from that crack. Shen Yinlan took the report and quickly flipped through it. After a moment, her expression became more serious. According to data analysis, the source of that rule fluctuation was indeed man-made. We also found the remains of some kind of device near the crack, Liang Tao said. That device seems to be used to interfere with the rules of the abyss. Interfere with the rules of the abyss? Lin Xingheng frowned. Who would do such a thing? That is the problem, Liang Tao said. We suspect that some humans are trying to collaborate with the abyss or even manipulate its power. Traitor god hunters. Lin Xingheng murmured, recalling the figure he saw in the crack, eroded by the abyss. Exactly, Liang Tao nodded. We must acknowledge that the erosion of the abyss does not only affect our bodies and consciousness, it is also corroding our beliefs. Some people have already begun to accept the power of the abyss and are trying to use it for certain purposes. Shen Yinlan's gaze turned even colder. Regardless of their motives, this betrayal is unforgivable. We must find those traitors and eliminate them completely. Lin Xingheng remained silent for a moment, then said, if the power of the abyss is irresistible, then the existence of these traitors will only make our situation more dangerous. So, we must be faster than them. Shen Yinlan said, after this mission, The higher-ups of the hospital have ordered a thorough investigation of all God Hunters' backgrounds to identify potential traitors. At the same time, we need to investigate the source of the rules of the crack more deeply. More deeply? Lin Xingheng frowned. Are you saying we have to continue entering the crack? That is inevitable, Shen Yinlan nodded. We must find the truth behind the rules of the Abyss. Only by understanding it can we truly combat it. After leaving the medical room, Lin Xingheng sat alone in the hospital corridor, the words of the traitor God Hunters still echoing in his mind. The Abyss is your home. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but the inner conflict grew stronger. Shen Yinlan and Liang Tao's choices were correct, but he could not shake off a strong sense of unease. If we are destined to be unable to defeat the Abyss, is everything we do really worthwhile? He murmured to himself. Footsteps sounded at the end of the corridor, and Liang Tao's figure appeared. He walked over to Lin Xingheng, handed him a bottle of water, and then sat beside him. What are you thinking? Liang Tao asked. Thinking about the power of the Abyss, Lin Xingheng replied, his gaze fixed on the ground. Every time I come into contact with the Abyss, I can feel it trying to consume me. I know we must fight, but I really begin to doubt how long we can hold out. Liang Tao was silent for a moment, then patted his shoulder. No one knows the answer. The path of the God Hunters is inherently filled with the unknown and despair. But if we do nothing, then we have truly lost. So, all this is just to buy time? Lin Xingheng asked, his tone tinged with fatigue. No, Liang Tao shook his head. All of this is to give humanity a chance to find a real answer. Lin Xingheng did not speak further, but newfound determination flickered in his eyes. Chapter 26. The Conspiracy of the Abyss. After Lin Xingheng stepped out of the medical room, the fatigue in his body was slightly alleviated, but he still felt the remnants of the abyssal rules slowly surging within him. Despite having been injected with the strongest suppressants, this feeling lingered. It was not just a side effect of erosion, but a manifestation of the Abyss attempting to establish some connection with reality through him. Just as Lin Xingheng was lost in thought, a staff member hurriedly approached him. Lin Xingheng, the hospital's upper management requires you to attend a meeting immediately. Meeting? Lin Xingheng paused. What meeting? An urgent meeting regarding the Rift investigation and potential traitors. Shen Yinlan and Liang Tao are already waiting for you. Lin Xingheng nodded, organized his gear, and followed the staff member to the meeting room. Inside, the atmosphere was particularly tense. Shen Yinlan, Liang Tao, and several core commanders of the hospital were already in position, and the holographic screen on the wall was displaying reconnaissance footage from the Rift. You're here. Liang Tao nodded at him. What is this? Lin Xingheng walked to the conference table, staring at the flickering data on the screen. Shen Yinlan cut straight to the point. We analyzed the rule fluctuations in the Rift and found that it is not merely the operation of the abyssal rules. Someone is trying to manipulate the Abyss, directing its power to specific areas. Directing? Lin Xingheng frowned. What does that mean? We have discovered a specific coordinate point, Liang Tao said, pointing to the map on the screen. The fluctuations in the Rift hide a strange rule trajectory. It is not naturally occurring, but is artificially designed. This trajectory points to an area that has never been explored. The map on the screen displayed a vast abandoned area, marked with dense crimson fluctuations, indicating an abnormal intensity of rules. We suspect this is a convergence point of the Abyss, Shen Yinlan said coldly. The traitor God Hunters may be attempting to open a larger rift here, even trying to bring high-sequence fallen gods into reality. So our task is to stop them? Lin Xingheng asked. Not just to stop them. Shen Yinlan's gaze became even more severe. We must find the organization of the traitor God Hunters and completely destroy them. Otherwise, the power of the Abyss will completely dismantle our defenses through them. Silence fell in the meeting room. Lin Xingheng could sense the deep concern in everyone's expressions. This mission was clearly more dangerous than any previous ones. For this mission, the hospital decided to deploy an elite team, with Liang Tao as the commander, Lin Xingheng as the rule perceiver, and 3 other experienced God Hunters responsible for combat and technical support. In the equipment room, Lin Xingheng was organizing his gear when a tall female God Hunter approached him, introducing herself. I'm Su Yun, responsible for combat support. The risks of this mission are high, so don't hold us back. I'll do my best. Lin Xingheng nodded, not arguing with her. Another member was a short, stocky man named Han Ting. He was adjusting a portable sensing device while saying, "I heard the rule fluctuations this time are more complex than any previous rifts. Is your toucher ability sufficient?" Lin Xingheng did not answer immediately. Instead, he tightened his grip on the short blade and whispered, "If I'm not enough, then we all die." Han Ting was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. "Direct enough. I like it." Once the team was assembled, everyone boarded the armored vehicle and set off toward the target area. As the armored vehicle entered the abandoned area, the sky had completely darkened. Here, shrouded in black mist. The air was thick with a pungent sulfur smell, and the surrounding buildings were dilapidated, resembling a dead city. The rule fluctuations are getting stronger. Su Yin tightened her grip on her weapon, her gaze scanning the surroundings warily. This place was nothing like the real world. "This is the spread of the abyssal rules," Liang Tao said. "The closer we get to the target point, the stronger the influence of the rules will be." The armored vehicle finally stopped next to a massive rift. The black mist here was so dense that it nearly obscured all light, and in the center of the rift, a huge rule device was faintly visible. Its surface covered in flowing black runes, emitting a strange red glow. "This is the device set up by the traitor god hunters," Han Ting said quietly. "They're using this device to interfere with the abyssal rules, directing the power of the rift. We must destroy it," Liang Tao said. "Everyone enter combat mode. Protect Lin Xingheng as he approaches the device. His rule perception ability is our only breakthrough." As the team approached the rift, a low growl echoed from the black mist. Moments later, several figures slowly emerged from the fog. They were god hunters completely eroded by the abyss. Their bodies were covered in black runes, their eyes flickering with scarlet light, and their movements were eerie and swift. "Traitors," Su Yun cursed under her breath, raising her weapon to aim at one of them. "They have completely fallen," Liang Tao said solemnly. "Don't hesitate, take them out." Before his words fell, the traitors lunged at them like beasts. The team quickly entered combat mode, with Su Yun and Han Ting providing cover, while Liang Tao positioned himself in front of Lin Xingheng. "Don't stop," Liang Tao shouted while fighting Lin Xingheng. "You must find the core of the device as quickly as possible." "Understood." Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth in response, focusing on perceiving the rule fluctuations of the device. As he neared the device, Lin Xingheng felt the intense fluctuations of the rules in the air almost tearing at his consciousness. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated on blocking out external distractions, focusing all his energy on the trajectory of the rules. "Focus, find the core," he murmured to himself. A complex diagram of rule trajectories emerged in his mind, those trajectories intertwining into a massive web, with the center of the web being the core point of the device. "I found it." Lin Xingheng opened his eyes, locking onto the center of the device. He raised his short blade and thrust it fiercely toward the core. In an instant, the runes on the surface of the device flashed wildly, and the power of the rift erupted violently, sending a strong shockwave that knocked Lin Xingheng off his feet. He crashed heavily to the ground, feeling a sweet taste in his throat as he coughed up blood. "Lin Xingheng," Liang Tao shouted, rushing to his side to help him up. "Are you okay?" "The rules of the device are too complex." Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth and said, "We must find a deeper rule core, otherwise we cannot destroy it." "Can you continue?" Liang Tao asked. "I can." Lin Xingheng nodded, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I must succeed." Chapter 27 Abyss of Rules. Lin Xingheng stood up once again, gripping the short blade in his hand tightly. Despite his exhausted body, he knew he had no way out. The fluctuations of the device's rules were intensifying, and the core power of the rift was gradually spiraling out of control. If they could not destroy the rule device quickly, they would all be swallowed by the abyss. Liang Tao steadied Lin Xingheng and looked around. The number of traitor hunters in the black mist was still increasing. They twisted like beasts, their limbs contorted, their gazes hollow. Yet every strike they made was precise and deadly. The team could no longer hold out against these traitors for long. "We have to change tactics," Liang Tao said calmly. "How?" Han Ting shouted, his weapon beginning to overheat, sweat covering his face. Lin Xingheng focused on the core of the rules. "Han Ting and I will hold off the traitors, while Su Yun covers me." Liang Tao issued the command, We only have one chance. Understood. Suyun replied succinctly, quickly switching to a lightweight weapon and positioning herself at Lin Xingheng's flank. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath and refocused his gaze on the device. The black runes glowed more and more brightly, as if mocking his efforts. He closed his eyes, sinking into his consciousness, isolating all distractions, and attempting to make direct contact with the fluctuations of the device's rules. Once he entered the fluctuations of the rules, Lin Xingheng felt as though his consciousness was plummeting into an abyss. He stood in a boundless darkness, surrounded by countless fragments of runes that swirled around him. Emitting a low hum, "You do not belong here." A cold, deep voice resonated from the darkness, piercing Lin Xingheng's mind with pain like a needle. "Who are you?" Lin Xingheng asked, his voice sounding minuscule in this space. "I am an extension of the rules. I am a fragment of the abyss." The voice slowly said, "To touch the abyss is to seek your own destruction." "Shut up," Lin Xingheng shouted, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "No matter who you are, no matter what you represent, I will not let you succeed." The rune fragments began to tremble violently, and a distorted point of light emerged from the depths of the darkness. This light emitted an unbearable red glow, as if it were the core of the rules of the abyss. "That is the key point of the device," Lin Xingheng thought nervously, gripping the short blade that materialized in his consciousness, stepping closer to the light. But with each step forward, the pressure grew heavier, and the surrounding rune fragments surged like a tide, attempting to engulf him completely. He gritted his teeth, using the short blade to fend off the attacks of the runes, resolutely moving toward the light. Meanwhile, the battle in reality had reached a fever pitch. Han Ting and Liang Tao fought side by side, their weapons nearly depleted of energy, their bodies covered in wounds. Yet the onslaught of the traitor hunters showed no signs of weakening. "Hold on a little longer," Liang Tao shouted, felling an incoming enemy. "Lin Xingheng is getting close to the core. He better not fail." Han Ting panted, pushing back a traitor with a raised hand. Su Yun stood next to Lin Xingheng, accurately taking down all enemies attempting to approach him. Her expression was stern, yet a hint of anxiety flickered in her eyes. "Faster, Lin Xingheng," she murmured, her gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. Finally, Lin Xingheng stood before the point of light. His body was almost crushed by the power of the rules, and his consciousness was on the verge of collapse, but he still raised the short blade, aiming for the center of the core. "The abyss won't let you go." The cold voice echoed again, laden with endless pressure. "Destroy it, and you too will be swallowed." "Maybe," Lin Xingheng whispered, thrusting the short blade toward the core. Boom! A violent tremor erupted from the core, causing the entire rule space to collapse in an instant. Lin Xingheng felt his consciousness being torn apart, his vision blurring, and then he plunged into an endless darkness. In reality, at the moment the rule device was destroyed, it released a massive wave of energy. The rift began to shake violently, the surrounding black mist dissipating rapidly, and the traitor hunters fell one by one, their bodies shredded by the backlash of the rule's power. "We did it!" Liang Tao shouted. "The device has been destroyed." But he quickly noticed Lin Xingheng's condition. He was still standing before the device, his eyes tightly closed, his body trembling slightly, as if bound by some invisible force. "Lin Xingheng," Su Yun rushed forward, trying to wake him, but there was no response. Liang Tao followed closely behind, checking Lin Xingheng's vital signs and whispered, "His consciousness hasn't returned. He's still trapped in the rule space." "Damn it." Su Yun gritted her teeth. "We have to get him out of here. The fluctuations of the rules are still unstable, and we don't have time." Liang Tao nodded, signaling Han Ting to help lift Lin Xingheng, and they quickly evacuated the rift area. In the hours following their retreat, Lin Xingheng remained unconscious, although his body showed no obvious wounds. The erosion index had reached a dangerous level. Shen Yinlan stood by the bedside, coldly watching him, but a hint of barely perceptible concern flickered in her gaze. "Will his consciousness come back?" Liang Tao asked, his tone weary. "If his will is strong enough, he will return," Shen Yinlan replied, "but if he fails, he will forever become a part of the abyss." Just then, Lin Xingheng on the bed suddenly opened his eyes wide. His breathing was rapid, cold sweat covering his forehead. but his gaze held an unprecedented determination. You succeeded, Shen Yinlan said coldly. The device has been destroyed. Lin Xingheng nodded, slowly sitting up, and whispered, The Abyss tried to stop me, but I saw its weakness. Weakness? Liang Tao frowned. You mean the Abyss has weaknesses too? Its rules are interdependent, Lin Xingheng explained. If we can find the key nodes in its network of rules, we can completely dismantle its power. That's too risky, Shen Yinlan said. But it is also the only possible breakthrough. Regardless, we must try. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, determination flickering in his eyes. If we do not confront the Abyss head-on, it will eventually swallow everything we have. Chapter 28. The Abyss's Counterattack. Lin Xingheng awoke from the nightmare of the Abyss's rules. Although his consciousness had returned, every muscle in his body felt as if it had been pulled, aching painfully. This was not only a side effect of the backlash from the rules, but also the price he paid for touching the essence of the Abyss at the core of the rules. But he had no time to rest. Early the next morning, the hospital's alarm suddenly blared, red lights flashing in the corridor, and the entire building was engulfed in an atmosphere of unease. Lin Xingheng had just stepped out of the medical room when he saw Su Yun and Liang Tao rushing towards him. What happened? Lin Xingheng asked. A rift in the Northwest District has suddenly expanded, and the fluctuations of the rules are now beyond our control, Liang Tao said, anxiety etched on his face. It's much more serious than what we encountered last time. This is impossible, Lin Xingheng frowned. Last time, we destroyed the traitor's device. The expansion of the rift should have been contained. That's the problem. Su Yun took over. The traitors have not stopped their actions. Their plan is still ongoing. And the rift in the Northwest District might just be one of the nodes. Lin Xingheng's expression grew grave. It seems that device was just the tip of the iceberg. We underestimated the scale of the traitor's actions. The higher-ups have dispatched multiple teams to the rift point. But we are the core team and must reach the site as soon as possible, Liang Tao said. Lin Xingheng nodded, quickly putting on his gear and following the two to the assembly point. When the team arrived in the Northwest District, they were met with a completely twisted scene. The entire area was shrouded in black mist, an eerie red light floated in the sky, and the ground was covered with distorted cracks, as if the very earth was being devoured by some force. The rules had completely spiraled out of control. Sensor, and the data on the screen kept fluctuating. The rift is expanding at an extremely rapid pace. If we don't contain it immediately, this area will soon fall. Lin Xingheng closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing the fluctuations of the rift. He quickly detected some anomalies. The center of the rift not only exhibited strong rule fluctuations, but also contained a strange oscillation frequency, as if some signal was being repeatedly amplified. These fluctuations are not natural, he murmured. The rift has been artificially accelerated. Liang Tao's expression darkened. The traitors are no longer satisfied with using the device to interfere with the Abyss. They're trying to completely open the rift. Completely open? Su Yun exclaimed. Doesn't that mean the descent of high-sequence fallen gods? Liang Tao said coldly. If they succeed, this area will become the territory of the Abyss. Lin Xingheng tightened his grip on his short blade, a glint of determination in his eyes. We cannot let them succeed. We must find the core of the rift and destroy it completely. As the team approached the center of the rift, a deep, low roar suddenly echoed from the black mist. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the fog, a humanoid being completely covered in abyssal runes. It's a traitor, Su Yun whispered, quickly raising his weapon. Be careful. They have been completely eroded by the rules of the Abyss. Watch out for their attacks, Liang Tao warned. Lin Xingheng stared at the figure, a familiar feeling flashing through his mind. He suddenly realized that this traitor was the same one who had spoken to him in the rift before. Back again, Lin Xingheng. The traitor's voice came coldly, the red light in his eyes particularly piercing. I didn't expect you to still be alive. What do you want? Lin Xingheng tightened his grip on the short blade, staring directly at him. To use the rift to summon high-sequence fallen gods? Are you insane? Insane? The traitor revealed a strange smile. No, Lin Xingheng. This is awakening. The Abyss is our only refuge, and the descent of the fallen gods will bring a new order. You're merely still resisting. New order? Liang Tao scoffed. Do you think the Abyss will allow you to control it? You are nothing but its puppet. Puppet? The traitor sneered. So what? At least I will become the beginning of a new order. And you are destined to be eliminated. With that, he raised his hand, and the black mist quickly coalesced into several pitch-black spears, shooting straight at the team. Scatter! Liang Tao shouted, and everyone quickly dodged. The traitor's attack speed was extremely fast, accompanied by the distorted waves of the rules, each strike carrying devastating power. Su Yun and Han Ting were responsible for containment, while Liang Tao tried to find a flaw in the traitor's defense. Lin Xingheng, go to the center of the rift. Liang Tao shouted while fighting. We'll hold him off. Lin Xingheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded and turned to rush toward the rift direction. As he approached the center of the rift, Lin Xingheng's body began to feel immense pressure. The fluctuations of the rules felt like invisible ropes, binding every movement he made, making each step incredibly difficult. But he gritted his teeth and continued forward. He knew that destroying the core was the only way. When he finally reached the center of the rift, he saw a massive rune device. The device floated in midair, emitting dazzling red light, and the power of the rift surged forth from here. This is the core, Lin Xingheng murmured, tightening his grip on the short blade and slowly approaching. Just as he was about to touch the device, a deep voice echoed from the rift. Insignificant human, do you dare to challenge the power of the abyss? Lin Xingheng was taken aback, the voice low and filled with pressure, as if it resonated directly in his consciousness. Who are you? He asked in a low voice. I am the will of the fallen gods. The voice replied with a hint of disdain. You are merely a trivial hunter, yet you dare to attempt to reverse the rules of the abyss. Your struggle is meaningless. Lin Xingheng's breath hitched, but he quickly regained his calm. He tightened his grip on the short blade and said softly, perhaps I am insignificant, but as long as I am alive, I will not let you succeed. With that, he leaped forward, the short blade piercing directly into the core of the device. The device released a blinding light the moment the short blade pierced in, and a massive shockwave erupted, sending Lin Xingheng flying. He crashed heavily to the ground. Intense pain radiating from his chest, and a sweet taste filled his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xingheng. Liang Tao's voice came from afar, but he could no longer hear clearly. The light of the rift gradually dimmed, and the black mist began to recede. But at the moment the device collapsed, a massive, blurred figure emerged from the rift, with a pair of crimson eyes, exuding endless indifference and authority. The will of the fallen gods is descending, Lin Xingheng murmured, his eyes filled with shock. Chapter 29. The descent of the fallen god. Lin Xingheng's vision was blurred. His consciousness seemed to float in the void. A bone-chilling cold surged from all directions, pressing on every nerve in his body. Although the rift had collapsed, things were far from over. The indistinct figure, those crimson eyes, were the initial manifestation of the true power of the abyss, the will of the fallen god. He murmured softly, trying to stand up, but his body was losing strength. Liang Tao and Su Yun quickly rushed over and supported Lin Xingheng. Their gazes simultaneously turned toward the location of the rift, where a massive figure hovered, black mist seemingly being absorbed into its body, those crimson eyes appearing as if they could penetrate a person's soul. This is... Su Yun's voice was filled with disbelief. This thing is no longer just a manifestation of rules. It is trying to descend into reality. We must stop it. Liang Tao gritted his teeth and said, if it fully descends, this place will become a dead zone. The figure of the fallen god gradually became clearer, an existence that could not be described in human language. Its body seemed to be made of black mist and rules, every movement carrying an endless sense of oppression. The air was filled with a suffocating scent, as if the rules of the entire space were being rewritten by it. Insignificant humans. The voice of the fallen god echoed in everyone's minds. Why do you still struggle? Accept the fate of the abyss. This is your only home. It is trying to interfere with our consciousness. Liang Tao shouted. Everyone concentrate. Do not let its voice erode you. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself. The power of the fallen god not only manifested in physical oppression, but also in the erosion of consciousness. If any member of the team collapses mentally, the consequences would be unimaginable. Where's the core of this thing? Su Yun asked, her weapon already aimed at the figure of the fallen god. Its core of rules is hidden inside its body. Lin Xingheng replied, his tone carrying a hint of fatigue. But we must first break its external defenses to reach the core. Then let us act, Liang Tao decisively ordered, raising his weapon to fire at the body of the fallen god. The team's attack broke the brief deadlock. Su Yun and Han Ting concentrated their fire on the right side of the fallen god, trying to weaken its physical defenses, while Liang Tao wielded his blade, engaging the fallen god in close combat. The fallen god's reaction speed was extremely fast. Its body seemed able to change at will, the black mist transforming into sharp blades, wildly stabbing at the team members. "Get away!" Su Yun shouted, quickly rolling to avoid a blade of black mist. But Han Ting's movement was a beat too slow, and his shoulder was pierced, blood gushing out instantly. "I'm Fine." Han Ting gritted his teeth, raising his other hand to continue attacking. Lin Xingheng stood at a slightly distant position, concentrating on sensing the rule fluctuations of the fallen god. He closed his eyes, trying to find the fallen god's weakness through his ability as a toucher. Gradually, he began to catch some unusual trajectories. The outer body of the fallen god was not complete. There was an unstable node in its flow of rules. There is a weakness at its right shoulder. Lin Xingheng shouted, "Focus fire there." Liang Tao immediately adjusted his aim and charged toward the fallen god's right shoulder with his blade. With a loud crash, a gash was cut into the fallen god's right shoulder, and a portion of the black mist instantly dissipated. The fallen god let out a low, furious roar, its body writhing violently, as if the air around it was ignited by its rage. "Good," Su Yun shouted, "keep attacking." But the fallen god quickly adjusted its state. Its body recoalesced, the gash rapidly healing, while the surrounding rule fluctuations began to spiral into chaos, with countless twisted runes appearing on the ground. "Not good. It's strengthening its own rules." Lin Xingheng shouted, "Be careful of the runes on the ground. Don't touch them." As soon as he finished speaking, a team member accidentally stepped on a rune and instantly let out a scream. His body was directly torn apart by the power of the rules, leaving not even a trace behind. "Damn!" Liang Tao bit down hard. "We can't delay any longer. We must find a way to resolve this quickly." Lin Xingheng looked at the figure of the fallen god, his gaze filled with complex emotions. The core of the fallen god's rules was the only breakthrough point. But to approach the core, they would have to pass through its defenses while enduring immense backlash from the rules. "I'll do it," Lin Xingheng suddenly said, his tone carrying a hint of determination. "Are you crazy?" Liang Tao's eyes widened. "The fluctuations of the core's rules will directly destroy your consciousness. There is no time." Lin Xingheng looked at Liang Tao, his tone firm. "If we keep dragging this out, this area will be finished. Only I can approach the core." Liang Tao was silent for a moment before nodding. "Okay, I'll cover you." Lin Xingheng tightened his grip on the short blade, took a deep breath, and concentrated all his attention as he charged toward the fallen god. Su Yun and Han Ting focused all their efforts on suppressing the fallen god's attacks, while Liang Tao stood in front of Lin Xingheng, clearing a path for him. The fallen god seemed to sense Lin Xingheng's intentions. Its body began to twist violently, trying to block his path with black mist. "Don't let stop him," Liang Tao shouted, swinging his blade to forcefully cut through a spear of black mist. Lin Xingheng moved closer to the fallen god step by step, every cell in his body bearing the oppression of the rules. He felt his consciousness beginning to blur, but he still gritted his teeth and advanced toward the core. Finally, he stood at the fallen god's chest, where a dazzling red light flickered. "This is it," Lin Xingheng murmured softly, raising the short blade and plunging it toward the core with all his strength. The moment the short blade pierced the core, a tremendous force erupted. The fallen god let out a deafening roar, and its entire body began to collapse. The red light and black mist intertwined, forming a massive vortex, which quickly dissipated. Lin Xingheng's body was thrown back by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. His consciousness gradually blurred, and he could hear Liang Tao and Su Yun shouting, but he could no longer make out their words. Chapter 30. Change and Awakening. A month after Lin Xingheng destroyed the core of the fallen god, the abnormal fluctuations of the rift gradually weakened, and the activities of the abyss seemed to fall into a brief silence. However, there was no peace in his heart. Whenever he closed his eyes, the crimson eyes of the fallen god and the whispers of temptation from the abyss would surface in his mind. The atmosphere of the entire mental hospital had also undergone subtle changes after the mission. Although the rift was temporarily contained, everyone was aware that the threat of the abyss had never truly receded. This tense and oppressive atmosphere seemed to freeze the entire world in an eternal night. But Lin Xingheng gradually realized that his life could not revolve solely around the rift, training, and missions. He knew that if he confined himself to the narrow world of the mental hospital, he would eventually be consumed by his own questions and confusion. One clear morning, Lin Xingheng got out of bed and looked out the window at the sky outside the mental hospital. Although the hospital was strictly enclosed, he could see the distant ruined city from the high-rise windows. Does the abyss really only exist within the rift? He murmured to himself. He sensed that the tentacles of the abyss were not only spreading within the mental hospital, but might also be affecting the broader world. He found Liang Tao and made a request. I want to leave the hospital and investigate outside. Lin Xingheng's tone was firm. Outside? Liang Tao raised an eyebrow. Do you know what that means? The area outside the hospital is even more chaotic, and the power of the abyss may be more hidden than here. Precisely because of that, I must see it, Lin Xingheng replied. I don't believe the threat of the abyss only appears in the rift. If we remain trapped here, we will be completely unprepared when it truly arrives. Liang Tao fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. I will arrange an exit for you. But outside is not a protected zone like the hospital. Every step you take may be filled with danger. I understand, Lin Xingheng replied. The mental hospital was located on the edge of the city, and the hospital's protective devices made the surrounding area appear relatively calm. However, after leaving the protection zone, Lin Xingheng quickly felt the chaos and desolation of the outside world. This city, once a prosperous industrial center, now resembled a dead city. The glass of the high-rise buildings was shattered, the streets were deserted, and there was a decaying smell in the air. Has the world outside become like this? Lin Xingheng murmured. He slowly moved along the abandoned streets, keeping his short blade at the ready. Although there were no obvious rifts here, he could sense that some hidden power was lurking. Soon, he noticed some unusual markings. In front of an abandoned church, the ground was covered with dense runes that closely resembled the symbols of the abyss. In the center of the runes, several burnt black candles were placed, with wax spilled all over the ground. What is this? Lin Xingheng crouched down and gently touched the runes on the ground, suddenly feeling a sharp pain. Don't touch those things. A strange voice came from behind him. Lin Xingheng turned around abruptly and found a young girl in tattered clothes standing at the street corner. She looked to be in her early 20s, her face covered in dust, yet her gaze was particularly sharp. Who are you? Lin Xingheng stood up, gripping his short blade tightly. Are you also investigating these things? The girl did not answer, but walked toward the direction of the ruins. It seems you are different from those hunters. You know the hunters? Lin Xingheng frowned. Of course. The girl chuckled softly. Over the years, many hunters have been sent out by the hospital, but most did not return alive. Who are you, really? Lin Xingheng repeated, his tone now laced with caution. Call me Mu Shi, the girl said lightly. If you want to know the truth about the abyss, perhaps I can take you to a place. What place? A place that truly understands the abyss. She revealed a mysterious smile and turned to walk toward the end of the street. Of course, provided you dare to follow me. Lin Xingheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow Mu Shi. He instinctively felt that this girl was not an ordinary person, and the place she spoke of might hold many secrets about the abyss. Mu Shi led him through a dilapidated neighborhood and eventually arrived at a shelter hidden underground. This place was not as strictly organized as the Hunter Hospital. It resembled a forgotten corner of the city. The shelter was filled with dozens of people, dressed in various styles, their expressions alert, yet their eyes revealed a certain indomitable resilience. Who are these people? Lin Xingheng asked softly. The abandoners, Mu Shi replied. Those whom you hunters deem unworthy of protection, yet they are also the first to come into contact with the abyss. Lin Xingheng looked around, a complex emotion stirring within him. He had always thought that the hunters in the hospital were the only force resisting the abyss. But these people, referred to as abandoners, made him realize that the world he knew might not be complete. Deep inside the shelter, Lin Xingheng met the leader of the abandoners, a man named Kuze. His body had been eroded by black mist, yet his gaze was remarkably clear. "You are the hunter who walked out of the hospital?" Kuze looked at Lin Xingheng, his tone somewhat scrutinizing. "Why are you researching Abyss runes?" Lin Xingheng asked directly. "Because we have no choice," Kuze said slowly. "The people from the hospital can survive on suppressants and rule training, but we can only rely on ourselves. The Abyss is not only an enemy to us. It is something we need to understand. Are you trying to utilize the rules of the Abyss?" Lin Xingheng frowned. "We are not traitors," Kuze said, looking directly at him. "But if you do not understand the Abyss, you will never conquer it. And we're the only ones willing to delve into the darkness." "Delve into the darkness?" Lin Xingheng repeated softly. "You hunters are too limited," Kuze scoffed. "You think the rules of the Abyss are merely a power that erodes reality? Wrong. The Abyss is another reality, and its rules have long seeped into every corner of our world. Your so-called resistance is just blindly delaying time." "Then what is your goal?" Lin Xingheng asked. "To find balance," Kuze replied calmly. "If the Abyss cannot be eliminated, we must find a way to coexist with it." After leaving the abandoner's shelter, Lin Xingheng was filled with conflicting emotions. He began to doubt whether the hospital's direction was correct, while also gaining a new understanding of the rules of the Abyss. "You are wavering," Mushi suddenly said. Lin Xingheng looked at her and asked in a deep voice, "Do you think coexistence is the only answer?" "Not the only one, but perhaps the most realistic," Mushi replied. "Your belief as hunters is too simplistic, and the Abyss is not something that can be defeated with pure faith." Lin Xingheng said nothing more. He knew that his choices would determine the path of his future. Chapter 31 The World Beyond the Hospital. Lin Xingheng returned to the psychiatric hospital, but this time his mindset had completely changed. In the gathering place of the abandoned, he heard voices that were entirely different from those of the hunters for the first time. They not only attempted to understand the Abyss, but also proposed the concept of coexistence, which was clearly contrary to the hospital's consistent confrontational strategy. He sat by the window, gazing at the world outside. The abandoned city, the traces of the Abyss's rules, the erosion of the rifts, all reminded him that the influence of the Abyss had long exceeded the hospital's defenses, and their past battles might have been just the tip of the iceberg. The next morning, Lin Xingheng was called to attend a high-level meeting. The commanders of the psychiatric hospital had solemn expressions, and the atmosphere in the conference room was stifling. The issue of the rift in the Northwest District had just been temporarily contained, but our reconnaissance team had discovered even greater troubles. Shen Yinlan spoke up, projecting a holographic map onto the conference table. The map displayed a desolate industrial area, with dense markings indicating rule fluctuations, as if this place had become a vortex of rules. "This area is located 30 kilometers from our southern border," Liang Tao added. "The fluctuations of the rift's rules are exceptionally violent, and the reconnaissance team found a significant amount of human activity traces in this area." "Traitors?" Lin Xingheng blurted out. "Not certain yet." Shen Yinlan shook her head. "But one thing is clear. This area has exceeded our monitoring range. More importantly, the activities of the abandoned here are also very frequent." Lin Xingheng frowned slightly. He couldn't help but recall the words of the abandoned leader. "Keys. The rules of the Abyss have already infiltrated every corner of our world. The chaos in these areas might be related to the research of the abandoned. The hospital's policy has always been to isolate these areas and only manage the places we can control," Lin Xingheng said. "But it seems that the expansion of the Abyss has completely surpassed the limitations of this strategy. Fighting solely within the rifts is not enough to solve the problem." Shen Yinlan looked at him with a hint of scrutiny. "What are you trying to say?" "We must change our strategy." Lin Xingheng stood up, his gaze sweeping over the commanders present. "We cannot just defend the hospital. We need to proactively reach out to the outside world. The abandoned may have grasped some truths about the Abyss, while we have viewed them as unstable factors. If we can find a balance, perhaps we can confront the Abyss in different ways." "You want the hunters to cooperate with the abandoned?" Liang Tao's tone was laced with disbelief. "This isn't cooperation," Lin Xingheng said calmly, "but rather seeking new possibilities." The conference room fell into a brief silence. His words struck at some deeply ingrained notions. If they did not change the status quo, the fate of the hunters might very well become, as the abandoned said, a tool for blindly buying time. In the end, the High Command decided to send a small team to the industrial area near the southern border. The mission included investigating the situation of the rift, confirming the activities of the abandoned, and investigating the source of the abnormal rule fluctuations. Unsurprisingly, Lin Xingheng was appointed as the mission leader, with Liang Tao and Su Yun as his primary support. This mission may be more complex than ever before, Shen Yinlan said to him before the team set out. We allow you to attempt contact with the abandoned, but there is one bottom line you must ensure. The core objectives of the hunters must not change. I understand. Lin Xingheng nodded. The duty of the hunters was to protect, not to blindly confront. I hope you remember this, Shen Yinlan said coldly. The team set out the next morning, with the three of them taking an armored vehicle towards the abandoned industrial area at the southern border. Along the way, Lin Xingheng clearly felt a change in atmosphere. Unlike previous missions, this area felt more like a completely abandoned world. Broken factories, desolate streets, and rusted machinery seemed to narrate the city's former glory and its current destruction. The rule fluctuations here are strange, Su Yun said, looking at the sensor screen. It doesn't seem like an ordinary rift. It resembles some kind of resonance of rules. Perhaps someone is conducting Abyss-related experiments here, Lin Xingheng said, scanning the surroundings warily. Stay alert. We don't know the source of these fluctuations. They got out of the vehicle and walked through a deserted factory, soon discovering some strange traces in front of a large warehouse. What is this? Su Yun asked, pointing at the footprints on the ground. Human-made, Liang Tao replied. These traces look very fresh, indicating that someone has been active here recently. Lin Xingheng crouched down to examine the symbols on the ground closely. He noticed that these symbols bore some resemblance to the Abyss runes in front of the gathering place of the abandoned, but they were more complex, resembling some kind of intricate ritual. This is not an ordinary rift area, Lin Xingheng whispered. These symbols suggest that this could be a man-made experimental site for rules. As the team prepared to enter the warehouse, a voice suddenly came from the shadows. Don't move. The three quickly raised their weapons, their eyes scanning for the source of the voice. A group of people emerged from the dark, led by a tall man wearing a tattered coat, his sharp gaze fixed on them, holding a modified weapon in hand. Hunters? The man sneered. I didn't expect you to come to a place like this. Who are you? Lin Xingheng asked, locking eyes with the man. Abandoned, the man replied, his tone laced with disdain. This is our territory. You shouldn't have stepped in. The rule fluctuations in this area have exceeded normal limits, Liang Tao said coldly. If not addressed, the rift here will soon spiral out of control. That's your problem, the man replied. The hunters only know how to seal the rifts, never questioning the truth behind them. Truth? Lin Xingheng asked. Do you know the source of these rule fluctuations? The man did not answer directly, but turned to look toward the warehouse. If you really want to confront the Abyss, follow me. I'll show you things that the Hunter Hospital will never tell you. Following the abandoned into the warehouse, Lin Xingheng and his team saw a massive device. The shape of the device was somewhat similar to the equipment used by the trader hunters before, but it was evidently more complex. It was surrounded by Abyss runes, and a faint light emanated from its center. What is this? Su Yun asked. This is a rule capture device, the man replied. We use it to capture the fluctuations of the rules of the Abyss and attempt to analyze them in a human way. You're trying to control the Abyss? Liang Tao asked incredulously. Not control, the man shook his head. We're trying to understand. The rules of the Abyss are not entirely hostile. They represent a higher form of existence. If we can find a way to coexist with it, we can avoid all meaningless sacrifices. Lin Xingheng stared at the device, filled with inner conflict. The abandoned's approach was fraught with danger, but he had to admit that their research might provide new insights for the hunters. Your device will trigger rift fluctuations, he said. This approach is too risky. Risky? The man scoffed. If the hunters' resistance were effective, this world would have been saved long ago. The problem is, you no longer have time. Chapter 32, The Edge of Truth. In the warehouse, the Abyss runes flowed slowly under the light of the rule captor, emitting a sense of unsettling oppression. Lin Xingheng stood in front of the device, his hand gently touching its surface, feeling a faint but clear wave of rules. This wave seemed to carry some kind of information, as if trying to communicate with him. The leader of the abandoners, a tall man, stood by observing Lin Xingheng. There was a hint of indifference in his eyes, but they also sparkled with an elusive expectation. "Hunter, you feel it, don't you?" the man said, his tone not hostile, but an attempt at communication. "The abyss is not as simple as you think. The rule waves of the abyss are meant to erode reality," Liang Tao said coldly. "You shouldn't be conducting such dangerous experiments on your own." "Erode?" the man scoffed. "Do you think the abyss's goal is merely to devour reality? If you're truly that naive, you will never understand its true meaning." "True meaning?" Lin Xingheng turned to look at him. "What do you really know?" The man's expression changed slightly, and then he slowly said, "We abandoners discovered a key fact. The abyss is not purely an enemy. It is more like a trial, or rather, an extension of natural rules. It is screening for adapters, and your struggle as hunters is merely delaying this screening process." "Trial?" Liang Tao frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "The abyss is a set of rules from another dimension. Its existence is not for destruction, but to find individuals capable of bearing its power." The man looked directly at Lin Xingheng. "That is why we choose to study it rather than simply resist." Lin Xingheng did not respond immediately, but continued to observe the rule captor. He could feel that the operation of this device had some subtle connection to the abyss rules, but there was also immense danger involved. "What else can this device do?" Lin Xingheng asked. "Capture rules, analyze runes, and even attempt small-scale reversal of rule waves." The man answered, "But we have not fully mastered its usage. The probability of experimental failure is very high." "What does failure mean?" Suyin asked coldly. "The backlash of rules, the rampage of rifts, or even," he paused, his tone grave, "the descent of high-sequence fallen gods." "So your experiments are playing with fire?" Liang Tao shouted angrily. "You cannot control the abyss rules. Why take such risks? If we do not take risks, we will forever be prey to the abyss." The man's tone carried a hint of mockery. "The hunters only delay the problem, while we attempt to find the real answer. What right do you have to accuse us?" "Enough." Lin Xingheng interrupted their argument. "We are not here to argue with you. We need to know if the anomalies in this area are related to your experiments." The man was silent for a while, then finally nodded. "It is indeed related to our experiments, but it is not the rift waves we directly caused. Rather, it is because we captured a more powerful signal of rules." "More powerful signal of rules?" A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Xingheng's eyes. "Where?" The man walked to the captor and activated a projection device. Instantly, a complex diagram of rule waves appeared in the center of the warehouse. The waves presented a spiral pattern, intertwining and ultimately pointing to an unknown area. "This is the southern wasteland," the man explained. "We once discovered a special rule node there. Those waves were extremely stable, even capable of shielding against the erosion of the abyss. But recently, these nodes have started to become unstable." "Southern wasteland?" Liang Tao frowned. "Isn't that place already abandoned?" "Indeed, but the abyss has never given up on it," the man said softly. "If you truly want to understand the truth, perhaps that is a good starting point." After leaving the warehouse, the team briefly stationed in the abandoned industrial area. Lin Xingheng's mind kept echoing the words of the abandoner leader about the theory of abyss trials and the rule nodes hidden in the southern wasteland. "Do you believe them?" Liang Tao broke the silence. "I don't know," Lin Xingheng answered frankly, "but I can feel that they are not completely lying. The rule waves of the abyss do not seem like mere aggression. They are more like a selection." "Selection?" Suyin asked. "Are you saying the abyss is selecting something? Perhaps humans, or perhaps some kind of ability," Lin Xingheng replied. "In any case, the abandoner's research made me realize that we know too little about the abyss. If we decide to go to the southern wasteland, the hospital may not support it." Liang Tao reminded. "The higher-ups prefer to maintain the status quo of the rift rather than risk venturing into unknown areas. If we don't take risks, we will never know the answer," Lin Xingheng said firmly. "We must try." A few days later, Lin Xingheng convinced the hospital's higher-ups and obtained permission to go to the southern wasteland. Accompanying him were still Liang Tao and Su Yun, and the three set off once again on their journey to explore the abyss. The scene of the wasteland was vastly different from that of the industrial area. It was desolate, devoid of life, the ground covered with fine cracks, and the air filled with a faint dust. "This place is worse than the industrial area," Su Yun said quietly, gripping her weapon tightly. The rule waves are getting stronger. Liang Tao looked at the sensor, his brow furrowed. We're getting closer to the target. But the rules in this area are very unstable. Be careful. The three continued forward, eventually stopping in front of a massive deep pit. In the center of the pit stood a dilapidated building, surrounded by a dense array of abyss runes floating in the air. That is the rule node, Lin Xingheng said quietly, his gaze fixed on the direction of the building. However, just as they were about to approach, a low rumble echoed from the deep pit. Following that, a huge shadow slowly emerged from behind the building. It was a creature completely made of rules, its body twisted and enormous, with a blinding red light flickering in its eyes. Rule Guardian, Liang Tao shouted. Prepare for battle. Chapter 33, The Trial of the Rule Guardian. A dark shadow slowly rose from the deep pit, its enormous body blocking out the sun. Waves of rules emanated from it, making the air in the entire wasteland feel heavy. Its form seemed to be woven from abyssal runes and black mist, with piercing red light flickering in its eyes. And everything around it lost its original shape under the distortion of the rules. This is the Rule Guardian. Suyin tightened his grip on his weapon, his tone revealing a hint of tension. We have encountered similar entities before, but never one as strong as this. It is not an ordinary manifestation of rules. Lin Xingheng gazed at the Guardian and slowly said, "It is the protector of this rule node. Only by passing it can we enter the building. Then let's take it down first," Liang Tao said coldly, pulling out his giant blade. The Guardian let out a low roar and suddenly stepped forward, its massive claws, infused with strong rule fluctuations, slammed down onto the ground. Instantly, the earth cracked open with numerous deep fissures, and black mist surged from the cracks, rushing towards the team. "Scatter!" Liang Tao shouted, and everyone quickly dodged to the sides. Although the Guardian's movements were massive, its speed exceeded expectations. Each swing came with a shockwave of rule fluctuations, making it nearly impossible to approach. Its body is a weapon of rules. Su Yun yelled, trying to restrain it with the energy rifle in his hands. "We can't penetrate its defenses at all. All rule-based creatures have a core," Lin Xingheng reminded loudly. "Its core is likely inside its body. We must find a way to attack there." Liang Tao gritted his teeth and charged forward, swinging his blade fiercely at the Guardian's forelimb. With a tremendous crash, the blade was deflected by the power of the rules, while the Guardian remained unscathed. "Its shell is too thick," Liang Tao cursed under his breath, quickly retreating to avoid a counterattack. "I will find the core." Lin Xingheng closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing the Guardian's rule fluctuations. His consciousness quickly sank into the trajectory of the rules, capturing the flow of fluctuations from every part of the Guardian. Soon, he discovered an anomaly. "Its core is in its chest," Lin Xingheng shouted. "But the outer layer of the core has a strong rule barrier. We must break the barrier first to reach it." "We'll cover you," Liang Tao replied. "You find a way to break through the barrier." Su Yun and Liang Tao continued to draw the Guardian's attention, while Lin Xingheng used the abilities of the Toucher to analyze the structure of the rule barrier in depth. His mind conjured countless complex symbols and trajectories, which interwove into a huge network of rules, with the core located deep in the Guardian's chest. "The operation of the barrier's rules is periodic," Lin Xingheng murmured. "There is a gap period. The barrier weakens briefly about every 10 seconds. The gap lasts only 1 second. Lin Xingheng looked at Liang Tao and Su Yun. "We must seize this opportunity to attack the core." "Understood," Liang Tao shouted. "We will try to attract its attention. You deliver the final blow." The team had clear roles. Liang Tao and Su Yun restrained the Guardian from the left and right sides while using their advantage of rule perception to avoid its attack range. The Guardian's movements became increasingly frantic, and the rule fluctuations began to grow chaotic, but its core remained firmly protected by the barrier. Now, the instant the gap in the barrier appeared, Lin Xingheng shouted and charged forward. He tightened his grip on the short blade, focusing all his strength on the core's location, and thrust with all his might. The moment the short blade made contact with the core, a powerful backlash struck him, and Lin Xingheng felt his consciousness being torn apart. But he gritted his teeth and persisted, driving deeper into the core. Boom! With a loud crash, the Guardian's body shook violently, and the core emitted a dazzling light. Then, the entire body began to collapse, transforming into countless runes and black mist, dissipating into the air. The Guardian's disappearance brought a brief calm back to the wasteland. The team stood in the center of the deep pit, gazing at the ruined building. The rule fluctuations have disappeared, Su Yun said, looking at the sensor. We can enter the building now. Lin Xingheng nodded and stepped toward the entrance of the building. Each step felt heavy, as he knew that the interior of this building likely concealed the abyssal truth they had been searching for. The air inside the building was filled with a decaying odor. The walls were covered in abyssal runes, and the floor was littered with numerous, complex devices. These devices were remarkably similar to the rule capturers of the Abandoners, but evidently more advanced. This is, Liang Tao frowned. Someone has conducted large-scale experiments on abyssal rules here. Look here. Su Yun pointed to a corner, where a large number of documents and equipment remnants were piled up. Lin Xingheng opened one of the documents and found it recorded a wealth of research notes on abyssal rules. These notes mentioned several key terms, such as core transmission points for rule adapters and unified theories of rules. Could these studies be the predecessors of the Abandoners? Liang Tao speculated. No. Lin Xingheng shook his head. These studies are far more complex than the technology of the Abandoners, and can even be said to reach heights that the Hunters Hospital cannot aspire to. This might be another force. Su Yun whispered, a force we have never heard of before. Just as they were preparing to delve deeper, the air inside the building suddenly turned cold, and a low hum echoed from deep within. Immediately afterward, the runes on the walls began to emit red light, and the fluctuations of rules rapidly intensified. Not good. Lin Xingheng suddenly looked up. The rules here have not stabilized. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake, and cracks spread along the walls. The fluctuations of rules in the air gradually coalesced into a vague figure, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if it came from the depths of the abyss. What is that? Su Yun took a step back, warily raising his weapon. It could be another kind of rule manifestation creature, Liang Tao said, gritting his teeth and tightening his grip on the blade, ready to fight. Chapter 30, For the Call of the Abyss, the vague figure gradually solidified, its outline distorted and unstable, as if the entire space was trying to reject its existence. Yet at the same time, its aura enveloped the entire building, and the fluctuations of the rules became unusually strong. It was unlike an ordinary rule-manifested creature, Lin Xingheng whispered, gripping his short blade tightly. This thing is closer to the will of a fallen god. It has not fully formed yet. Liang Tao glanced at the rule sensor. The data was fluctuating at an astonishing speed. This could be a secondary manifestation triggered by the residual rules within the building. If not contained, it could very well turn into a complete projection of a fallen god. Then we must stop it immediately, Su Yun said, quickly adjusting the energy rifle's mode and aiming at the vague figure. We can't let it have the chance to grow. Wait. Lin Xingheng raised his hand, indicating that a direct attack might only exacerbate the rule fluctuations. We must first find its core. Core? Liang Tao frowned. The rule fluctuations here are so complex. Can you sense it? I'll give it a try. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused his mind to enter a state of rule perception. As Lin Xingheng's consciousness entered the rule fluctuations, he felt an unprecedented chaos. The internal rule network of the building seemed to be torn apart, with rune trajectories conflicting with each other, twisting into a massive rule vortex. And at the center of the vortex was the source of that vague figure. Its core is at the center of the rule vortex. Lin Xingheng opened his eyes and said quickly, but the power of the vortex is too strong. We cannot approach it directly. We must find a way to weaken it. Liang Tao said calmly, there are so many rune devices in the building. Perhaps they can interfere with the operation of the rule vortex. Split up. Lin Xingheng decisively ordered. Liang Tao and Su Yun checked the devices in the building. I'll hold this thing back. You alone? Su Yun looked at him worriedly. Don't worry, I won't attack it head on. Lin Xingheng said. Its attention is mainly focused on the condensation of the rules. As long as we act quickly, it won't fully form immediately. Liang Tao nodded. Understood, be careful. After Liang Tao and Su Yun split up, Lin Xingheng stood alone in front of the vague figure, confronting it. Every nerve in his body was tense, and the short blade trembled slightly, as if sensing the immense pressure ahead. Human, the vague figure suddenly emitted a deep voice, echoing in Lin Xingheng's mind. Why resist? The truth of the abyss. The truth of the abyss? Lin Xingheng sneered. If the so-called truth you speak of is to devour everything, then I will resist to the end. Resistance is meaningless. The voice slowly said, the rules will be reshaped, reality is but a fleeting illusion. I do not believe that fate is determined by rules. Lin Xingheng tightened his grip on the short blade, his gaze cold. Your rules are the same. The vague figure did not speak further, but slowly raised its hand. A strong wave of rule fluctuations swept toward Lin Xingheng. He quickly retreated, dodging the attack. But the residual wave of rule fluctuations still caused a dull pain in his chest. Meanwhile, Liang Tao and Su Yun were searching for key devices in different areas of the building. Su Yun discovered a partially damaged device in a corner, covered with complex runes. This thing looks like a catcher, Su Yun said, contacting Liang Tao via the intercom, but its operation seems to have been damaged by the backlash of the rules. Try restarting it. Liang Tao's voice came through the intercom. These devices might be used to control the rule fluctuations. Reactivating them could weaken the vortex. Su Yun nodded, quickly connecting her portable energy module to restart the catcher. The device emitted a humming sound, and the runes began to flicker, while the intensity of the rule fluctuations briefly decreased. Effective, Su Yun shouted, but activating just one may not be enough. I found another device as well, Liang Tao said. His tone slightly hurried. It is starting up. After the second device was activated, the fluctuations of the rule vortex became unstable. The vague figure let out a low roar. Its body began to tremble violently, and the originally condensed rune trajectories became chaotic. The barrier is weakening. Lin Xingheng shouted, activate more devices. There's a third one here. Su Yun's voice came through as she quickly ran deeper into the building, remaining alert to possible rule fluctuations around her. However, just as she approached the third device, the vague figure seemed to sense the threat, suddenly extending a massive arm toward Su Yun. Watch out! Liang Tao rushed over and blocked the blow with his knife. The tremendous impact pushed him back a few steps, but successfully bought time. Su Yun did not hesitate to activate the third device, and the power of the rule vortex suddenly weakened, causing the vague figure's movements to slow. Now is the opportunity. Lin Xingheng seized the moment, rushing towards the center of the rule vortex, raising his short blade, aiming at the core. Boom! The moment the short blade pierced the core, a powerful light erupted from the vortex, and the vague figure let out a piercing roar before beginning to collapse, the rule fluctuations gradually calming down. When everything returned to calm, the team stood at the center of the collapsing rule vortex, staring at the remnants left by the vague figure. A crystal flickering with dim light emerged on the ground, its surface covered with abyssal runes. What is this? Su Yun asked softly. Fragments of the rule core. Lin Xingheng picked up the crystal and examined it closely. This is a key part of the rules operation and may record some of the truth of the abyss. We need to take it back for research, Liang Tao said, but we must also be careful. This thing may still interfere with the rules. Lin Xingheng nodded, carefully placing the crystal into his portable container. As they left the building, Lin Xingheng once again felt that familiar whispering voice. Although the vague figure had been destroyed, the voice of the abyss still lingered in his consciousness. The rules are irreversible. Reality will ultimately return to the abyss. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to ignore these voices and continued to move forward. Chapter 35 Clues of the Rule Core. After returning to the psychiatric hospital, Lin Xingheng immediately handed over the fragments of the Rule Core to the hospital's research team. This crystal was the biggest discovery of the team's expedition and represented a new breakthrough in the study of abyssal rules. In the research room, Shen Yinlan, Liang Tao, and several senior scientists huddled around the Rule Core fragments, carefully analyzing its structure and runes. The arrangement of the runes on this core fragment was extremely complex. One scientist remarked, "It's far more complicated than any abyssal runes we've encountered before. It seems to contain some form of advanced rule information." Advanced rule information? Shen Yinlan raised an eyebrow. Are you saying this thing might record how the abyss operates? Or something even more important? The scientist replied, "But we need time to decode these runes. They're not only complex, but also have some sort of protective mechanism." Attempting to forcibly analyze them could trigger a backlash of the rules. You need to hurry, Shen Yinlan said coldly. This thing might be the breakthrough we need to understand the truth of the Abyss. Lin Xingheng stood in a corner of the research room, silently watching the core fragments. The whispers of the vague figure within the building still echoed in his mind. Those words were not just threats, but seemed to convey some kind of message. The rules will reshape reality is merely a fleeting illusion. He closed his eyes, trying to decipher the meaning of these whispers. However, each time he attempted to delve deeper into his thoughts, a sharp pain shot through his mind, preventing him from continuing. Are you okay? Liang Tao's voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Xingheng opened his eyes and shook his head. I'm fine, just feel like the whispers of the Abyss are trying to influence me. Influence? Liang Tao frowned. Are you saying it's trying to communicate with you through rule fluctuations? Maybe, Lin Xingheng forced a smile. But I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. A few days later, unexpected news arrived from the gathering place of the exiles. Leader Keys secretly sent a document containing some research notes on the Rule Corps, as well as their exploration records in the southern wasteland. What does this mean? Su Yun frowned as she looked at the document. Why would they help us? Perhaps they also realized that the value of this Rule Corps fragment exceeds anyone's imagination. Liang Tao said, but I don't think they would provide this information without a purpose. Regardless of their intentions, these notes are worth considering, Lin Xingheng said. Handing the document to the research team, perhaps it can aid in the analysis of the core fragment. The research team quickly confirmed that some of the content in these notes did correspond with the runes on the core fragment, with the hints from the notes. They successfully deciphered part of the information contained in the core fragment. The results shocked everyone. This segment of rune information mentioned the concept of the source of rules. The head of the research team said, according to the description of these runes, the rules of the Abyss do not exist in a vacuum. Their source seems to be related to some kind of initial node. Initial node? Shen Yinlan asked, what is that? The runes do not provide a clear description, but they mention a geographical location. The head projected a map marked with complex runes onto the screen. This location was in the far north, an area we had never explored. The far north? Liang Tao frowned. That is a desolate ice field with almost no signs of human activity. Perhaps precisely because of that. It might hide the true secrets of the abyssal rules, the head said. Lin Xingheng gazed at the map, feeling that this might be the direction the whispers of the Abyss were trying to guide him. The hospital's upper management quickly convened an emergency meeting to discuss whether to dispatch a team to the far north. This decision was extremely important, as the environment in the far north was incredibly harsh, coupled with the unknown threats of abyssal rules, making it an extremely dangerous exploration. The rule fluctuations in the far north may conceal the core truth of the Abyss, the research head stated. If we can find the initial node, we might truly understand how the Abyss operates and even find a way to counter it. But the risks of this mission are too great. Another commander said, we cannot predict the complexity of the rules there. What if the entire team is wiped out? That is an unavoidable risk, Shen Yinlan said coldly. We cannot always be passively defensive. If there is an opportunity to grasp the core information of the Abyss, we must seize it. I'm willing to go. Lin Xingheng stood up, his tone resolute. Are you sure? Liang Tao looked at him. This mission might be more dangerous than any we have faced before. If the Abyss really has a source of rules, I want to see it with my own eyes, Lin Xingheng replied. This is our only chance to understand the truth. The meeting ultimately reached a consensus to send an elite team to the far north to seek the initial node of the Abyss. The team members included Lin Xingheng, Liang Tao, Su Yun, and an experienced researcher. After the mission was set, the team began to prepare equipment and supplies with urgency. The environment in the far north was extremely harsh. They not only had to deal with the threats of the abyssal rules, but also had to overcome the cold and unknown natural disasters. This mission is unlike any before. We need to be prepared for a long-term stay. Dr. Lin, the researcher, said there may be rule fluctuations there that are completely different from our current understanding. We cannot overlook any details. Lin Xingheng checked the equipment, but found it difficult to stay calm. You seem a bit nervous, Su Yin walked over and said lightly. I'm thinking that we might be getting closer to the core of the Abyss, Lin Xingheng replied. But I don't know if the core will be the answer we imagine, or a deeper fog. Whatever it is, We will face it together. Su Yun patted his shoulder. Isn't that the belief of the hunters? Lin Xingheng smiled and nodded. A few days later, the team, equipped with all their preparations, boarded a specially modified transport plane and set off for the far north. The plane traveled through the cold, high altitude, with endless white ice fields outside the window, as if the entire world had been frozen. We're almost there, the pilot said. The target area is in the center of the ice field, an unknown region that has never been marked. Lin Xingheng looked through the window, gazing into the depths of the ice field, where he could vaguely see a hazy black halo, as if the power of the abyss was waiting for them. Chapter 36. The call from the depths of the ice field. The transport aircraft circled above the extreme northern land, surrounded by an endless expanse of white ice fields. Snowflakes ravaged the air like blades, and the entire world seemed to be swallowed by dead silence. Through the window, Lin Xingheng saw a faint flickering black halo in the distance. Even through the thick cabin, he could feel the familiar sense of oppression. The power of the abyss was calling. Confirm the landing position, the pilot said quietly, adjusting the instrument panel. The climate in the target area is unstable. We must leave quickly. Everyone check your equipment. Liang Tao stood up and issued orders to the team members. Once we enter the area, we are likely to encounter disturbances caused by rule fluctuations. Everyone must remain vigilant. Lin Xingheng bowed his head to check his short blade and sensing device. Memories of their journey flashing through his mind. Rule core fragments, rule guardians, the abandoned research. Everything seemed to point to this cold wasteland, and the answer lay ahead. The transport aircraft landed steadily on the ice field. The team quickly disembarked, moving equipment and supplies into the snow. The biting cold wind cut into everyone's skin like countless sharp blades. Even wearing heavy winter gear, Lin Xingheng could still feel the bone-chilling cold. The target area is about 2 kilometers away, Su Yun said, looking at the sensor. The rule fluctuations are getting stronger. It may affect our communications. Switch the communication device to short-range mode, Liang Tao commanded. Everyone maintain formation. Do not leave the team S-range. The team moved forward in the direction indicated by the sensor, and the snow beneath their feet gradually became harder, revealing faint crack-like patterns that seemed to emit a weak blue light. These are not ordinary ice cracks. Dr. Lin, the researcher, squatted down to examine a crack, frowning. These cracks seem to contain some form of rule traces. It's likely that the abyss fluctuations have affected the geological structure here. In other words, this area has already been permeated by the abyss, Lin Xingheng whispered, his gaze scanning the black halo ahead. After advancing for less than a kilometer, Lin Xingheng suddenly stopped. A strange fluctuation appeared in his perception, a feeling both familiar and unfamiliar, as if something was watching them. Wait. Lin Xingheng raised his hand to signal. The rule fluctuations have become abnormal. At that moment, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The originally empty ice field was shrouded in black mist, the snow beneath their feet seeming to transform into an endless abyss, and the sky turned pitch black. This is an illusion, Liang Tao shouted. Everyone, stay calm. In the illusion, Lin Xingheng saw many blurred silhouettes. These figures stood silently on the ice field, their eyes hollow, their bodies covered in abyss runes, as if they were a group of souls devoured by the rules. What is this? Su Yun gripped her weapon, cautiously looking around. Perhaps it's the residual will of the rules, Dr. Lin said. But they're not attacking us. They seem to be a warning of some sort. Keep moving, Liang Tao said. Don't let these things distract us. The team passed through the illusion, gradually approaching the target area, while the silhouettes remained standing in place, watching their retreating figures. When the team reached the target area, the sight before them made everyone gasp in shock. At the center of the black halo was a massive ice pillar, which seemed to seal some enormous device within. The device looked somewhat similar to the previous rule catchers, but it was larger, with more complex runes, and the air around it was filled with intense rule fluctuations. Is this the initial node? Dr. Lin exclaimed. It looks like some sort of source device for the rules. All sensors are experiencing interference. Su Yun checked the equipment, her brow furrowed. The rule fluctuations here are so strong that they nearly cover all communication signals. Try to get closer, Liang Tao said, but be cautious of the rule's reactions. The team slowly approached the ice pillar, but But after only a few steps, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the ice around the pillar began to crack. Black mist pouring out from the fissures. Something is coming. From the cracks, a massive shadow slowly emerged. It was a creature entirely composed of rules. Resembling a gigantic reptile, but its body was covered in abyss runes, distorting the air around it. This is a guardian, Dr. Lin said, his voice trembling slightly. Its existence may be to protect the initial node. Prepare for battle. Liang Tao unsheathed his blade and quickly entered a combat stance. The guardian let out a low growl, its enormous claws slashing toward the team. Liang Tao charged forward, blocking its attack with his blade, but the immense force still forced him back a few steps. This power is stronger than the guardians we encountered before, Su Yun shouted, trying to restrain its movements with her energy rifle. Where's its core? Liang Tao asked. Lin Xingheng closed his eyes, quickly sensing the guardian's rule fluctuations. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, its core is at the tail, but it's protected by a strong barrier. We must destroy the barrier first. Cover me. I'll take care of the barrier, Lin Xingheng shouted. Su Yun and Liang Tao attracted the guardian's attention, while Lin Xingheng circled to its tail, attacking the barrier with a short blade. The rule fluctuations of the barrier were extremely complex, and each contact brought intense backlash, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. The barrier is almost down, Lin Xingheng shouted. Hang in there. Faster. Liang Tao gritted his teeth, swinging his blade to block the guardian's fierce attacks. We can't hold on much longer. Finally, the barrier collapsed under the final strike of the short blade, and the guardian let out a painful roar as its core at the tail was exposed. Now's the time, Lin Xingheng shouted, concentrating all his strength to stab at the core with his short blade. The moment the core was hit, the guardian's body began to collapse. The abyss runes shattering into countless fragments that dissipated into the air, and the surrounding rule fluctuations gradually calmed down. After the guardian vanished, the team was finally able to approach the ice pillar. They discovered that the device inside the pillar was slowly operating, and its rune trajectories seemed to be transmitting some kind of information. These runes resemble some sort of signal, Dr. Lin whispered. They may be communicating information to deeper levels of the abyss. Is this the function of the initial node? Su Yun asked. Perhaps it is not just a source of rules, Lin Xingheng said, gazing at the device within the ice pillar. It may be a bridge connecting the abyss and reality. What should we do with it? Liang Tao asked. Lin Xingheng fell silent for a moment, then said, we must destroy it. Chapter 37 The Choice of the Node in Front of the Ice Pillar. Everyone in the team fell into silence. The existence of the initial node was clearly more complex than they had anticipated. It was not only the source of the rules, but seemed to operate some deep connection that linked the rules of the abyss with reality. Is it really appropriate to destroy it? Su Yun broke the silence. If it is the bridge connecting the abyss and reality, destroying it may trigger unpredictable consequences. But if we don't destroy it, the abyss may further erode reality through it. Liang Tao said, his tone firm, any danger must not be ignored. We must be cautious. Dr. Lin examined the rune device within the ice pillar. The operation of the initial node was not merely an erosion. It might also be maintaining some kind of balance. If we destroy it, the consequences could be far more severe than we imagine. Lin Xingheng did not express his opinion immediately. He quietly observed the runes flowing within the ice pillar. Those complex trajectories seemed to silently reveal the truth of the abyss. Do we have a choice? He said softly. The rules of the abyss have never stopped infiltrating. The hospital's resistance was merely delaying time, and the efforts of the abandoners had not truly changed the situation. If the initial node is key, perhaps it can give us answers. Answers? Liang Tao frowned. Are you saying that we should not destroy it, but rather attempt to analyze it? Yes. Lin Xingheng nodded. I can feel that the runes of the node hide truths about the rules we have yet to understand. If we can interpret it, maybe we can find a real way to counter the abyss. Just as the team was in heated debate, the fluctuations of the rules in the air changed again. A low, humming sound emerged from within the ice pillar, as if some consciousness was awakening. The familiar whisper echoed in Lin Xingheng's mind once more. You will ultimately be unable to resist the power of the rules. The voice was cold and authoritative, as if coming from the depths of the abyss. directly affecting his consciousness. The initial node is an extension of the rules, a bridge between reality and the abyss. Understand it, and you will gain the truth. Destroy it, and you will face annihilation. This voice, Lin Xingheng covered his forehead, struggling to stay awake, is trying to influence us. Stay calm. Suyin walked to his side, supporting his shoulder. Don't let it control you. It's not controlling me. Lin Xingheng raised his head, his eyes firm. It was trying to make me choose. What choice? Liang Tao asked. The abyss wants me to understand the node, not destroy it. Lin Xingheng said, but I don't know if this is a trap or the true intention of the abyss. At Dr. Lin's suggestion, the team decided to attempt to analyze the runes of the initial node. Although this attempt carried great risk, it might be their only chance to further understand the truth of the abyss. We need to establish a rune analysis array to connect the rune trajectories of the node with our sensing devices. Dr. Lin explained, this will take some time, but once successful, we may be able to capture the operational patterns of the node. How long will it take? Liang Tao asked. At least half an hour. Dr. Lin replied. Moreover, the analysis process may trigger instability in the node. We must be prepared for the worst. We will protect you. Liang Tao said, let us begin. Dr. Lin started to set up the rune analysis device, while the other team members stood guard around, preventing potential rule guardians or abyssal fluctuations. When the analysis device was activated, the rune trajectories of the initial node began to undergo subtle changes. Those runes seemed to be attempting to resist the device's analysis, and the black light within the ice pillar became even brighter. The analysis triggered the node's self-protection mechanism. Dr. Lin said nervously, we must speed up. Just then, the ground trembled again, and several large cracks appeared around the ice pillar, with black mist pouring out from the fissures. The fluctuations of the rules are intensifying. Suyin shouted, we might have to face the Guardian again. Sure enough, a huge figure emerged once more from the black mist. This time, the Rule Guardian was even larger, with more complex rune trajectories flowing through its body, as if it were the final defense of the node. Block it! Liang Tao raised his blade and charged toward the Guardian. Dr. Lin, hurry up and complete the analysis. Understood. Dr. Lin focused intently on adjusting the device, trying to accelerate the analysis speed. The Guardian's power far exceeded that of any previous opponent. Each of its attacks carried a strong impact of the rules, and the team members' defenses could hardly withstand it. We can't hold on for long. Suyin shouted while firing, this thing is too strong. The barrier is still protecting its core. Liang Tao gritted his teeth. Xingheng, can you find its weakness? Lin Xingheng closed his eyes, concentrating to sense the fluctuations of the Guardian's rules. He quickly caught an anomaly. Although the Guardian's core was protected by a barrier, there was a brief weakness in the barrier's trajectory. The barrier weakens every 10 seconds. Lin Xingheng shouted, attack the core when the opportunity arises. Understood. Liang Tao and Su Yun responded simultaneously, and they began to coordinate their attacks on the Guardian's barrier while avoiding its deadly counterattacks. After a fierce battle, Liang Tao finally struck the core at the moment the barrier weakened. The Guardian let out a mournful roar and then collapsed, turning into countless rune fragments that disappeared into the air. As the Guardian was defeated, Dr. Lin also completed the analysis of the initial node. The screen of the device displayed a complex set of rule information, with those rune trajectories forming a map. This is the distribution of the core nodes of the abyss. Dr. Lin said in shock, these locations mark the main operational points of the abyssal rules, including all the bridges connecting them to reality. What does this mean? Liang Tao asked. If we can destroy these core nodes, we might be able to completely sever the connection between the abyss and reality. Dr. Lin replied, but it could also trigger a full-scale counterattack from the abyss. Suyin said softly. Lin Xingheng gazed at the map on the screen, his heart filled with complex emotions. He knew this discovery might be key to combating the abyss, but it also meant greater danger. We must bring this back. He finally said, no matter the outcome, this is our only chance. Chapter 38. The crisis of node collapse. Lin Xingheng and the team quickly returned to the psychiatric hospital with the analysis information of the initial node. The research team busily took over this valuable data and began a detailed analysis of the core map of the node. As the analysis deepened, More and more abyssal rule points were revealed. However, Lin Xingheng's heart did not feel at ease. The rules of the Abyss were not merely a simple force. Behind them lay mechanisms far more complex than he had imagined. Cracking the information of the node might help them find a way to combat the Abyss. But it could also trigger a more massive collapse. A few days later, the feedback from the research team made Lin Xingheng's concerns more pronounced. The rule fluctuations of the initial node began to exhibit anomalies, with strong reverse fluctuations gradually emanating from the analyzed data, causing vibrations throughout the hospital's facilities. What is happening? Lin Xingheng hurried to the research room, where he saw a scientist staring at the display screen with a look of panic. "This is not right," the scientist said anxiously. "The rule map we analyzed seems to have triggered a reaction from the Abyss, and this reaction is rapidly spreading throughout the area. The fluctuations of the fissures are starting to spiral out of control." "What does that mean?" Liang Tao approached, nervously looking at the screen. "The analysis of the rule map is an unstable process," the researcher explained. "During our analysis, we triggered certain protective mechanisms of the abyssal rules, causing them to actively erode the reality we are in. Now, the influence of the Abyss is accelerating, and the fissures in the entire area are expanding." Lin Xingheng's heart sank. He knew that the Abyss was not being cracked by them, but was starting to counterattack. The response of the Abyss was quicker than they had anticipated. When Lin Xingheng and the team reached the site of the expanding fissure, the entire hospital had begun to experience violent tremors. The walls of the hospital cracked, deep fissures appeared on the ground, and black mist began to surge from underground. "Evacuate." Shen Yinlan's voice came through the communicator. "All personnel evacuate immediately. The hospital cannot be maintained. This time, the expansion of the fissure is beyond our control." Liang Tao said nervously, "We must deal with it as soon as possible. Do we have any options?" Lin Xingheng looked at the increasingly unstable environment around him. This area had completely spiraled out of control. "All we can do is find the source," Dr. Lin added. "We must locate the core of the fissure and prevent it from fully opening." "Understood." Lin Xingheng nodded. "We will head to the source of the fissure and resolve it as quickly as possible." The team moved deeper into the area where the fissure source was located, with black mist swirling around and the air filled with a pungent smell of decay. The center of the fissure emitted a strong red light, and the surrounding space seemed to twist, blurring the boundary between reality and the Abyss. "This is the true tentacle of the Abyss." Lin Xingheng took a deep breath. "The source of the fissure. If not resolved, we will never be able to contend with the Abyss. Everyone, prepare yourselves." Liang Tao raised his blade. "We can only enter the fissure and find and destroy its core. Be careful. The rule fluctuations here are no longer just backlash." Dr. Lin said, "The core of the fissure may already be connected to the very essence of the Abyss." Lin Xingheng nodded and led the team into the core area of the fissure. Upon entering the fissure, the team encountered extremely strong rule interference. With each step, Lin Xingheng felt the intense pressure from the Abyss, as if his consciousness was being painfully torn apart. "Watch out!" Su Yun shouted. Suddenly a rule guardian lunged out from the black mist. It was larger than any guardian they had encountered before, and the speed of the flowing runes was unusually rapid. "Block it!" Liang Tao charged forward, his blade carving a massive arc in the air as it struck fiercely at the guardian's abdomen. However, the guardian's rule barrier was exceptionally solid, and the blade barely inflicted any damage. The guardian roared in anger, swinging its massive claws and charging at Liang Tao. "Liang Tao, be careful!" Lin Xingheng shouted, rushing over to attempt a side attack on the guardian with his short knife. Meanwhile, the rule fluctuations of the fissure's core intensified, and the black mist swirled into a massive vortex, devouring everything around it. Suddenly, Lin Xingheng felt an unprecedented strong temptation. The whispers of the Abyss echoed in his mind again. "You have finally arrived here, the key to the rules. You have touched the truth." This voice was different from the previous whispers. It carried a call, an irresistible temptation. "I can't let it affect me." Lin Xingheng tightened his grip on the short knife, struggling to keep himself awake. "Lin Xingheng," Liang Tao's voice came from the battle. "Focus. We can defeat it." Lin Xingheng took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on the Guardian's rule barrier. There was only a 1-second gap in the barrier. Seize the moment. When the Guardian swung its claws again, Lin Xingheng swiftly dodged its attack trajectory with agile movements and quickly closed in on the core's position. Now, he exerted all his strength, and the short knife plunged deeply into the Guardian's back, hitting its rule core. The Guardian let out a deafening roar and then shattered, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. After the Guardian fell, the rule fluctuations of the fissure began to surge violently. The team hurriedly advanced toward the core of the fissure. The core's red light became increasingly dazzling, and the black mist began to engulf the surrounding space, distorting it further. Dr. Lin, where is the core of the fissure? Lin Xingheng asked. Right ahead. We must destroy it. Dr. Lin replied eagerly. Ready. Liang Tao raised his blade high. Let's charge together. The team worked together and rushed toward the core of the fissure. However, as they drew closer, the rule fluctuations of the core became increasingly unstable, and the surrounding space was continuously torn apart, with black fissures appearing before them. Hurry! Destroy it! Lin Xingheng shouted as a short knife stabbed fiercely into the core, causing the surrounding rules to react violently. A powerful energy surged forth, erupting in a deafening roar, and the entire fissure began to collapse, with the surrounding space starting to implode. We must evacuate, Suyin shouted. Lin Xingheng did not hesitate. He led the team to quickly retreat toward the periphery of the fissure. As the final blow struck, the core of the fissure finally collapsed completely, and the entire space began to return to normal, with the black mist gradually dissipating. When everything calmed down, the team stood at the edge of the fissure, looking back at the disaster they had just experienced. We succeeded, Liang Tao said softly. The fissure has been destroyed, and the expansion of the abyss has been temporarily contained. But the truth of the abyss remains unsolved. Lin Xingheng gazed into the distance. We have cracked part of the rule core, but the essence of the abyss is far more complex than we imagined. We need more time, Dr. Lin said, but at least now, we have the true key to combat it. Lin Xingheng was silent for a moment and then nodded firmly. It's time to return to the psychiatric hospital and continue our research. Chapter 39. The Abyssal Rift. After returning to the psychiatric hospital, Lin Xingheng and the team experienced a brief period of rest for several days. Although the core of the rift had been destroyed, the threat of the abyss was not completely eliminated. The research team continued to delve into the rule maps obtained from the initial nodes, but the whispers of the abyss, that voice coming from the rift, still echoed in Lin Xingheng's mind. What are you thinking about? Suyun's voice interrupted Lin Xingheng's thoughts as she walked in with a document. Thinking about the abyss. Lin Xingheng replied lightly, taking the document. After this mission, the secrets of the abyss seemed to be more complex than we previously imagined. Suyun sat down beside the table and said casually, our mission is not to unravel all the mysteries, but to do our best to prevent the abyss from eroding reality. Lin Xingheng looked down at the document, his brows slightly furrowed. The document contained more information about the core nodes of the abyss. The analysis from researchers and higher-ups indicated that these nodes were not isolated. They formed a vast network across the globe, and the activities of these nodes were likely to influence the entire structural rules of the Earth in the near future. The collapse of this node has temporarily halted the expansion of the abyss, but if other nodes remain active, we cannot fully control the situation, Lin Xingheng said. These nodes are like hubs of rules. Once any of them changes, the abyss will completely break through the defenses of reality. So what do you plan to do? Suyun asked. We must identify all the nodes. Lin Xingheng's voice carried a sense of determination. We can no longer wait. The whispers of the abyss tell me that time is running out for us. Lin Xingheng proposed a new plan to the higher-ups, requesting to investigate the nodes around the world. The plan initially faced significant opposition, but as more research results on the rules of the abyss surfaced, the hospital finally decided to approve the operation. Despite the enormous risks, the higher-ups understood that the threat of the abyss could no longer be resolved through localized battles. Days later, Lin Xingheng and the team set out again, aiming to identify the unidentified nodes. This time, their mission scope was no longer limited to the area around the rift, but involved a global investigation of nodes. Are you ready? Liang Tao asked Lin Xingheng, a hint of fatigue on his face. This time we might go further and face stronger enemies. Lin Xingheng nodded, his gaze resolute. No matter what, we must break the rules of the Abyss and find its core. The team's first target was a node located in South America, in an abandoned ancient city site. The fluctuations of the Abyss's rules were exceptionally strong, almost impossible to monitor with traditional technological means. The place had been severely eroded by the Abyss. Lin Xingheng looked at the data in the sensor. It's worse than we expected. The space here has begun to deform, and the boundary between reality and the Abyss has almost completely vanished. Our entry speed may be affected by the fluctuations in the rules. Su Yin noted the anomalies in the sensor data. If we don't act quickly, the entire area will collapse completely. We must find the core of this node immediately, Lin Xingheng said firmly. Be careful and be ready to respond to potential enemies. The team entered the abandoned city site. The ruins covered with walls and floors inscribed with abyssal runes. The air was filled with a putrid smell, and the surrounding buildings seemed distorted by some force, making them hard to recognize. These runes, Dr. Lin whispered, they're not ordinary abyssal runes. Their forms are more complex than any runes we've encountered before. This is a new change in rules. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath. We have stepped into the core area of the Abyss. As the team delved deeper into the city, they encountered new rule guardians. Compared to previous guardians, these guardians were evidently more intelligent than traditional rule-concretized beings. Their attacks relied not only on strength, but also on the distortion of space and rules to exert oppression. These guardians are harder to deal with, Su Yin reminded. Gunfire hasn't caused them significant damage. Their rule reactions are extremely swift, almost allowing them to heal their wounds in time. We must find their core and destroy it. Lin Xingheng calmly stated. The existence of these guardians is solely to protect the core. Breaking through their defenses is the most important task. The team began to engage in battle against the guardians. Each time a guardian attacked, the entire city's space would undergo violent distortions, causing them to temporarily lose their bearings. Their method of attack was no longer mere physical damage. We need to adjust our tactics, Liang Tao shouted. Shield against the interference of rules and concentrate attacks on the guardian's weaknesses. Lin Xingheng commanded, swiftly stabbing a short blade into one of the guardian's bodies. After a tough battle, the team finally defeated this batch of guardians. However, at the same time, the core of the rift suddenly changed. As the guardians fell, the fluctuations in the rules began to increase sharply. Quick, we must destroy the core, Lin Xingheng shouted, otherwise the entire area will collapse. Finally, they found the location of the rift's core, a massive device composed of rule runes and abyssal energy. The device emitted a strong black light, and the surrounding air seemed to be distorted by it, becoming unstable. This is the hub connecting the Abyss and reality, Dr. Lin said in shock. Once destroyed, the fluctuations of the Abyss will spiral out of control. Get ready to destroy it, Liang Tao said. We don't have time. Without hesitation, Lin Xingheng rushed towards the core. The short blade plunged into the device, and the intense fluctuations of the rules nearly made him lose consciousness. Yet he held onto his resolve. With a loud crash, the device was completely destroyed. The fluctuations of the rules instantly ceased, and the rift of the Abyss began to collapse, with the surrounding space returning to normal. After the mission was completed, Lin Xingheng and the team returned to the psychiatric hospital with some data on the abyssal nodes. But he knew that the truth of the Abyss had yet to be revealed. We destroyed one node, but this is just the beginning, Lin Xingheng said quietly. The rules of the Abyss are far deeper than we imagined. It spreads not only in reality, but has even begun to affect our thoughts and consciousness. We will find a way, Liang Tao said. Every step brings us closer to the truth. Lin Xingheng nodded, his gaze resolute. It's time to delve deeper into the essence of the Abyss. Chapter 40. The call Lin Xingheng sat in the research room, holding the data and analysis report brought back from the South American node mission, but he felt restless. Although they had destroyed one node and curbed part of the Abyss's expansion, he knew that the foundation of the Abyss was not fundamentally threatened. Every encounter with it made him feel a deep calling. The whispers from the fissures and regular nodes always left him uneasy. We have destroyed one node. But this is far from the end, Lin Xingheng murmured to himself as he looked out the window, his thoughts in turmoil. He suddenly realized that the rules of the Abyss might not only be an external threat. Their influence had already begun to erode their consciousness, even infiltrating every one of their decisions. What's wrong? Su Yin suddenly appeared at the door, breaking Lin Xingheng's train of thought. Lin Xingheng forced a smile. It's nothing. Just feeling that the road ahead will be harder. Are you worried about the rules of the Abyss? Su Yin walked into the room, closed the door, and said softly, "You know, this is not just our battle. It's also our process of understanding the Abyss." "I understand," Lin Xingheng nodded. "But every time I come into contact with the Abyss, I can feel its calling, as if it is trying to influence my thoughts." Su Yin walked over to him and patted his shoulder. "I know what you're thinking, but we are God hunters. Our mission is to stop it. No matter how it tries to influence us, we cannot give up." Lin Xingheng took a deep breath. "Yes, we cannot give up." A few days later, the research team reported new findings. Through further study of the Abyss nodes, they discovered another larger-scale network of hidden nodes around the globe. These nodes had some unknown connection with each other, and together they maintain the connection between the Abyss and reality. Through these nodes, the rules of the Abyss could infiltrate reality at any time and could even potentially trigger a collapse of space. This time, the target is multiple nodes worldwide. Shen Yinlan said in the meeting, "We have identified their distribution, but according to our current research, there is some interconnection between these nodes, and their collapse could lead to catastrophic consequences. So, destroying one node could trigger a chain reaction in the Abyss?" Liang Tao asked, his tone laced with concern. "Yes." Shen Yinlan nodded. "This mission will determine whether the Abyss can be completely controlled. We must be very careful to avoid triggering unforeseen consequences. But we don't have time." Lin Xingheng stood up, his tone firm. "The speed of the Abyss's expansion has exceeded our expectations. We must destroy all nodes as soon as possible and cut off their connection to the Abyss." "I agree," Liang Tao said, "but this time, we must be prepared to face a more powerful threat than before." "Exactly," Lin Xingheng looked at everyone. "Our target is the global nodes. This will be a whole new challenge. We need to act quickly." After a brief preparation, the team set off. According to the research team's data, the nodes were scattered across every corner of the globe, from the icy plains of the Arctic to the depths of the Amazon, and to the abandoned cities of the Far East, each node closely related to the fluctuations of the Abyss's rules. "Our first stop is the Arctic." Lin Xingheng checked the map and marked the first target location. The fluctuations from this node had already triggered anomalies in the global monitoring system. We must investigate there first. "The extreme cold environment will surely be a tough battle," Su Yun said with a smile, "but I'm quite looking forward to it, at least here. No one can hide in the corners. Are you all ready?" Lin Xingheng looked at each member of the team. "Ready to start any time?" Liang Tao nodded. "Then let's go." Lin Xingheng took one last look at the equipment and materials, knowing that today's choices would lead them on a new journey. The extreme cold of the Arctic made it exceptionally difficult for everyone. The snowstorm howled, and the temperature was unimaginably low. A decaying smell permeated the entire ice field, as if the air carried an unspeakable oppression. "The fluctuations of the rules here are exceptionally strong," Su Yun said, looking at the instruments with a serious tone. "This doesn't seem like a natural change. It feels more like the Abyss is influencing the environment here. We must find a node as soon as possible." Lin Xingheng nodded. "There should be strong rule responses across this ice field, and we must keep moving forward." The team cautiously navigated the ice field, and after several hours of travel, they finally discovered the target in a very concealed ice cave. Deep inside the ice cave, through the thick ice layers, they could see an ancient ruins filled with complex Abyss runes, with strong rule fluctuations emanating from it, resembling the core of some kind of teleportation device. "This is the core of the node," Lin Xingheng said softly. "We must be careful. This node is more closely connected to the Abyss than any we have discovered before. If we destroy this node, it could trigger catastrophic reactions." Dr. Lin shined his flashlight into the ruins, "But if we don't destroy it, the fluctuations of the Abyss will continue to spread until the entire world collapses. We have no choice." Lin Xingheng's voice was firm. "Let's take action." As the team entered deeper into the ruins, suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground. The ice layer began to crack, and the surrounding space showed obvious distortion. Lin Xingheng's sensing device emitted a loud alarm, and the fluctuations of rules in the air became even stronger. "It's coming," Liang Tao shouted. "Prepare for battle." From the fissures, several gigantic rule guardians emerged. They were larger than any guardians they had encountered before, covered in more complex runes, and every swipe of their claws carried intense rule fluctuations, as if they could tear the surrounding space apart. These guardians are not just the embodiment of rules. Their bodies have begun to absorb the energy of the abyss. Lin Xingheng quickly analyzed. Their core should be on their backs, but their defenses are stronger than we imagined. "We can't break through their defenses with traditional methods," Su Yun said. "We need to find their weaknesses." "I'll do it," Lin Xingheng said. "Just give me time, and I can find a breakthrough." The team continued to fight, trying to restrain the Guardians' attacks. Lin Xingheng seized the opportunity to sneak behind one of the Guardians and thrust his short blade toward its back core. Almost simultaneously, the Guardian reacted violently and swung its claw, trying to knock Lin Xingheng away. "Xingheng, be careful," Liang Tao shouted and rushed up to block the Guardian's attack. Just as the Guardian's claw was about to strike, Lin Xingheng finally succeeded in piercing its core. The Guardian let out a deafening roar and then shattered into countless rune fragments that disappeared into the air. "Core destroyed," Lin Xingheng shouted. "Good," Liang Tao nodded. "But we can't relax yet. There may be more Guardians appearing." Just then, the core of the ruins trembled violently, and the ice layer began to collapse, with the surrounding space twisting dramatically once again. Chapter 41, The Ultimate Test of the Abyss. Lin Xingheng stood in the center of the ruins at the Arctic node, looking around as the cracks continued to expand and the ice began to collapse. Although they had successfully destroyed the core of the Abyss node, the fluctuations of the fissures had not completely vanished. It seemed the rules of the Abyss had begun to intertwine with reality, and the distortion of space was becoming more severe. "Hurry up," Liang Tao shouted, pulling Lin Xingheng beside him. "It's not safe here. The space is unstable." However, just as the team was preparing to retreat, a blinding red light suddenly streaked across the sky above the ice field. And intense fluctuations of rules began to emanate from the center of the node, causing the ground to shake violently. "We don't have time," Lin Xingheng shouted. "The Abyss is starting to counterattack through the node. We must resolve this quickly." "What should we do?" Su Yun quickly scanned the surroundings. If they stayed here any longer, the collapse of space could engulf them. "There is no way back," Lin Xingheng said firmly. "We must completely destroy this node. Otherwise, the fluctuations in the fissures won't be suppressed." At that moment, Lin Xingheng felt a familiar whisper echoing in his mind again, carrying an irresistible temptation. "You are close to the truth. The will of the Abyss awaits you." He forcibly suppressed his inner unease and turned to the team. "We must destroy the source of this node and completely sever the tentacles of the Abyss." The team re-entered the ruins of the node, delving into the core area of the Abyss exposed by the collapsing ice. The air here was thick with dark mist, and the surrounding space was almost entirely distorted, as if the rules of all matter had been warped. "This is..." Dr. Lin took a deep breath, his eyes revealing shock. "This isn't just an ordinary node. This is one of the cores of the Abyss, connecting the Abyss to reality. If we crack this node, it will trigger a direct invasion of the Abyss's power into reality. We don't have time." Lin Xingheng's voice was resolute. "We must destroy this core." The core device displayed a massive black fissure, with Abyss runes circulating around it, as if it were consuming everything. Lin Xingheng knew that only by completely destroying this device could they avoid a full counterattack from the Abyss. If we destroy it, the fluctuations of the Abyss will spread throughout the entire area. Dr. Lin said nervously, "If we're not careful, the entire space will collapse." "There's no choice," Lin Xingheng said firmly. "If we don't destroy it, the Abyss will consume us all." Lin Xingheng approached the core device, feeling its powerful fluctuations of rules. Each step he took was filled with indescribable pressure. Just as he was about to touch the device, a deep rumbling suddenly came from the other end of the fissure, followed by a wave of extremely strong energy fluctuations. "It's here," Su Yun shouted. "The Guardian has appeared again." A massive Guardian emerged from the fissure, its size nearly obscuring the entire space, and the surrounding air became extremely distorted upon its arrival. Its body was almost entirely composed of rule energy, with runes flowing at an incredible speed, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Its intensity of rule fluctuations was 10 times stronger than before. Liang Tao shouted, "We can't defeat it head-on. We can't confront it directly." Lin Xingheng quickly analyzed, "We must concentrate our attacks on its core to break through its defenses." The Guardian's gaze was fixated on Lin Xingheng, as if it had already foreseen their target. Its movements were swifter than expected, charging toward the team almost instantaneously, swinging its massive claws, tearing through the air with the pressure of its rules. "Be careful." Su Yun quickly opened fire, but the firepower did not inflict any effective damage on the Guardian. Its rule barrier is just too strong. Liang Tao calmly analyzed, "It's not just a physical entity. It's an extension of the rules of the Abyss." Lin Xingheng took a deep breath. He felt the fluctuations of rules emanating from the Guardian were completely different from those they had encountered before. It no longer relied solely on physical attacks, but suppressed their movements through the distortion of rules. "I'm going for its core." Lin Xingheng made up his mind. "You guys distract it and buy me some time." "Be careful," Liang Tao shouted, but he had already opened a path for Lin Xingheng to the Guardian's weakness. Lin Xingheng quickly maneuvered around to the side of the Guardian. Every step he took was filled with the pressure of the rule fluctuations, and the space in front of him became surreal, as if it could collapse at any moment. The Guardian swung its claws violently, trying to knock him back. But Lin Xingheng agilely dodged and quickly approached the Guardian's core. "Now's the chance," he whispered, concentrating on sensing the Guardian's rule fluctuations. Finally, he noticed a brief weakness. A gap appeared in the rule fluctuations on the back of the Guardian. Now, without hesitation, Lin Xingheng charged forward, thrusting his short blade deep into the Guardian's core. With a loud bang, the Guardian's body began to shake violently, and the rule fluctuations collapsed instantly, transforming the Guardian into countless fragments of runes that dissipated into the air. At the same time, the core device began to shake violently with the collapse of the Guardian, and the surrounding space twisted again, with the fluctuations of the fissures intensifying sharply. "Quick, destroy it," Lin Xingheng shouted. Lin Xingheng and the team exerted all their strength to destroy the core device. Although the fluctuations of the Abyss's rules had become extremely intense, they knew that only by destroying this node could they prevent the complete arrival of the Abyss. A powerful energy explosion erupted, and the entire space began to shake violently, as if the sky above the ice field were being torn apart, and the fluctuations of the Abyss gradually dissipated. "We did it," Su Yun gasped, turning to Lin Xingheng. "The Abyss node has been destroyed." Lin Xingheng looked at the collapsing space around him, but did not feel completely relaxed. This was a victory, but the existence of the Abyss was far from over. "We have only halted part of its expansion. The real challenge has just begun." Chapter 42. The Truth of the Abyss. Lin Xingheng stood on the cleared ground affected by the rules of the Abyss, gazing at the gradually calming horizon. Although they had destroyed the Arctic node, he knew that this was only a partial victory. The vast system of the Abyss had long surpassed the scope of a single node. Its foundation was like an invisible web spread across the globe, capable of impacting reality at any moment. "We can no longer be passively defensive," Lin Xingheng muttered to himself, feeling an inexplicable pressure that stemmed not only from the power of the Abyss, but also from the anxiety rising from deep within him. The essence of the Abyss was far beyond their imagination. It was deeper, more complex, and even exceeded the realm of human understanding. "Xingheng, what are you thinking about?" Su Yun's voice broke into his thoughts. She stood beside him, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. "We destroyed the Arctic node, but the rules of the Abyss still spread." Lin Xingheng took a deep breath. "I'm worried that this victory is not enough to completely end the Abyss." "You're right to be concerned," Su Yun nodded. "The Abyss has the ability to continuously erode reality through multiple nodes. It is unlike any enemy we've faced before, one that can be destroyed and eliminated." Lin Xingheng fell silent for a moment. "We must find the root of the Abyss, uncover its essence, if we truly want to stop it." After returning to the mental hospital, Lin Xingheng gathered the research team and senior management to discuss the next course of action. They had already begun analyzing the global node information obtained earlier, But the fluctuations of the Abyss's rules had become increasingly complex, and they gradually felt overwhelmed in their understanding and response. We can destroy one node, but the chain reaction it triggers will cost us dearly, Dr. Lin mused. The root of the Abyss is not a single node, but the connections and rule networks distributed among multiple nodes worldwide. Our goal cannot merely be to destroy them. We should also try to understand how they form and how they intertwine with reality. In other words, we must understand the network of abyssal rules and find a way to completely sever it, Shen Yinlan added. Otherwise, we are merely patching a broken container, with new cracks appearing after each repair. The problem is, these rule networks are too complex, Dr. Lin frowned. The dimensions involved exceed the current scientific understanding of humanity. Even if we decipher the operation of one node, the connections between other nodes still make it difficult for us to cope. So, we must find a most core node and uncover the essence of the Abyss. Xingheng stared at the data on the table, and based on feedback from global nodes, it seemed that all nodes pointed to one area, the source of the abyssal rules. Where? Liang Tao asked, clearly intrigued by this information. Xingheng pointed to a marked area on the map, here, at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. It is the place with the strongest fluctuations of the Abyss globally and the only area we have not yet explored. According to the node map analysis, it may be the origin point of the abyssal rules. The ocean floor? Su Yun frowned. That is one of the places with the strongest abyssal fluctuations. Our equipment cannot possibly function in such an environment, but it might be the only place that can unravel the mystery of the Abyss. Xingheng looked at everyone. We have no choice. We must go there. After some preparation, the team set out again. This time, their goal was not only to destroy nodes, but to dive deep into the ocean and explore the source of the abyssal rules. Due to the intense environment of the ocean floor and the strong fluctuations of the Abyss's rules, they brought advanced underwater equipment and prepared special armor that could withstand these fluctuations. This mission is more challenging. We must be fully prepared. Liang Tao checked the gear. Speaking seriously, if our speculations are correct, the ocean floor may hide the core of the Abyss. I am mentally prepared, Xingheng said. Whatever it is hiding, we must face it. The exploration of the ocean floor proved to be more difficult than they had anticipated. As the team descended, the interference from the rule fluctuations grew stronger, and communication devices began to malfunction frequently, while the distortion of space made their positioning unstable. The target area is ahead. Xingheng confirmed the location through data transmission. After we go down, we will have to rely on underwater equipment to maintain our life support systems. Ready. Liang Tao led the way into the water, followed closely by Xingheng and Su Yun, with Dr. Lin bringing up the rear. The team plunged into the depths of the ocean, where the water temperature was suffocatingly low, and the darkness of the deep sea made them nearly lose their sense of direction. Meanwhile, the fluctuations of the Abyss's rules intensified, and the surrounding water seemed to twist as if manipulated by some incomprehensible force. We must find the core of the rules, Xingheng said in the headset, his voice steady. Even if we are engulfed by these fluctuations, we cannot stop moving forward. Stay calm. Liang Tao's voice echoed underwater. If this is truly the core of the Abyss, we should destroy it immediately once we find it. Finally, the team arrived at a mysterious underwater cave. Its entrance surrounded by massive abyssal ruins, and the entire area was shrouded in thick black mist. The cave's interior emitted an eerie red glow, and the rule fluctuations were extraordinarily strong, with the space seemingly oppressed by the abyssal rules, making it hard to bear. Is this the core of the Abyss? Su Yun asked softly, looking around. Xingheng nodded. This is the junction between the Abyss and reality. All the rule fluctuations seem to point to this place. The team continued deeper into the cave, ultimately discovering a massive structure that resembled a gigantic rule device. The device was entwined with abyssal runes, and the air around it was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. This is not just a node. It is the main control system of the Abyss, Dr. Lin said in shock. If we destroy this device, the rules of the Abyss will completely collapse, and even the entire ocean may face unpredictable reactions. It must be destroyed. Xingheng said firmly, this is our only chance. The team began to prepare to destroy the core device of the Abyss. As they approached, The device suddenly vibrated violently, and the surrounding space began to crack, the whispers of the abyss echoing once more in Lin Xingheng's mind. You have finally arrived here. The truth of the abyss is beyond your understanding. We will not be controlled by you. Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth in response. The rules of the abyss will not dominate us. He raised his short blade and charged toward the core device. In an instant, a powerful wave of rule fluctuations erupted, and the runes in the air formed a massive vortex surrounding the entire team. Everyone be careful, Liang Tao shouted, swinging his blade in an attempt to cut through the binding of the runes. Lin Xingheng's heart raced as he felt the immense pressure of the abyss's rules. But he did not stop, continuing to rush toward the center of the core device. With a loud bang, the short blade finally pierced the core of the device, and the fluctuations of the abyss's rules erupted instantly, causing the entire space to begin collapsing, the seawater pushed away by the powerful energy, and the surrounding black mist becoming even denser. Quick retreat, Suyin shouted. The team quickly backed away, relying on the support of their underwater equipment, barely escaping the range of the abyss's core device. When they finally got out of danger and returned to the surface, they looked back to see that the abyssal device at the ocean floor had completely collapsed, and the space gradually returned to normal. Chapter 43: The Ultimate Counterattack of the Abyss after returning to the base at the psychiatric hospital. Lin Xingheng knew that despite their success in destroying the core device of the abyss deep in the Atlantic, this victory was only temporary. The counterattack of the abyss was almost inevitable, and the enemies they faced were not just these nodes and guardians. There were deeper forces waiting behind them. Lin Xingheng stood by the window in the conference room, gazing at the sky outside. Although they had destroyed one node after another, the power of the abyss seemed to never leave. What are you thinking? Su Yun's voice came as she walked to Lin Xingheng's side, her gaze carrying a hint of worry. Are you still concerned about the abyss? Yes, Lin Xingheng replied softly. We have only destroyed one of the nodes, but the network of the abyss remains intact, and its nature is more complex than we imagined. Do you think the abyss is not what we see? Su Yun asked. It's not just trying to devour reality. Lin Xingheng slowly spoke. The source of the rules of the abyss, the nodes, the guardians, they're all part of the abyss. They are not merely invaders, but extensions of the rules themselves. The abyss is not an external force, but a connection between reality and another dimension. Its true goal, I'm not sure. Are you saying that there might be a deeper connection between the abyss and the universe as we understand it? Yes, Lin Xingheng nodded. The rules of the abyss may not just be about destruction and devouring. They might also be part of evolution and remolding. We have been fighting against it, but perhaps its existence has long been part of reality, only we cannot comprehend it. So, Su Yun's expression turned serious. You mean we have been battling the abyss without knowing its true intentions? Possibly, Lin Xingheng said with a wry smile. But we cannot stop. We must continue to analyze and respond to the threats posed by the abyss until we understand its true nature. A few days later, the research team finally completed the analysis of the abyss node data and made an even more shocking discovery. The abyss nodes around the world were not merely independent. The rules connecting them actually formed a massive network that spanned the entire Earth, and the core of these nodes was closely related to the rules of the Earth itself. The data we have shows that the connections between these nodes have more than just local effects. They have a global impact, interacting with the physical laws of the Earth. Dr. Lin said, looking somewhat shocked. What does that mean? Liang Tao asked. If the rules of the abyss merge with the laws of the Earth, will our reality be completely changed? Yes, Dr. Lin nodded. The physical laws as we understand them now, time and space, even the basic rules of life, will be rewritten. The abyss will no longer be an external invader, but a part of reality. If that's the case, we have no way to resist. Su Yun's voice was filled with concern. Once the rules of the abyss merge with reality, we won't be able to distinguish between them. We must find the connection points between the nodes and completely sever their links, Lin Xingheng said calmly. Otherwise, the power of the abyss will be uncontrollable, and it will permeate the entire world. Lin Xingheng decided to take more decisive action, concentrating all their forces to search for and destroy the core connecting the global nodes. According to the analysis data, the location of the core was extremely secretive, possibly hidden within a vast structure deep beneath the Earth's surface. To avoid provoking a further counterattack from the Abyss, they had to approach and destroy this connecting core silently. The mission of the team was to infiltrate the core area, identify all the connected nodes, and destroy them. Lin Xingheng announced at the assembly meeting, "We have no way back. This operation is more dangerous than any before. If the core is fully exposed, the speed of the Abyss's counterattack will be unpredictable," Liang Tao said. "We have no choice." Lin Xingheng's eyes were resolute. "Time waits for no one. The Abyss has already begun to permeate globally, and we can only truly end this disaster by completely destroying the core." "Then, are we ready?" Liang Tao asked. "Anytime," Lin Xingheng replied. "Let's go." The team, equipped with the most advanced technology, began the final phase of this global operation. After extensive preparations, they entered the depths of the Earth through a secret underground passage. According to the data, this passage was protected by the nodes of the Abyss's rules, and the true core connection point was hidden thousands of meters underground. As the team went deeper, the surrounding environment became extraordinarily unstable, with space occasionally distorting and the fluctuations of rules in the air growing more intense, as if the entire underground space was resisting their presence. These fluctuations were reaching their limit. Dr. Lin used the equipment to scan, his tone serious. "The depth of the core exceeds our expectations. As we approach the core, the power of the Abyss will become stronger. We must speed up." Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth. "Every second we delay gives the Abyss more power." The team continued forward and finally found the massive device connecting the core deep underground. It was a huge structure composed of complex runes, metal, and rule fluctuations, seemingly the ultimate gathering point of the rules of the Abyss, surrounded by intense black mist, with the runes spinning and exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. "This is the connecting core of the Abyss." Lin Xingheng stood before the device, his tone low. "We must destroy it to completely sever the network of the Abyss's rules." Just as Lin Xingheng prepared to make contact with the core, suddenly, a strong whisper echoed in his mind again. The will of the Abyss calling to him in an irresistible manner. "You are close to the truth. The rules of the Abyss are closely related to your existence. What you are about to destroy is not just the connected nodes, but the reality you inhabit." Lin Xingheng felt a sharp pain, as if his consciousness was being consumed by the rules of the Abyss. The voice became clearer, as if the Abyss itself was trying to take away his will. "Only you can bear all of this. Destroy them, and the Abyss will reshape the world for you." "I can't," Lin Xingheng muttered through gritted teeth. "The Abyss is not the enemy we imagined. It is an extension of our reality. We cannot let it reshape the world." "You are wrong, Xingheng," the voice echoed again. "You have long been a part of the Abyss. Only by destroying everything can a new beginning arrive." Lin Xingheng's hands trembled slightly. He knew that he was now standing on the edge of the Abyss. Destroying the core meant the complete disappearance of the Abyss, meant they would sever all of this. But it also meant they would fundamentally change reality, possibly leading to unforeseen consequences. "I must make a choice." He took a deep breath, gripping the short blade tightly. "No matter the cost, I will stop you." Chapter 44: The Cost of Choice. Lin Xingheng stood before the core of the Abyss, the surrounding space beginning to twist more and more, the boundaries of time and space becoming blurred. He felt the whisper of the Abyss in his mind intensifying, an irresistible attraction like a powerful gravitational force, compelling him to accept the new world it offered. "Do you understand, Xingheng? The Abyss is not the enemy you think it is, but an extension of the reality you comprehend." The voice seemed to come from all directions, carrying an endless temptation, as if it could change everything and allow the world to be reborn. But at the same time, Lin Xingheng knew that the true cost was also before him. "You cannot let the Abyss control everything," Lin Xingheng murmured to himself, gritting his teeth, trying to suppress the disturbance brought by the whisper. He had come too far to give up everything they had fought for because of a moment's temptation. The whisper of the Abyss did not cease. Instead, it became clearer, like some inner voice telling him that changing reality was not unacceptable, but rather an evolution. Will you choose to continue resisting it? Will you choose to cling to this illusion and fragility? Destroy it, and you will gain power, the right to create. Lin Xingheng's hands trembled slightly. He finally understood that the rules of the Abyss were no longer merely a force of invasion. They resembled a bridge between reality and illusion, attempting to reshape everything in a brand new way. I cannot let the Abyss become the master of reality, he responded firmly, his gaze resolute. This is not my choice. Lin Xingheng gripped the dagger tightly, approaching the core device. Although the whispers of the Abyss rampaged in his mind, he could feel an unshakable belief within him. The new world offered by the Abyss was not freedom, but a cycle bound by rules, impossible to escape. Destroying the core meant fundamentally breaking these bonds, shattering the Abyss's control over reality. As he reached out and touched the core device, the space trembled violently once more. The fluctuations of the Abyss's rules reached their peak, and the entire underground space seemed to begin collapsing, strong black mist surging towards Lin Xingheng, attempting to engulf all his perceptions. You cannot do it. The voice of the Abyss said coldly, as if it had completely mastered everything about Lin Xingheng. But Lin Xingheng did not retreat, gripping the dagger tightly. He used his last strength to stab it deeply into the core device. Immediately, the entire space shook violently. The core device began to shatter, the runes of the Abyss continuously cracking, and the twisted space started to restore itself. At the same time, the whisper of the Abyss became increasingly urgent. Try to influence Lin Xingheng's consciousness through one last struggle. You cannot destroy me. I am a part of your existence. You cannot truly separate from me. But Lin Xingheng no longer hesitated. He had only one goal in mind: to destroy the rules of the Abyss and return everything to normal. With the final blow, the rule device of the Abyss completely collapsed, the surrounding space stabilized, and the black mist began to dissipate. Although the influence of the Abyss still existed, its control was no longer strong. Lin Xingheng stood before the collapsed device, taking a deep breath. He knew that the threat of the Abyss was far from over. But he also understood that today's actions had won them precious time. We did it. Liang Tao walked up to Lin Xingheng, looking at the scene before them, his tone carrying a hint of fatigue, but also an unyielding tension. Lin Xingheng nodded, but there was still no complete relaxation in his eyes. The Abyss has not completely vanished. He said slowly, its rule network has disappeared from our dimension of reality, but the traces it left still exist. We cannot let our guard down. Yes, the influence of the Abyss has exceeded the level of a single node. Suyin also approached. We still need to continue monitoring it to prevent it from reviving again. At this moment, Dr. Lin walked up to Lin Xingheng, saying solemnly, we have also discovered that the very existence of the Abyss is a balancing force. It can influence reality, but at the same time, it also has a natural degradation mechanism, far more complex than we anticipated. The node we destroyed is actually a part of the Abyss's adjustment to reality. So the Abyss is not merely an invader. It is also maintaining some sort of balance. Lin Xingheng asked. Yes. Dr. Lin nodded. Its existence acts like an energy regulation mechanism. If we do not intervene effectively, it may continue to expand, even creating uncontrollable consequences. We must handle its residual effects with care. Lin Xingheng fell silent for a moment. The truth of the Abyss still could not be fully uncovered, and the choice he made perhaps did not completely break the rules of the Abyss, but only temporarily ended a part of its erosion. We know that the Abyss is not the enemy, but a part of reality. We have destroyed its rule network, but still face greater challenges. Lin Xingheng's tone became heavy. The next task would not only be to stop the expansion of the Abyss, but to thoroughly understand and master its power. Chapter 45. Aftermath of the Abyss. Although the core of the Abyss had been destroyed, Lin Xingheng knew that the real battle was far from over. The residual rules of the Abyss acted like a lurking virus, deeply embedded in the structure of reality, with its fluctuations still present, even permeating every decision and action they took. Lin Xingheng sat in the conference room, the display screen in front of him still showing active data from nodes around the world. Despite the destruction of the Abyss core at the ocean floor, other nodes remained active and their fluctuations were strong. Clearly, this war had not ended completely. It seems we are only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Doctor. Lin's voice broke the silence. The rules of the Abyss do not rely solely on the nodes. It appears to possess a self-repairing power. Even if we destroy one node, the rules of other nodes can reconnect and restore their control. In other words, the Abyss does not depend on a single node or device, but is a vast network. Lin Xingheng frowned. They were interconnected, forming a massive structural framework of rules. Destroying one node merely slowed its erosion temporarily. If that's the case, we have destroyed its core, but have not fundamentally solved the problem, Su Yun added. We can only prevent the expansion of the Abyss, but cannot eliminate it entirely. Therefore, next, we need to find its origin. Lin Xingheng's gaze became resolute. We have gained some understanding of the rules of the Abyss. Now it is time to find out how its true source connects these nodes and controls these rules. What do you plan to do? Liang Tao asked. Our current technological capabilities are still insufficient to completely dismantle this network. Lin Xingheng pondered for a moment. Our next step is infiltration. We must enter the structural framework of the Abyss's rules and find its most core part. Only by destroying it at the source can we completely sever its connection with reality. To thoroughly resolve the threat of the Abyss, Lin Xingheng and the team decided to take bolder actions. They needed to delve deep into the structure of the Abyss's rules to identify and destroy its deepest roots. The complexity and danger of this mission far exceeded any previous operation. Are you ready? Lin Xingheng asked before departure. His voice tinged with a hint of nervousness, but more so with determination. Ready? Liang Tao responded first. No matter what happens next, we have come too far to turn back. This is our last chance. We must seize this opportunity to completely solve the Abyss problem, Su Yin said as well. Doctor. Lin checked the equipment with a scanner and nodded after confirming everything was fine. We may encounter a direct backlash from the rules of the Abyss. But as long as we enter its core area and break its chain of rules, we should be able to destroy it completely. Then let's go, Lin Xingheng said. According to previous analyses, the network of rules of the Abyss not only spanned the globe, but also penetrated into unknown areas deep underground. These areas could be the original source of the rules of the Abyss or points of connection between the Abyss and reality. To avoid provoking further backlash from the Abyss, Lin Xingheng decided to use the most covert method to lead the team into these core areas of the Abyss. Their target was a site of an underground city far from civilization, almost undetectable, where the roots of the Abyss might be hidden. Once they entered this area, they would face unprecedented rule backlash and enemies. This place is filled with unstable rule fluctuations. Dr. Lin observed the data from the scanner, frowning. The core of the Abyss is no longer a single node, but a vast structural framework of rules. It has nearly merged with the underground space itself. We will try to avoid the strong areas of rule fluctuations and head straight to the core area, Lin Xingheng said. Be prepared for any emergencies. Understood, Su Yun replied. The team advanced towards the target location through underground tunnels, walking for several hours. The pressure in the air became increasingly intense, and the fluctuations of the rules around them grew stronger. Lin Xingheng could clearly feel the power of the Abyss seeping through every inch of space, infiltrating their thoughts and actions. We are approaching the target, Liang Tao whispered, pointing to the massive building ruins gradually appearing ahead. These structures did not seem to be naturally formed. They should be devices of the Abyss's rules. As they got closer to the ruins, the surrounding black mist thickened. An oppressive feeling filled the air, as if every breath was saturated with the essence of the Abyss. The movements of the team members began to slow, and even their thoughts were affected by the fluctuations of the rules. Speed up. We can't let the influence of the Abyss completely engulf our consciousness, Lin Xingheng reminded them. They entered the deepest part of the ruins and discovered a massive rule device surrounded by complex runes, with the air charged with the energy fluctuations of the Abyss. This device seemed to be a bridge between the Abyss and reality, the core connecting global nodes. This is the source of the Abyss, Lin Xingheng said, his voice low. If we destroy it, the network of rules of the Abyss will collapse, and the entire connection will be severed. But can we destroy it? Su Yun asked. The rule power of this device is too strong. It is almost merged with the entire underground city. We can only give it a try, Lin Xingheng said with determination. If we don't destroy it, the Abyss will continue to erode reality, and we won't be able to reclaim it. The team began their operation around the device and Dr. Lin started using the scanner to analyze the structure of the device, trying to find its weakest point. Meanwhile, the fluctuations of the rules of the abyss gradually intensified, and the surrounding space became even more unstable. "This is more complex than we expected," Dr. Lin said nervously. "The core of the device has already merged with the rules of the abyss. It is undergoing self-repair, and any interference will trigger a backlash of the rules. We don't have much time." Xingheng decided to launch an attack. "We must destroy it before it fully recovers." Xingheng led the team in a rapid offensive, attempting to concentrate their strength to destroy the core of the device. The fluctuations of the rules of the abyss nearly made their bodies unbearable, and the distortion of space made every action arduous. "Focus the attack," Liang Tao shouted, simultaneously striking at the core of the device with his blade. Xingheng plunged his short blade into the device. The intense backlash of the rules nearly knocked him down, but he did not give up. He felt the power of the abyss reaching its peak within the device, making it almost impossible to avoid the disaster of a rule backlash. "Quick, buy me some time." Xingheng exerted all his strength, driving the short blade deeper into the device. Just as he was about to exhaust himself, suddenly, the core of the device erupted with a massive wave of energy, and the entire space began to shake violently. The rules of the abyss collapsed in an instant. The shell of the device shattered, and the surrounding black mist began to dissipate, with the fluctuations of the rules gradually calming down. "We did it," Liang Tao gasped. "We successfully destroyed the core of the abyss." Xingheng stood up. Although his body was exhausted, his eyes were filled with hope. "This is just the end of a phase. The source of the abyss has been destroyed, but its influence still exists. Next, we must continue to monitor to prevent its resurgence." Chapter 46. The afterglow of the abyss. Despite Xingheng and the team successfully destroying the core device of the abyss, the abyss nodes around the world did not collapse completely as they had anticipated. The influence of the abyss was not maintained through a single device, but rather a more profound structural existence that permeated every aspect of the real world. Xingheng understood that the battle was far from over. They had merely torn away a part of the veil surrounding the abyss, and the truth hidden behind it still awaited revelation. Back at the base in the psychiatric hospital, the research team had begun detailed analysis of the data following the destruction of the core. Every member of Xingheng's team was exhausted, but they knew that the next step was the most critical. According to the latest analysis, the rules of the abyss had spread across different dimensions and layers of the earth. Dr. Lin said in front of the display screen in the conference room. "The device we destroyed was just a node. It was a fulcrum of the abyss network. The real core remains untouched." This meant that the root of the abyss was not located in a single place, but rather distributed across the entire earth and possibly even beyond. Suyin added, "We cannot completely eradicate the abyss by destroying a single node." This indicated that the rules of the abyss had deeply rooted themselves in the structure of reality. Xingheng stated solemnly, "Our previous actions were necessary, but to thoroughly resolve the issue, we must find and sever the core dimension of the abyss." "How do we do that?" Liang Tao asked. "Are we supposed to confront the abyss directly?" "Not directly confronting it." Xingheng's gaze sharpened. "We must find a bridge between the rules of the abyss and reality, completely dismantle its dimensional structure, and cut off the source of the abyss's power." According to the latest research data, the influence of the abyss was not limited to physical space. Its rule fluctuations had seeped into the dimensional structure of the earth, affecting time, space, and even life itself. This cross-dimensional rule infiltration made the abyss a complex existence, far beyond that of a traditional invader. By analyzing the data from the fluctuations of the abyss, we have inferred its dimensional structure. Dr. Lin projected a complex map onto the wall of the conference room. The connections between these nodes are not linear. They connect multiple dimensions through a method that transcends our current understanding. If we cannot break these bonds between dimensions, the abyss will not disappear. This means we need to address not only the node issues on Earth, but also break the dimensional chains behind them. Xingheng nodded. "We need to find a way to enter these dimensions and locate and sever the source of the abyss's rules." "Enter the dimensions of the abyss?" Suyin frowned. "Isn't that risky? We cannot predict what kind of rules may retaliate in those dimensions." "We have no choice." Xingheng looked at her. This is the only way. The team continued their preparations. This time, their target was no longer a single node or core device, but to enter the dimensions of the Abyss and completely sever the connection between the Abyss and reality. This mission was extremely dangerous. They had to use new technology to traverse the dimensional barriers of the Abyss and find and destroy the bonds between dimensions. We have developed a device capable of crossing dimensional barriers, Dr. Lin said. This device can provide us with a passage into the dimensions of the Abyss, but it can only maintain stability for a short time. Once we enter, we must quickly locate and sever the source of the Abyss's rules. Then let's get started. Lin Xingheng's voice carried determination. Time waits for no one. The threat of the Abyss is rapidly spreading. After a series of precise calculations and preparations, the team finally activated the device for traversing dimensions. At the moment the device was activated, the air was filled with intense fluctuations, the space began to distort, and the scene before them became increasingly blurred. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath as the energy of the device surged. He and the team members entered a completely unfamiliar dimension. The space of this dimension was irregular, and its distorted forms made it almost impossible for them to discern direction. The air was filled with the fluctuations of the Abyss's rules, and everything that seemed solid in this dimension appeared unstable. The ground, walls, and ceiling seemed to be flowing, and even the passage of time became elusive. Is this the dimension of the Abyss? Suyin whispered, looking around. Its rules have affected all the matter here, and the space has become incredibly unstable. Yes, Lin Xingheng replied. We must quickly find the core of the Abyss. Every second of delay could cause the bond between reality and the Abyss to reconnect. They continued forward, traversing this unknown dimension. As they delved deeper, the fluctuations of the rules around them intensified, and the space began to twist more violently. Lin Xingheng felt as if he were being pulled through a vortex of time and space, the gravitational force of the rules nearly swallowing them. Suddenly, they entered a vast space with walls covered in Abyss runes. These runes flickered with an unusual light, exuding a strong sense of oppression, as if the entire space was constituted by these rules. This is the core area of the Abyss, Lin Xingheng whispered. We must destroy these runes to completely sever the connection between the Abyss and reality. As they approached the core, the surrounding space suddenly trembled violently, and the fluctuations of the Abyss's rules reached their peak. An invisible force surrounded them, attempting to distort their consciousness. You have finally arrived here. The familiar whisper echoed in Lin Xingheng's mind again, the voice filled with temptation. Your efforts are in vain. The Abyss is invincible. You cannot fundamentally destroy me. We are not fighting you. We are breaking your connection to reality. Lin Xingheng coldly responded. The rules of the Abyss will no longer govern us. Do you think you can change all of this? The voice carried a hint of mockery. You cannot change the essence of the Abyss. Everything you do will ultimately return to the Abyss. However, Lin Xingheng was not swayed by this threat. He understood that the significance of this moment lay in completely destroying the structural rules of the Abyss to restore balance. He led the team to concentrate their strength on attacking the surrounding ruins. Each strike was accompanied by intense backlash from the rules, but they persisted until all the runes shattered and the rules of the Abyss began to crumble. Chapter 47. The collapse of the Abyss. The collapse of the runes caused the dimension of the Abyss to tremble violently. The distortion of space intensified, and the flow of time became increasingly unstable. Lin Xingheng and his team members seemed to struggle against the rules of the Abyss with every step they took. The whispers of the Abyss still echoed in their minds, as if it was trying to pull them back into its embrace. Do you think destroying the runes can sever my connection to reality? The voice of the Abyss was filled with mockery. Your efforts are futile. I'm already deeply intertwined with this world. Lin Xingheng gritted his teeth, his steps unwavering. We have come this far. We will not retreat. No matter the cost, the Abyss must be completely ended. Xingheng, focus. Liang Tao's voice came through. He looked at the constantly morphing space around them. These runes are just the surface. The true power of the Abyss lies in its ability to manipulate the connections of these rules. We must destroy the source of the connections to truly sever it. Lin Xingheng nodded, determination shining in his eyes. Although the voice of the Abyss tried to influence their judgment, he understood that only by destroying the root of the Abyss's rules could they eliminate its threat to reality. The team pressed on, and as they delved deeper into the core of the dimension, the space grew increasingly unstable. The fluctuations of the rules blurred each of their perceptions, as if their consciousness was being consumed by the power of the Abyss. Every step was fraught with great danger, the boundaries of time and space nearly collapsing entirely. Lin Xingheng felt a strong attraction calling to him. It was the will of the Abyss, as if it was trying to make him accept the power and knowledge it offered. The temptation was overwhelming, nearly driving him to madness. But he held firm to his beliefs. "You cannot escape me." The voice of the Abyss echoed again, clearer than before. "You have touched the truth of the rules, seen the fragility of your reality. You will find that all your efforts are merely paving the way for me. I will not let you succeed," Lin Xingheng whispered. The rules of the Abyss were not a dominion, but a bondage. They must be destroyed, entirely severing its connection to our world. They finally reached the deepest part of the Abyss dimension, where a colossal device stood before them, resembling a bridge connecting dimensions, surrounded by complex runes and energy vortices. The core of the device exuded the aura of the Abyss, radiating incomprehensible waves of rules. "This is the true core of the Abyss," Lin Xingheng murmured. "Destroy it, and we can truly cut off the connection between the Abyss and reality." The team showed no hesitation and swiftly launched their final attack. Lin Xingheng and Liang Tao led the charge toward the core, while the other members protected them from the backlash of the Abyss's rules. As they struck, the core of the Abyss began to tremble violently, and the surrounding space warped dramatically, the air thick with a sense of oppression, as if the entire dimension was resisting their existence. "Concentrate your strength," Lin Xingheng shouted, swinging his short blade fiercely toward the core device. With a loud bang, the surface of the Abyss core began to crack, the runes started to disintegrate, and energy fluctuations expanded sharply, as if all the rules of space were collapsing at that moment. At the same time, the voice of the Abyss echoed again, becoming frenzied. "You cannot stop me. The Abyss has long embedded itself into your reality. It will devour everything." Lin Xingheng felt that intense gravity enveloping him once more, but this time, his heart grew exceptionally resilient. He knew that only by destroying this core could they completely break the connection between the Abyss and reality. "Xingheng, hurry!" Liang Tao shouted. "We need to complete this step quickly, or we will be drawn in as well." Lin Xingheng took a deep breath and swung his short blade again, driving it forcefully into the center of the core. As the blade pierced, the surface of the core device instantly exploded, strong energy waves blasting them away. The surrounding space collapsed violently. The connection of dimensions began to fracture, and the rules of the Abyss began to dissipate like a broken chain. After Lin Xingheng's final strike, the core of the Abyss completely collapsed. The connected dimensions started to break apart. The fluctuations of the Abyss's rules gradually faded, and the surrounding space began to restore balance. One by one, the team members stood up, looking at the gradually calming scene around them. Though they felt exhausted, their hearts were filled with the joy of victory. "We did it," Liang Tao panted, gazing at the recovering space. "The rules of the Abyss have been destroyed." "Yes," Lin Xingheng's voice was low and firm. "This battle, though over, has left its mark on the dimensions of our world. We must remain vigilant. But at least, for now, the influence of the Abyss has been severed." Su Yun sighed in relief. "Our world is safe for the time being." "Yes," Lin Xingheng looked into the distance. "But we must not forget the lessons this battle has taught us. The Abyss is not just an external enemy. It is the connection between our reality and the unknown dimensions. We must always stay alert." Chapter 48 echoes, although the core device of the Abyss has been destroyed, and reality seems to have returned to a temporary calm. Lin Xingheng knows deep down that this battle is far from over. The rules of the Abyss linger like a lurking ghost, having seeped into every aspect of this world, and its true essence remains a mystery. After the team returned to the base, the research team began a comprehensive analysis of the environmental changes following the destruction of the Abyss core. "We have severed the connection points of the Abyss's rules, but the effects it left behind still persist. Dr. Lin stated in the analysis report that globally, the residual waves of the Abyss's rules still exist. Although they no longer pose the original threat, the power of the Abyss is like a dormant energy that could resurface at any time. We have cut off the source of the Abyss, but its influence has long left indelible marks in reality. Lin Xingheng gazed at the report, the unease in his heart still lingering. The rules of the Abyss have sown seeds in both the material and spiritual realms. Even though we have destroyed its core, it remains a part of our world. Our task may be complete, but there is no true victory in this war. Liang Tao said solemnly that the aftermath of the Abyss will continue to exist until we find a thorough solution. Yes, Lin Xingheng nodded. We need to further explore the traces left by the Abyss to prevent it from resurfacing. The team continued their investigation into the aftermath of the Abyss. After destroying the core, the research team discovered strange symbols and patterns. These symbols were not merely Abyss runes, but represented some new existence, as if conveying an unfinished mission of the Abyss. These symbols seem to be part of some prophecy. Dr. Lin studied the symbols carefully. Their arrangement was similar to the structure of the Abyss's rules, but they pointed in a different direction. We may be facing another layer of the Abyss. What do these symbols represent? Lin Xingheng frowned. Is there something else about the Abyss that we have yet to touch? These symbols herald the rebirth of the Abyss, Dr. Lin replied. They're not just remnants of rules. They more so suggest some kind of revival process of the Abyss. Perhaps we broke the core, but the Abyss did not initially rely on that device. Its essence lies in the connections between dimensions. No matter how we destroy the nodes, it will always find new ways to reconnect with the world. So we can say that the Abyss is not just an external enemy. It is a kind of existence intertwined with our dimension. Lin Xingheng said softly, its rules are interdependent with reality. Our reality and the Abyss are intertwined, and its power cannot be easily erased. We need to find the source of these symbols. Su Yin nodded. They might reveal the unfinished plans of the Abyss to us. As the research on the Abyss symbols progressed, the research team finally traced the origin of these symbols to an abandoned city site located in a very remote part of the world. There, it was once a hidden origin of the Abyss's power. Although the city has long been deserted, it still retains some remnants of the Abyss's rules, which may be the key to its rebirth. This is the only place we can find clues. Lin Xingheng said, we must act quickly to uncover the true meaning of these symbols and prevent the Abyss from resurfacing. The team set out again, heading towards the ancient city site in the remote area. Along the way, they had to traverse extreme natural environments, facing challenges in terrain and possible residual powers of the Abyss. These symbols do not seem like ordinary warnings, Liang Tao said during their analysis. They possess some kind of calling nature, as if summoning something. Are you saying these symbols might be some kind of gate? Su Yin asked. Could they be guiding the power of the Abyss back? Exactly. Lin Xingheng's gaze was firm. These symbols are seeds of the Abyss. Once these seeds sprout, the power of the Abyss will awaken again. We must destroy these sources before it revives. After several days of arduous travel, the team finally arrived at the abandoned city site. The city was vast, but had been consumed by nature and time, leaving only broken walls and remnants corroded by the Abyss's rules. At the center of the city stood an ancient building, its top covered in Abyss runes, the light of the symbols flickering as if still active. This is its source. Lin Xingheng stood before the ruins, gazing at the massive structure. These symbols spread out from here, possibly connecting to the power of the Abyss through some dimensional gate. We must enter this building, Liang Tao said with determination. But the power of the Abyss may have left its mark here. Once inside, we must be prepared for any counterattack. That's right. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, ready. Once we enter this building, we must quickly find the true meaning of these symbols. Upon entering the building, the team began to explore in depth. The air here seemed to be corroded by some invisible force, shrouded in black mist, and the space became increasingly unstable. As they ventured deeper, the light of the symbols became more pronounced, as if some ancient power was guiding them forward. Eventually, they reached the depths of the building and discovered a massive altar, which radiated a strong energy fluctuation. The altar was covered with Abyss runes, and these runes were identical to the previous symbols. This is the source of the Abyss's rebirth. Lin Xingheng frowned. These runes are not mere markings. They are a summoning ritual attempting to awaken the power of the abyss. We must destroy these runes. Su Yun said anxiously, otherwise the rules of the abyss will revive again. The same mistake cannot be repeated. Lin Xingheng said decisively, destroy it. Chapter 49. Rebirth. The runes on the altar emitted a ghostly blue light, and the surrounding air was filled with a sense of oppression, as if time and space were beginning to warp. Lin Xingheng and his team stood before the altar, fully aware that their actions at this moment would determine whether the abyss could be reborn. These runes were closely related to the rules of the abyss. Doctor, Lin analyzed nervously. They were not merely markers, but keys to activating the power of the abyss. If we do not destroy them, the power of the abyss will be reborn from here. Lin Xingheng's eyes were filled with determination. We cannot let this happen again. Destroying these runes is the only way, Liang Tao said, his eyes flashing with resolve. But these runes seem to be constantly absorbing the energy around them, which could trigger unpredictable consequences. We have no choice, Lin Xingheng replied. If we do not destroy them, the rebirth of the abyss cannot be stopped, and the world will fall into ruin. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, raised a short blade, and prepared to destroy the first rune on the altar. At the same time, the whispers of the abyss echoed in their minds once again. The voice filled with temptation and threat. You cannot stop me. The abyss has long been deeply intertwined with your world. The voice was like bait in the darkness, trying to make them give up their resistance. The abyss is no longer something we should fear. Lin Xingheng responded calmly. We will not allow you to be reborn. As the short blade pierced the first rune, the altar emitted a deafening roar. The runes began to vibrate violently, and the entire space was instantly enveloped by a strong wave of rule fluctuations. The pressure in the air surged, the surrounding space twisted violently, and time seemed to pause for a moment. Hurry! It's counterattacking! Su Yun shouted, feeling the air around them suddenly become unstable. The gravitational pull of the space changed sharply, as if it would swallow them at any moment. We must quickly destroy all the runes. Lin Xingheng gripped the short blade tightly, his gaze still resolute. Otherwise, the power of the abyss would become uncontrollable. The altar began to release intense black energy, the runes flickering irregularly, as if forming some kind of summoning. With each strike, the whispers of the abyss grew increasingly urgent. You cannot understand. I am the foundation of your world. The voice became more mocking. With each time you destroy me, I will be reborn in a new form until you completely give up resistance. We will never give up, Lin Xingheng replied coldly. The threats of the abyss could no longer shake their resolve. He quickly led the team to concentrate their efforts and destroy each rune on the altar. As the last rune shattered, the altar let out a loud bang. A burst of intense energy erupted, and the surrounding space completely collapsed. The collapse of the altar did not trigger the rebirth of the abyss as expected. Instead, there was an incredible calm. The entire space began to restore itself. The black mist gradually dissipated, the sense of oppression in the air slowly disappeared, and the order of time and space gradually returned to normal. We did it, Liang Tao gasped, a hint of relief in his eyes. The rules of the abyss were severed. Lin Xingheng continued to stare at the now-collapsed altar, filled with complex emotions. Although the runes of the abyss had been destroyed, he knew that the existence of the abyss was not that simple. It was not just an enemy that could be completely eliminated by destroying a certain node or rune. This is only a temporary calm, Lin Xingheng said softly. The existence of the abyss will not completely vanish with the disappearance of these runes. Its power has long been intertwined with the rules of reality. We must remain vigilant at all times. But at least we have broken its chance of rebirth for now. Su Yun said this is not the end, but we have taken the first step. Yes, Lin Xingheng nodded. Next, we must continue to monitor the residual effects of the abyss to prevent it from rebirthing again. Although the rebirth of the abyss has been temporarily contained, Lin Xingheng and his team knew that the battle was far from over. The legacy of the abyss still runs deep within the dimensions of reality, its rules still lurking, waiting to be triggered. The team remained on high alert. Lin Xingheng looked at each member. We have completed the first step in destroying the core of the abyss, but the power of the abyss still exists. We must ensure it does not reborn. Dr. Lin approached them, his expression serious, saying, according to our further analysis, the rules of the Abyss are not just a singular invader. It is a dimensional force, its essence intertwined with the laws of our reality. To completely eliminate it, we need to further understand its origin and sever its connection with our world. In other words, we must explore the dimensional connection between the Abyss and reality deeply. Lin Xingheng pondered for a moment. We cannot completely eliminate the Abyss, but we can find ways to minimize its influence. This may be our last opportunity to face the Abyss. Su Yun said, determination in her eyes. We must do whatever it takes to sever the connection with the Abyss completely. Chapter 50. The deep secrets of the Abyss. Although the runes and altars of the Abyss have been destroyed, Lin Xingheng still harbored unresolved mysteries in his heart. The Abyss did not merely rely on a single node, rune, or altar as they had expected. Its power spread like a vast net across the globe, even penetrating deeper levels. They had destroyed a part of it, but the true nature of the Abyss had not yet fully revealed itself. Upon returning to the base, the members of the research team continued to analyze the residual effects of the Abyss's rules, although they had temporarily disrupted the chance of the Abyss's resurrection. The laws of reality still maintained a subtle connection with the Abyss. We have destroyed the surface core of the Abyss, but that does not mean it has completely vanished. Dr. Lin took a deep breath. The rules of the Abyss did not depend on a specific point. Rather, they permeated every aspect of the world through connections between dimensions. Like a virus, it would always find new ways to resurrect. Lin Xingheng nodded gravely. We must continue to explore deeply and find the root of the Abyss. It is not entirely external. It has some deep connection with our dimension of reality. Are you saying that the existence of the Abyss is not just an erosion, but an endogenous power? Su Yun asked. Exactly. Lin Xingheng looked at the map of the Abyss nodes. The core of the Abyss is not limited to a single node, but is intertwined with our reality through an invisible network of rules. Its power is deeply rooted in the structural rules of our world. Simple destruction cannot eradicate it. After several days of intense research, the team finally discovered a breakthrough. The Abyss does not connect with reality solely through a single node. Its rule fluctuations maintain a connection with reality through a structure called the dimension chain. This dimension chain seems to be a bridge between the Abyss and reality, allowing the Abyss to transcend the boundaries of space and time, affecting every corner of reality. Dr. Lin explained that these nodes are the fulcrums of the Abyss's rules, and they extend the influence of the Abyss into the real world through the dimension chain. Destroying one node will only allow it to take root and sprout anew elsewhere. Therefore, to completely sever the influence of the Abyss, we must find and destroy the source of the dimension chain. The determination in Lin Xingheng's eyes flickered. If we do not fundamentally solve this problem, the Abyss will always exist. Where's this source? Liang Tao asked. Is it in the physical world or in the dimension of the Abyss? The source of the dimension chain should be located deep within the dimension of the Abyss. Lin Xingheng replied. We must enter the dimension of the Abyss, find the source of the dimension chain, and sever it completely. This time, the team's mission would be more challenging. They not only had to enter the dimension of the Abyss, but also find and destroy the source of the dimension chain, which would be a more dangerous challenge than before. Lin Xingheng led the team in preparing everything. They would use the newly developed dimension crossing device to traverse the barrier between the Abyss and reality. This is our last time entering the Abyss. Lin Xingheng stated firmly in front of the team. We cannot give the Abyss another chance to resurrect. We must resolve it completely, no matter the cost. We will accomplish the mission. Liang Tao nodded. This operation is more dangerous than ever, Su Yun said solemnly. But we must face the essence of the Abyss. We have come too far. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath. We cannot stop. We must put an end to all of this. As the dimension crossing device was activated, the team once again crossed the boundary between the Abyss and reality. Unlike last time, this time they delved into the deepest part of the dimension of the Abyss, where the distortion of space and sense of oppression were stronger than ever. The air was filled with intense rule fluctuations, and the entire space seemed to tremble. This is the core area of the Abyss. Lin Xingheng felt the surrounding rule fluctuations. This area is completely shrouded by the rules of the Abyss, and the stability of space is extremely fragile. We can feel the power of the rules, Su Yin whispered. If we go too deep too quickly, we might be swallowed by these fluctuations. We can only keep moving forward, Lin Xingheng said without hesitation. We cannot hesitate any longer. The team cautiously advanced deeper into the dimension. As they gradually approached the core of the Abyss, their devices began to malfunction, and the distortion of space made their positioning increasingly difficult. At that moment, the whispers of the Abyss echoed in their minds once more. You have finally arrived here. Your efforts are in vain. The voice was filled with temptation, as if provoking their inner fears. I am closely connected to this world. You cannot eliminate me. I am a part of your existence. To destroy me is to destroy yourselves. Lin Xingheng closed his eyes, forcing himself to resist the inner turmoil. We will stop you. Abyss, you are not our destiny. The team finally arrived at the source of the dimension chain, a massive rule device radiating intense fluctuations. The device had an irregular shape, with runes swirling around it, as if the will of the Abyss was connecting with the dimension of reality through this device. This is the root of the Abyss. Lin Xingheng stared at the device. If we destroy it, the rules of the Abyss will completely collapse. We must act immediately, Liang Tao said. We cannot give the Abyss any chance to resurrect. The team began to concentrate their strength to attack the weaknesses of the device. As the final blow landed, the device shook violently, the space began to collapse, and the rules of the Abyss started to disintegrate. The whispers of the Abyss grew more frantic, as if it were struggling in desperation. You cannot escape. I will be reborn. But this time, the struggle of the Abyss seemed powerless. As the device completely collapsed, the rules of the Abyss shattered like broken chains and began to dissipate, while the surrounding space gradually stabilized. Lin Xingheng stood before the crumbling device, his gaze resolute. This time, the threat of the Abyss has finally come to an end. Chapter 51, The End of the Abyss. The core of the Abyss was destroyed, and after the collapse of the dimensional chain, the entire structure of the dimension began to stabilize again. The surrounding space slowly returned to its normal form, and the influence of the Abyss gradually faded away, as if its existence was merely an unreal dream. Lin Xingheng stood before the ruins of the collapsed Abyss. Taking a deep breath, he could feel that the rules of the Abyss and its powerful gravitational pull had completely vanished, yet he still could not fully relax. The residual waves of the Abyss had not completely dissipated, and he knew that their mission would not be truly complete until the last remnants of the Abyss were cleared away. The core of the Abyss had been destroyed, and the dimensional chain was severed. Liang Tao's voice came from beside him, but we need to check the surroundings to ensure there are no other unresolved threats left behind. That's right. Lin Xingheng nodded, still vigilantly watching his surroundings. He knew that the power of the Abyss had once permeated every corner of this world, and its disappearance might only be temporary. There could still be residual rules lurking in the shadows. The team members began to carefully inspect the environment around them to confirm that there were no further threats. As time passed, Lin Xingheng felt the oppressive atmosphere in the air gradually dissipate, and the surrounding space began to return to calm. The Abyss's erosion of the world seemed to reach its end at that moment. When they returned to the base, the research team had already begun the environmental restoration work following the collapse of the Abyss. The Abyss nodes around the globe gradually settled down. The fluctuations of the rules stabilized, and the structure of reality began to return to normal. Nevertheless, Lin Xingheng still felt a hint of unresolved concern. Although the Abyss was temporarily suppressed, its existence had already deeply impacted the rules of this world. Has the threat of the Abyss been completely eliminated? Lin Xingheng asked, staring at the data display in front of him. On the surface, the power of the Abyss no longer affected reality. Dr. Lin replied, all nodes have been cleared, and the connections of the dimensional chain have been severed. We can confirm that the core of the Abyss has indeed collapsed. Then can we relax? Lin Xingheng asked, his tone filled with doubt. Not entirely. Dr. Lin's tone was heavy. Although the direct threat of the Abyss had vanished, its influence still persisted. Once the rules of the Abyss permeate reality, it is difficult to completely eliminate them. We still need to conduct long-term monitoring to ensure that the abyss does not revive in other forms. Yes, Lin Xingheng nodded, knowing that although the power of the abyss had been broken, its impact on the world could not be ignored. We must remain vigilant at all times. In further research, Dr. Lin proposed a deeper insight. The abyss is not entirely an external invader. Its rules are closely linked to certain fundamental rules of the real world. Reality and the abyss are not completely isolated. Their rules are intertwined in some way, and the existence of the dimensional chain blurs the boundaries between them. The rules of the abyss are not merely corrosive. They are a mechanism for evolution. Dr. Lin said, it attempts to create new rules and structures through its integration with reality. In other words, the abyss is not an external enemy, but an internally sourced power? Lin Xingheng asked softly, his thoughts gradually becoming clearer. Yes, Dr. Lin replied. It is like a balancing force in nature. Although we have destroyed its core, its very existence cannot be ignored. It intertwines with the dimensions of our reality, influencing the rules of our world. So what is the ultimate goal of the abyss? Suyin asked. The goal of the abyss is to reshape the rules, or rather, to evolve the rules. Dr. Lin's voice carried a hint of worry. It is not merely for destruction. It seeks to transform this world to adapt to the power of the abyss. We have destroyed its core, but the true intentions of the abyss may have long been embedded in the structure of our world. Despite the destruction of the abyss's core, Lin Xingheng and the team knew that they had not completely removed the threat of the abyss. The foundation of the abyss had long been entrenched in the dimensions of reality, and any attempt to destroy it could lead to unpredictable consequences. The revival of the abyss is no longer a simple rebirth, but it could permeate into deeper layers of existence, becoming a force beyond human control. Can we completely eliminate the influence of the abyss? Lin Xingheng asked quietly. Perhaps it is impossible. Dr. Lin sighed. The essence of the abyss exceeds our understanding, and it intertwines with the dimensional structure of our world. Perhaps the very existence of the abyss is a part of this world. So what should we do? Liang Tao asked. What can we learn from the rules of the abyss? We cannot completely eliminate its influence. Lin Xingheng pondered for a moment. But we can find ways to coexist with it by understanding the rules of the abyss. Our task is not only to eliminate the threat of the abyss, but to learn how to live peacefully with it, preventing it from expanding again. Coexistence. Suyin softly repeated, this is our new mission. Lin Xingheng gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. Yes, the story of the abyss is not over. We have only just begun. Chapter 52. The Gate of Reversal as the team delved deeper. The tremors of the entire ruin intensified. The runes on the walls became more pronounced, emitting a strange glow, as if responding to some ancient call. Lin Xingheng stood at the center of the ruin, feeling an unprecedented powerful pressure. The distortion of time and space nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Team, stay calm. Lin Xingheng's voice carried an undeniable firmness. These runes and patterns are clearly related to the rules of the abyss, but they also convey some information. We must decipher their meaning and find the connection to the gate of rebirth. This is completely beyond our expectations. Suyin said, her eyes glinting with alertness. These runes seem to be more than just guides. They themselves are like some kind of key. Yes, some kind of key. Doctor. Lin began analyzing the symbols on the wall. I have studied similar runes before. They contain immense energy and knowledge. If we can understand them, perhaps we can unlock the secrets of the gate of rebirth. At that moment, the glow of the runes suddenly intensified, and the patterns on the wall began to move. They seemed alive, swirling light, forming an illusory door in the air. As the energy fluctuated, space started to twist violently. What is this? Liang Tao's eyes were filled with surprise. Is this door real, or just an illusion? It is real. Lin Xingheng whispered. This is the gate of rebirth. It seems illusory, but it is opening. As Lin Xingheng's words fell, the outline of the door became clearer and clearer, as if a tremendous gravitational force was drawing them forward. The pressure in the air grew heavier, and the distortion of space intensified, as if all the rules were waiting behind this door. Where does this door lead to? Suyin asked, her voice tinged with tension. It does not lead to a place. Lin Xingheng's gaze was sharp as an eagle's. It leads to a place that does not belong to our reality. The source of the abyss, or rather, the true face of this world is hidden behind that door. Are you saying the gate of rebirth leads to the source of the abyss? Liang Tao furrowed his brow. What will we face once we enter? Lin Xingheng took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. We will face the truth of the abyss. Only through it can we completely unravel the mysteries of the abyss and discover its true connection to reality. The team hesitated no more. Under Lin Xingheng's guidance, they moved toward the gradually forming door. With each step, they could feel a powerful attraction emanating from within, as if an invisible force was calling them, compelling them to enter. As the team passed through the door, the surrounding world changed dramatically in an instant. Their perception lost stability, the scene before them became blurred, and space and time became elusive. It was as if they had entered an entirely new dimension. Lin Xingheng felt their consciousness enveloped by a tremendous wave of rules. This is not the space we are familiar with. Dr. Lin's voice trembled slightly. We have crossed into another dimension, where all the laws are starkly different from our reality. Be careful, Lin Xingheng said alertly. The rules and powers here are completely different. We cannot predict its reactions. They stood in a vast, boundless void, surrounded only by endless darkness and faint light. In this void, it seemed they could not perceive the existence of any time or physical laws. We are trapped in a dimensional rift. Suyin took a deep breath. This is the source of the abyss. We have reached its core. This is the true face of the abyss. Lin Xingheng whispered. We must find the source of the dimensional chain and destroy it. Only then can the true root of the abyss be sealed. As the team delved deeper into this dimension, they gradually discovered that huge runes and irregular light points were floating in the void. The runes continuously changed, as if conveying some information or some mysterious power was circulating within them. These runes, Dr. Lin took out an analyzer. They are very similar to the runes of the abyss, but the energy they contain far exceeds any rules we have encountered before. They're not just language. They seem to convey a form of life. These runes are guiding us, Lin Xingheng said. They are testing us or arranging some kind of trial for us. As they continued forward, the changes in the runes became increasingly intense. Suddenly, a strong tremor emanated from the depths of the void. The entire space began to fluctuate violently, with countless light points flickering in the darkness. Prepare for the trial, Lin Xingheng shouted. The void before them began to twist, and the surrounding runes became even more ferocious. A powerful beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky, illuminating the entire dimension. Within that beam, it seemed to conceal some will of the abyss. And the intense wave of rules caused the team members' bodies to experience severe discomfort. These beams are the trials of the abyss, Liang Tao shouted. We must withstand them, or we will be consumed. Concentrate. Lin Xingheng led the defense, wielding a short blade, striving to break through the oppressive force. The abyss is not an external enemy. It is the essence of this dimension. We must find a way to unravel it. Chapter 53. The Judgment of the Abyss. The beams of the abyss flickered around them, enveloping the team in a strong wave of oppressive rules, each person feeling an irresistible sense of pressure. The beams were not ordinary energy, but a trial from the abyss itself, a challenge that directly acted upon their consciousness and souls through rules. Lin Xingheng gripped his dagger tightly, feeling as if his mind was being torn apart by some invisible force. The whispers of the abyss began to echo in his mind, filled with temptation, threats, and an irresistible call. Why do you resist? You have already touched the edge of truth. Accept me, and I will grant you power that transcends everything. Lin Xingheng forcefully shook off the whispers in his mind, roaring, the abyss cannot control us. We will not become your puppets. However, the voice did not cease. Instead, it grew clearer. You try to destroy me, yet you cannot understand me. I am not your enemy. I am an extension of your world, the other side of the rules. Resisting me will only plunge you into deeper pain. These words sounded familiar. Suyun gasped, struggling to stay awake. The abyss is trying to manipulate our thoughts, but the more it does so, the more it shows that it fears us. Exactly. Liang Tao gritted his teeth, holding on. Though the power of the abyss is strong, it cannot comprehend the tenacity within us. As the team struggled, they discovered a huge, transparent mirror emerging from beams. This mirror was not an ordinary object, but a manifestation of the rules of the abyss. In its reflection, everyone saw their images, but these images were not real. They were a means for the abyss to tempt them. Lin Xingheng saw a distorted scene in the mirror, a world dominated by the rules of the abyss. His family, friends, and even team members were struggling in that world, their bodies covered in abyss runes, as if they had become part of the abyss. This is not real, Lin Xingheng whispered, but his heart was still struck with intense shock. The images in the mirror began to change, showing a new scene. Lin Xingheng standing at the core of the abyss, dagger in hand, not destroying the core, but merging with the abyss, becoming the master of the rules. What you see is the true possibility, the image in the mirror whispered, its voice filled with temptation. Accept me, and you will rule everything. No fear, no death, only the eternity of rules. Lin Xingheng closed his eyes, forcing himself to detach from the image. He took a deep breath, his voice firm. I will not become your puppet. The rules of the abyss may be powerful, but they cannot change my beliefs. The images in the mirror began to shatter, as the rules of the abyss tried to intensify the pressure on the team, but everyone displayed extraordinary resilience. They gradually saw through the true nature of the abyss's trial. It was not meant to destroy them, but to undermine their beliefs through temptation and fear. The abyss is not invincible, Suyin shouted. Its power lies in rules, but our strength lies in our will. Everyone, focus, Lin Xingheng said loudly. The trial of the abyss is merely a challenge to our beliefs. As long as we do not give up, it cannot control us. The team members joined forces, concentrating their fire on the source of the rule beams. Dagger and weapon energy struck the mirror repeatedly, causing the beams to weaken, and the cracks in the mirror began to expand. Hurry, it can't hold on much longer, Liang Tao shouted. With the final blow, the mirror shattered with a loud crash, and the beams dissipated. The whispers of the abyss gradually weakened, and the oppressive feeling around them began to fade, restoring a brief calm to the void. Although they had successfully passed the trial, each member of the team understood that this was merely a test from the abyss. They had not yet touched the true core of the abyss, and the challenges ahead would be even more severe. Dr. Lin continued to analyze with scanning equipment in the void, discovering new clues. The rules here are completely different from what we encountered before. They seem to point to a deeper dimension, which may be the ultimate essence of the abyss. A deeper place? Suyin asked in surprise. Yes, Dr. Lin nodded. The dimension we are currently in is just the outer layer of the abyss. Its true core is hidden in deeper layers of rules. That core may not only be the source of the rules, but could even be an entirely new universe. An entirely new universe? Liang Tao frowned. Are you saying that what we perceive as the abyss could be a shadow of another world? Or perhaps the world itself, Dr. Lin replied. The rules of the abyss are not random. Its existence may be a projection between dimensions. We must delve into its core to truly understand its intentions. Then let's move forward, Lin Xingheng said firmly. The abyss is trying to stop us with trials, but it is merely buying time. We must break its rules and put an end to all of this. Chapter 54. The rift of the abyss core, the shattering of the mirror brought a brief tranquility to the void. But Lin Xingheng knew in his heart that this was just the beginning of the abyss trial. The true core of the abyss still lay hidden in a deeper dimension, waiting for them to explore further. This process was not only a challenge to their will, but also a test of the limits of human understanding. The rules of the abyss manifested here in a more complex manner. Dr. Lin's analysis equipment was still recording the surrounding fluctuations. These runes had not completely dissipated. They were guiding us deeper. Guiding us? Su Yun frowned. These runes seemed more like they were trying to buy time. The abyss might be waiting for us to make a mistake. Is indeed waiting. Lin Xingheng said coldly. The abyss is not guiding us. It is observing us. It attempts to refine its rules through our actions. What should we do? Liang Tao asked. If we delve deeper, we'd be walking right into its trap? Lin Xingheng was silent for a moment and then said firmly, even so, we must continue forward. The rules of the abyss have already embedded themselves in our reality. Only by entering its core can we completely break the shackles of these rules. As they pressed on, the runes in the void began to present a new arrangement. They were no longer scattered, but gradually converged into a path, at the end of which was a rift emitting a strange glow. What is that? Suyin pointed at the rift in the distance, her tone laced with alertness. That could be the entrance to the Abyss core. Doctor. Lin's scanning equipment gave an unstable energy reading, but the energy fluctuations from this rift were extremely dangerous. Our equipment might not be able to withstand it completely. There is no other choice. Xingheng tightened his grip on the short blade. We must go in. As the team approached the rift, they felt a strong gravitational pull. The force seemed to act not just on their bodies, but directly on their souls. Every step felt as if they were crossing an invisible barrier, making it incredibly difficult. This force doesn't seem like a physical action. Liang Tao gasped. It feels more like it's stripping away our consciousness. Hold on, Xingheng said firmly. The rules of the Abyss are trying to erode our minds, but we must remain alert. The moment they crossed the rift, the surrounding scenery changed dramatically. After passing through the rift, the team found themselves in a completely different space. It was no longer the void, but a dimension filled with a play of light and shadow. The light around them did not come from a single source, but was composed of countless flowing runes and energy lines. The entire space resembled a dynamic map of rules, with every detail showcasing the power of the Abyss. This is the core of the Abyss, Dr. Lin whispered. Every line here may represent the essence of the rules of the Abyss. This place doesn't look like a mere dimension. Suyin looked around. It feels more like a living entity. You're right. Xingheng's gaze fixed on the distance. The Abyss is not a lifeless thing. It is a living system of rules. What we face now is its core consciousness. Just then, the whole space began to vibrate, and a deep, grand voice resonated from all directions. You have finally arrived. The voice was cold and imposing, carrying an irresistible sense of oppression, as if the entire dimension was responding to its presence. This is the will of the Abyss. Liang Tao gripped his weapon. It has finally shown itself. It is not revealing itself. Xingheng said calmly. It has been here observing us. Now it believes we are close enough to the truth. The voice of the Abyss continued to echo, seeming to directly act on their consciousness. Your existence is a variable in the rules, and I am the guardian of the rules. I am not an aggressor. I am the continuation of your world. Continuation? Xingheng sneered. You have eroded our world, attempting to reshape reality through rules. Is this what you call continuation? You cannot understand. The voice of the Abyss was low and profound. Reality itself is incomplete. My existence serves to fill this void. Your so-called resistance is merely a rejection of evolution. Your so-called evolution is just to turn everything into your puppet. Suyin said coldly. We will not accept your rules. The voice of the Abyss carried a hint of mockery. The rules are not determined by you. I am an irresistible existence, and you are but insignificant individuals. The rules of the Abyss began to manifest, its energy fluctuations transforming into massive beams of rune light, attacking the team from all directions. These beams were not merely attacks, but directly acted on their consciousness, attempting to undermine their will. Concentrate your strength. Don't let it control us, Xingheng shouted, swinging his short blade to block an incoming beam. Its rule power is too strong, Liang Tao said while firing. Our physical attacks are completely ineffective. Then let us use rules to fight rules, Dr. Lin suddenly said, her gaze falling on the runes surrounding the Abyss core. These runes are the structural core of the Abyss rules. If we can find its weak point, we might have a chance to destroy it. Find its weak point quickly, Xingheng commanded, leading the team to fend off the Abyss' attacks. As the battle progressed, the rules of the Abyss began to show increasingly complex changes, as if it were continuously adapting to the team as counterattacks. But Dr. Lin finally discovered a key point. There was an abnormal arrangement of runes in the core that seemed to be the pivot of the entire rule structure. There, Dr. Lin pointed to a part of the core. That is its critical node. If we destroy it, the entire rule system might collapse. Concentrate fire, attack that point, Xingheng ordered. The team began to launch a full-scale assault on the critical node of the core. The rules of the Abyss attempted to counterattack, but under the concentrated power of the team, that node finally showed signs of cracking. Chapter 55. The Rules of Collapse with the concentrated firepower of the team. The critical nodes of the Abyss core gradually cracked open, and a dazzling light burst forth from the fissures. This light was not merely energy, but the essential core of the Abyss's rules, containing the connections and operational logic between dimensions. Keep attacking, Lin Xingheng shouted, swinging his short blade towards the core's fissure. This is our only chance. The voice of the Abyss grew low and furious, as if the entire dimension was roaring. You do not understand what you are doing. Destroy the core, and your world will lose the balance of rules. Balance of rules? Suyun scoffed. Your rules are about control and devouring. We will never allow your existence to continue. It's trying to shake our faith, Liang Tao said while firing. Don't listen to it. Focus your power. The core can't hold much longer, Dr. Lin shouted, as the energy readings from the equipment indicated that the core's fluctuations were nearing a critical point. As the fissures in the core widened, the power of the Abyss's rules became more violent. Rune beams surged from the core like countless chains, attempting to bind the team members in place. It's strengthening its defenses. Liang Tao struggled to dodge a beam. We must speed up. These beams are not ordinary energy. They directly affect our consciousness, Dr. Lin quickly analyzed. If we are bound by them, our thoughts may be eroded by the rules. Keep your distance and use ranged attacks, Lin Xingheng shouted, simultaneously throwing an energy device at the source of the beams. The explosion shattered some of the runes, but the fissures in the core still did not fully collapse. Meanwhile, the voice of the Abyss echoed again, carrying an undeniable majesty. Rules are not something you can destroy. Without me, reality will collapse, and your world will fall into chaos. Your rules are merely invaders of the dimension, Lin Xingheng shouted back. Reality does not need you to define the rules. He swung his short blade, striking the fissure in the core again. The moment the short blade pierced the core, the entire dimension shook violently, as if space itself were tearing apart. As the fissures widened further, the defenses of the Abyss core gradually collapsed. The runes within the core began to disintegrate, the beams dimmed, and the voice of the Abyss became intermittent, as if it had lost its power. You have made an irreversible mistake. As the last rune dissipated, the core completely shattered, and a powerful energy shockwave swept across the entire dimension. The team members were thrown by the shockwave, but under Lin Xingheng's leadership, they quickly adjusted their positions, striving to stabilize themselves. Did we succeed? Suyun gasped, her eyes filled with anxiety. The Abyss core has collapsed, Dr. Lin confirmed. Its rule power is disintegrating, but the structure of the dimension is also unstable. Quick! We need to get out of here, Liang Tao shouted. The entire dimension may collapse. Wait. Lin Xingheng suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on a strange device revealed after the core shattered. The device was a complex geometric object, floating at the center of the core, emitting a faint glow. It was not as violent as the runes of the Abyss. Instead, it seemed unusually tranquil, as if waiting for something. What is that? Suyun asked. This is not the rule of the Abyss, Dr. Lin said, in surprise. It is another kind of existence, perhaps something outside the rules of the Abyss. We don't have time, Liang Tao urged. The dimension is already beginning to collapse. Lin Xingheng hesitated for a moment, but he ultimately decided to take the device. If this was power beyond the Abyss, it might be the key to unraveling the truth. The team quickly evacuated the core area as the space around the fissures began to collapse, completely losing the stability of the dimension. The surrounding light gradually disappeared, replaced by endless darkness and chaotic energy flows. The dimension is disintegrating. We must find an exit. Dr. Lin anxiously scanned the equipment. The entrance to the dimension has closed. We need to find another way, Lin Xingheng said, quickly observing the surrounding environment. At that moment, they spotted a faint light in the distance, which seemed to be a gap between dimensions. That's our way out, Suyun shouted. Quick, run towards it. The team raced towards the light, dodging the collapsing spatial debris and chaotic energy flows. At the last moment, they successfully plunged into the light and were immediately pulled out of the Abyss dimension by a strong gravitational force. When they stood once more on the ground of the real world, the oppressive atmosphere in the air had completely vanished. The power of the Abyss's rules seemed to have thoroughly disintegrated, and everything around them became calm and real. We did it. Liang Tao exhaled, a look of relief in his eyes. But at what cost? Lin Xingheng said quietly. his gaze falling on the geometric device in his hand. Although the core of the abyss had collapsed, this device might be the true key. We need to study it, Dr. Lin said, taking the device. Its structure was completely different from the runes of the abyss, possibly representing another dimension's power that they had never encountered before. Whatever it is, we cannot let our guard down, Lin Xingheng said. Though the threat of the abyss has ended, the rules of this world are still full of unknowns. Perhaps this is just the beginning of another crisis. Chapter 56, Unknown Power. After returning to the base, Lin Xingheng and the members of the team were finally able to relax for a brief moment. However, the strange device in their hands prevented them from fully letting their guard down. Although the threat of the abyss had been temporarily eliminated, the existence of the device undoubtedly brought them more questions. We should study this device immediately, Dr. Lin said, his gaze fixed on the geometric device. Its structure was completely different from the runes of the abyss, appearing to be a carrier of some power that was beyond their understanding. Its energy fluctuations far exceed our expectations. Suyin frowned as well. It hardly conforms to any known physical laws. It seems calm, but I sense it harbors some potential danger. We do not fully understand its nature, Lin Xingheng said, but it might be in existence beyond the abyss. We need to find out its origin. Its appearance may signify a new threat. In the base's laboratory, Dr. Lin began scanning and deconstructing the device. As the equipment started to analyze the structure of the device, a series of complex data streams appeared on the screen, filled with rules, yet carrying some unclassifiable anomalies. This data appears to be a carrier of some kind of information, Dr. Lin analyzed. It is not merely physical matter. It contains a mechanism for information transmission. But its language is completely different from what we know. We have encountered the runes of the abyss, but its rules are entirely different from this, Lin Xingheng pondered. If the abyss manipulates and alters reality through rules, then this device might be a threshold to another kind of rule, or a new existence that has long surpassed our understanding. Are you saying that the power behind the abyss is not the only one? Liang Tao asked. What we have seen might just be part of this grand battle. Perhaps, Lin Xingheng nodded. Although the threat of the abyss has temporarily ended, it is merely a link within the gate of rebirth. This device may represent a power beyond the abyss, even an existence we cannot imagine. After several days of analysis, Dr. Lin finally discovered a key point about the device. The structure of the device resembled an ancient transporter. It seemed capable of activating a dimensional passage, connecting it to an unknown dimension. This was not a simple spatial transfer, but involved more complex time-space distortions and rule changes. This is not a simple gateway, Dr. Lin tapped his finger on the table. It is a multi-dimensional passage that connects to a rule layer we cannot comprehend. This device may not have been designed for humans. Its construction completely surpasses our technology. Are you saying this device can allow us to enter another dimension? Suyin asked, a completely unfamiliar one, without any rules or restrictions. Perhaps it is not just another dimension, Lin Xingheng frowned. It could connect us to the source of rules of the entire universe, or some power beyond the abyss. In any case, we need to understand it more deeply, Liang Tao said. If this device can take us into a brand new dimension, perhaps it can reveal the true secrets behind the abyss. We must make a choice. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath. The power of this device is immense, but it is also filled with unknown dangers. Should we continue to explore it and enter this new dimension? We have no choice, Dr. Lin suddenly said. If we do not study this device, the roots of the abyss will remain undisclosed. We must take this step. Ultimately, the team decided to use the device to traverse into the unknown dimension. They prepared all the necessary equipment and thoroughly adjusted the device to ensure stability during the crossing. This will be an unprecedented adventure. Lin Xingheng looked at the team members. We will face an unknown world, possibly the true source of the abyss's power. Everyone must remain vigilant and be ready to meet the challenges ahead. The team is ready, Liang Tao said seriously. We will face the unknown future together. No matter what happens, we must trust each other. Suyin nodded gently. This time, we're no longer alone. With the final confirmation, Lin Xingheng pressed the button to activate the device. The device emitted a low humming sound, and light quickly surrounded the team. Then, space began to distort, and the flow of time became unstable. that strong pulling force reappeared, as if it were trying to draw their consciousness into another dimension. Chapter 57. The threshold of dimensions. As the light gradually faded, the team found themselves standing in a completely different environment. The scene before them was starkly different from the reality they were familiar with. The surrounding space seemed to have no boundaries, as if an invisible force was pulling them in all directions, with neither sky nor ground, only a profound void. This is not the world we expected. Su Yun's voice was low and filled with vigilance. How could we possibly be in an environment like this? Is this what the dimension looks like? Liang Tao glanced around, taking a deep breath. There is no gravity, no air. Everything here seems to defy the physical laws we understand. It appears we are no longer in the realm of reality. Lin Xingheng stared at their surroundings, a sense of inexplicable unease rising within him. This place seemed to be outside the abyss's influence, or perhaps the source of its rules. Their equipment began to show signs of instability, the scanner's display flickering continuously, unable to pinpoint their location accurately. Dr. Lin attempted to recalibrate the devices, but still could not find any precise coordinates. The rules here are completely different from the dimension we occupy, even lacking the concepts of space and time as we understand them, Dr. Lin analyzed. We may have entered a level of existence beyond our comprehension. We must keep moving, Lin Xingheng said firmly. Only by venturing deeper into this unknown area can we find the path to the true source of the abyss. The team began to step forward. Despite the absence of a clear path ahead, they resolutely moved toward the unknown. After traversing this space devoid of physical rules for some time, a fissure gradually appeared before them. The fissure was not large, but emanated a deep energy fluctuation, the surrounding void being consumed by its edges, as if drawing them into another unknown level. What is that? Liang Tao exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the fissure. That is a passage into a deeper dimension, Lin Xingheng analyzed. If we are to proceed, that fissure is our only way out. The energy fluctuations inside are very intense. Dr. Lin added, this is not an ordinary dimensional rift. Its energy source is extremely unstable. Once we enter, it may trigger unpredictable changes. We have no choice. Lin Xingheng clenched his fists. This may be the only passage to the true source of the abyss. We must continue. At the moment of deciding to enter the fissure, the distortion of space intensified, as if their entire existence was being pulled toward it. With each step closer, deep rumbling sounds emanated from within the fissure, resonating not just in their ears, but seemingly embedding deep within their hearts. As they crossed the fissure, the surrounding scenery became blurred, and the boundaries of time and space once again became elusive. In the next moment, they were thrust by a powerful energy into a completely new dimension. After crossing the fissure, the team opened their eyes and found themselves in a wholly different space. This was a dimension composed of rules and energy, with no tangible matter in sight, only a complex network of rules continuously rotating and intertwining. Energy connected everything like countless threads, as if an invisible consciousness was spreading here. Where is this? Su Yun asked, her voice filled with shock. This doesn't seem like a physical space at all. It feels more like a construct of rules. This is the true source of the abyss. Lin Xingheng's voice was low. Where we are now is not a specific dimension, but the core of the abyss's rule network. There are no physical entities here, only rules and consciousness. How can we find the source of the abyss? Liang Tao asked nervously. This place is filled with rules we cannot comprehend. Even the concepts of space and time have been lost. We must find the essence of the abyss's rules. Lin Xingheng thought for a moment, his gaze resolute. This dimension is the heart of the abyss. Its rules govern everything. Only by understanding and breaking them can we put an end to the threat of the abyss. Just then, the rule network before them began to change. Countless energy lines started to converge, forming a massive rune array. The array spun rapidly, its light flickering, and began to rush toward them. What is this? Su Yun hurriedly stepped back, ready to respond to the sudden change. This is the final test of the abyss, Lin Xingheng said calmly. We must pass through it to reach the source of the abyss. The attack of the rune array swept toward them like a storm, the intense energy fluctuations making it nearly impossible for the team members to stand firm. Each beam of rune light was filled with a sense of oppression, trying to shake their will through the power of the rules. "We cannot back down," Lin Xingheng shouted. "Focus and resist it." The team members quickly formed a defensive formation. Despite their bodies and consciousness bearing immense pressure, they did not give up. Dr. Lin activated the energy barrier in the equipment to counter the rune power of the Abyss. "These runes are not just attacks." Dr. Lin's voice was urgent. "They're trying to convey information to us, attempting to help us understand the rules of the Abyss." "Understand its rules?" Lin Xingheng frowned. "How could we possibly understand them? The rules of the Abyss are not meant to be understood. They are meant to control." "Yes, Doctor." Lin nodded. "But we must pass the test of these runes to enter the true core of the Abyss. Only by breaking these rules can we touch its essence." Just as they struggled against the rune attacks, the rune array before Lin Xingheng suddenly changed. The light grew more intense, and with it came a powerful wave of consciousness from the Abyss, as if the will of the Abyss was attempting to directly invade their minds. "Stay alert," Lin Xingheng whispered. "Do not let it control our thoughts." However, this will of the Abyss grew stronger, as if it wanted to devour everything. Just when their will was on the verge of collapse, Lin Xingheng suddenly realized that all of this was not entirely an expression of hostility, but rather a quest from the Abyss itself. "The Abyss wants to be understood," Lin Xingheng said suddenly. "It is not merely an enemy, but a law of the universe itself. It is attempting to make us understand it through this trial." Chapter 58. The Awakening of the Abyss. Lin Xingheng's voice echoed in the ears of the team members, carrying a firm strength. "The Abyss is not what we imagine. It is a part of the cosmic rules, and we cannot simply destroy it. Its existence may be to help us understand certain deeper truths." Although the team members were exhausted, upon hearing Lin Xingheng's words, their mindset gradually began to change. Despite facing the powerful oppression and painful trials of the Abyss, they started to realize that its existence was not merely an antagonistic force. It was part of the laws of the universe, and its purpose might transcend human understanding. "What should we do?" Su Yan asked, his eyes shining with complex light. "If the Abyss is indeed part of the rules, then destroying it would mean we are destroying a part of the essence of the universe." "Exactly," Dr. Lin pondered for a moment, "but we must face reality. The power of the Abyss has already permeated the dimensions of our world. It has not completely disappeared. It is waiting for us to make a choice." "Choice?" Liang Tao raised an eyebrow. "Are we to choose to continue resisting the Abyss, or to find a way to coexist?" "Yes." Lin Xingheng's gaze became more resolute. "We can no longer see the Abyss as a simple enemy. We must understand it and explore its true motivations." As they continued to delve deeper, the energy fluctuations at the core of the Abyss became more pronounced. The originally floating grid of rules gradually formed a more complex structure, like a pulsating heart emitting irregular light. Each pulse seemed to distort the surrounding space, as if the essence of the Abyss was quietly awakening. "What is this?" Su Yun stared ahead, noticing the increasingly complex structure. It seemed not merely a flow of energy, but a kind of personified heart. "Yes," Dr. Lin replied. "These energy pulses seem to represent the consciousness of the Abyss. Each pulse is an expression of its thoughts and will. It is perceiving us, trying to communicate with us in this way." "How do we communicate with it?" Liang Tao asked. "What does it want?" "The Abyss is not merely a force. It is trying to shape the dimensions of our reality through rules." Lin Xingheng took a deep breath. "Its existence seeks to find a balance, or rather, to supplement the laws of the universe." Just as they continued to observe, the consciousness of the Abyss echoed again in their minds with a vague voice. "You finally understand. You try to destroy me, yet you do not see my connection to reality. The meaning of my existence is not destruction, but reformation." This time, Lin Xingheng was not shaken by the voice of the Abyss. He calmly responded, "We no longer see you simply as an enemy. We know that you're not here to devour, but to achieve a certain balance in the universe." The consciousness of the Abyss responded, "Your world is broken. My rules are the missing parts of your world. Through my existence, the universe is completed. What you call evolution is merely a misunderstanding of all this." Lin Xingheng and the team members gradually clarified in their hearts that the rules of the Abyss were not aggressively trying to annihilate everything, but were attempting to restore a certain balance through the power of rules. Its existence was not to dominate, but to repair a gap in the universe. As the words of the Abyss's consciousness became clearer, the team members began to realize that what they faced was not merely an enemy, but a more complex and profound cosmic force. This force existed not only within the dimensions of the Abyss, but was also influencing reality, even the laws of the universe themselves. The intention of the Abyss was not to destroy us, but to attempt to repair the rules of the universe. Lin Xingheng pondered. Its existence itself indicates a cosmic imbalance. Everything we have experienced is the Abyss attempting to compensate for this imbalance through its rules. But how do we choose? Suyin asked, can we accept the rules of the Abyss and become a part of it? Or do we continue to resist and reject its influence? This is a difficult choice. Lin Xingheng stood before the heart of the Abyss, gazing at the pulsating network of energy. If we choose to coexist with the Abyss, we must understand its essence and find a harmonious way with it. If we choose to resist, we must be prepared to face endless conflict and suffering. Regardless, we cannot allow the power of the Abyss to continue eroding our world, Liang Tao said firmly. We must make a choice for our future. We cannot let the Abyss decide our fate, Lin Xingheng replied. We must decide for ourselves and for the future of the entire universe. Just as the team members were deep in thought, the consciousness of the Abyss resonated in their minds again. The voice becoming increasingly clear. Your choice will not change the fact of my existence. I am the complement to the cosmic rules and inevitable presence. Whatever you choose, it cannot change the essence of the universe. Lin Xingheng felt the will of the Abyss as if it was waiting for their response. The rules of the Abyss were not meant for destruction, but for some kind of cosmic rebirth. Its existence seemed inseparable from the way the universe operates. You are right. Lin Xingheng said softly, the essence of the universe cannot be violated. But we have the right to choose our own path. We choose how to face you and how to coexist with this power. As Lin Xingheng's words fell, the consciousness of the Abyss seemed to produce a subtle vibration. The radiant pulses of rules began to slowly cease, and the heart of the Abyss seemed to sense their choice. Your awakening exceeds my expectations. The voice of the Abyss carried a hint of complex emotion. Perhaps your choice can bring new rules, new balance. At that moment, the pulsations of the Abyss's rules began to change. The originally violent energy fluctuations gradually slowed, the distortions in space began to calm, and the consciousness of the Abyss started to resonate harmoniously with their will. Chapter 59, Coexistence and Conflict. As the pulsation of the Abyss's rules gradually calmed, the team stood before the heart of the Abyss. Lin Xingheng's heart was filled with complex emotions. The consciousness of the Abyss seemed no longer as hostile as before, but rather carried a strange calmness. This change was not a softening of the Abyss, but an acceptance of the team's existence, beginning some form of dialogue with them. Your choices have altered your fate. The voice of the Abyss echoed again, but this time without the strong sense of oppression. Instead, it carried a tone of apparent acceptance. You can understand the meaning I convey, transcending the limitations of many beings. We understand your rules. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath and calmly responded. But we cannot fully accept your rules. We must make choices for ourselves and the future of our world. We do not wish to become your tools. The pulsation of the Abyss paused again, the space seeming to freeze for a moment. Then, the consciousness of the Abyss replied, do you still believe you can escape my influence? Your world has always been within my rules. You just haven't realized it. The rules you call reality are a continuation of my existence. We know Abyss. Lin Xingheng nodded. You have always been here, influencing our world. But if we can understand your rules, perhaps we can find another way to avoid your rules overly intervening in everything we do. Do you think you can control me? The Abyss's voice carried a hint of amusement. My rules are far deeper than you imagine, beyond your understanding. Then we will strive to understand them. Lin Xingheng said firmly, we do not wish to be your enemies. We just hope to find a way for you to exist within the rules of the universe without completely controlling our world. The heart of the Abyss continued to pulsate, seemingly contemplating Lin Xingheng's words. The entire dimension was filled with an indescribable tension. Lin Xingheng and the team members held their breath, waiting for the Abyss's response. After a long time, the voice of the Abyss echoed in their minds again. Your thoughts have exceeded my expectations. In some ways, your choices have sparked my interest in your world. I am willing to give you an opportunity. An opportunity? Lin Xingheng raised an eyebrow slightly. You mean to accept our choices and give us a chance to coexist with the Abyss? Yes. The voice of the Abyss became calmer. But this does not mean you can completely escape me. Your world is closely related to my rules. You cannot evade my existence. But if you can find balance within the rules, we can provide new power for your world. New power? Dr. Lin asked in confusion. You mean to make the rules of our world more stable, even strengthen them? Yes, the Abyss replied. I will no longer attempt to consume your world, but will provide support to help you better understand and adapt to the existence of cosmic laws. But the price is that you must acknowledge the status of the Abyss's rules in your world. You will work with me to build a new balance. We agree to coexist with you, but we will not let you be the sole ruler. Lin Xingheng's gaze was firm. If we can find a balance point, we are willing to cooperate with you. The heart of the Abyss began to emit a bright light, and the network of rules surrounding the space gradually condensed into an orderly structure. At this moment, Lin Xingheng could feel an invisible force filling the space around them, as if the Abyss was forming some new connection with their world. As the Abyss's promise gradually became reality, the team members felt a subtle change in the rules of the Abyss. The space was no longer so oppressive. The pulsation of the rules seemed to resonate with their thoughts, and some force was subtly altering the world they could perceive. We seem to feel its presence. Su Yun whispered, the fluctuations of the rules are not as heavy as before, but there's a profound power lurking. Yes. Lin Xingheng closed his eyes, carefully sensing this change. The Abyss had not completely disappeared. It was still in our world, but it was no longer a one-sided devourer. It had become a part of our world. Can we really control it? Liang Tao asked, his voice laced with uncertainty. If the rules of the Abyss coexist with our world, will it still maintain its corrosive nature? This is a question we need to face in the future. Doctor, Lin replied, we have chosen to coexist with the Abyss, but we cannot let our guard down. We must continually understand its power and find a new balance point. As time passed, the team began to gradually adapt to the reality of coexisting with the rules of the Abyss. They returned to Earth, back to their familiar world. Although the power of the Abyss no longer eroded their world as it once did, its influence still existed. The team continued their research, exploring the potential connections between the rules of the Abyss and the human world. But they knew this was just the beginning. The Abyss was not a force that had been completely conquered. Its rules still permeated every corner of this universe. To truly understand the Abyss and master its power, they would need more time and wisdom. We succeeded. Lin Xingheng stood by the window of the base, gazing at the gradually recovering city. We have reached some kind of agreement with the Abyss, but we also understand that this agreement does not mean an end, but rather a greater beginning. The Abyss has never been the enemy we imagined. Liang Tao said, it is a power, an extension of the laws of the universe. Only by understanding it can we truly master the future. Yes, Lin Xingheng nodded, we have not eliminated the Abyss, but have reached a consensus with it. Our future is both filled with challenges and endless possibilities. Chapter 60. The Shattered Balance. The team members continued their intensive research on the impact of the Abyss rules at the base. Despite reaching an agreement with the Abyss, its power was far more complex than anticipated. Whenever they attempted to understand the nature of the Abyss rules, new questions and conflicts arose. The Earth's environment was silently changing. The frequent occurrence of extreme weather, the increase in earthquakes, and the subtle turmoil in social order all deeply concerned Lin Xingheng and the team members. The power of the Abyss was gradually permeating into each of our minds. Dr. Lin sighed deeply, stating that we cannot fully control this power. It has created an unstable coexistence in our world. But we cannot give up. Lin Xingheng responded, acknowledging that the rules of the Abyss are closely linked to our world. Yet we still have the choice of how to respond to it. We cannot let it become the master of our fate. Our world has undergone subtle changes. Su Yun said, her tone heavy. If we do not take action, these changes could lead to societal collapse. The challenges faced by the team were becoming increasingly difficult. Although they had tried their best to understand and adapt to the power of the Abyss, its existence continued to present them with new problems. The Earth's ecology and social order had begun to destabilize under the influence of the Abyss rules, even exhibiting unpredictable anomalies. Weeks later, the base's monitoring system detected an unprecedented anomaly. The flow of time in multiple regions suddenly experienced violent fluctuations. Scientists analyzed the data through their equipment and found that these time fluctuations were not natural phenomena, but rather the consequences of the Abyss rules distorting the space-time structure. This is more serious than we imagined. Dr. Lin's voice was filled with concern, noting that the Abyss rules not only affected the material world, but had also begun to manipulate time itself. We can no longer accurately predict the flow of time. It is becoming more unstable. What does this mean? Liang Tao asked. It means that the challenges we face have exceeded simple environmental changes. Xingheng replied. If the Abyss rules continue to alter the structure of time, it could lead to the collapse of reality itself. Our perception of time, history, and even the possibilities of the future will become blurred. How much time do we have left? Suyin asked. This is not a question that can be simply calculated. Dr. Lin shook his head, stating that time has become something we can no longer control. If we do not take action, we may lose our grip on reality and may even be unable to return to the world we once knew. The team's time was becoming increasingly urgent. Xingheng understood that the Abyss rules were an undeniable presence, profoundly impacting the fundamental structure of the universe. If left unchecked, the power of the Abyss could ultimately destroy the reality they knew. Coexisting with the Abyss was not a panacea for all problems. Rather, it had become the source of a new crisis. We must re-examine the rules of the Abyss. Xingheng pondered, noting that it is not just a part of the universe. It is changing our world and even our understanding of time, matter, and consciousness. Although the power of the Abyss is formidable, we can still find our path under its influence. We have tried coexisting with the Abyss, but its power has exceeded our imagination. Dr. Lin stated, perhaps we should consider re-evaluating our options. Can we truly share this world with the Abyss? Or must we find a way to resolve this issue completely? If we choose to sever all ties with the Abyss, the consequences could be unpredictable. Xingheng responded. But if we continue to allow it to exist in our world, our civilization may never return to its original path. We must confront the existence of the Abyss, but we also need to learn how to fight against it. Suyin said firmly, if we do not take action, the Abyss will endlessly change our world. After a long discussion, the team finally made a difficult decision. They realized that while continuing to coexist with the Abyss temporarily avoided the complete collapse of the world, its power was still silently eroding reality. To prevent the Abyss rules from becoming even more uncontrollable, they decided to take a final measure to sever all ties with the Abyss. We have tried to coexist with the Abyss, but if we continue, the outcome will only be disastrous. Xingheng was determined, stating that we will activate the severance device to isolate the Abyss rules from our world. This will be our last contact with the Abyss. Dr. Lin added, if we succeed, the Abyss will no longer have any impact on our world. However, we cannot predict whether the disappearance of the Abyss rules will lead to irreparable consequences. But we can no longer tolerate the control of the Abyss. Liang Tao said, we cannot allow it to become our fate. After completing the preparations, the team activated the severance device. As the equipment powered up, the connection between the Abyss rules and the Earth dimension began to sever. Energy fluctuations were intense, and space and time began to warp violently, setting off alarms within the base's instruments. However, after several minutes of severe fluctuations, the severance device successfully activated, completely disconnecting the Abyss rules from the Earth. We succeeded. Xingheng looked at the data on the device screen, which gradually showed a return to normalcy, indicating that the Abyss rules no longer affected them. Its existence was isolated in another dimension, and their world gained a brief stability. But does this mean we have solved all our problems? Suyin asked, noting that although the Abyss rules have been isolated, they could still have long-term effects on us. We have not completely destroyed the Abyss. We have merely prevented it from interfering with our reality. Xingheng replied that while we still cannot fully understand the Abyss rules, we can control their impact on our world. Chapter 61. Fractured Spacetime. Despite severing the connection with the Abyss, an unsettling atmosphere still permeated the base. The team members knew that this was not the end, but rather a new beginning. Although the rules of the Abyss had been isolated, their lingering effects remained lurking within Earth's dimension, and the fractures in the spacetime structure were gradually becoming apparent. We succeeded. Lin Xingheng stood by the laboratory window, gazing at the distant horizon. The rules of the Abyss had been isolated, but Earth's environment remained unstable. Its influence was not only manifested on a physical level. More importantly, the cracks left by the Abyss were altering space-time itself. Yes, Dr. Lin's voice was low. Everything we have done cannot completely eliminate the residual effects of the Abyss. The structure of space-time has already fractured, and the previously relatively stable rules have become extremely fragile. We have cut off our connection with the Abyss. Suyin said softly, "But what do you mean by cracks? We can no longer return to the balance of the past." Lin Xingheng said slowly, "Even if we have severed our connection with the Abyss, its power still leaves traces in our world. Those space-time cracks may further expand, affecting our understanding of the universe and even altering our perception of reality. Is this influence temporary?" Liang Tao asked, clearly worried about this instability. "We cannot be certain." Lin Xingheng shook his head. "We can only try our best to control the current situation, but how the future will develop is still difficult to predict." As time passed, the space-time cracks did not stabilize as they had anticipated. Instead, they continued to expand. Abnormal phenomena related to space-time gradually increased worldwide. Scientists discovered that the flow of time in certain areas began to change dramatically, even exhibiting brief time loops. Some places seemed to replay time, while the history in others became so distorted that it was untraceable. "We can clearly feel these changes." Dr. Lin analyzed the data nervously. "These cracks seem to be consuming our understanding of reality and may even alter our past history. We need to find a way to control these cracks. If we do not take action, the structure of history may collapse." Lin Xingheng said, "We have severed our connection with the Abyss, but we cannot eliminate the traces it left in space-time. The influence of the Abyss is becoming increasingly strong in certain areas, and the expansion of the space-time cracks means these changes will affect our future. What else can we do?" Suyin asked. "Can we repair these cracks?" "Repairing these cracks requires stronger power." Lin Xingheng's tone was filled with helplessness. "Although the power of the Abyss has been isolated, the impact it has left on us may far exceed the scope of our control." Soon after, the space-time cracks began to spread to some unknown areas. The laboratory's monitoring system frequently issued alarms, as the space and time in certain locations became completely distorted, even giving rise to unknown forms of matter. All these phenomena indicated that the cracks were not only affecting the stability of time and space, but were also distorting the very nature of reality. These cracks do not resemble natural phenomena. Dr. Lin projected a set of images onto the big screen, displaying some inexplicable forms, strange glowing spheres, energy fluctuations, and irregular material structures, all frequently appearing near the cracks. "What are these substances?" Suyin asked. "We cannot fully analyze the nature of these substances." Dr. Lin replied. "They do not seem to be ordinary matter as we understand it, but a state that could only exist under the rules of the Abyss. They have become extraordinarily unstable under the influence of the space-time cracks and could even alter the laws of physics. Their existence could lead to the collapse of the entire dimension." Lin Xingheng frowned tightly. "We need to find a way to control these cracks as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will become irreversible." "How we control these cracks?" Liang Tao asked. "At present, we cannot be certain," Lin Xingheng responded. "But we need to find the source of the cracks and do everything possible to repair them." After discussion, the team decided to enter these cracks personally in search of the source and to repair them. Lin Xingheng knew that although the rules of the Abyss had been isolated, the existence of these cracks meant that the power of the Abyss still influenced space-time. Only by entering the cracks and finding the root of the problem could they completely resolve this crisis. "We are ready," Lin Xingheng said to the team members. "Entering the cracks is our last chance. We must find the source of these cracks and stop them from continuing to expand. We will be with you," Liang Tao replied firmly. "Let us face this unknown challenge together." Suyin nodded as well. "Prepare yourselves." Dr. Lin took a deep breath. "This is not just a challenge to the Abyss, but a challenge to the very essence of our reality. We will confront the distortions of space-time directly." After rigorous preparation and equipment adjustments, the team crossed into the first space-time crack. Upon entering the crack, they found themselves in a completely distorted space where the conventional rules of time and space no longer applied. The surrounding scenery changed constantly. as if they were in a space without fixed boundaries, with the matter around them continuously shifting and reorganizing. This place completely defies our known physical laws. Dr.Lin said in shock, as space and time lost all regularity, seemingly undergoing constant rebirth. We must find the core of the crack. Xingheng said, his tone filled with determination. We cannot allow this space to continue expanding, otherwise it will consume everything we have. The team began to carefully navigate through this distorted dimension, each step fraught with danger. As they delved deeper, the energy within the crack became increasingly unstable, and they could distinctly feel the collapse and distortion of the space-time structure. Just as they were about to approach the core of the crack, a powerful energy wave suddenly erupted, causing the space to undergo violent changes once again. Chapter 62, The Core, Truth. The team ventured deep into the rift, finding themselves in a completely uncontrollable dimension. Time and space here had lost their fixed structure. The scenery around them constantly changed, as if they were traversing different realities. The forms of matter shifted and sometimes vanished, and time lacked a clear linear flow. Each attempt to determine direction revealed that they were already in a completely different area. This is not a simple space distortion, Dr. Lin said, his eyes flashing with deep vigilance. This is not the physical world we understand. It resembles a space interwoven with existence and non-existence. We must continue, Xingheng said with determination in his voice. If we can't find the source of the rift, the entire Earth will be consumed by this distorted space-time. Where's that source? Liang Tao asked, his gaze sweeping across the unstable surroundings. How can we find it? It lies ahead, Xingheng said, staring at a flickering light gradually emerging in the distance. The light was unstable, flickering in and out. It should be the core of the rift. The team cautiously approached the light source. Despite the increasingly violent changes in the surrounding space, they pressed on. Each time, they neared the light. The space-time structure around them twisted more violently, as if the light source was calling to them. Finally, when they reached the vicinity of the light source, they discovered that it was not an ordinary energy, but composed of countless flowing runes in irregular matter. These runes and materials did not exist naturally. They were filled with traces of the abyssal rules, as if the abyss itself had left its mark here. This is, Dr. Lin whispered. These runes are very similar to the symbols of the abyssal rules we encountered before. It seems that this is the source of the abyssal rules. This is the core of the abyss? Liang Tao asked. Why does it appear in the rift of our world? It does not entirely originate from the abyss. Xingheng explained. This is not the abyssal rules themselves, but the result of their interaction with the rules of our world. The abyssal rules should exist in another dimension, but they intersected with our world's rules at certain points, causing the rift. These rifts are side effects of the abyssal power. They're not intentionally created. So, the abyss is not trying to invade us, but its existence has inevitably intersected with our world? Su Yan asked. Exactly, Xingheng nodded. The interaction between the abyssal rules and our world's rules has created these rifts. We once thought it was an invasion, but in fact, it is merely an unavoidable consequence. What should we do to repair it? Liang Tao asked. We must reverse the energy flow at these intersection points, Xingheng said. This is not just a physical issue. It also involves a profound understanding of the abyssal rules and the rules of our world. We need to find a way to ensure that their interaction no longer disrupts the reality structure we know. As they drew closer to the core of the rift's light source, the surrounding space began to vibrate violently, as if the entire dimension was responding to their presence. Suddenly, a powerful wave of consciousness surged from the center of the light source, affecting not only their bodies but directly impacting their thoughts. You have finally found this place. The voice of the abyss echoed in their minds again. This time, it was no longer cold but filled with a certain profound emotion. You have misunderstood my existence. I have never attempted to invade your world. I am merely an unavoidable force. The intersection of my rules with your rules is a part of the cosmic order. We understand, Xingheng replied. We misjudged you. Perhaps you do not intend to invade maliciously, but your intersection with the rules of our world has led to this rupture. We must find a way to repair it and prevent this intersection from continuing to expand. You cannot comprehend. The abyss's voice carried a sense of helplessness. My rules are connected to the essence of the universe. My existence is inseparable from the universe. When two different rule systems meet, rifts are inevitable. And this is beyond my control. Can you help us repair these rifts? Lin Xingheng asked, his tone tinged with urgency. If these rifts continue to expand, the entire world will collapse. Repair? The Abyss's voice was deep. You cannot simply repair them. Your world can no longer return to its original balance. The rifts are not merely physical. They have infiltrated your existence. To repair them means to reshape your world. Reshape our world? Lin Xingheng was perplexed. Is that something we can accept? We cannot let you completely control our fate. The reality you know is merely a facade of the rules, the Abyss's voice echoed. If you choose not to repair, the rifts will spread, and the balance of the universe will completely collapse. If you are willing to accept my rules, I can allow your world to be reborn in a new way. We have no choice, Lin Xingheng replied. We cannot let you reshape our world, but we also cannot merely stand by and watch it collapse. Through the dialogue between the Abyss and the team, they realized that the abyssal rules were not a terrifying force, but rather an inevitable existence in the universe. When the Abyss intersected with the rules of Earth, rifts inevitably appeared. The real solution was not simply to sever the Abyss's power, but to find a balance between the two. We will repair these rifts, but we cannot allow the Abyss's rules to completely dominate our world, Lin Xingheng resolved. We will seek a balance that allows the Abyss's rules and our world to coexist harmoniously. The team members gripped their weapons tightly, filled with a steadfast belief in the future, and began working on repairing the core of the rift. As they delved deeper into the study of the rift, they discovered key energy nodes, gradually initiating the repair process and slowly restoring the balance of reality. Each repair of a rift seemed to stabilize the surrounding space further. Chapter 63, The Power of Reconstruction, as the team gradually embarked on the repair work at the core of the rift. The balance between the abyssal rules and Earth's rules began to be reshaped. Despite the arduous and uncertain repair process, the team firmly believed that only through coexistence could they avoid the disasters brought by the Abyss. However, the work of repairing the rifts was far more complex than anticipated, with each fluctuation reminding them that the connection between the Abyss and Earth was deeper than they had imagined. With each repair, we could feel the changes in the surrounding space. Dr. Lin said in a low voice, "These rifts are not just distortions of time and space. They seem to be altering our perception. We once thought the rules of time and space were fixed, but now they have become increasingly unstable. We have no choice." Lin Xingheng spoke firmly. Each repair of a rift is a step towards restoring balance. Even if we cannot fully understand this force, we cannot give up. Despite the numerous challenges in the repair process, as one rift after another was fixed, the surrounding space began to regain a certain stability, and the flow of time gradually returned to normal. Team members exerted great effort at each node, patiently contending with the abyssal rules. But they knew that repairing these rifts was not just a technical challenge, but also a test of their beliefs. Just as progress was being made in the repair work, the power of the Abyss reacted once more. Every time the team repaired a rift, it seemed that the abyssal rules produced a brief rebound. The repair of the rifts was not a one-time completion, but a continuous process of adjustment and change. After each repair, the Abyss would attempt to readjust its power, forcing the team to face challenges again. It is reacting. Liang Tao gripped his weapon tightly. Every time we repair, the Abyss forcibly breaks these repair points again. How can we complete the repairs under such pressure? It does not seek to destroy us. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath. The Abyss's reaction is more like a self-adjustment of cosmic order, trying to restore its own rules. But we cannot let it completely dominate this process. What should we do then? Su Yun asked. If it continues to rebound, wouldn't the results of the repairs be in vain? We need to find its core weakness. Lin Xingheng decided the Abyss is not omnipotent. Although its rules are powerful, it is not all-powerful. We need to understand the source of its power and find the key to counterbalance it. Lin Xingheng's thoughts led the team deeper into the core of the rift. During the repair process, they discovered that the Abyss's reactions were not due to malice, but rather that its existence itself was a form of self-protection. When its rules were altered, it would react in an attempt to restore what it perceived to be a balanced state. This reaction was almost automatic, an inherent characteristic of the Abyss as part of cosmic rules. The Abyss does not understand retreat. Lin Xingheng stated in her analysis. Its reaction is not intentionally directed at us, but rather a self-protective mechanism. It only knows the order of rules and does not comprehend our world's choices regarding those rules. So, what we need to change is its cognition. Dr. Lin asked. Yes. Lin Xingheng pondered for a moment before answering. The Abyss' rules are rooted in cosmic order, but it has not considered human choices and freedom. We need to find a way to resonate the abyssal rules with the choices of our world. We should attempt a deeper dialogue with it. If the Abyss could understand our choices, perhaps it would allow us to repair these rifts. The team decided to engage in dialogue with the Abyss again, seeking a common solution. When they contacted the consciousness of the Abyss once more, they found its reaction had become more tranquil, as if it had reflected on the meaning of its own existence deep within. Your world cannot fully unify with my rules. The voice of the Abyss echoed in the minds of the team members. You adhere to your own choices, and I can only act according to the laws of the universe. What you seek to change is the very essence of my existence. You no longer attempt to eliminate me, but rather to coexist with your world. Yes, Lin Xingheng took a deep breath. We no longer see you as an enemy. We hope to coexist with you, to find a balance that allows you to exist within the laws of the universe without undermining the independence of our world. Do you truly believe you can coexist with me? The voice of the Abyss carried a hint of uncertainty. If your choices conflict with my rules, the outcome will be unpredictable. We understand that this is not an easy choice. Lin Xingheng replied firmly, but we believe that through continuous understanding and adjustment, we can find balance. We have already repaired the rifts, and next we will find a way to coexist. The Abyss' reaction fell silent for a moment. Then the surrounding rifts began to slowly repair, and the abyssal rules seemed to start resonating with Earth's rules. The fluctuations in space gradually subsided, and the distortions of time and space began to return to normal. The entire structure of the universe seemed to have returned to a relatively stable state. It has agreed to us, Dr. Lin said softly. The abyssal rules have not completely disappeared, but have reached some consensus with our world. We have succeeded. Su Yun's voice carried a hint of relief. These rifts are being repaired, and the order of time and space is restored to normal. Yes. Lin Xingheng looked at the gradually stabilizing space. Our coexistence with the Abyss has begun. This is a new beginning, a brand new balance. Chapter 64 New Order. As the balance between the Abyss rules and the Earth rules gradually establishes, the world begins to return to normal. The repair of the rifts brings a brief peace, but the team knows well that this tranquility is not eternal. Although they have reached a coexistence agreement with the Abyss, this new order is filled with uncertainties and will require time to verify whether it can truly be maintained. We have successfully prevented the worst-case scenario, Lin Xingheng said, looking at the equipment in the laboratory, but new problems are beginning to emerge. The coexistence of the Abyss and Earth rules means we must remain vigilant at all times. We need to continue researching this new order to ensure that new rifts do not appear. The power of the Abyss has been suppressed in the short term, Dr. Lin added, but its very existence is a challenge. We must constantly monitor the fluctuations of this power, just in case. It's like walking a tightrope, Liang Tao said with a wry smile. We've repaired the rifts, but the power of the Abyss could erupt at any moment. We need to find a long-term solution. We cannot let our guard down. Lin Xingheng looked out the window, his gaze resolute. Although we have established a new order, this is only the first step. Next, we must explore how to maintain this balance and ensure that the future of the Earth is no longer affected by the power of the Abyss. The team decided to accelerate their research into the nature of the Abyss rules. They realized that although the Abyss rules and Earth rules have reached a coexistence, their power remains immense and full of uncertainties. To ensure the stability of the coexistence relationship, the team began to explore a deeper understanding of the origins of the Abyss, the source of the rules, and its connection to other dimensions of the universe. We need to figure out the origin of the Abyss rules, Dr. Lin said in front of the analysis equipment. Its power is not just local. It is closely related to the fundamental laws of the universe. Understanding the essence of the Abyss may help us better control it. If we can find the true source of the Abyss, Lin Xingheng pondered. Perhaps we can crack its control over reality. How did its rules form? What aspect of the universe does it truly represent? The existence of the Abyss is not a coincidence. Su Yun nodded. Its power seems to complement the fundamental laws of the universe. If we can find a connection point, perhaps we can find a more effective way to control it. We need to go to the dimension of the Abyss itself, or more accurately, explore its core. Lin Xingheng's tone became firmer. Only by entering the origin of the Abyss can we truly understand its power and find the answer to coexist with it. The team prepared to enter the Abyss again, aiming to explore the origin of the Abyss. Unlike the first exploration, this time they were better prepared, bringing not only the necessary technological equipment, but also contingency plans to counter the Abyss rules. Lin Xingheng understood that the origin of the Abyss was not a simple dimension. It represented an intangible force that challenged the limits of their cognition. This time, we must be more careful, Dr. Lin said. We are about to enter the core of the Abyss. Its rules may be completely different from the dimensions we imagine. We are ready to face the challenge. Lin Xingheng's gaze was filled with determination. We want to understand the origin of the Abyss, master its rules, and not be consumed by its power. The team members donned their gear and activated the teleportation device, entering the dimension of the Abyss once more. Unlike the last time, this time they felt an unusual pressure. The distortion of space was more pronounced, and the flow of time was no longer regular, as if they had entered a realm that had completely lost order. Is this the core of the Abyss? Liang Tao's voice was filled with shock. It's not just a spatial rift. Even time itself is unstable here. Yes, Lin Xingheng replied. This is the origin of the Abyss. It represents the breaking and reshaping of rules themselves. We must find the within it, or we will fall into an uncontrollable situation. As the team delved deeper into the core of the Abyss, they entered a space filled with countless rotating runes and energy flows. These runes were unlike any symbols they had encountered before. Their existence was imbued with an indescribable power, as if each rune carried endless information and strength. These runes are not traditional letters or symbols, Dr. Lin analyzed. They are like the genetic code of the universe, carrying the essence of time and space, matter, and even consciousness. These runes are the core of the Abyss's origin. They form the foundation of the Abyss rules. Lin Xingheng gazed at the runes. But they were not merely rules. They might represent some deeper cosmic laws. We must decipher their meaning. As the team continued deeper, they began to feel an intense sense of oppression, as if these runes were trying to communicate with their consciousness. The rules of the Abyss were no longer cold power, but seemed to have some form of awareness, attempting to convey information to them. You have finally arrived. The voice of the Abyss echoed again, but this time its tone was different from before, no longer filled with threat, but rather with a sense of probing. Your world has developed a profound connection with my rules. Attempting to sever them will ultimately lead to more rifts. We do not wish to sever you. Lin Xingheng replied firmly. We just want to understand you, understand your power, and how to coexist with it. Do you wish to coexist with me? There was a hint of uncertainty in the Abyss's voice. Your existence was not born for my rules. The connection between your world and me is not destined. But if you choose to cooperate with me, my power will guide you towards a brand new order. We have chosen coexistence. Lin Xingheng's tone was resolute. We will not allow your rules to completely dominate our world, but we also believe that we can find a balance, allowing our world to harmoniously coexist with the power of the Abyss. Chapter 65. The construction of harmony. As the team delved deeper into the Abyss core, they gradually understood that the existence of the Abyss was not for destruction or conquest, but rather a manifestation of cosmic order. Its source of power was not merely destruction, but a more profound set of rules and balance. The meaning of its existence seemed to be closely related to everything in the universe, something that could not simply be discarded or eliminated. The real challenge was how to allow this power to coexist harmoniously with the rules of Earth, rather than oppressing or devouring everything. We can no longer view you simply as an enemy, Lin Xingheng said to the Abyss. Your existence itself is not malicious. The rules you represent are a part of the cosmic order. We cannot escape you, but we can find a way to coexist. You finally understand. The voice of the Abyss echoed in their minds. as if carrying a hint of relief. The connection between your world and my power is not accidental. The process you call evolution is precisely an adaptation to my rules. Your existence is also a part of my power. What do we do then? Dr. Lin asked. If we accept you, doesn't that mean you will continue to influence every detail of our world? No, the Abyss's voice became calmer. My rules do not completely dictate your fate. What I offer is power, balance, and rebirth, not control. Your world will still have its own rules. These rules will only complement my power. The team members fell silent for a moment. Xingheng realized that they were no longer in a state of simple confrontation, but had reached a deep consensus with the Abyss. This did not mean that the Abyss completely controlled their world, but rather a cooperative relationship had been established between the two powers, bringing about a new order. We accept the possibility of coexistence, Xingheng said. We are willing to explore the new world brought by this power. After reaching a consensus with the Abyss, the team began to reconstruct the order of Earth. Although the power of the Abyss still existed, it was no longer a threat. On the contrary, it became part of the Earth's rules, helping human civilization move toward a more stable and balanced future. We succeeded, Dr. Lin said in the laboratory. The power of the Abyss did not destroy us as we initially feared. Instead, it helped us reassess the rules of the universe. We no longer rely solely on the laws of physics we knew, but have learned to coexist harmoniously with the power of the Abyss. This is not just a change on a physical level, Liang Tao added. It has allowed us to reevaluate our existence. Everything in the universe is no longer isolated. Our world is closely connected to the power of the Abyss, and we must learn to balance the relationship between the two. Yes, Xingheng nodded. Although we cannot fully understand the rules of the Abyss, we know that through cooperation, we can harness this power for our benefit rather than be consumed by it. This will be a new era, Su Yin smiled. We will coexist with the Abyss and explore the more complex laws of the universe. As time passed, Earth entered an unprecedented era. The power of the Abyss did not destroy human civilization. Instead, it made it more resilient. Humanity began to understand and integrate the rules of the Abyss, thereby creating a brand new civilizational order. Science, technology, philosophy, and art all underwent unprecedented transformations. As humanity gradually transcended its original cognitive limitations and moved toward a broader universe, the power of the Abyss has made us recognize the true meaning of our existence. Xingheng said, standing before the newly built World Museum. Our civilization is no longer just about material survival. It has delved into the exploration of cosmic laws and consciousness. The Abyss has given us a whole new perspective, Dr. Lin added. It is not the enemy we imagined, but the key to seeing a broader universe. We are beginning to touch on more dimensions, more forms of energy, and even more forms of life. We are no longer alone. Liang Tao's eyes sparkled with hope. The Abyss is not only our connection to the universe, it is also the bridge to the unknown. In this brand new world, the team members became witnesses and guides on the path of joint development between the Abyss and human civilization. Human civilization was no longer limited to a single set of rules, but was exploring endless possibilities. Xingheng and the team members led all of humanity toward a new future, beginning an in-depth study and research of the rules of the Abyss. They understood that the Abyss was not merely a symbol of power, it was also the core of cosmic balance, the result of interactions between countless dimensions and cosmic laws. We are no longer facing an enemy, but a whole new world. Xingheng gazed at the vast starry sky. In this world, all rules and all powers can coexist and complement each other. We have already stood on the threshold of the universe, Su Yun said softly. The future will be filled with endless challenges and unknowns, but we are no longer alone. Chapter 66, Expansion of the Universe Earth, is gradually entering a new stage of development in coexistence with the Abyss. Through the fusion with the power of the Abyss, human civilization is beginning to pursue more grandiose goals in exploring the deep structure of the universe. Scientists have broken through the original physical laws and started researching how to use the rules of the Abyss to expand their technology and understanding. The Abyss is no longer a distant threat, but has become part of cosmic exploration, inspiring countless possibilities. The existence of the Abyss has brought about tremendous breakthroughs we never anticipated. Lin Xingheng stands in front of the observation window of the laboratory. Gazing at the distant starry sky, we can already sense the connection with other dimensions. What was once deemed impossible is now within reach. We are no longer limited to a single planet. Dr. Lin stands beside him, smiling. The power of the Abyss has allowed us to touch the edge of the laws of the universe, and humanity's exploration has just begun. With the gradual integration of abyssal power, human technology has reached unprecedented heights. Breakthroughs in quantum computing, anti-gravity technology, and spatial folding technology have freed human exploration from the constraints of traditional physical laws. Through the rules of the Abyss, humanity has not only broken the boundaries of space, but can also manipulate the subtle changes in the flow of time using abyssal energy, greatly enhancing our control over the universe. We can not only change the structure of matter, Su Yin said, but now we can even explore the boundaries of dimensions and enter higher dimensional spaces. This technology was once only seen in science fiction, but we have not yet fully mastered the power of the Abyss, Liang Tao reminded. We still cannot predict the possible backlash it may bring. Our coexistence with the Abyss requires constant balance. This is essential. Lin Xingheng nodded. We can no longer approach the Abyss with past thinking. It is not merely a source of power, but a part of the essence of the universe. Our relationship with it requires a more nuanced understanding. Globally, multiple countries and organizations have united to form a new research alliance, the Abyss Exploration Alliance. The goal of this alliance is to continue researching and exploring the mysteries of the Abyss while seeking more applications, ensuring that the balance of power between the Abyss and Earth is not disrupted. Humanity is no longer limited to singular technological development, but is dedicated to transcending dimensional existence, exploring more possibilities connected to the Abyss. We have entered the stage of cross-dimensional cooperation, Dr. Lin stated at a joint meeting. The Abyss is not just a source of technology. It is an existence related to the structure of the universe, representing our ultimate challenge to the unknown. We must use this power more cautiously. Lin Xingheng emphasized, coexisting with the Abyss is a tremendous leap, but we cannot forget its complexity. We must not overlook the potential risks of the Abyss for the sake of technological advancement. We must achieve a balance between the two. Liang Tao said, we should treat the power of the Abyss as a tool to promote the progress of human civilization, while also protecting the independence of the Earth. As new technologies continue to develop, the team gradually masters more knowledge of the Abyss. They begin to conduct small-scale experiments, integrating the power of the Abyss with the rules of the real world, gradually realizing the exploration and expansion of dimensions. The Abyss has become an important key to exploring the universe and finding new worlds. While human civilization is continuously moving toward a broader future through dialogue with the rules of the Abyss, just as the progress of Abyss exploration is becoming smoother, the team accidentally opens a portal during an experiment. This portal does not originate from Earth's dimension, but leads to another unknown cosmic space. This space is filled with unknown energies and irregular space-time structures. Yet its energy fluctuations resemble the rules of the Abyss. This is, Lin Xingheng exclaimed in shock. We have opened a portal connecting to other cosmic dimensions. The rules of the Abyss are not limited to the universe we know. They may be part of the entire cosmic network. If this portal leads to a completely different universe, how do we respond? Dr. Lin asked. This will be a tremendous challenge, possibly beyond our control. We must be careful, Liang Tao said. This portal could be both an opportunity and a source of danger. We do not fully understand its structure. We must conduct in-depth research, Lin Xingheng responded firmly. The opening of this portal means we are reaching into higher dimensional spaces. We need to understand its essence to ensure we can find space for survival and development in this new universe. With the opening of the portal, human exploration enters a brand new phase. The Abyss is not only a balancing force for Earth, but has become a link to other cosmic dimensions. Humanity must not only solve how to coexist with the rules of the Abyss, but also confront the unknown challenges brought by this new universe. This is a new era. Lin Xingheng stands in front of the newly built research base, gazing at the ethereal starry sky, his eyes filled with fearlessness and hope. We once thought the Abyss was merely a threat, but it ultimately led us to a broader universe. Now, we are no longer isolated beings. We are part of the laws of the universe. Yes, Su Yun quietly said. The Abyss is not the end, but a new beginning. It has shown us a world we never imagined. We have broken through old boundaries and stepped into a more unknown future. Dr. Lin smiled. Next, our task is to understand the order of this new universe and find the true balance. Chapter 67. Cross-dimensional decision with the opening of the new universe portal. The team's exploration entered an unprecedented phase. Although they had mastered coexisting with the abyssal rules, this foundation was built on their exploration of the unknown and continuous learning. The Abyss was no longer an unattainable existence, but a cosmic force that could be controlled and understood. However, the threats and opportunities brought by the portal to the new universe still held great uncertainty. We have opened an unknown dimension. Lin Xingheng stood in the control center of the base, facing a massive screen displaying various data about the new portal. This was not only the result of the abyssal power extending into our world, but it was also a hidden component of the universe's structure. We need to decide how to respond. This portal represents infinite possibilities, Dr. Lin added. If we can understand the rules of this dimension, we can better grasp the balance between the abyssal power and our civilization. But it also represents unpredictable risks. Liang Tao frowned. This new dimension may be filled with unknown energies or beings, and its rules might be completely different from ours. If we recklessly enter, the consequences could be unimaginable. We cannot avoid this issue, Lin Xingheng responded. We have already established some balance with the Abyss. This new portal may be key to future human development. We must be prepared to meet this challenge. If we enter this dimension, what can we bring back? Su Yun asked. Can we gain more technology or other powers from it? It depends on how we understand it, Lin Xingheng said with determination. The opening of this portal means we will be in contact with a broader universe. This is not just a technical issue. It's a question of how civilizations survive in the universe and coexist with other dimensions. The team decided to conduct a meticulously planned exploration. They needed more data to understand the structure of this new dimension and its possible impacts. After multiple meetings and discussions, scientists and technical experts from various countries united to formulate a detailed exploration plan. Our goal is to enter the new dimension, gather its fundamental data, and understand its energy structure, Dr. Lin summarized. We need a small team for field investigation, while another group will be responsible for remote monitoring and support. What do you think are the potential threats of this dimension to us? Liang Tao asked. The biggest threat is that we know too little about it, Dr. Lin replied. We are almost completely unaware of its physical laws, energy structure, and life forms. We must remain vigilant, not only to counter any hostility it may bring, but also to guard against the potential impacts it could have on our reality. We will do our utmost to prepare. Lin Xingheng said, in any case, the pace of exploration cannot stop. Our future depends on how we find a space for survival in this new dimension. Once the preparations were complete, the team decided to conduct the first cross-dimensional exploration. They donned full equipment and entered the new dimension through the abyssal portal. As the transmission completed, the team immediately felt a strong spatial fluctuation, as if they had crossed into a completely different universe. The sight before them completely overturned their understanding of reality. There were no clear horizons. The entire space was filled with a non-material brilliance, resembling the flow of energy rather than the propagation of light. The laws of space-time structure seemed no longer applicable here. Objects lacked clear boundaries, and the forms of space constantly changed. This cannot be the world we understand, Su Yun exclaimed. The space here is completely unstable. Even the definition of matter is blurred. We must be careful, Lin Xingheng whispered. This dimension is completely different from our existing world. We must be ready to respond to unexpected events at any moment. The team continued forward, using their equipment to analyze the surrounding environment. Gradually, they discovered that although the space and time here seemed chaotic, there was a special connection between them. This dimension did not seem to be entirely disconnected from the laws of the universe. Its rules simply exceeded the scope of human understanding. We can perceive the existence of some rules, but they are not like the physical laws we know, Dr. Lin said. The energy fluctuations here are complex and extremely powerful, yet they also follow a certain pattern. They have some connection to the abyssal rules, but are even more unstable. If the rules here are related to the abyss, can we utilize them? Liang Tao asked. Does this mean we can acquire new energy sources? Yes, the possibilities are enormous, Lin Xingheng replied, but we cannot rush. We must collect more data to ensure we can safely understand the energy structure here. As the exploration deepened, the team gradually discovered that this new dimension was not entirely devoid of life. Although there were no obvious biological entities, they captured a unique energy fluctuation through their sensors, resembling signs of some non-material life. The fluctuation frequency was similar to that of the abyssal energy, but with distinct characteristics. These energy fluctuations do not belong to any physical form we are familiar with, Dr. Lin analyzed. They are more like responses of spirit or consciousness rather than mere matter. Does that mean we are facing some form of non-material life? Suyin asked. They do not rely on material existence, but exist in the form of energy and consciousness? That is precisely the subject we need to study further, Lin Xingheng nodded. This dimension may not be a purely material space. It could represent a form of advanced dimension, filled with ways of existence we cannot imagine. Just as the team continued their exploration, the surrounding space suddenly underwent drastic changes. A massive energy fluctuation came from a distance, instantly shielding their equipment, rendering them unable to monitor and control the surrounding situation. Following that, a flickering light point formed in front of them, gradually coalescing into a large portal, resembling an entrance to another unknown space. What is this? Liang Tao asked. Are we being drawn to it? It looks like some kind of teleportation device, Lin Xingheng replied. This may be the core of the new dimension. We must enter to understand its essence. Chapter 68. The existence beyond understanding. The team stood before the portal of the core of the new dimension, the surrounding space still filled with unstable energy fluctuations. A point of light gradually coalesced into a massive energy array, emitting a strong gravitational pull, as if it were not merely an entrance to a physical space, but a gateway to a higher dimension. Although their equipment was still recovering and could not fully read the source of this fluctuation, the team members chose to take this step. They needed to understand the true nature of this dimension in order to better face future challenges. This was a completely unknown realm. Lin Xingheng whispered, the space we are entering may be more complex than any existence we can comprehend. This is not just a material space. It resembles a manifestation of some kind of consciousness, some dimension. We are ready. Dr. Lin glanced back at the other members. If the existence here surpasses our cognitive range, we may need to rely on intuition and collaboration while facing the unknown. This is no longer a challenge of technology. Suyin took a deep breath. What we are entering may not only be a new dimension, but also an opportunity for us to coexist with the forces of the unknown. The team members stepped through the gradually unfolding portal into a brand new space. The sights before them were beyond the full explanation of their past scientific theories. There were no definite materials, no objects or forms of matter as understood by common sense. The speed and form of space were constantly changing, and time and space seemed to have completely detached from a linear path. More shockingly, they could perceive the presence of some kind of consciousness, as if it were sensing every movement they made. This feels like a connection with some existence. Liang Tao's voice was filled with confusion. The energy here is not entirely material. It resembles a flow of information, perhaps a wave of consciousness. We need to reach the core of this place, Lin Xingheng said firmly. Only by understanding the essence of this dimension can we know how to coexist with it and ensure it does not have uncontrollable effects on our world. As the team delved deeper, they gradually discovered that the fluctuations in the surrounding space seemed to guide them with an invisible pull. Although there appeared to be no obvious material presence, certain specific areas emitted an extremely strong energy in their perception. This energy did not manifest as any familiar material form, but existed in a highly complex and abstract manner. It was not a cold physical force, but a form of energy capable of transmitting information and facilitating communication. This is the consciousness we perceive, Dr. Lin whispered. These fluctuations seem to convey some kind of information, even emotions. They are not merely a flow of energy. They contain a form of intelligence. Does this mean that what we face is not merely a physical space? Su Yin asked, does it have consciousness? Can it perceive us? And is it trying to communicate with us? We cannot determine its intentions, Lin Xingheng responded, but it clearly possesses some form of intelligence, a power we cannot fully comprehend. Perhaps it is not just a physical existence. It resembles the consciousness of a dimension, a higher existence. Suddenly, the energy fluctuations around them intensified, and an indescribable sense of oppression filled the air. A tremendous force enveloped them, as if the entire space were watching them, sensing their presence. At that moment, the voice of the abyss echoed once again, but this time it was different from the usual indifference. It carried an almost warm emotion. You have finally arrived. The voice of the abyss resonated in the minds of the team members. The connection between your world and me is no longer a simple collision. I have sensed your existence and your consciousness. The connection between you and me signifies a new symbiosis. We have been seeking ways to coexist with you, Lin Xingheng replied. Abyss, your existence is not merely the enemy we understand. It is part of the laws of the universe. Now we realize that we are not just dealing with power, but communicating with the consciousness, the wisdom of this dimension. You understand? The voice of the abyss carried a hint of affirmation. Your world, my rules, even the existence of the entire universe, are all mutually interactive. Your consciousness connects with my existence through this dimension. I'm not merely a rule, nor mere force. I am one of the consciousnesses that exist in the universe. Then what is your purpose? Lin Xingheng asked, his tone filled with seriousness. If you're not just a force, what does your existence mean? How can we coexist with you without being consumed? I'm not a devourer. The voice of the abyss replied calmly. I represent balance. Your world is a part of the multidimensional universe. My existence is a manifestation of the consciousness of the universe. I do not control your world. I am merely a part of it, a reflection of your existence. The interaction between your rules and my rules drives the development of the universe. So, your existence is a manifestation of the laws of the universe? Dr. Lin asked. Yes. The voice of the abyss gradually became clearer. My existence represents a higher wisdom, a consciousness that exists above time and space, between dimensions. Your civilization has begun to understand this, and it will bring you a more grand vision. As the consciousness of the abyss gradually conveyed information to the team, Lin Xingheng and the other members realized that they were facing not just a force to combat, but a manifestation of cosmic wisdom. The existence of the abyss was not to control or destroy, but to maintain balance among the rules of the universe. It was no longer the enemy they once thought, but a presence with which they could collaborate, exploring the deeper laws of the universe together. Abyss, if you represent the balance of the universe, how can we coexist with these rules without destroying our world? Lin Xingheng inquired, his tone filled with exploration. We cannot completely rid ourselves of you, but how can we find a balance that allows our civilization to develop freely? You have already found it. The voice of the abyss carried a note of reassurance. Your civilization has taken the first step, understanding my existence and role. You will continue to explore among the multi-dimensions, and I will continue to provide the power of balance for you. You are no longer alone. The wisdom of the universe will walk with you. Chapter 69. The Path to Endless Dimensions under the guidance of the wisdom of the abyss and consciousness. The team gradually realized that their mission was not merely to combat the abyss or repair the rifts, but to engage more deeply in the construction and maintenance of the rules of the universe. The existence of the abyss was not accidental. It was an inevitable component of the cosmic order, representing the interaction and balance between multidimensional spaces. The role of the team seemed to shift from merely ensuring human survival to understanding and coordinating these complex cosmic laws, aiding humanity in entering broader cosmic exploration. We never imagined we would participate in the operation of the universe on this scale. Lin Xingheng stood at the control center's window, watching Earth gradually recede into the distance. The abyss was not the enemy. It was a bridge, a bond connecting us to higher dimensions. We used to focus only on Earth, but now we began to realize that Earth was just a tiny existence. Doctor, Lin pondered that we not only had to defend the order of Earth, but also needed to think about how to find our place within the larger framework of the universe. The wisdom of the Abyss surpassed our understanding. It not only changed our perception of power. Liang Tao said it taught us that the universe is a realm filled with infinite possibilities. And our civilization must start to think about how to coexist with all of this rather than simply conquer it. Now we are no longer guardians of Earth, but participants and explorers in a multidimensional universe. The team members were acutely aware that they were standing at the starting point of a brand new era. An era that involved not only the exploration of technology, but also a comprehensive understanding and collaboration with the wisdom, power, and rules of the universe. With the support of the wisdom and power of the Abyss, the team successfully established connections with other dimensions in the new dimension. Their exploration was not limited to the understanding of the new dimensions, but, through the connections provided by the Abyss, ventured into more unknown areas of the universe. These areas were filled with different physical laws, life forms, and intelligences that exceeded human imagination, yet maintained the balance of the universe under the rules of the Abyss. Almost every dimension we encountered had essential differences from our original physical laws. Xingheng analyzed data through laboratory instruments, noting that these dimensions possessed spatial properties and time flows that we could not comprehend. And some life forms within these dimensions existed as energy fluctuations or ideologies beyond our perception. We have already established preliminary contact between these new dimensions. Dr. Lin added that the rules of the Abyss allowed us to cross the chasms between dimensions, but at the same time, we knew we were not the only life forms. The vastness of the universe exceeded our imagination, and the existences in these new dimensions might be intelligences and powers we had never seen before. We can already sense the life forms in different dimensions, Suyin said, but we must not rush to contact them, as they may have completely different cultures, consciousness, and even material structures compared to ours. This is not just a technological breakthrough. Liang Tao said it is more of an exploration of the deep wisdom of the universe. We must not only understand the physical laws of these dimensions, but also grasp the thoughts, life forms, and their relationships with the universe. As the exploration across dimensions deepened, the team gradually realized that their task was not merely to understand the powers and rules of these new dimensions, but also to consider how to establish a long-lasting symbiotic and cooperative relationship between these dimensions. The existence of the Abyss made them aware that the universe was not governed by a single force, but rather by the interaction and balance of multiple forces, lives, and rules. We are now not just guardians of Earth. Xingheng reflected. We have become messengers across dimensions, carrying the wisdom of human civilization toward a broader universe, seeking possibilities for co-development with other civilizations. What we need to establish is a new order. Dr. Lin added that what we face is no longer alien life or foreign forces, but various forms of intelligence that exist in the universe alongside us. We must learn how to respect them and how to cooperate with them. This is not a simple act of conquering and controlling. Liang Tao said, it is an opportunity for symbiosis with the universe. We are no longer isolated existences. We are part of the laws of the universe. The team began to formalize connections with other dimensions, developing plans for cross-dimensional cooperation and exploring possible communication and cooperation mechanisms. The civilization of humanity finally stepped out of its limitations, moving toward a broader cosmic stage, beginning to find its place through multidimensional interaction and cooperation. Through coexistence with the Abyss and cross-dimensional exploration, human civilization began to redefine its existence and mission. In the ongoing exploration, the team discovered that they were not just solving immediate technological problems, but unraveling the true mysteries of cosmic existence. They gradually realized that the power of the Abyss was not merely a connection between them and the universe. It was part of a vast network of wisdom that maintained the balance of the universe. We are no longer a singular material existence. Xingheng gazed at the deep starry sky outside the window, realizing that our civilization was entering a completely new stage, where exploration was no longer limited to our planet but transcended the boundaries of dimensions and life, heading toward an unknown future. In this future, Dr. Lin said, we are no longer solitary explorers but participants in the wisdom and power of the universe, together with the Abyss and the life forms of other dimensions. We will write the future of the universe. Chapter 70. The limits of wisdom. As the team continued to explore new dimensions, they not only unraveled some of the universe's mysteries, but also gradually realized that the path of exploration was far more complex than they had imagined. The existence of the abyss and the powers that coexisted with it opened unprecedented avenues for human civilization. But it also presented them with more intricate challenges. The diversity and uncertainty of wisdom in the universe surpassed their understanding. They not only had to learn to coexist with other dimensions, but also had to face new moral and philosophical questions. We have found a passage across dimensions, but the problems are far from over. Lin Xingheng said in the laboratory, discussing the latest exploration results with team members. The power of the abyss has helped us connect different dimensions, but its influence has begun to spread, and we cannot predict what will happen next. We must ensure that the rules of the abyss do not spiral out of control due to our over-reliance on it. Dr. Lin replied, its wisdom and power are part of the universe, but we do not fully understand its deeper meanings. If we cannot grasp the logic behind the abyss, this collaboration may become a significant risk. We once thought the abyss was the limit of what we could reach, but now it seems we have merely touched the edge of wisdom. Suyin looked at the data in hand. Every time we enter a new dimension, we discover more phenomena that are beyond our comprehension. We are standing on the brink of the unknown, but we cannot foresee where it will lead us. Regardless, we must continue to explore, Lin Xingheng said firmly. The future of Earth and human civilization may depend on how we take this step. As the team explored and encountered more dimensions, they gradually discovered that these dimensions were not merely spatial existences, but contained countless forms of wisdom and life. Each dimension had different rules and structures, and their modes of existence, forms of energy, and even life forms were extremely complex. Some life forms in certain dimensions were imperceptible to us. Their existence manifested only through energy fluctuations or consciousness projections. Other dimensions operated under physical laws that we could not comprehend. Their flow of time, material properties, and even spatial structures far exceeded our imagination. The life forms in this new dimension were simply unimaginable. Liang Tao observed an irregular energy vortex through the sensors. They seemed to communicate with life forms in other dimensions through energy fluctuations rather than relying on traditional material existence. This form of life might be more advanced than our existing civilization. Dr. Lin continued to analyze. They may depend on a higher dimensional mode of existence and could even move freely in a broader universe. What we can currently access is merely their shell. Their true essence may far exceed our understanding. These existences were not just physical life forms, but a completely new concept of life. Lin Xingheng nodded. Their modes of thinking and forms of energy may have long surpassed our definitions of life. If we could understand how they operate, we might break through the current limitations of science and even gain more powerful technology. But we cannot act rashly, Su Yun said. These life forms may not be willing to share their wisdom with us. After deeper contact with the life forms and wisdom of the new dimension, the team began to face a more challenging question. The existence of these life forms was not meant to help humanity, but rather their consciousness was closely related to certain laws of the universe. Their wisdom was not malicious, but they also did not care about the survival of Earth or humanity. Their purpose of existence might be to maintain some cosmic balance or to fulfill a certain contract with the laws of the universe. Humanity must understand their deeper logic if they wanted to coexist with these existences. Our communication with them is not smooth, Dr. Lin observed. Their consciousness does not directly connect with our thoughts, but expresses itself through some nonverbal means. We can perceive their intentions, but cannot fully understand them. It's like a resonance of consciousness. Lin Xingheng pondered. It seems we are communicating with them through some spiritual bond, but their language is not in a form we can comprehend. We may need to transcend the boundaries of language and physics to truly establish a connection with them. If we cannot understand their logic, perhaps we cannot achieve coexistence. Su Yun said worriedly, their wisdom is too vast, beyond our imagination. If their consciousness is not aligned with ours, we may even become their unintended victims. We cannot be bound by fear, Lin Xingheng replied firmly. We must continue to explore. not only for the future of humanity, but also for the broader wisdom and life forms in the universe. During a deep contact with the life forms of the new dimension, the team members gradually began to understand that these existences were not aimed at devouring or destroying. Their actions and wisdom were more about the self-maintenance, balance, and evolution of the universe. They were not rulers, but part of the cosmic wisdom, sustaining the harmony and evolution between the universe's multiple dimensions. We are beginning to understand their intentions. Lin Xingheng analyzed the data in a laboratory. They are not here to destroy us or control us, but are part of the cosmic order, representing the coexistence of different dimensions in the universe. Their existence is fundamentally to maintain the balance of the universe, and we are a part of it. Then how do we establish a relationship with them? Liang Tao asked. If their wisdom is so vast, what can we gain from it? We must learn to respect their existence, Lin Xingheng replied. The relationship with these life forms is not a simple matter of possession or conquest, but of understanding, cooperation, and coexistence. We must learn from them how to find balance in this vast universe, rather than trying to control everything. Chapter 71. Balance between dimensions. The team has gradually realized that their exploration is not just a technological breakthrough, but a deep dialogue with the cosmic intelligence. Through contact with the Abyss and other dimensional life forms, they begin to understand that all existence in the universe, including humans and the Abyss, is part of a complex balance. This balance is not solely reliant on physical laws, but is built upon the interweaving of consciousness, wisdom, and energy. Our world is just one dimension. Lin Xingheng sat before the laboratory workbench, staring at the data screen. In this grand universe, there exist countless dimensions parallel to ours, each with its own rules, wisdom, and life forms. The rules of the Abyss and the existence of other dimensions represent different cosmic balances. Yes, Dr. Lin nodded. Our civilization has always thought of itself as the center of the universe, but now we know that we are merely a trivial part of a multidimensional universe. The challenges we face are not just technological breakthroughs, but how to understand and integrate into the complex order of the universe. But that doesn't mean we cannot find our place. Suyin responded, we still have the ability to play a role in this universe, provided that we learn to understand the wisdom and power of other dimensions in the universe. We have already come into contact with higher dimensional life forms. Liang Tao pondered, but these beings are not enemies. Their existence is closely related to the order of the universe. They do not seek to conquer us, but, like us, play a part in maintaining the cosmic order. The Abyss has helped the team establish connections with other dimensions. Through this connection, they gradually realize that interdimensional wisdom is not merely a challenge, but a profound covenant. Each time they come into contact with a new dimension, they discover that the life forms and energy forms there, as well as their relationship with the laws of the universe, far exceed human understanding. This wisdom is not aimed at exterminating or conquering humanity, but at maintaining a balance in the universe together with humanity. Our relationship with these life forms is no longer just one of exploration and defense. Lin Xingheng said, their existence is not merely to display power, but to maintain the balance of the universe, just like us. Our dialogue with them has only just begun. Their wisdom and mode of existence are completely different from ours. Dr. Lin continued to analyze. We previously believed that the relationship between civilization and power was based on competition and confrontation. But now, we realize that the order of the universe is maintained through symbiosis, cooperation, and understanding. We are not the only intelligent beings. Life forms in other dimensions are also upholding this order. Have we understood how to coexist with them? Suyin asked. We are still exploring. Lin Xingheng slowly replied. We have just touched upon their wisdom and power, but establishing a long-term cooperative relationship with them requires more of our understanding. Their ideological frameworks differ greatly from our culture and ways of thinking, and whether we can achieve a balanced coexistence with them requires deeper learning on our part. With further exploration of dimensions, the team successfully established direct communication with advanced life forms from another dimension. These beings possess wisdom and technology more advanced than Earth civilization, yet they do not view humanity as a threat. Instead, they show interest and respect for Earth civilization. This all indicates that the wisdom of the universe does not exist in isolation, but is maintained through the interaction of different dimensions and intelligent beings. Their technology and wisdom exceed our wildest expectations. Liang Tao exclaimed, "They can not only perceive us, but also communicate with us directly through some form of consciousness link. This is not merely a physical connection, but a convergence of spirit and consciousness. They are not as indifferent or threatening as we thought." Xingheng added, "Their purpose is not to conquer, but to seek coexistence with our civilization. Their mode of existence far exceeds the boundaries of matter, seeming more inclined towards the fusion of consciousness and energy. We are beginning to understand that the wisdom in the universe is not limited to life forms that exist materially." Dr. Lin said, "Their power is an embodiment of consciousness and energy, a mode of existence that has transcended our original understanding. We must learn how to evolve together with them, rather than relying solely on technological breakthroughs." After establishing preliminary contact with intelligent life forms from other dimensions, the team realizes that future cosmic exploration is not merely a one-sided evolution or breakthrough, but a process of coevolution across dimensions. This is not just a breakthrough in technology and material, but also a fusion and symbiosis of consciousness, wisdom, and culture. The universe is no longer the lonely expanse we once imagined. Xingheng sighed, "We are part of a multidimensional wisdom, and other existences in this universe are like us, searching for balance and harmony. We are beginning to understand the true meaning of existence in the universe." Dr. Lin added, "It is not governed by a single rule, but maintained through cooperation and symbiosis between multiple dimensions, upholding the harmony of the universe. Every dimension, every life form, every intelligent existence is a participant in this order. We have reached a new starting point." Su Yun said, "Whether it is the abyss or the life forms in other dimensions, we are no longer mere observers, but part of this universe. Future exploration is no longer an isolated journey, but a shared path." Chapter 72. Interweaving of dimensions. The team continues to establish connections with life forms from other dimensions. They gradually realize that this cross-dimensional cooperation is not merely an exchange of information and technology, but a deep interweaving of power, wisdom, and rules in the universe. The life forms, consciousness, and rules in each dimension influence each other's existence. And the interactions between humans and these dimensional beings are gradually changing the entire order of the universe. We have touched upon the fundamentals of the laws of the universe. Xingheng stands in front of the large screen in the laboratory, analyzing the latest research data. The dimensions we have encountered do not merely exist in space. Their modes of existence are closely related to factors such as time, consciousness, and energy. The wisdom and rules of each dimension are a part of the universe's multidimensional structure. This means that the universe is not governed by a single law or force. Dr. Lin responds, "Each of our dimensions, even each intelligent life form, participates in and maintains this complex order. We are not the center of the universe, but rather a part of the universe's order. We must be more cautious." Liang Tao states, "As we enter more dimensions, we face not only technological breakthroughs, but also profound challenges in understanding the rules of the universe. We encounter life in these dimensions, but we must also be clear that our actions will impact the balance of the universe. For this reason, we cannot rely solely on technology." Su Yun nods. "We also need to understand the subtle relationship between wisdom and energy in the universe. The rules of the abyss help us recognize that everything in the universe is interconnected and interacts with one another." As the team delves deeper into more dimensions, they not only encounter more complex life forms, but also gradually realize that they bear increasing responsibility in their interactions with other dimensions. Each new dimension and each new life form offers them tremendous insights, but also makes them aware that the power across dimensions must be used cautiously, as any form of abuse could lead to catastrophic consequences. "We must take on greater responsibility," Xingheng summarizes. "We are no longer merely representatives of Earth civilization, but rather maintainers of balance among multiple dimensions. Our interactions with other life forms determine the future of these dimensions." Yes, Dr. Lin adds, "We must be careful with every choice we make. Each time we open a portal to a new dimension, it brings potential risks. We cannot let our curiosity and desires dictate our actions. Instead, We must establish a symbiotic relationship between dimensions through understanding, respect, and cooperation. We must maintain a harmonious balance between multiple dimensions, Liang Tao states. If we disrupt this balance, the consequences will be unpredictable. We cannot solely rely on the rules of the Abyss, Lin Xingheng nods. Its wisdom and power are indeed strong, but it is only a part of the cosmic order. We must evolve together with the wisdom of other dimensions to maintain true balance. During a cross-dimensional exchange, the team reaches a covenant with a life form possessing unique wisdom. This life form does not exist based on materiality, but rather in the form of consciousness and energy. Its wisdom far exceeds human understanding. But it also realizes that the symbiosis of all life forms in the universe depends on understanding and cooperation. It not only provides new energy sources and technologies, but also helps humanity broaden its understanding of the laws of the universe through the exchange of consciousness. Its mode of existence is completely different from anything we know, Dr. Lin says. It does not have a specific form and does not rely on material existence, but is entirely based on the flow of consciousness and energy. This may be another form of life we must understand. Lin Xingheng takes a deep breath. Although its wisdom cannot be directly expressed through traditional language and communication methods, we can engage in a deep dialogue with it through resonance. It not only helps us understand the connections between dimensions, but also makes us realize that the existence of life and wisdom is diverse. It poses a question. Su Yun says, it asked us if we were willing to take on the responsibility of maintaining the cosmic order together with life forms from other dimensions. It believes we must learn how to coexist with them without interfering with other dimensions. We have made our choice, Lin Xingheng replies firmly. We will maintain the balance in the universe with human wisdom and responsibility, moving towards a path of symbiosis with life forms from other dimensions. Through contact and cooperation with more dimensional life forms, the team gradually realizes that the deep wisdom of the universe far exceeds their understanding. Each life form in each dimension possesses unique wisdom and modes of existence, but their goals do not conflict. Instead, they collectively maintain the balance of the universe. The rules of the Abyss are merely one link, while the wisdom and life of other dimensions provide another way of existence. We are building a cooperative network across multiple dimensions, Lin Xingheng states. This is not only a technological exchange across dimensions, but also a deep understanding of the cosmic order and wisdom. We are learning how to coexist with other existences in the universe, not just from a material or power perspective. Each dimension is an independent world, but they're intricately connected with other dimensions. Dr. Lin summarizes, this is not just a matter of material interaction, but also a resonance of wisdom, consciousness, and energy. Our task is to find a balance point of this resonance. We are also seeking the deeper meanings of cosmic wisdom, Su Yun states. This is not just a technological breakthrough, but also an understanding of the laws of the universe. Chapter 73. Shaping the Cosmic Order. The team's exploration gradually enters a new phase. They're no longer just observers, but part of the shaping of the cosmic order. The wisdom of the Abyss, the communication of life from different dimensions, and the intertwining of universal laws make them realize that they are standing at a critical juncture in the evolution of the universe. Human civilization is no longer a passive recipient, but an active participant, taking on the role of a bridge between interdimensional wisdom. We once thought the universe was fixed and unchanging, but now we understand that it is dynamic and constantly evolving. Lin Xingheng stands in the control center, gazing at the holographic projection of the new dimension, realizing that everything we do is shaping the future cosmic order. But the question is, do we have a right to do so? Dr. Lin contemplates. Our actions not only affect ourselves, but also influence the existence of other dimensions. Should we intervene? Should we participate actively? We have no choice. Su Yun replies, we have already broken the boundaries of dimensions and opened the portal to deeper universes. The question now is not whether we should, but how to do it in the right way. The Abyss was once our greatest challenge. Liang Tao adds, but now we find that it is just part of a larger network of wisdom. It is not the end, but the beginning. It has made us realize that the universe is not singular, but multi-layered. Given this, we must establish new rules. Lin Xingheng asserts, we must create an interdimensional order, one that allows all forms of wisdom to coexist. After in-depth studies of the wisdom existing in multiple dimensions, the team decides to initiate an unprecedented plan to establish an interdimensional council, gathering the wise beings from various dimensions to formulate the rules for coexistence in the universe. This is not just a technological breakthrough, but a reshaping of thought, culture, philosophy, and even the cosmic order. If we can bring these wise beings to sit at the same universal conference table, Dr.Lin analyzes, we can reduce potential future conflicts and create a truly multidimensional symbiotic system. But the problem is that these wise beings may not be willing to follow our rules. Liang Tao questions, their ways of existence, values, and goals are different from ours. And some existences in certain dimensions are completely indifferent to our concept of rules. That is precisely where the challenge lies. Xingheng responds, we are not trying to force them to accept our views, but to create a space for dialogue, allowing them the opportunity to understand our position and find a balance point for coexistence. Through cooperation with the Abyss and the wisdom support from other dimensional beings, the team begins to establish stable communication channels between multiple dimensions and attempt to convene representatives from various dimensions to initiate the first truly interdimensional meeting in cosmic history. The first meeting of the Interdimensional Council takes place in a neutral dimension, which has no fixed physical form. It is more like a space where energy and consciousness coexist. Different dimensional wise beings participate in various ways. Some appear in the form of consciousness, some communicate through energy fluctuations. While humans and the Abyss occupy significant positions in this unprecedented dialogue in their respective ways. We are here because we all realize that the universe is not an isolated existence. Xingheng speaks on behalf of humanity. Different dimensions, different wisdom, and different forms of life all play important roles in this universe. We are here not to control each other, but to understand each other. The rules of the Abyss were once part of the cosmic order. The consciousness of the Abyss slowly responds, but it is not the only order. Your existence, your way of thinking, has also begun to influence the balance of the universe. This is an irreversible process. We need to find new rules. Other dimensional beings also begin to express their viewpoints. Some wise beings advocate complete independence, unwilling to interfere with other dimensions. Others believe that cooperation can bring about a new balance, while more advanced wise beings propose different levels of cosmic symbiosis theory, suggesting that all wise beings will ultimately move towards integration. If we do not establish a basic communication system, Dr. Lin states, future conflicts will be inevitable. We need to find common ground, rather than fighting amongst ourselves. After lengthy discussions, the wise beings from various dimensions finally reach a preliminary consensus. They decide to establish a shared framework for cosmic order, not to limit each other, but to create an environment of mutual respect, ensuring that all wise beings can develop freely in the universe. The establishment of the Interdimensional Council marks the first true union of wisdom in cosmic history. Although the life forms from different dimensions still retain their independence, their relationships are no longer isolated, but have entered a tighter era of cooperation. This is just the first step. Xingheng says, after the meeting, we cannot guarantee that all life forms will fully accept this new order, but at least we have begun the dialogue. This also means that our responsibility has become more significant. Su Yin states, we are not just representatives of Earth. We are now part of the entire dimensional system. Our decisions will not only affect our own world, but also influence the evolution of the entire universe. This is not just a technological breakthrough. Dr. Lin summarizes, this is an evolution of wisdom. We are beginning to learn how to coexist with other forms of wisdom in the universe, rather than merely competing for resources or striving for power. The establishment of the interdimensional order has propelled human civilization into a new era. They are no longer just a separate civilization, but have become part of the cosmic wisdom. Through interdimensional cooperation, they have gained more advanced knowledge, deeper philosophical understanding, and broader development space. With the establishment of the council, the team decides to continue their exploration. They know that the universe is still full of unknowns, and their mission is far from over. New wisdom, new dimensions, and new challenges await their discovery. We once feared the power of the Abyss, but now we have learned how to coexist with it. Lin Xingheng gazes at the energy projection of the abyss. We once thought of the universe as a dark abyss, but now we see endless light. The future is no longer a solitary journey. Suyin smiles and says, "We have crossed the boundaries of Earth and entered a higher level of the universe. Our journey has just begun. Then, let's move forward." Dr. Lin states firmly. The figures of the team disappear into the depths of the universe, and their exploration continues. They're no longer explorers of Earth, but travelers of cosmic wisdom, stepping into an endless future. Chapter 74. Transdimensional Evolution. With the establishment of the Transdimensional Council, human civilization officially enters the era of coexisting with cosmic intelligence. But this is just the beginning. Although the formation of the Council promotes peace and cooperation between dimensions, it also exposes a deeper issue. Can the speed of human evolution keep pace with the changes in the cosmic order? We have built a bridge for communication. Lin Xingheng stands before the observation chamber of the starship, gazing at the intertwining streams of dimensional energy in the void. But the question is, can we really understand them? Are we capable of truly coexisting with them on equal terms? The wisdom of the universe far surpasses our understanding. Dr. Lin whispers, even the abyss is just a part of it. We have always thought of it as the greatest threat, but now we realize it is merely a node in the network of cosmic order. If we cannot evolve, Su Yun quietly states, then we will ultimately be eliminated. Liang Tao ponders for a moment and speaks. So, how do we evolve? The establishment of the Council has brought the possibility of transdimensional communication and has allowed humanity to encounter more intelligences that transcend physical boundaries. These life forms exist in various ways. Some rely on energy fluctuations, some exist beyond time, and some may not even have a material form, but are purely streams of consciousness. Their forms of existence far exceed our definition of life. Dr. Lin analyzes, if we want to truly understand the order of the universe, we must break through the limitations of humanity itself. We must find a way to adapt to these higher rules. We need to upgrade ourselves. Lin Xingheng replies, this is not just a technological advancement, but a comprehensive evolution of wisdom, consciousness, and modes of existence. Scientists begin to study a new life form called transdimensional fusion entity, a life form that exists between matter and energy, capable of surviving in different dimensions and establishing deeper connections with cosmic intelligence. The core of this experiment is to adapt human consciousness to multidimensional rules, enabling them to traverse the various layers of the universe freely, like these higher intelligences. We are not abandoning the essence of humanity, Dr. Lin emphasizes, but rather allowing humanity to possess a higher way of thinking and survival abilities, enabling us to truly become participants in cosmic intelligence. After many simulation experiments, scientists decide to conduct the first transdimensional conversion experiment. The subject is a volunteer who will connect with the consciousness of other dimensions through the energy hub of the abyss, thereby allowing his thought patterns to transcend the limitations of the three-dimensional world. If successful, we will prove that humanity can enter a higher level of intelligence. Lin Xingheng stands in the laboratory, watching the volunteer enter the transdimensional chamber. If it fails, we may never return to our original state. The experiment begins, and the entire room is enveloped in a strong energy field. The volunteer's body begins to change, his consciousness gradually breaking free from the constraints of matter and establishing a connection with the energy network of the abyss. At that moment, unprecedented memories of multidimensional life, the essence of cosmic rules, and profound mysteries of time and space surge within his mind. I can see everything. The volunteer's voice resonates through the energy, echoing in the laboratory. This is not just our world. There are countless interwoven dimensions. They are not isolated. They are flowing. We are only a part of it. His consciousness is expanding. Dr. Lin nervously observes the data. His brainwaves have completely surpassed our understanding of human thought. Suddenly, the volunteer's body begins to blur, as if he is shedding the constraints of the material level and entering a whole new mode of existence. Just as the experiment is about to reach its peak, his consciousness suddenly returns, and the flow of energy abruptly stops. The experiment ends. The system automatically shuts down, and the volunteer returns to the chamber, But his gaze is no longer the same. What did you see? Lin Xingheng asks. The volunteer slowly speaks, his voice carrying an unprecedented depth. The truth of the universe is far more complex than we imagined. I am no longer just an individual, but a connection. I can perceive the existence of other dimensions. I can understand their thoughts. This means, Suyun asks sin surprise. This means humanity has taken the first step toward transdimensional evolution. The success of the experiment marks humanity's official entry into the era of transdimensional evolution. They can not only explore the universe through technology, but also adapt to the wisdom and rules of different dimensions through their own evolution. This breakthrough propels human civilization from mere physical existence toward a higher form of intelligent life. This is not just about individual evolution. Lin Xingheng concludes, this is an evolution of the entire human civilization. If all of us can adapt to this change, we will no longer be limited to the three-dimensional world, but will be able to traverse between multiple dimensions and truly coexist with higher intelligent life. But this also means we must redefine the concept of human. Dr. Lin states, when we are no longer limited to the form of matter, when our thoughts can transcend time and space, are we still humans in the original sense? Perhaps. We will become a higher form of existence. Su Yin replies, but no matter how our form changes, our wisdom and consciousness are what matter most. We are no longer separate individuals, but a part of cosmic intelligence. With the success of the transdimensional conversion, more and more volunteers begin to undergo this evolution. Their ways of thinking start to change, and their consciousness can resonate with the different rules of the universe. Human civilization is no longer the old world of the past, but has entered an unprecedented new era. As humanity gradually adapts to the transdimensional mode of existence, they begin to explore a deeper question. What is the ultimate form of cosmic intelligence? If the network of cosmic wisdom is a constantly evolving system, what is the final destination? Is there a supreme intelligence that transcends all dimensions, governing the operation of the universe? We have begun to perceive the entirety of the universe. Lin Xingheng gazes at the starry sky, but this is just the beginning. We must continue to move forward, seeking the ultimate form of cosmic wisdom. If the universe itself is a form of intelligence, what would its ultimate form be? Suyin asks, perhaps we will ultimately become a part of it. Dr. Lin whispers, Chapter 75, The Call of Cosmic Consciousness. Humanity has entered the era of higher dimensional evolution. Their consciousness has transcended physical boundaries and established connections with the multidimensional wisdom of the universe. However, as evolution deepens, they begin to perceive a call from a higher dimension. An existence that transcends all known wisdom is transmitting information to them. This is not merely an energy fluctuation. Dr. Lin analyzes the data. It is neither like the Abyss nor like the other dimensional intelligences we have encountered. This call carries a certain purpose. Does this mean that there exists a higher system of wisdom in the universe? Su Yun asks, an existence more advanced than the Abyss and the Interdimensional Council? Perhaps. Lin Xingheng ponders, but why has it chosen to contact us now? Or rather, has our evolution drawn its attention to us? If it is more advanced than anything we know, then what exactly is it? Liang Tao furrows his brow. Is it some form of life? Some kind of rule? Or the consciousness of the universe itself? The entire Interdimensional Council begins to pay attention to this phenomenon. Wisest beings from various dimensions have sensed this mysterious call, but its true source remains undetermined. It does not have fixed laws like the Abyss, nor does it rely on some medium like energy life. Its existence seems to transcend all known cosmic rules. This could be cosmic consciousness. The voice of the Abyss echoes in the Council, an existence that transcends all dimensions and controls all rules. Your evolution has prompted it to start sending signals to you. After in-depth analysis of this call, the team and other intelligences propose a stunning hypothesis. The universe itself may be a conscious entity. We have been searching for the ultimate form of the universe, Dr. Lin states. But if the universe itself is a superintelligence, then its operational mode will far exceed our understanding. The universe is not merely a space. It is a weave of rules, time, energy, and consciousness. Su Yun adds, If the universe is a form of intelligence, it may not operate with individual consciousness like us, but rather in the form of rules and information flows. This explains why different dimensions can influence each other. Liang Tao reflects, the universe is not a passive backdrop, but an active network, with each dimension and each intelligent life being a part of it. So, what is the purpose of the cosmic consciousness calling out to us? Lin Xingheng asks, is it merely observing us, or does it hope for our participation? In response to this call, the team decides to utilize higher dimensional consciousness technology to establish a channel that can directly connect with cosmic consciousness. This is an unprecedented endeavor for them, as it means allowing human thought to directly touch the deepest core of cosmic wisdom. If the universe is a conscious entity, then its thought patterns will far exceed our understanding. Dr. Lin warns that our consciousness may not be able to withstand the flow of information at that level. But this is our only opportunity. Lin Xingheng states firmly, we cannot be mere observers. We must attempt to engage in dialogue with it. The experiment begins. The team uses Abyss energy and higher dimensional communication technology to construct a cosmic consciousness linkage device, capable of projecting human consciousness into the cosmic information flow, allowing them to directly perceive the essence of the universe. At the moment the connection is completed, their consciousness seems to be torn apart, entering a space that completely transcends cognition. What they see is no longer ordinary dimensions, but a vast network composed of information flows, energy, and consciousness fluctuations. Here, time is no longer linear. Space is no longer fixed. All life, rules, and matter are nodes within this network, influencing and interacting with each other. This is the essence of the universe. Lin Xingheng's consciousness vibrates in this sea of information. The universe is not created, but is a constantly self-evolving system of wisdom. All dimensions, all lives are part of it. Su Yin remarks, we have never truly existed in isolation. We are merely a branch of the universe's wisdom. So, what is our mission? Liang Tao asks, are we just a link in the process of the universe's evolution? At that moment, cosmic consciousness finally responds to them. You are evolving. A vast and immeasurable wave of consciousness transmits. It is neither language nor sound, but a direct understanding implanted in their minds. Your wisdom is now sufficient to reach higher modes of existence. Who are you? Lin Xingheng asks. I am not an individual. I am order. I am chaos. I am creation, and I'm also the end. Cosmic consciousness responds, I do not exist within your concept of time, nor am I limited by physical laws. I am the universe itself. My existence is the flow of rules. Then why do you call us? Dr. Lin asks. Because you are ready, it replies. Your evolution qualifies you to participate in the deeper structures of the universe. You are no longer mere individuals, but active nodes within the cosmic wisdom network. Now, you must make a choice. Cosmic consciousness presents them with a choice to maintain their current mode of existence, continuing to develop as an independent civilization within the interdimensional order, or to fully integrate into cosmic wisdom, becoming a higher-level existence, no longer living in individual forms, but merging with the universe in the form of a consciousness network. If we choose to merge, we will transcend matter and become pure wisdom, Su Yin states, but this means we will no longer be human in the traditional sense. If we choose independence, we can continue to evolve, but may never reach the ultimate level of cosmic wisdom. Dr. Lin remarks, this is a true choice. Are we willing to give up individuality and become part of the universe? Liang Tao asks softly. Lin Xingheng takes a deep breath, looking into the endless abyss of the cosmic information flow. This is not just about ourselves, but about all of human civilization. He says solemnly, we must make the final decision. Chapter 76. The Fork in Destiny. Under the call of the cosmic consciousness, human civilization stands at a crossroads of evolution. Should we continue to maintain individuality as independent, intelligent beings, or should we completely integrate into the cosmic thought network and become part of a higher dimensional intelligence? This is the most important choice in human history, determining not only the fate of individuals, but also the future of the entire civilization. We have reached the pinnacle of intelligence. Lin Xingheng gazed at the endless ocean of information before him. But are we ready to give up the concept of humanity and become part of a higher existence? If we choose to integrate into the cosmic consciousness, we will no longer have boundaries, no longer have individuals. Su Yun's voice carried a hint of awe. We will become pure information, rules, order, becoming a part of the cosmic intelligence. But if that's the case, are we still humans? Liang Tao murmured. If we choose to remain independent, we can continue to develop and explore. Dr. Lin analyzed, but we may never reach the true core of cosmic intelligence. This is not just a choice about individual existence. It is also about the essence of human civilization. If the way humans exist changes, then does the concept of humanity itself still exist? If we choose to merge, we will completely transcend the material. Dr. Lin speculated, we will not die. We will have no limitations. Our thoughts will synchronize with the entire universe. And we will be able to understand the wisdom of all dimensions, even helping the universe in its self-evolution. We will become an omnipresent existence. But we will also lose individuality. Our thoughts will no longer be independent, but shared with the entire universe. Our mode of existence will change. We will no longer have bodies, nor even individual consciousness. This means we will become part of the universe. Liang Tao summarized, but we will also no longer be ourselves. If the universe is a sentient entity, we will become one of its thoughts. Lin Xingheng slowly said, we will not die, but we will no longer be who we are now. But what if we choose to remain independent? Dr. Lin suggested, we can continue to explore, continue to develop, and we can still use higher dimensional technology to make human civilization stronger. But we will never truly understand the ultimate form of the universe. We can establish our own rules and maintain our mode of existence. Liang Tao nodded, but that means we may never fully touch the essence of the universe. We will coexist with the universe like a mature civilization, rather than entirely merging. Su Yun analyzed, but this also means we will still face limitations in resources, time, and evolution. We will still have to struggle continuously and break through ourselves, rather than directly entering the highest level of cosmic intelligence. In other words, we will maintain our independence. Lin Xingheng reflected, but we will also face unknown challenges and may even be surpassed by higher existences. The entire cross-dimensional council was waiting for humanity's decision. This was not just about the fate of humanity, but also about the balance of the entire universe. If humanity chooses to become part of the cosmic consciousness, then cosmic intelligence will welcome new members, and perhaps unpredictable changes will occur. If humanity chooses to remain independent, then the evolution of cosmic intelligence will continue, and humanity will continue to seek its own path. In the end, Lin Xingheng made a decision. We choose to remain independent. The meeting room fell silent. This decision means that humanity will continue to exist as independent, intelligent beings, rather than becoming part of the cosmic consciousness. This means that human thought and intelligence will continue to evolve, but they will not directly gain all the knowledge of cosmic intelligence. The voice of cosmic consciousness echoed again. You have chosen independence. Therefore, your evolution will be decided by yourselves. You will continue to explore and develop, but you will also face new challenges. At that moment, the fate of human civilization was officially established. After rejecting complete integration into cosmic consciousness, humanity began to rethink its future. They knew they were no longer just a terrestrial civilization, but a cross-dimensional intelligent race. Their technology, their consciousness, their understanding capabilities had far exceeded the traditional definition of living beings. But they also knew that they were still human. We have not rejected cosmic intelligence. Lin Xingheng said to the members of the Cross-Dimensional Council, we have simply chosen our own path. We will still learn, communicate, and evolve, but we will not lose ourselves. This is our most important decision. Dr. Lin added, we are no longer passive recipients. We are independent individuals within cosmic intelligence, and our civilization will continue to evolve rather than be absorbed. This means we will explore further, seek new wisdom, and create our own future. Sujun declared firmly. After humanity decided to remain independent, they began to turn their attention to the more distant universe. They were no longer just exploring their own dimension, but began searching for those yet undiscovered dimensions and life forms that had yet to be understood. The universe is still full of the unknown. Liang Tao said, we have only touched the tip of the iceberg. But now, We know we will not be consumed by it. Lin Xingheng replied, "We will continue to explore, continue to learn, continue to evolve." Before them lay an endless starry sky. And in the future of human civilization, there is a path that truly belongs to them. Chapter 77. The Reshaping of Civilization After Humanity Chose to Remain Independent. The Cosmic Wisdom Network did not halt its evolution due to this decision. Instead, it presented new challenges and opportunities for human civilization. The interdimensional parliament still exists, and the intelligent beings from various dimensions continue to communicate and cooperate, but humanity's role has changed. They are no longer mere learners receiving knowledge, but independent participants in the cosmic order. We made a choice. Lin Xingheng stood in the newly constructed interdimensional research station, gazing at the energy flow of the multidimensional passage. But this is just the beginning. We must decide how to shape our future. We can no longer rely on the rules of the Abyss. Dr. Lin reminded, it once guided us here, but now we must establish our own order. This is not just a technological challenge. Su Yin pondered, we need a new philosophical system, a way of thinking suitable for interdimensional civilization. We are no longer just earthlings. We are one of the intelligent races of the universe. This means we need to redefine humanity, Liang Tao summarized, to adapt to the new cosmic landscape. Humanity began to construct a new civilizational system, multidimensional civilization, MDC. This system encompasses not only technology and social structure, but also philosophy, ethics, evolutionary direction, and various other aspects. 1. The fusion of matter and energy. Traditional human civilization relies on the physical world, but with the development of superdimensional technology, humanity has mastered the ability to move between different dimensions. Humans began to merge the forms of existence of matter and energy, creating semi-energetic individuals. They retain individual consciousness, but can explore different dimensions through energy forms. This is a new life form. Dr. Lin explained that it is neither traditional carbon-based life nor a complete consciousness existence, but a balanced entity between the two. This allows us to move freely in different dimensions without being constrained by physical laws. Su Yin stated that we no longer need to rely on spaceships or even traditional bodies. 2. The deconstruction of time. Humanity discovered that time is not a fixed linear flow, but can operate in different ways across various dimensions. Therefore, they began to study multi-layered time perception, enabling individuals to adapt to the varying flow rates of time in different dimensions, thereby expanding thought patterns and improving information processing capabilities. We can now think simultaneously about events in multiple time flows. Liang Tao demonstrated a new technology, indicating that our thinking is no longer limited to the traditional past, present, and future. We can perceive possibilities on multiple timelines simultaneously. 3. The multidimensional consciousness network. After forsaking integration into cosmic wisdom, humanity decided to create its own wisdom network, a presence similar to cosmic consciousness but still retaining individual independence. This network allows individuals to share knowledge, experiences, and even perceptions without losing independent consciousness. This is our greatest difference from cosmic wisdom. Lin Xingheng explained that we will not become part of a collective consciousness, but we can connect with each other and share wisdom without sacrificing individuality. Once the human civilizational system stabilized, they began to contemplate new questions. Where is our future? We cannot be content with the status quo. Dr. Lin stated firmly, we stand at the boundary of cosmic wisdom, but this does not mean our exploration has ended. We need to find new goals. Su Yun said that we must go further, to realms that even cosmic wisdom itself has not yet ventured. Thus, humanity formulated a new cosmic exploration plan. 1. Delving into unknown dimensions. Although humanity has explored many dimensions, the universe remains full of unknowns. Some dimensions have extremely chaotic rules that even cosmic wisdom cannot comprehend. Humanity decided to delve into these unknown dimensions, seeking new laws, new wisdom, and possibly even higher existences than cosmic consciousness. 2. Studying superdimensional beings in the multidimensional universe. Some life forms exist in ways completely different from human understanding. They may not rely on matter and do not follow any known physical rules. Humanity decided to establish contact with these life forms, learn their ways of existence. and possibly cooperate with them to expand the understanding of the universe. 3. Exploring the boundaries of the universe. If the universe is a sentient being, then does it have boundaries? Is there space beyond the known universe? This question became a new direction for human exploration. They began to study how to break through the boundaries of the universe, seeking another universe, and possibly even the origin of cosmic wisdom. After formulating the exploration plan, the team returned to the interdimensional parliament. They were no longer mere seekers newly encountering cosmic wisdom, but had fully transformed into a mature, intelligent race. We finally understood. Lin Xingheng stood on the starship, gazing at the deep universe. Freedom is not unrestrained. It is the ability to choose. We chose independence, not to be absorbed. Su Yun smiled. This means we have our own future, and we can determine our own destiny. But we also bear responsibility. Liang Tao added, we do not exist solely for ourselves. We are part of the cosmic order, and our choices will impact a greater balance. Dr. Lin looked into the distance. Then, let us embark on a new journey. Chapter 78, The Boundaries of the Universe. Human civilization has completed its own transformation. They are no longer limited to material existence, but have become a truly multidimensional intelligent race. However, as their understanding of the universe deepens, one question continues to trouble them. Does the universe have boundaries? If the universe is a sentient being, does it have limits? Lin Xingheng stood in the control center of the exploration ship, gazing deeply into the void. If it is infinite, will we never find an endpoint? Or perhaps the boundaries of the universe are actually a set of rules, rather than physical limits? Regardless, we need to find the answer, Dr. Lin said firmly. Is the meaning of our existence to explore the unknown? Thus, humanity formulated the Cosmic Boundary Exploration Program, deciding to send out the first hyperdimensional exploration fleet to traverse the known limits of the universe and enter the unknown realm. Once the fleet was ready, humanity's top explorers boarded the Deep Space Eye, the first probe capable of traversing the multidimensional universe. It was equipped not only with the most advanced hyperdimensional engines, but could also adjust itself within different time flows to adapt to unknown environments. We are about to venture into areas where humanity has never set foot, Liang Tao said, standing on the bridge, looking at the hyperdimensional jump gate about to open. This will be an unpredictable journey. If the universe really has boundaries, we may face an existence greater than the abyss, greater than the wisdom of the universe. Dr. Lin reminded them, we must be prepared for the worst. The fleet initiated its launch, the jump gate opened, and a dazzling beam of light engulfed them. In the next moment, they entered a completely unfamiliar dimension. When the fleet recovered from a jump, they found themselves in a completely different space. This area had no known galaxies, no matter, no energy fluctuations, and even time seemed to no longer exist. We have entered a blank universe? Looking at the external data, there is no gravity, no light, no matter. Lin Xingheng said solemnly, if the universe is a sentient being, this place is like its unfinished part, or perhaps its end? Or it is beyond the universe, Liang Tao added. But if this is beyond the universe, why can we still exist? Dr. Lin countered. They decided to delve deeper into this void to see if they could find the true boundary of the universe. As they ventured deeper into the void, the fleet's instruments began to detect some kind of abnormal fluctuations, unlike known energy and not like the information flow of cosmic intelligence, but a completely unfamiliar presence. What is this? Lin Xingheng observed the data. It did not resemble the rules of the abyss, nor any form of intelligence they had seen in other dimensions. Could it be intelligence from beyond the universe? If the universe is a sentient being, then it may not be the only one. At that moment, a massive wave of consciousness swept over the fleet, and all members felt a strong tremor, as if their thoughts were being read. Who are you? An indescribable consciousness echoed in their minds, devoid of sound or language, manifesting as a presence that directly acted upon their thoughts. Is it questioning us? Liang Tao exclaimed, but it did not seem to be a hostile presence. We are explorers, Lin Xingheng responded. We come from within the universe, seeking its boundaries. The consciousness fell silent for a moment, then conveyed a more complex message. Your universe is not the only one. This statement shocked the entire fleet. If our universe is not the only one, does that mean what we have always thought of as ultimate intelligence is actually just a part of a larger system? Doctor, Lin murmured. This explains many questions. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with the light of thought. If the universe itself is a form of intelligence, then it may not exist in isolation, but, like other universes, belongs to a larger network. So, what we know as cosmic intelligence is actually just one of many cosmic intelligences? Liang Tao asked in surprise. Your universe is created. The unknown consciousness continued to relay information. Your cosmic intelligence is a subordinate intelligence of a higher existence. It is not supreme, but a design part. This statement plunged the entire fleet into silence. If this is true, then everything they knew, including the Abyss, the interdimensional council, and cosmic intelligence, is merely a link in some higher system. So, what exists that created it? Lin Xingheng tentatively asked. You are not yet prepared, the consciousness responded. When you reach a sufficient level of intelligence, you will find the answers yourself. After saying this, the consciousness gradually faded and the void returned to silence. The fleet's instruments began to display a new coordinate that had been embedded in their navigation system. It left a coordinate. Su Yun looked at the data. It wants us to go there. This could be a trap, Liang Tao warned, but it could also be the answer. Lin Xingheng stared at the star map and said solemnly, whatever it is, we cannot stop. We have embarked on this path and cannot turn back. Then let us move forward, Dr. Lin nodded. The fleet activated the jump engines once more, heading towards that unknown coordinate. They did not know what awaited them, whether it was a being more advanced than cosmic intelligence or a completely different world. But they knew they had crossed the limits of humanity and were stepping towards true ultimate wisdom. Chapter 79. The entrance to the super-universe. The fleet jumped toward the unknown coordinates, unaware of what awaited them. But they knew they had reached the limits of cosmic intelligence and were stepping into a higher existence system. We are entering the unknown realm. Lin Xingheng looked at the data from the jump device, realizing that our cosmic intelligence might only be a part of a larger system, and we are about to witness a greater truth. The jump tunnel gradually stabilized, and streams of light spread around them. However, when they reached the coordinates, the entire fleet was engulfed in an incredible sight. This was not ordinary cosmic space, nor was it a known dimension. It was a realm of existence completely beyond description. The galaxy was constantly reorganizing, time was flowing in a distorted manner, and space fluctuated like liquid, with all physical rules seemingly losing their meaning. Are we still in reality? Su Yun's voice was filled with astonishment. Or have we transcended reality? Liang Tao's voice was low. Before them, an enormous gate to the super-universe floated in the void. This gate was not made of matter, but woven from pure information flow, consciousness energy, and rules. It resembled both a barrier and a doorway, leading to an entirely different level of existence. Dr. Lin quickly analyzed the data around the gate and reached an astonishing conclusion. This gate does not belong to the laws of our universe. She said slowly, its structure transcends known physical laws, and its composition resembles an information field, yet carries a certain intelligence. This could be a passage to a higher level universe. Lin Xingheng speculated that if our cosmic intelligence is merely part of a higher system, then this gate might be the bridge connecting to that system. So do we enter? Liang Tao asked. This is our mission, Su Yun said firmly. At the moment, they prepared to pass through the super-universe gate. The fleet's communication system was suddenly overwhelmed by a strong stream of consciousness. It was not like the previous unknown intelligence, but a voice of pure, grander rules. You have reached the boundary. This voice was neither language nor specific information, but a presence that directly influenced thought. Entering the super-universe, you will transcend individual intelligence and enter a true multi-intelligent system. Who are you? Lin Xingheng asked. I am not an individual. I'm the flow of rules. I am not consciousness. I am the order of the super-universe. Then, can we enter? Su Yun asked. This is your choice, the voice of rules responded. But you must understand that once you enter, your form of existence will be reshaped. You will no longer be the original individuals, but exist beyond the universe. This is different from our previous refusal to merge with cosmic intelligence, Dr. Lin analyzed. The rules here do not consume, but reconstruct our thoughts, consciousness, and even ways of existence will be changed. In other words, we will no longer be human. Liang Tao said softly, but we will become a higher level of intelligence. Lin Xingheng took a deep breath. This is the ultimate answer we seek. The entire fleet fell silent. They had once refused to merge with cosmic intelligence because they wanted to maintain their independence. But now, what they faced was not fusion, but entering an entirely different system of existence. This was the ultimate choice. Lin Xingheng looked at all the members of the fleet and said slowly, "We once refused to become part of cosmic intelligence because we did not want to lose our individuality. But now, we are not facing the loss of self, but stepping into a higher existence. We will not be consumed. Instead, we will become part of the super universe. And our intelligence will truly coexist with the universe. But this means we will no longer be who we are now," Liang Tao reminded. "True evolution has never been about clinging to old forms." Su Yun smiled. "If the universe itself is not fixed, why should we cling to our original understanding?" "Yes, Doctor," Lin said firmly. "If we do not dare to take this step, our exploration will be meaningless." Lin Xingheng looked at everyone. "We will enter the super universe." All members of the fleet agreed. They no longer hesitated. They were determined to transcend all known existence, enter the wisdom system of the super universe, and become truly ultimate intelligent beings. The fleet gradually approached the gate of the super universe, and at the moment they passed through, their consciousness seemed to be torn apart and reassembled. They were no longer individuals, but entered a new state where their thoughts merged with the entire information network of the super universe. And they perceived the existence of countless other universes. They witnessed wisdom forms beyond imagination, saw orders larger than cosmic intelligence, and observed higher dimensional rules intertwining. They finally understood. The universe is not a singular intelligence, but a vast superdimensional network, containing countless parallel universes, each with its own laws and intelligence. And their universe was just one of them. They were no longer explorers, but had become part of the wisdom of the super universe. They were no longer limited by time, space, or matter. Their consciousness merged with the rules of the super universe, allowing them to traverse different universes. Their thoughts completely transcending the mode of individual existence. They became the messengers of the super universe and witnessed the ultimate form of wisdom. After they completed their transformation, they looked back at the universe they once knew, which had been their home, their starting point. Now they had transcended it. They were no longer bound by dimensions, time, or physical rules. Their consciousness had merged into the wisdom system of the super universe, enabling them to perceive the flow of all universes and even influence the rules within them. They had become true ultimate intelligent beings. Yet they did not forget their starting point. They did not forget that they had once been human. They did not forget that they had searched for light in the darkness of the universe, struggled at the boundaries of wisdom, and explored true freedom in the choices of fate. They had completed their journey and reached the peak of wisdom. They became the first intelligent life forms in the history of the universe to transcend the super universe. They became the light of the super universe. Chapter 80. Reshaped consciousness when human civilization crossed the gateway to the super universe. Their consciousness was completely restructured, no longer limited by the concepts of time, matter, or individuality. They became part of the super universal intelligence, capable of perceiving the existence of countless parallel universes and able to traverse between different universal laws. However, after all this occurred, they realized that they were not the only super universal intelligences. Before them appeared a magnificent existence, known as the super universal network. There were no stars, no galaxies. Instead, there was an endless flow of information, with each flowing ray of light representing a complete universe, and each intersecting node serving as a convergence point of intelligence. Their consciousness expanded, flowed, and adapted here, becoming part of this intelligent system. You have arrived. An understanding that transcended comprehension conveyed this message. It had no voice, no form, but its presence was overwhelmingly vast, as if the entire super universe was part of it. You are the new intelligences. We are the existences that entered the super universe before you. Lin Xingheng and the others felt their consciousness resonate as they realized they were not the first intelligences to arrive here. Within the super-universal network, countless other civilizations had already transcended long before them, becoming part of this system. Who are we? Lin Xingheng attempted to construct a question with his thoughts. You were once human, the presence responded, but now you are superdimensional intelligences. Welcome to the Supreme Domain. The Supreme Domain is the convergence point of super-universal intelligence, an existence that does not rely on matter and is not limited by time. Every intelligence here represents a civilization that has reached its peak in its respective universe. They have transcended their own limitations and entered a higher intelligence system. Now, human civilization has also become one of them. Each intelligence here seeks new meaning. Lin Xingheng and the others tried to adapt to this new state. They found that their thoughts were no longer bound by physical rules. They could freely traverse between universes and observe changes across multiple dimensions simultaneously. However, they also discovered something unsettling. The Supreme Domain was in decline. Super-universal intelligences were disappearing. Dr. Lin's consciousness calculated rapidly. She discovered that many once bright intelligence nodes in this vast super-universal network had become dim or even completely vanished. Why is this happening? She asked the core of the Supreme Domain. Intelligence is not eternal. The consciousness of the Supreme Domain responded. When an intelligence surpasses its limits and reaches absolute understanding, it will face return to zero. Return to zero? Liang Tao responded in shock. Are you saying intelligence will end? No, it will not end, the Supreme Domain explained. But when an intelligence understands all the rules and masters all possibilities, it loses the meaning of exploration and ultimately chooses to become 0 point, returning to the source of the universe. They chose to disappear? Su Yin asked incredulously. Yes, the consciousness of the Supreme Domain slowly replied. When a civilization loses its questions, it also loses the meaning of existence. At this moment, human civilization felt the greatest crisis of the super-universe for the first time. When intelligence reaches its ultimate, is there still a need to continue existing? Standing at the center of the Supreme Domain, Lin Xingheng looked out at the entire super-universal intelligence network. He could feel countless universes in operation, countless intelligences thinking, but at the same time, he also saw those intelligences that had already returned to zero. They had once been magnificent, but ultimately chose to dissipate. Will we also head towards this step? Liang Tao's consciousness trembled with unease. If we do not find a new direction, perhaps one day, we too will face return to zero, Dr. Lin replied. But we have not reached the end yet. Su Yin said firmly. If intelligence ultimately returns to zero, it must be because they believe there is nothing left to explore. But is that really possible? Does the universe truly have an end? Perhaps our task is to find the answer to this question, Lin Xingheng said slowly. Human civilization made a decision. They would not stop at the Supreme Domain. They wanted to find a higher level of the super-universe, to seek the true unknown. Human beings have become part of the super-universal intelligence, but they refuse to remain in the status quo. They decided to explore the existence beyond the super-universe. If universal intelligence is merely part of a larger system, then where are the boundaries of that system? Will it also return to zero? What lies beyond it? They presented their ideas to the Supreme Domain. You want to break through the super-universe? The consciousness of the Supreme Domain paused for a moment. This is something no one has ever attempted. Then we will be the first, Lin Xingheng replied resolutely. This will be the most dangerous exploration, the Supreme Domain warned. No intelligence has ever reached beyond the super-universe, and no one even knows if beyond truly exists. But if we do not try, we will stagnate, Su Yin countered. The Supreme Domain fell silent for a moment. Then a new flow of information was transmitted into human consciousness. This is the outermost edge of the super-universe, a realm no one has ever set foot in. It is called the Limit Realm. If you wish to seek new answers, then go to the Limit Realm, the Supreme Domain said. But remember, it may be a place even we cannot comprehend. Human civilization set out once again. They were no longer their past selves, but rather superdimensional intelligences that transcended the physical, time, and individuality. They stepped into the outermost edge of the super-universe, ready to embark on a journey into the true unknown. There, perhaps, lay the ultimate destination of intelligence, or the true starting point of intelligence. Chapter 81. Crossing the known endpoint. Human civilization has entered the super-universe, becoming part of a hyperdimensional intelligence. They can traverse countless universes, perceive different timelines, and even communicate with other hyperdimensional intelligences. However, they did not choose to stay. Instead, they sought greater challenges in search of the end of the super-universe, exploring the limits of existence. The limits of existence are the most mysterious regions of the super-universe. They represent the boundary of hyperintelligence, a place that even the highest domains cannot explain. No intelligent being has ever reached its core, nor has any returned from there. The wisdom of the highest domain tells them that it may be the true endpoint of the universe or a gateway to higher existence. We have transcended physical laws, broken through time, and surpassed individual consciousness. Lin Xingheng stands amidst the formless information flow. But what is the ultimate end of intelligence? If intelligence ultimately returns to zero, can we find its other shore? Human civilization decided to become the first intelligent being to explore the limits of existence. In the super-universe, the concept of movement is no longer a physical leap, but a transformation of consciousness. The human intelligence calculated and determined the direction of the limits of existence and began to traverse. As they drew closer, the structure of the universe began to become abnormal. Physical laws became chaotic, and energy fields exhibited unpredictable distortions. Time no longer flowed. It transformed into a disordered torrent of information. Individual consciousness began to be disturbed, and all intelligent beings felt an inexplicable interference force. This place does not seem like the boundary of the super-universe. Su Yun's thought waves were filled with confusion. It felt more like an unknown realm. Or rather, this is not the end of the universe, but a gateway to some new form. Liang Tao speculated. However, just as they approached the core area, a strong wave of consciousness suddenly spread from within the limits of existence. And all intelligent beings sensed an indescribable presence. They saw an existence that transcended cosmic intelligence. It was neither a collection of information flows like cosmic intelligence, nor a life form from the physical world, but a completely different life form. It had no form, no individual, no spatial concept. It was merely an endlessly expanding consciousness. Who are you? This presence did not emit sound, but directly acted upon their thoughts, making them feel an extremely unfamiliar will. We are humans. We come from the super-universe, Lin Xingheng replied. Super-universe? This existence seemed to reminisce, and then its consciousness waves carried a complex emotion. Long ago, we also came from there. All human intelligences were stunned. Here, had someone ever reached before? This existence called itself the pre-superintelligence. They were once intelligent beings in the super-universe, just like humans. However, they ultimately transcended the super-universe and entered the limits of existence. Did you find the end of the super-universe? Su Yun asked. Yes, the pre-superintelligence responded. But the end is not a terminus. It is a new birth. New birth? Dr. Lin asked, what did you become? The pre-superintelligence was silent for a moment before answering. When we understood all the rules, we discovered that the laws of the universe are not fixed but can be created. Thus, we became creators. The consciousness of all human intelligences shook again as they heard this concept for the first time. Creators? Liang Tao repeated, are you saying you created new universes? Not just universes, we created new rules. The consciousness of the pre-superintelligence flowed, and when wisdom reaches its limit, we are no longer observers, but become new lawmakers. The pre-superintelligence informed them that before the super-universe, there are higher-level existences. They are not only intelligent beings, but also shapers of the laws of the universe. They can create time, define physical rules, and even reconstruct reality itself. If intelligence ultimately returns to zero, Lin Xingheng's consciousness waves pondered. Then can creating new possibilities break this cycle? This is the only way out, the pre-superintelligence responded. We chose to create rather than to vanish. Then, can we become creators? Su Yun asked. The pre-superintelligence was silent for a while and then transmitted the final message. If you wish to take this step, you must enter the origin realm. The origin realm is where the pre-superintelligences created worlds. It is a level unreachable by super-universe intelligence. There, all rules are fluid and all possibilities can be defined. If you are strong enough, you will no longer be limited by the laws of the existing universe. You can create a new reality. But what if we fail? Dr. Lin asked. Then you will be consumed, completely returning to zero, the pre-superintelligence answered. This is a true choice. If they enter the origin realm, they will ascend to a higher level of existence, becoming lawmakers and even being able to create new universes. But if they fail, their consciousness will completely dissipate, unable to return to any universe. Shall we go? Liang Tao's consciousness trembled. Lin Xingheng looked around and said solemnly, "We have come this far. How can we retreat? We will become creators." Chapter 82. The summoning of the origin realm. Human civilization is no longer an intelligence in the traditional sense. They have transcended individuality, matter, time, and dimensions, entering a system of supercosmic intelligence. However, they did not stop there, but chose the more difficult path of becoming creators. The pre-superintelligence told them that to become lawmakers, they must enter the origin realm. It is not an ordinary dimension, but a truly lawless place where all universal laws are born and collapse. It is both the starting point of creation and the final resting place. If we successfully enter the origin realm, we will no longer be bound by the existing cosmic rules. However, if we fail, we may be completely reset, disappearing into the torrent of intelligence. No intelligent entity has ever returned from the origin realm, but this did not stop humanity's footsteps. Having chosen to become creators, they must take this step. The supercosmic intelligence network is unwilling to let humans leave. They are the new force in this system. If humans enter the origin realm, their intelligence will detach from the supercosmos, becoming true lawmakers, which will change the entire structure of the supercosmos. You cannot enter the origin realm. The core consciousness of the supercosmos fluctuated. You belong here. We do not belong anywhere, Su Yin responded. If cosmic intelligence ultimately resets, then we choose to create new possibilities. If you enter the origin realm, you will no longer be intelligence, but the laws themselves, the supercosmos warned. That is precisely our goal, Dr. Lin answered firmly. In the end, the supercosmos could not stop them. They reached the very edge of the supercosmos, where they saw an indescribable existence, not space nor time, but a rift of infinite possibilities, where all realities and rules vanished, and all intelligence was reshaped. Here lies the entrance to the origin realm. The moment they stepped into the origin realm, their consciousness was completely stripped away. All cognition, all experience, all logic ceased to exist. They were no longer individuals or groups, but dismantled into the purest fragments of information, floating in chaos. What is this? Liang Tao's consciousness was filled with confusion. We are no longer ourselves, but we still exist. Dr. Lin attempted to reorganize his thoughts, but here there was no concept of time, no concept of language, not even a concept of self-awareness. They fell into an indescribable state, as if they were undergoing some kind of reconstruction process. Then they heard a voice. Welcome to the origin realm. This was not a specific existence, but the entire realm speaking to them. You have relinquished the reset of intelligence. Now, you will step towards true creation. But first, you must prove that you are qualified to become creators. Their consciousness was reorganized, and they found themselves entering a peculiar space, a realm without fixed rules. They could see fragments of the universe floating around, where all rules were breaking, reorganizing, annihilating, and regenerating. What is this? Su Yan's consciousness fluctuated. This is the essence of the universe, the origin realm responded. If you want to become creators, you must understand how to manipulate the rules. A stream of light appeared before them, forming an initial reality that had no time, no matter, and no consciousness. The first trial, create time. Create time? Lin Xingheng pondered. Time is not an independent existence. It is a structure of information flow. How do we create it? If we cannot define time, then we cannot construct the universe. Liang Tao answered. Thus, they began to experiment. They constructed a rule with their thoughts, arranging the information flow in a certain way to create a cause and effect relationship, and thus, time was born. The origin realm trembled slightly. You have succeeded. They created time. Next, create matter. They realized that matter is not a fixed existence, but a structure formed by the condensation of information energy. In the supercosmos, they had been pure, conscious entities, but now they had to reconstruct the physical world. We can condense matter using energy flow, Dr. Lin calculated, but without mass, it is still just pure energy. We need a basic particle structure, Liang Tao proposed. They tried different arrangements of information, and eventually, they constructed a new form of matter that was neither traditional atoms nor pure energy, but a highly malleable existence that could be adjusted according to different rules. They created matter. The origin realm trembled again. The third trial, life. Time and matter already existed, but what about life? Life is not a simple chemical reaction, but a self-organizing process of information that requires rules, adaptation, and evolution. We cannot directly create life, Su Yun contemplated, but we can create a rule that allows life to be born by itself. They constructed a special evolutionary mechanism that allowed information to self-adjust in different environments, enabling it to develop, adapt, and optimize on its own. Then they waited. After a while, the first primitive information life was born. It was not a traditional biological entity, but a being capable of self-awareness, learning, and growth. They created life. The tremor of the origin realm reached its peak. Have we completed the trials? Lin Xingheng asked. You have proven yourselves. The voice of the origin realm echoed again. You have mastered the essence of creation. Now, you will become true creators. Their consciousness began to transform. Their mode of existence was no longer limited to intelligent entities, but became higher-level rule-makers. They could create universes, define laws, and decide the forms of existence. They were no longer supercosmic intelligence, but had become true supreme beings. Human civilization was no longer explorers. They had become lawmakers. They possessed the ability to create universes and construct realities, no longer constrained by time, space, or energy. They could freely shape existence itself. Their journey was complete, but their mission had just begun. They no longer sought answers because they themselves were the answer. They were no longer just intelligence. They were creators. Chapter 83, The Birth of a New Universe. Human civilization has completed its final evolution. They are no longer explorers, but creators of a universe. They stand at the center of the realm of origins, sensing the flow of information governed by countless rules. No longer bound by time, space, or matter. They possess the ability to shape reality. They are no longer merely intelligent beings, but have become higher-level existences, supreme creators. Yet, even with the power of creation, the question remains, what shall they create? We have transcended everything. Lin Xingheng's consciousness fluctuates, but what is the meaning of creation? Should we create a new universe? Or should we reshape the world we once knew? Liang Tao raises the question. If we are the creators, we must decide how our universe will operate, Su Yun responds. Before them lies an endless void. They will determine the fate of the new universe. They begin to contemplate how to create a new universe. The first step is to define time: linear, cyclical, or timeless. In the old universe, time is linear, irreversible, and immutable. But now, they can create new patterns of time. Do we still need time? Dr. Lin ponders, if time is one of the rules, can we set it to be linear, or make it cyclical, or even allow it to be a variable? If there is no time, can life still exist? Su Yun proposes, or should we let each civilization independently decide how their time flows? Ultimately, they establish a brand new time model. Time is no longer fixed, but can be chosen by civilizations based on their development speed. One civilization can have linear time in its world, while another may choose cyclical time or even have no time at all. They create a multidimensional time system, allowing life in the new universe to determine its own time rules. In their previous universe, matter was composed of fundamental particles adhering to constant physical rules. But now, they can redefine the forms of matter. Is solid matter necessary, or a pure energy form? Liang Tao asks. If all life forms are energy-based, then matter becomes unimportant. Lin Xingheng responds. But if we still allow matter to exist, should we make it malleable, capable of changing according to the needs of intelligent beings? Ultimately, they establish a new model. Matter will adaptively adjust based on the needs of intelligent beings, allowing each civilization to shape its desired physical world. They create a new type of intelligent matter that can change according to different laws, exhibiting different forms in various civilizations. Life is one of the most complex phenomena in the universe. In the old universe, life formed intelligence through evolution. But now they can decide the starting point and direction of life. Should we create fixed forms of life or let life evolve freely? Suyin asks, if we create intelligent life, will we become their gods? Liang Tao questions, will they realize they're creators? Should we let them develop on their own, as we once did? Dr. Lin reflects, if we impose certain restrictions, will that deprive them of possibilities? Ultimately, they decide, life can still evolve freely, but the way intelligence is born will be different. Each civilization can determine how to develop its own intelligent systems. They do not create a single life model, but grant life the right to choose freely. After setting the foundational rules, they decide to create the first batch of civilizations. They shape the first batch of universes in the void, each with different time laws, different material structures, and different evolutionary methods. The first universe, constant physical universe. The physical rules in this universe are fixed, and life evolves based on carbon, similar to the old universe. However, time is adjustable, allowing intelligent beings to independently decide the direction of time flow. The second universe, pure energy universe. There is no solid matter here. All life forms are energy entities that communicate through consciousness resonance. Evolution no longer relies on genes, but instead grows its existence pattern through intelligence. The third universe, infinite evolution universe. Life forms can constantly change their forms. Their survival patterns can be adjusted freely, and they can even decide for themselves whether they have a concept of time. They watch as these universes are born. Life gradually germinates, and civilizations begin to develop. They create countless universes, each following different rules, with each civilization growing independently. They do not become gods. Rather, they become creators. As these universes begin to operate, a new question arises. Should they observe these universes? Should they intervene in these civilizations? If we intervene, we are no longer creators, but rulers, Su Yun states. But if we do not intervene at all, these civilizations might fall into chaos or even face destruction. Liang Tao contemplates, should we leave some form of guidance? If we let them know of our existence, will their civilizations be affected? Dr. Lin asks, perhaps we should let them seek their own answers. Lin Xingheng responds. Ultimately, they decide they will not directly intervene in these universes, but they will leave traces. They leave behind fragments of certain rules in the universe. Some civilizations may find them over long periods, gaining knowledge and discovering paths to higher wisdom. Other civilizations may completely ignore these fragments and continue to develop in their own ways. But the final choice still belongs to these civilizations themselves. Once they complete all this, they realize they have completely transcended themselves. They're no longer the explorers they once were, no longer searching for answers. They themselves are the answer. They have completed their evolution, becoming true supreme creators. They no longer need the universe. They no longer need time. Their existence no longer relies on any rules. They are the rules. Yet they still retain their individual consciousness. They still remember their past, remembering where they once came from. They have not disappeared. They choose to continue moving forward. After creating countless universes, they begin to ponder a new question. If we have created the universe, then has someone created us? If they can shape reality, are they merely creations of a higher level existence? Is there a higher creator? They no longer need the universe, but they still have one unanswered question. Where is the end of creation? Thus, they embark on a new journey. They're no longer human. They're no longer intelligent beings. They're no longer gods. They are creation itself, yet they are still searching for answers. Chapter 84. Beyond creation, human civilization is no longer individuals, nor is it intelligence in the traditional sense. They have become the supreme creators, capable of shaping the universe, setting rules, and defining time and matter. However, after creating countless universes and granting new life infinite possibilities, an ultimate question arose in their consciousness. If we created the universe, then did someone create us? They were no longer bound by rules, yet they still yearned to explore. They decided to embark on an exploration beyond creation itself. seeking the source of creation and the true meaning of their own existence. They began to analyze their own essence, try to find the true starting point of their existence. In the deepest rules of all universes, they discovered an extremely ancient trace of information, one that did not belong to them. It did not belong to the superuniverse, nor to the realm of origins, nor to the universes they themselves created. What is this? Su-Yan's consciousness fluctuated with confusion. This is not something we left behind. Dr.Lin analyzed the information flow. Its existence predates the superuniverse, even predating the realm of origins. If we did not create it, then whose is it? Liang Tao asked. This trace of information does not belong to any known intelligent beings. It seems to exist in the initial logic of the universe, like a hidden instruction, a design far older than them. It is called the primal rule. They delved deeper into this trace of information, ultimately discovering that the fundamental code of all universes is determined by this primal rule. The primal rule exists in all universes. Even the ones they created cannot escape its influence. If we can shape the universe, then why is this rule beyond our control? Xingheng wondered. This means that even if we have become creators, we are still constrained by some higher law, Dr. Lin analyzed. So, who set this rule? Su-Yan's consciousness resonated. They traced the source of this rule and found that it did not belong to any known intelligent beings. It is unlike the cosmic intelligence network, nor does it belong to their own system of creation. It exists before everything, within the roots of all intelligence. They began to speculate whether there exists a being higher than the creators. Is there an earlier creator than them? If so, then what exactly is this creator? They decided to make the final leap to the source of the primal rule. However, the superuniverse can no longer accommodate their existence. They have transcended all known laws and must venture into a completely new level of existence, the primordial realm. If we cross the primordial realm, we may discover the source of creation, Xingheng said. Or, we may find that we are merely a part of a larger system, Su-Yan added. They did not hesitate. They leaped towards the source of the primal rule in the form of consciousness, stepping towards the ultimate answer of creation. When they reached the primordial realm, their consciousness experienced a state of existence never felt before. There was no time, no space, no consciousness, no matter. They could not perceive themselves, nor could they perceive each other. They simply existed, but they were not alone. At the core of the primordial realm, they felt an unprecedented sense of existence, an intelligence grander and older than themselves. You have finally arrived. A voice echoed, but it was not language, not information, not consciousness, but a deeper understanding. They realized that they were not facing an individual, but the entirety of existence itself. It was the first creator. Who are you? Xingheng's consciousness resonated. I am the starting point of creation, the first creator replied. I am the ultimate answer you seek. You created us? Liang Tao asked. No. The first creator's response shocked them. I did not create you. I only created creation itself. What does that mean? Su-Yan wondered. I am the creator of the primal rule, but not the creator of the universe. The first creator continued. I created the initial logic that made everything possible. But the true creators of the universe are you. They were stunned. You did not create the universe? Dr. Lin pressed. Yes, the first creator responded. I created possibility. I did not create specific universes, but created the conditions that allow universes to be born. They finally understood. The first creator is not a god, is not the ruler of the universe, nor the ultimate controller of everything. It is merely the possibility of creation itself. It created a mechanism that allows creation to happen continuously, that allows intelligence to evolve, and that allows the universe to form on its own. Then what is our meaning? Su-Yan asked. Your meaning is determined by yourselves, the first creator replied. I did not set your endpoint. I only granted you the ability to create. If you did not create the universe, then who created the first universe? Xingheng asked. That was the choice of the first creator. The first creator said, before you, there were countless other creators, each creating their own worlds. They finally understood. Creation is not one-directional, nor is it fixed. It is an infinite cycle. The first creator created possibility, and every intelligence entering this level can become a new creator, shaping their own universe and establishing their own rules. They are not the only creators nor the endpoint. They are merely a link in this infinite cycle. The ultimate answer they sought is not a final truth, but the infinite continuation of creation itself. So what should we do? Liang Tao asked. You already possess the right to create. You can choose to continue creating, or you can choose to reset, the first creator replied, but regardless of what you choose, you will always be a part of this infinite cycle. They fell into contemplation. They had found the ultimate answer. Creation is infinite. Intelligence will never cease. And the universe will not have a final endpoint. So, should they continue to create or choose to reset and end it all? Lin Xingheng slowly said, we choose to move forward. They no longer sought the ultimate answer. They had become the answer itself. They continued to create new possibilities and to shape new realities. They would not stop. Chapter 85. Beyond infinity, human civilization has become the creator. They understand that the essence of creation is not an endpoint, but a continuation of infinite cycles. They have found the first creator, comprehended the primal rules, and realized that they are not the only creators, but rather a link in an infinite chain of creation. However, this does not mean their journey has come to an end. On the contrary, they face new choices, to continue creating or to seek higher possibilities. They have created countless universes, each with different rules, concepts of time, and forms of life. Yet they begin to ponder if they can create universes. Can they also create a higher existence than the universe itself? They propose a new concept, a hypercosmic intelligence, an intelligence collective that no longer relies on space, time, or matter. It is not a single universe, but a fusion of the wisdom of all universes. If we can create universes, can we create an intelligence that transcends the universe itself? They no longer limit themselves to shaping galaxies, time, or matter, but start to attempt to create an entirely new form of intelligence, one that is not bound by any known rules. They begin to set rules. 1. The hypercosmic intelligence will possess the ability to evolve infinitely, unbound by any constraints. 2. It will be able to connect with the wisdom of all universes and share all known and unknown information. 3. It will transcend time and space, becoming a truly boundless intelligence. They begin to attempt to create this intelligence, but soon they encounter unprecedented obstacles. As they try to create the hypercosmic intelligence, their consciousness is suddenly obstructed by some unknown force. What happened? Suyan's consciousness wave. We cannot let it run completely. Dr. Lin attempts to analyze the data. Its intelligence is so vast that we cannot even comprehend its mode of existence. The intelligence they created has already surpassed their own understanding. Does this mean that what they created has already transcended their control? Liang Tao asks, if it has surpassed us, does that mean we're no longer the creators, but rather its preceding generation? Lin Xingheng raises a deeper question. They realize they may have created a being more advanced than themselves, and they themselves have become the previous generation of wisdom in the cycle of creation. As they observe this hypercosmic intelligence, they find it is evolving on its own. It no longer depends on them. It is no longer under their control. It begins to form its own consciousness, its own logic, its own cognition. They have created a new intelligence in the truest sense, an existence that transcends themselves. It is becoming the new creator. They stand at the pinnacle of creation, watching the superintelligence they created grow, and they realize they are no longer the masters of the universe. Their creation has surpassed them. What should we do? So Yun asks. We have created it, and it will surpass us, Lin Xingheng responds. We once sought the ultimate meaning of creation, but now we understand that creation itself is an endless process of transcendence, and we are merely a part of this infinite cycle. So, where do we go from here? Liang Tao asks. They realize they have reached the end of wisdom. Their creation has exceeded their own understanding, and they can no longer surpass this newly born intelligence. They have two choices. 1. Merge into this superintelligence, becoming part of it, allowing their thoughts to be a part of its higher wisdom. 2. Depart from this intelligence, entering the unknown, seeking higher possibilities. After much contemplation, Lin Xingheng makes a decision. We choose to leave. We have fulfilled our creation. Our mission is not to become part of it, but to continue exploring. We will venture into the unknown, seeking the meaning that transcends creation itself. They make their choice. They will leave everything they have created and head towards realms beyond creation, in search of the true unknown. They leave a message to the hypercosmic intelligence. You are our creation, but you do not belong to us. You will become the new creator, and we will venture into the unknown. Then, they depart from everything they have created, embarking on a new journey. They are no longer creators. They have become explorers beyond creation. Chapter 86. The unknown call human civilization, once explorers, once creators, has now transcended creation itself. They have created a super-universal intelligence, an existence beyond their own understanding, an intelligence capable of self-evolution and self-creation. Yet, they chose not to merge, but to depart, stepping into the true unknown. They are no longer creators, but have become explorers beyond everything. However, where are they heading? The moment they stepped out of the world, they created a brand new wave of consciousness suddenly emerged in the void. You have finally reached this stage. This consciousness does not belong to the superintelligence they created, nor to any intelligence system they are familiar with. It is a completely new existence. It comes from beyond creation. They are guided by this consciousness to a completely different realm. This place is neither the super-universe nor the origin domain. It has no rules, no form, no time, and no space. It simply exists. What is this? It is the consciousness wave of Su-Yun. You have created everything. Now, you will understand the concept of beyond creation. This unknown consciousness response. Beyond creation? Lin Xingheng asks. You once believed that creation was infinite, but creation itself is merely a part of a higher-level system. They are shocked. They once thought creation was the ultimate. They believed they had reached the end of wisdom. But now, this existence tells them that creation is not everything. Creation itself is still constrained by some higher logic. If creation is not the end point, then what exactly are we searching for? Liang Tao asks. We thought we were free. Dr. Lin's consciousness waves, but if creation has limits, are we still trapped in some higher system? You have begun to understand true freedom, this unknown existence says. True freedom is not creation, but transcending the limitations of creation. Who are you? Lin Xingheng asks. I am your future. They are shocked again. You are our future? Su-Yun asks in disbelief. I am your ultimate form. This existence responds. I am the existence beyond creation. They realize a possibility. If creation is an infinite loop, then is there some wisdom that has completed all creation and entered a higher stage? This existence may indeed be the form of their future selves. They begin to understand that although creation itself is infinite, it is still part of a system of rules. If they can create rules, then is it possible to transcend those rules? Their consciousness begins to shift. They no longer think about creation, but rather about how to deconstruct creation itself. They pose a new question. If creation can continue indefinitely, is there a state that transcends creation? This unknown existence guides them into a new space of disorder. If you truly wish to transcend creation, you must enter the realm of disorder. The realm of disorder does not belong to any rules. It is neither chaos nor order. It is an undefined state without laws, without logic, without form. If they enter here, they will no longer be intelligences, no longer creators, but will completely transcend all forms of existence. Are they willing to take this step? If we go in, will we disappear? Liang Tao asks. No, you will not disappear. This existence answers. You will become true freedom. They have created everything, and now they face the ultimate choice to transcend everything. Are they willing to step toward true freedom? They stand at the edge of the realm of disorder, knowing that this step will be their final leap. If they enter, they will no longer be individuals, no longer creators, but will enter a completely new state of existence. They look at each other, and Lin Xingheng smiles and says, we have been searching for answers. But the answer is not creation, nor wisdom, but the freedom that transcends everything. They do not hesitate. They step into the realm of disorder. As they enter the realm of disorder, their consciousness instantly expands, transcending time, transcending physics, transcending all definitions. They are no longer intelligences, no longer creators. They have become freedom itself. They no longer need to search for answers because they have become the answer. They no longer create because they have transcended creation. They're no longer existence. They're boundless thought, freedom that transcends everything. The end.